Chapter 1, The Ultimate Villain. Qin Lang, how dare you go this far? Planting spies around me and having people follow me, just how despicable can you get? Our engagement was arranged by our families. Now, I, Mu Yuyan, can tell you very clearly, I don't like you one bit. In fact, I loathe you. Please stop bothering me from now on. In the president's office of Murin International in Tianhai City, the female CEO Mu Yuyan, dressed in a black office lady uniform, scowled at me coldly and angrily admonished me with sharp words. Yet, I ignored her scolding, sitting numbly on the sofa as I digested the flood of information in my head. The corner of my mouth twitched involuntarily. I had actually crossed over into a novel I was intimately familiar with. The ridiculous part was, I wasn't the protagonist surrounded by beautiful women, but the big villain who got relentlessly humiliated by the protagonist. I, Qin Lang, am the direct grandson of the Qin family in Yanjing and the sole heir of the family. My grandfather is a true titan, a man of towering stature with illustrious achievements. My father holds an exalted position, capable of shaking the entire nation with a single step. My mother is a businesswoman, holding significant shares in numerous renowned state-owned enterprises. The people I interact with are either wealthy or powerful, all privileged heirs, holding a royal flush right from the start. Yet, the original Qin Lang managed to squander his perfect hand spectacularly. He shamelessly groveled after his fiancée, Mu Yuyan, sending thugs to eliminate the shield she sought, planting spies around her, pretty much committing every misdeed imaginable. In the end, he even raised a blade against the protagonist, Yifeng, only to burn himself in the fire and be outplayed to death. The Qin family became nothing more than a stepping stone for Yifeng's rise to power. How tragic. But all that was the idiotic past of that fool. Now that I'm here, everything starts anew. Ding! Host identity confirmed. The Destiny villain system is binding. The mechanical voice in my head made me, a seasoned reader of 300 web novels, realize that my exclusive golden finger had arrived. This Destiny villain system was designed to assist me in becoming the ultimate villain, a cheat tool to crush the chosen ones and grow stronger continuously. By seizing the opportunities meant for the destined protagonists, I could earn Destiny villain points, which could be exchanged for rewards or lottery draws to enhance my power. After familiarizing myself with the system's operations, I was quite satisfied. Compared to pretending to be righteous, being a villain wasn't bad at all. The true happiness lies in indulging oneself. Mu Yuyan trembled with rage as she watched me smirk from time to time. Had it not been for her bodyguard's discovery, she wouldn't have realized I had planted bugs in her office, eavesdropping on her entire private life. I actually managed to laugh, which made her angrily shout, "Qin Lang, how dare you laugh here? I want to break off the engagement. I'm ending our betrothal." After briefly familiarizing myself with the system, I slowly raised my head and calmly replied, "Fine." Mu Yuyan was stunned. I had actually agreed. Not long ago, I had been shamelessly pursuing her, even going so far as to plant a listening device. Had the sun really risen from the west? Was she finally going to be freed from this ill-fated engagement? Crossing my legs, I lounged on the sofa with an indifferent expression, took a sip of tea, and said, "Go ahead and break it off. I don't object. Just make sure the Mu family clarifies it. Let them be the ones to announce it." "You," Mu Yuyan scowled, snorting angrily, "you're just being unreasonable." I chuckled. "Me? Unreasonable? Why not say your Mu family is insatiably greedy? And you, Mu Yuyan, don't overestimate yourself. You think I'm not good enough for you? If it weren't for my Qin family, your Mu clan would have been torn apart 10 years ago. A decade ago, Mu Yuyan's father and mine were close friends. After her father's sudden death, the Mu family fell into chaos, with countless opportunists swooping in. It was my father alone who stabilized the Mu family. In gratitude, Mu Yuyan's mother proposed the engagement herself. Truth be told, this marriage pact was something the Mu family begged for to save themselves. The original owner was truly an idiot, holding a royal flush yet choosing to simp. Didn't he realize that in a woman's eyes, a simp isn't even as good as a backup option? There's another option, temporarily pretend the engagement is still on, with a time limit, of course. Maybe one day when I'm in a good mood, I'll casually dump you, I said with a laugh. A heroine blessed with fortune, how much luck she must have. I can't let go of this tool to squeeze dry before milking her for all she's worth. Mu Yuyan gritted her teeth. That's impossible. What happens if you take liberties with me? I shook my head. Your thoughts are too filthy. It's just pretending to be a couple in front of outsiders. If you're unwilling, then go back to the Mu family and have them officially annul the engagement. As for what might happen afterward, I wouldn't dare guarantee anything. Wanting to profit from the Qin family without paying a price, since when was there such a good deal? Mu Yuyan furrowed her brows, lost in a dilemma. She knew all too well what would happen if the Mu family initiated the dissolution of the engagement. I am the legitimate grandson of the Qin family and the sole future heir. If she breaks off the engagement, she'd be slapping the Qin family in the face. From now on, the Mu family can forget about receiving the Qin family's protection. If they aren't suppressed, it'll be nothing short of their ancestors' graves emitting lucky smoke. Even if she utterly detests being with me, a short pain is better than prolonged suffering. Without agreeing to this arrangement, apart from marrying me, there's likely no other possibility in this lifetime. Fine, I agree, but you must keep your promise to cancel the engagement. Mu Yuyan took a deep breath, her sparkling eyes flashing with determination. Ding! Plot alteration detected. Congratulations, host's villainous fortune points plus 1,000. Without responding, I stood up and took her slender hand, leading her outside. She instinctively resisted, but I interrupted. Don't you want me to break off the engagement? Can't even hold hands with your boyfriend? Whatever, consider it being scratched by a dog, she thought bitterly. Ding! Female lead Mu Yuyan experiences emotional fluctuation. Congratulations, host gains plus 300 destiny villain points. I couldn't care less what she thought as my gaze brazenly swept over her curvaceous figure. With a roguish grin, I added, young ladies, especially pretty ones, shouldn't wear such tight clothes. With a figure like that, you'll attract stalkers. I followed two myself last night. Chapter 2, Lottery. Charm value soars. Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes flashed with discomfort. She didn't understand my behavior, having only heard rumors about me, and her heart brimmed with displeasure. As the office door opened, her female bodyguard saw us walking out hand in hand and asked suspiciously, Miss, what's going on between you two? I pushed my advantage and wrapped my arm around her slender waist, saying, is it really so shocking for couples to be affectionate? Her body trembled violently, as if pounced on by a dog, but she could only pretend nothing had happened. Ding! The female protagonist Mu Yuyan has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 600 destiny villain points. For the rest of the day, I kept my arm around Mu Yuyan as we wandered through the company. I took plenty of liberties and earned a total of 6,800 destiny villain points. After dinner, my shameless mooching came to an end. Before the Mori International Building, our farewell hug sent her fleeing bashfully, while I turned and boarded the Maybach. Flanked by four Mercedes-Benz AMGs fore and aft, the motorcade rolled majestically toward my private villa. Sitting in the back row, I let out a sigh. That woman Mu Yuyan loathed the original owner to the core, and she was utterly meticulous in her ways. The most I could do was take small advantages. Pushing any further was out of the question. Would she flee in embarrassment? Would she be persuaded so easily? She must be feigning it deliberately, to fake the illusion of reconciliation between us. I'm in no hurry, taking it slow is fine. As the heroine of the original work with immense luck, her status is quite high, and she's also a crucial piece in my plans. Things have improved a lot, at least I've shaken off that clingy loser image. Still need to keep pushing forward. I mused to myself, silently opening the system panel in my mind. I'm 25 years old this year. After transmigrating into this world, I saw my character stats. When I saw that my constitution was listed as 6, kidney deficiency, I couldn't help but complain to the system. System, this is too much. After transmigrating here and finding my host suffering such unfair treatment, how can you tolerate this? This body having kidney deficiency is clearly a problem. You need to fix this bug immediately. The system's mechanical and emotionless voice responded. The host has physically transmigrated. This has nothing to do with the original villain's constitution. Your kidney deficiency might be due to malnutrition, overexhaustion, or other. Enough. Stop right there. Just give me the newbie gift package first. I quickly interrupted it, afraid it might say something even more embarrassing if allowed to continue. Ding! The beginner's gift pack is ready. Would you like to claim it? Yes, followed by a series of notification chimes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Skill Affinity LV1, Group Affinity plus 10, requires 100 Destiny Villain points to upgrade to LV2, with the required points doubling for each subsequent level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained plus 10 minor body enhancement pills. Each pill increases host's constitution by 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained plus 13 charm points. These are all great finds. My eyes lit up with the affinity skill. Wouldn't it be like having a permanent goodwill buff whenever I went out from now on? With a grand wave of my hand, I spent 3,100 accumulated Destiny Villain points to upgrade my charm skill to LV6. After swallowing 10 small pills, my physique increased by 10 points, and I finally bid farewell to weak kidneys. After boosting my charm, my look subtly improved, now scoring a 98 out of 100. Few men could rival this level of handsomeness. With this 98-point charm, executing my plans would become much easier. Roll the lottery. 10 consecutive draws. Spend all the remaining Destiny Villain points. Once the draws concluded and my Destiny Villain points were exhausted, my attribute panel displayed a dazzling refresh. Character Qin Lang, age 25, Constitution 26, Charm 98, Destined Villain value 0, Skills Affinity LV6, Group Affinity plus 60, Advanced Piano Skills, Advanced Tea Ceremony. Mall not yet unlocked, Lottery Center open. Each lottery consumes 100 Destiny Villain value. System Backpack, 1 photo album of Antio, Qingfeng tissues plus 3. Aside from drawing a few bizarre items, the rest were quite useful. I closed the attribute panel and instructed my driver bodyguard Junzi, on the way back, arrange for someone to tail certain people and monitor certain situations. I explained in meticulous detail. Knowing the plot was one thing, but some developments were time-sensitive. I needed to receive updates at the earliest opportunity. Got it. Junzi's smile reflected in the rearview mirror. Don't worry, young master, surveillance and tailing are my specialties. Normally, Junzi wouldn't dare banter with me like this, given my mercurial temper. Who knew when I might suddenly erupt? But today was different. Even he thought I'd become more handsome, especially this face of mine that radiated exceptional approachability. Same difference. I didn't argue back. After finally transmigrating into this world with familiar plotlines, there was still some time before Yifeng, the mercenary king, would return. Before his return, I needed to establish connections based on the plot I knew. To take down Yifeng, brute force alone wouldn't suffice. I had to seize his destined opportunities first. After all, he was the child of Providence. Even if shot through the heart and plunged off a cliff, he'd probably be saved by some female NPC and spark a love story. Until I acquired immunity to protagonist plot armor, defeating him would require manipulating predestined opportunities. As the Maybach convoy entered the Ring Highway, I thought with wicked amusement, Mercenary King? Leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group? Hee hee, I wonder how much destiny villain points this so-called child of fortune can bring me. I can't wait for our meeting. Returning to the luxurious villa, I felt completely at ease. Before transmigrating, I was already a self-made billionaire. Relaxing on the European-style sofa, I swirled my wineglass while a slender girl stood before me, head bowed and nervously clutching the corners of her clothes. Junzi said with a cold expression, "Young master, this cleaner was careless and broke your Yuan dynasty blue-on-white porcelain collection." Su Xiaoxiao's fingers interlocked in fear, her fingertips turning pale. She knew exactly how valuable Yuan dynasty porcelain was, and she had just shattered this priceless antique. I looked up and studied her carefully. She was just over 5 feet tall with a slender frame, the blue and white janitorial uniform hanging loosely on her. This plain, rustic-looking girl was actually one of the story's leading female characters, Su Xiaoxiao. In the original novel, she played a significant role. She and Yifeng grew up together in the orphanage as childhood sweethearts, holding great importance in his heart. The original host had oppressed her over a broken vase, even scheming to take over the orphanage's land, creating enmity with her and the orphanage, ultimately leading to a direct confrontation with Yifeng and getting humiliated. I took a sip of red wine and asked leisurely, "Su Xiaoxiao? Young Master Qin, I know I was wrong, it wasn't on purpose. I'll pay back the cost of the blue and white porcelain I broke. Just give me time," Su Xiaoxiao stammered nervously. She mustered the courage to look up at me, the fear in her eyes fading considerably. In her heart, she thought me so handsome, with gentle eyes, like jade from a stranger's hand, a peerless young master in this world. Still wondering why my colleagues call me Beast Boy, unreasonable, quick-tempered, and prone to hitting others. I was quite pleased with her reaction. I crooked my finger beckoningly, waited till she stepped closer, then pulled her down onto the sofa with one hand while gripping her chin with the other. Her delicate features gave her a refined, gentle beauty, her misty eyes shimmered with shifting emotions, her willow leaf brows slightly furrowed, her delicate nose wrinkling faintly, while her warm breath brushed against the back of my hand. Her lips were tender and rosy. It had to be said, setting aside her figure, her face alone scored well over 95 points. "Young Master Qin, what do you want to do?" Su Xiaoxiao stammered, her cheeks flushed crimson with nervousness. Junzi muttered to himself that he must have taken the wrong medicine today. How could he even think about harassing this country bumpkin? But being tactful, he quickly turned and left the living room, pretending he hadn't seen anything. "What do I want?" I laughed at her question. "You're just a cleaner, what could I possibly want from you? You broke my blue and white porcelain and talked about compensation? How exactly will you compensate? That piece cost me 8 million at auction. How long will it take to pay back on a cleaner's salary? 10 years? 100? I don't know." Su Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded by the figure of 8 million, tears welling up in her eyes as she choked out, "Master Qin, I really don't know how to compensate you." Based on the background information provided by the mediator, I said to Su Xiaoxiao, "You grew up at Sunshine Orphanage and have excellent connections there. If you can persuade the orphanage director to let me acquire it at a low price, we can write off the porcelain incident." Su Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head and said, "No, that's impossible." She'd long heard about companies wanting to buy the orphanage's land, but never imagined I'd want a piece of it too. She even began suspecting that breaking the porcelain was part of a scheme to pressure her into convincing the director to sell the orphanage's property. I said nonchalantly, "If that's not possible, then we'll have to handle this strictly by the book. Smashing my collectibles requires compensation based on their value. It'll cost you at least several million. If you've got the money, pay up. If not, you'll be rotting in jail." Finishing my words, I withdrew my hand, crossed my legs, and leaned back on the sofa with narrowed eyes, making my emotions unreadable. With Yi Feng's return drawing near, time was running short. I didn't have the luxury to waste on Su Xiaoxiao, and even a month of kindness from me likely wouldn't outweigh her childhood bond with Yi Feng. If I wanted to use Su Xiaoxiao to strike at Yi Feng, I had to occupy a more significant place in her heart to make our relationship unforgettable and utterly consuming. I coldly pressed her. What are you still sitting here for? Will you turn yourself in, or should I call the police to haul you away? Su Xiaoxiao panicked. She'd heard how brutal female inmates could be in prison. If she got locked up, she'd surely be bullied. After much hesitation, she abandoned all dignity and knelt before me, lowering her head as she spoke with fearful subservience. Young Master Qin, please give me another chance. I can work for you, anything that's not illegal. Cleaning, laundry, cooking, I can do all these things well. I said skeptically. Cleaning? The kind where you break a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain every day? Chapter 4. The young master has changed. Su Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. No, I won't make that mistake again. Now both helpless and clearly in the wrong, she had no other way to make amends. If I really called the police, she'd end up behind bars. I squinted and thought for a moment before speaking slowly. The cook at the villa really isn't that skilled, and we are in need of a full-time housekeeper. Let's do this. Stay for a trial period. If you're competent, you can stay. If not, we'll discuss alternatives. Su Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly. Competent, I'm absolutely competent. Just then, the system notification chimed. Ding. Plot change detected. Congratulations host for gaining plus 1000 destiny villain points. With the villain points credited, the corner of my lips curled into an amused smirk that lent me a roguish charm as I said, whether you're competent or not needs to be proven through work. We'll set the salary at 10,000 yuan monthly, including room and board. Su Xiaoxiao looked startled, prompting me to ask skeptically, think it's too low? She shook her head innocently. Not little at all, it's more, way too much. As a cleaner working herself to the bone, she only made 5,000 a month with no food or housing included. To her, this new offer was like manna from heaven. The system prompted again. Ding. The female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao has experienced emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 200 destiny villain points. Su Xiaoxiao's delighted expression amused me. In the original story, she was an extremely kind and innocent girl, and seeing her in person confirmed it exactly. She's so naive she doesn't even think the salary is low, instead insisting it's too much. Such an innocent little girl, who else would I exploit if not her? 10,000 a month might seem like a lot to her, but if we're talking about compensating for that 8 million yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, she'd have to work nearly 70 years without spending a single penny just to pay it off. She was filled with joy, believing she had encountered a kind boss, and her heart brimmed with gratitude. Change had to come gradually. After sorting out Su Xiaoxiao's affairs, I returned to the bedroom and dialed Mu Yuyan's number. When she answered, I asked oddly, what's up? This was the first time she'd ever called me pretty unusual. Mu Yuyan hesitated for a moment before replying stiffly, come to my place tomorrow. I cut straight to the point. No time. Then I hung up. Unsolicited favors always hide schemes. There's no way she'd completely change her opinion of me in just one day. The system prompt, ding. The female lead Mu Yuyan has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 500 points in destiny villain value. The phone rang again shortly after. Apparently even Mu Yuyan's famously good temper had its limits. This was the second time I'd hung up on her, something she surely never expected from me. She struggled to suppress her anger, speaking stiffly. My mother is here. She specifically asked for you to come over for a meal. At least for now, we're still contractually dating. By agreement, you should come. I asked, what time? She replied, noon tomorrow. I said, okay, and hung up after exchanging just a few more words. System prompt, ding. Female protagonist Mu Yuyan experiences intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 600 destiny villain points. Hearing the system's alert, I clicked my tongue in amazement. Whether I refused or agreed, I still earned villain points. Mu Yuyan was practically a walking treasure trove, an absolute goldmine for villain points. I tossed my phone aside, stretched out lazily on the large bed, and began plotting my next moves before drifting off to sleep without even realizing it. At precisely 6 o'clock, I opened my eyes on time, got dressed, and went downstairs, only to find the dining table laden with a complete breakfast spread, steamed buns, soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and millet congee, everything one could desire. On the adjacent seat, Su Xiaoxiao was sprawled out in her blue and white janitor uniform, breathing evenly, fast asleep. I glanced around the villa, which still had traces of dust when we first moved in, but now it was spotless. I didn't need to think twice to know it was Su Xiaoxiao's hard work from last night. A 3-story villa, nearly 700 square meters, clean to such a standard. It was clear she took this job seriously, fearing termination even more than the prospect of landing in prison. I sat at the head of the table sipping porridge when an accidental choke startled Su Xiaoxiao awake. Rubbing her drowsy eyes in confusion, her face showed patches of uneven redness and pallor from being pressed against her hand. Seeing me seated at the master's position, she suddenly became fully alert and stammered, "Young Master Chin, is the breakfast I made not to your taste? I only know how to make these simple home-style breakfasts. If it doesn't suit you, I learn very quickly. I'm sure I can do this job well." Taking a bite of the steamed bun, I shook my head and said, "No need, the flavor's quite good. Breakfast should be light anyway. The changed clothes are in the bathroom, don't use the washing machine." Su Xiaoxiao nodded solemnly, carefully pulled out the chair, and staggered drowsily toward the second-floor bathroom. A moment later, I called Junzi over and pointed to the seat beside me, saying, "Sit down. Have a bite?" Junzi sat down and shook his head with an honest smile. "Master, I've already eaten." After finishing the dumpling I had picked up, I said casually, "Later, arrange for one of the bedrooms to be prepared as a maid's room for Su Xiaoxiao, give her a place to rest." Junzi watched Su Xiaoxiao bustling about on the second floor and softly said, "Young master, surely you're not actually thinking of keeping this girl here?" I sipped my millet porridge, tilting my head slightly to cast him a sidelong glance. "What, not good enough?" Junzi smiled awkwardly and said, "It's not that I can't accept it, but don't you think this breakfast is a bit too simple?" He looked at the plain meal on the table, feeling it fell far short compared to what the previous cook used to prepare. Su Xiaoxiao looked rustic and unsophisticated, like a village girl. He couldn't fathom what I saw in her. He noticed that not only had I become more handsome, but my demeanor had grown refined, and my thoughts were now inscrutable. Chapter 5, Su Xiaoxiao feels wronged. I wiped the corner of my mouth and asked indifferently, "How's the investigation going on the matter I asked you to look into?" Junzi put away his smile and said seriously, "Bai Xiaoyun and Bai Ruyu are biological sisters, both from the Bai family of Tianhai City. One is still studying, while the other serves as acting general manager in the Bai family's company. As for Cho Jor, her background is rather sensitive. She seems to have deep connections with the Black Dragon Society." I nodded, feeling that the efficiency was acceptable, and asked Junzi, "Is the manpower sufficient?" Junzi said with a bitter smile, "The Bai sisters have bodyguards around them, and Cho Jor always has a group of people with her. Ordinary folks can't tail them. We'll need to pull top men from the villa's security team. The number of bodyguards at the villa can't be lacking. If we're short on manpower, recruit more. Handle this personally, but make sure you hire people with reliable backgrounds." I stared at him with an affirming look and added, "You decide their pay scale. Also, starting today, all bodyguards get a raise of 5,000, and your salary goes up by 10,000. Junzi was momentarily dazed, then overwhelmed with deep gratitude. Entrusting him with the recruitment of personal bodyguards, he must have thought his standing in my eyes had risen significantly. I walked over to Junzi and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Keep up the good work. Before long, you'll have your own car and house. You won't need to scrimp and save just to visit the Shinji Lotus Club 3 or 4 times a month. Once we're flush, you could practically live there if you wanted." Junzi was a veteran from a special forces unit, truly top-notch in skills. Even when sparring with Yefeng, who had just returned from abroad, he could hold his own for hundreds of rounds. Above all, his loyalty to me was unwavering. In the original work, he risked his own life to intercept the pursuing Yifeng in order to cover for me. He was willing to become severely disabled just to temporarily save my life. How could I possibly hesitate to delegate some authority to such a fiercely loyal man? "Young master," Junzi gritted his teeth and sincerely grabbed my hand resting on his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll definitely complete the mission. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll never head west. If you order me to chase a chicken, I'll never run after a dog." "Good, I trust you." I calmly used a bit of strength to pull my hand away. "Drive the car in. Accompany me to buy some clothes." The wardrobe is indeed packed with clothes enough for a brand new outfit every day without repeating for a whole month. But the original owner's taste is something I truly can't endorse. It's as if he wanted to plaster designer logos right over his heart, terrified that people wouldn't realize how pricey his clothes were. The only thing missing was the words "rich second-generation heir" stamped on his forehead. Personally, I prefer styles that are a little more understated. I watched Su Xiaoxiao bustling about on the second floor and called out, "Come down here." Su Xiaoxiao seemed flustered, with traces of foam still clinging to her cheeks. I stepped forward and brushed my fingers lightly across her face, startling her into taking a quick step back. She lowered her head shyly, stammering, "Qiu Qin Xiao, is there something you need?" I pinched the foam between my fingertips, gave Su Xiaoxiao's slender figure a once-over, and found her blue and white cleaning uniform particularly grating. "Come out with me," I said. "Pick yourself some clothes. Seeing you shuffle around the house in that cleaning uniform is an eyesore." Su Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. She wanted to say she had spare clothes in her rented apartment, but after a night of cleaning and witnessing the lavishness of the villa, she felt wearing her old clothes as a maid would be a stain on my status. Afraid that her attire might provoke my disgust and lead to dismissal, she decided to dip into her savings to buy 2 slightly more expensive outfits. Junzi drove us to the mall before leaving to park the car. The moment we entered through the mall doors, we became the center of widespread attention. "Wow, what a handsome young master. He must be from some wealthy family, so good-looking and fit. Oh my god. He smiled at me. Heavens, how can a smile be so healing? I'm gonna die. He's literally the Prince Charming from my dreams. Who's that cleaning lady next to the handsome guy? Walking so close, is she doing it on purpose? Why doesn't she find a mirror to look at herself, see what kind of mess she is? How can she be so shameless? Thinking getting close will make the handsome guy notice her? Wearing her cleaning uniform, Su Xiaoxiao walked beside me, enduring the pointing fingers and whispers from passing guests. She guiltily lowered her head, not daring to meet their eyes. My extraordinary demeanor resembles that of a crown prince from ancient imperial nobility, evoking sincere admiration from all who behold me, whereas she was like a lowly maid, humble to the dust, utterly unworthy to stand by my side, and instinctively took a step away to distance herself from me. This shop will do. Go pick 2 outfits. I stopped before a women's clothing store, pointed inside, and after leaving Su Xiaoxiao behind, strolled off on my own to browse. I entered an Italian private designer's suit store, selected over a dozen outfits, and after changing out of my ostentatiously expensive clothes into tailored suits, my aura became increasingly subdued and refined. Young master, if I weren't by your side every day, I'd swear you'd been to South Korea. It's miraculous, you seem completely transformed, so much more handsome now. Junzi sighed with genuine admiration. He wasn't just buttering me up, he was truly astonished by my completely refreshed appearance. Straightening my tie, I took the receipt from the love-struck female shop assistant and tossed it casually into the shopping bag, smiling without comment. My 98 charm stat was no joke. Glancing at my watch, I asked, "It's almost 10. Isn't Su Xiaoxiao ready yet?" Arms laden with shopping bags, Junzi volunteered, "I'll go find her. With all that gear on you, you'd better take these clothes back to the car first and wait outside." I glanced at him and shook my head. "I'll go find her myself." Returning to that women's clothing store from earlier, I peered inside but didn't spot Su Xiaoxiao. Instead, I caught sight of familiar blue and white stripes around the corner. Walking closer, I discovered it was Su Xiaoxiao, dressed in cleaning staff uniform, curled up in the corner and sobbing uncontrollably. What's going on here? Is picking out 2 outfits really that difficult? Why are you crying over here? Have you chosen the clothes yet? I kept a stern face and scolded her sharply. Mr. Qin, could we go to a different store? The one you picked is too expensive. I can't afford it. Su Xiaoxiao choked back sobs, her words coming in broken fragments as she wiped her tears with one hand while the other clutched nervously at her abdomen, as if that invisible barrier could somehow grant her security. I furrowed my brow coldly and snapped, "A different store? How would that differ from the rags you usually wear? We're going in here now." My tone brooked no argument. Su Xiaoxiao hung her head silently and followed me like a frightened shadow as we re-entered the boutique. Well, look what the cat dragged in, who let these filthy creatures back in just as the air had finally cleared. A gaudily dressed young woman dripping in gold minced forward, her pinky raised delicately to her nose while making exaggerated gagging motions. She glanced at Su Xiaoxiao walking in, rolled her eyes, and said with disgust, "Weren't we just talking about you? A cleaner like you, coming to Fendi to buy clothes, is this really the place for you? You couldn't even afford one bag after 2 months of scrubbing floors." I can afford it." Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly walked over to the counter, glanced at the price tag, and the string of numbers blurred before her eyes. She was afraid of embarrassing me, afraid she'd get fired. If that happened, she'd be handed over to the police, and her whole life would be ruined. I'm not buying a bag, I want clothes." Su Xiaoxiao walked to the clothing rack, pacing from one end to the other, circling around again and again, yet couldn't decide which piece to choose. 9,888, 8,888, 11,800. After looking at dozens of outfits, even the cheapest one cost over 8,000 yuan. 8,000 yuan, Su Xiaoxiao originally had that much. She'd been working for over a year, scrimping and saving to accumulate 50,000. But recently, the orphanage director needed to purchase beds for all the children and asked former residents for donations. She impulsively donated 45,000 in one go. She now had 5,000 yuan left in her pocket. After paying rent in advance, this money could last her nearly 4 months if spent carefully. But when it came to luxury purchases, never mind bags costing tens of thousands, she couldn't afford a single Fendi garment now, nor could she bear to spend that way. The glamorous woman stood before the clothing rack, fanning the air in front of her nose with a sneer. "What's the matter? Didn't you say you could afford it? Go ahead and pick something to pay for then. What are you dawdling around for? If you can afford it, then buy it. Dragons breed dragons, phoenixes breed phoenixes, and the son of a rat will dig holes. Low-class trash like you should stay in the garbage dump where you belong. Don't come crawling into high-end places like this. You're polluting the air and offending my eyes. What's wrong with being a cleaner? I earn my money fairly. Why shouldn't I come here? Do you own this store?" Su Xiaoxiao's slender frame trembled with injustice. "I never asked you to look at me. How dare you speak to me like that? Even though I'm wearing a cleaner's uniform, I wash it till it's spotless, there's not even a whiff of odor. Why do you have to insult me like this? I've never provoked you, why must you bully me? My name is Qin Lang, and today I'm accompanying Su Xiaoxiao to the store to buy clothes. As soon as we entered, Su Xiaoxiao was verbally torn to shreds by a flashy woman. She fought back and questioned like a bristling little wildcat, but her voice grew weaker and weaker until it was downright pitiful. The gaudy woman was still putting on an affected display, shrieking, "Oh, for heaven's sake, can you stop crying here? If you want to cry, go back to your garbage heap. So noisy, is no one going to do anything about this? Where are the sales staff? Where are they? We customers are your gods, can you not let janitors like this into the store? Putting my taste on the same level as a cleaner's is an insult to me." I crouched beside Su Xiaoxiao and offered her a silk scarf, saying, "Don't cry, wipe your tears." She took it reflexively, dabbed at her eyes, and gave a delicate sniff with her pert little nose. Then she stood up, looking at me with embarrassment, and said, "I'm sorry for staining your scarf. I'll wash it when I get home and return it to you." I pointed to the display case beside us and said, "That scarf isn't mine, I took it from over there." Her jaw dropped in shock. The glamorous woman witnessing this scene nearly fainted from fury. She had long coveted that scarf, having pestered her boyfriend about it, yet couldn't bring herself to buy it. Now, Su Xiaoxiao had used it to wipe her nose. She shrieked, "You're done for. This is a disaster. You can't even afford a decent outfit, yet you've ruined a limited edition Fendi scarf. Do you have any idea how much it costs? 42,000. Even I haven't made up my mind to buy it yet, and you actually got this scarf dirty." Under the flamboyant woman's shouts, the salesgirl approached. Su Xiaoxiao nervously clutched the scarf and said, I didn't mean to. The scarf isn't really dirty. I'll take it home, wash it clean and return it." The salesgirl shook her head bitterly and said, "That won't do, ma'am. According to our store's policy, this scarf can no longer qualify for resale on our shelves." Under the three women's stunned gazes, I took the scarf and wiped Su Xiaoxiao's nose with it, sighing contentedly, "Finally, it's clean." I gave the scarf another once over and said, "What a shame. Now the scarf is a bit dirty and unusable. How about I buy it and give it to you?" I handed the scarf to the flashy woman. She froze for a moment and instinctively asked, "Why give it to me?" I smirked and replied, "Well, trash deserves trash, after all." "You dare insult me?" The flashy woman exploded, shrieking, "Do you know who my husband is?" Feigning innocence, I shook my head and said, "No. Want to call him over so I can meet him?" She swayed her hips and hissed, "You just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll take your last name." With that, she stormed off. Su Xiaoxiao held the silk scarf, her heart fluttering with anxiety, thinking I'd sent the woman away because I found her noisy. I chuckled lightly and said to her, "If you like this scarf, keep it. It's already been used anyway. If you don't like it, just treat it as trash and throw it away." She shook her head reluctantly and said, "I won't throw it away, but I can't afford it." I replied matter-of-factly, "Buying you some new clothes was my request, basic necessities for being a nanny. This scarf is the same, a gift for you." I pointed to a few outfits in the store and told her to go try them on. Su Xiaoxiao emerged wearing a black maxi dress with a high waistline, her chest framed by semi-transparent lace. Her slender legs were accentuated by strappy high heels, and combined with her charmingly delicate features, she looked utterly fresh and playful. The salesgirl couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." I thought to myself, wasn't she always the leading lady? Her looks were naturally striking, it was just her past struggles that had dulled her radiance. I confidently decided, this one looks good, wrap it up. Let's try another. Su Xiaoxiao emerged wearing a white camisole paired with a light pink miniskirt, cautiously asking me, "Master Qin, does it look good?" I replied, "Beautiful, wrap it up." Next one. More than a dozen outfits looked absolutely perfect on her. The shop assistant complimented my great taste, which I accepted, instructing her to wrap up all the tried-on clothes, including that silk scarf. Su Xiaoxiao mumbled that it was too much and too expensive, to which I laughed and asked, "Is it more expensive than that blue and white porcelain you smashed?" Stumped by my question, she could only obediently carry the bags. I swiped the card, and over 400,000 in cash was credited to the account. Just as we stepped out of the store, we heard that all too familiar and annoying voice, "Honey, right here. It's them. A rotten couple just called me a worn-out slipper. You have to stand up for me." Chapter 8, Fiercely Protective. Outside the Fendi boutique, the flashy woman was clinging to a plain-looking middle-aged man, coaxing him seductively while pressing his arm against her chest. The moment she spotted Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao stepping out, she immediately pointed at them and screeched, "That's the rotten couple right there, honey. They're the ones who insulted me." Her bewitching eyes scrutinized Su Xiaoxiao from head to toe. When she noticed that a mere cleaner was actually wearing Fendi's Fashion Week attire, waves of jealousy flushed her eyes red. She clung to her man's arm and cooed in a sickeningly sweet voice, "Darling, I want Fashion Week clothes too. Buy, but not so fast. Let's handle one thing at a time," Kai Yong said with a frosty expression as he stepped forward, glaring at Qin Lang with an imposing aura. "Kid, which Tianhai City family do you belong to? taking in the numerous shopping bags Su Xiaoxiao was carrying, clearly indicating significant spending. His years as a contractor had taught him caution. Despite his substantial earnings in Tianhai City, he knew some figures were best left unchallenged. His inquiry was merely precautionary. The Qin family. Kai Yong raised an eyebrow. Qin Qingshan's family? His expression turned amused. Qin Qingshan, chairman of a small real estate company in Tianhai City, was worth tens of millions, a moderately successful man by ordinary standards. But in Kai Yong's eyes, Qin Qingshan amounted to nothing, relying entirely on his patronage to make money. The thought that the Qin family survived by his grace instantly inflated his arrogance. Listen kid, I'll give you one chance. If you offend someone, be ready for payback. Let my precious son slap you a few times, then apologize properly, and we'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, Qin Lang smiled. Otherwise what? From the first glance at that flashy woman, he knew she was no high-class lady. Truly wealthy people would never be so noisy and vulgar. They all make their fortunes in quiet obscurity. He could guess the flashy woman had clawed her way up, but never expected even the sugar daddy she'd hooked was so tasteless. Kai Yong's expression turned icy. You little bastard, don't get too cocky. Even if your father came here, he'd have to call me President Kai with proper respect. Qin Lang shook his head. Really? I don't believe it. Believe your fucking mother. Kai Yong, temperamentally fiery and barely restraining himself, finally lost his temper at Qin Lang's nonchalant attitude. He rushed forward, swinging his hand to slap him while shouting angrily, "Who the hell do you think you are, Lu Data?" Slap. The slap landed, but instead of hitting Qin Lang, it struck Su Xiaoxiao, who had suddenly stepped in front of him. Su Xiaoxiao's lovely face quickly turned red and swollen. She spread her arms defiantly, shielding Qin Lang. This has nothing to do with young Master Qin. If you want to hit someone, hit me. She didn't believe the slender Qin Lang could match Kai Yong's burly physique, especially since Qin Lang didn't even have a bodyguard with him. In the past, Su Xiaoxiao would never have dared to act so boldly in such situations, but today, Qin Lang had offended that flashy woman for her sake. She couldn't just stand by and watch Qin Lang get beaten. Damn it, I'll beat you up along with her today. Kai Yong roared in fury, swinging another slap toward Su Xiaoxiao. Slap. With a crisp sound, Kai Yong's hand froze midair as Qin Lang grasped his wrist with an icy expression. Earlier, he hadn't anticipated Su Xiaoxiao's reaction, allowing her to block his initially outstretched hand, which led to her being hit. Now that he'd snapped out of it, how could he possibly let Kai Yong continue his violent rampage? An average person's constitution is typically around 10 points. Kai Yong may look tall and burly, but his incessant attendance at banquets and entertainment venues has long drained his vitality through drinking and debauchery. If he manages to maintain an 8 or 9-point constitution, it'd be remarkable enough. In front of Qin Lang's 26-point physique, it was as feeble as a child. Hit someone? Who gave you the audacity? Qin Lang tightened his grip instantly, squeezing Kai Yong's wrist until it turned deathly pale. Kai Yongtong's facial muscles twisted together as he roared, "Let go! Fuck you, let go of me, or I'll fucking end you, idiot!" Qin Lang gave a sudden forceful pull, making Kai Yong stumble forward. As his body sagged downward, Qin Lang sharply drove his knee upward, crashing into Kai Yong's arm with a sickeningly crisp crack of breaking bone. His arm snapped. My arm, damn it, how dare you! I'll kill you for this. Kai Yong clutched his mangled limb, writhing on the ground in agony. His ragged, howling screams tore through the air as excruciating pain flushed his face into a swollen, purplish red like a slab of spoiled liver. The glamorous woman crouched down in panic. Honey, get out! Get the hell out! Kai Yong kicked the glamorous woman to the ground. How could he possibly be in the mood for women now? His mind was consumed with thoughts of revenge against Qin Lang, against the Qin family. He wanted to bring the Qin family to utter ruin, household shattered and family destroyed. Qin Qingshan must atone for his son's sins. Standing nearby, Qin Lang treated Kai Yong's violent threats as nothing more than air, utterly ignoring him. He reached out to touch Su Xiaoxiao's flushed cheek and softly asked, "Are you okay? Why were you so foolish to come running over like that?" Su Xiaoxiao turned her head away, avoiding Qin Lang's touch. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, as shy as a mimosa. "I didn't know you were such a good fighter, young Master Qin. I thought without your bodyguards you wouldn't be a match for him, so I stepped in. Besides, this mess happened because of me in the first place. You don't need to worry, young Master Qin. Many people bullied me when I was little. These minor injuries don't matter, they'll heal quickly." Su Xiaoxiao, who had just been slapped, gazed with clear, resilient eyes that held an unyielding strength, forming a stark contrast to the timid girl who had been weeping alone in the corner moments before. It was as if she had become a completely different person. In truth, Qin Lang was unaware that Su Xiaoxiao hadn't undergone such a rapid change in personality. This was simply who she had always been. Physical pain was something Su Xiaoxiao could endure, but the grievances in her heart were too much for the young girl to bear. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and soon rebellious tears welled up in her eyes. Watching the mature Su Xiaoxiao, Qin Lang felt a ripple of emotion in his heart. Placing his hand on her head, he spoke with solemn authority, I don't know what kind of life you've led before, or who has wronged you in the past, but from now on, you are Su Xiaoxiao, my nanny, and a member of the Qin family. No one can bully you, let alone hit you. These two scoundrels don't count, and neither does anyone else. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came down, he wouldn't have the right to bully anyone from the Qin family. As long as Qin Lang is still breathing, you'll remain under the protection of the Qin family. Do you understand? Chapter 9, Outmaneuvered? Ding! Female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao has exhibited emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 300 destined villain points. Ding! Female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao's favorability has increased. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 500 destined villain points. Ding! Female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao's favorability continues to soar. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 1000 destined villain points. Su Xiaoxiao lifted her little head, her large, glistening eyes sparkling with crystalline brilliance. Qin Lang, standing so close it seemed intimate, had features so exquisitely chiseled and flawless they appeared enhanced by a boyfriend perspective filter, surrounded by twinkling starlight that shimmered bulbingly bright. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao's mind was completely consumed by that domineering proclamation. You little punk, if you've got the guts, don't you dare run. If I don't break your legs today, I swear I'll stop using the Kai family name. Kai Yang's fierce words snapped Su Xiaoxiao out of her daydream. She slapped her cheeks with both hands, vigorously shook her head, and scolded herself vehemently in her heart. Oh Su Xiaoxiao, how could you be so shameless? What nonsense are you thinking about? Master Qin only cares about the Qin family's reputation and won't allow their servants to be bullied, that's all. It's not just for you alone. Don't flatter yourself. Even though she had come to understand, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was still enveloped in a warm sense of security. What are you grinning about? Qin Lang watched as Su Xiaoxiao giggled one moment, cupped her cheeks the next, and then pouted in sudden bloom, finding her utterly amusing. This girl is just too easy to read. Almost every thought running through her mind was written plainly on her face, pure as a blank sheet of paper. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. It's nothing, really nothing, young Master Qin. Let's hurry and leave. If the people he called arrive, we won't be able to get away. Leave? Why should we leave? We haven't settled the score for him hitting you yet. Qin Lang stood rooted to the spot, unmoved no matter how hard Su Xiaoxiao tugged at him. Instead, with just a slight exertion of force, he pulled Su Xiaoxiao so that she collided against his chest. Like a startled little white rabbit, Su Xiaoxiao quickly bounced out of his embrace, her face flushing crimson as she bashfully lowered her head. This intimate gesture thoroughly unsettled the young girl, who had never before been in such close contact with a member of the opposite sex, leaving her heart fluttering in alarm. Qin Lang was quite satisfied with Su Xiaoxiao's current reaction, first cold, then warm, and combined with his own charm, it was practically too easy to win over a naive young girl like her. The continuously harvested destiny villain points further proved his point. Qin Lang listened to Kai Yang's furious cursing over the phone and sneered. What's the big deal about calling for backup? Anyone can do that, I'll call for mine too. In less than 10 minutes, the reinforcements from both sides had all arrived. Some nosy shoppers in the mall gathered around, forming a circle to spectate. How's this supposed to work? Game over. My hottie's gonna get beaten up, the numbers are too uneven. They said call for backup, but the handsome guy only called this one dude. No matter how good someone is at fighting, can they really take on a whole group? Isn't this just asking for a beating? A group of little girls grew alarmed, fearing they were about to witness their big brother getting brutally beaten. Kai Yong, having worked at construction sites for years where violence was often used to resolve conflicts, had raised a gang of thugs under his command. Today he had called all 13 of them, each built like an ox, broad-shouldered and burly. On the other side, it seemed far more sparse, just Junzi alone, working like a beast of burden. Not only did he have to hold down the fort, but before the other side had fully assembled, he had even made a quick dash to help Su Xiaoxiao carry all her bags to the car. Playing both father and mother. Young Master Qin, aren't there other people inside the villa? What if we can't beat them? Su Xiaoxiao asked nervously, eyeing the dense crowd opposite them, each one looking stronger and more imposing than even Junzi. Without answering, Qin Lang casually gazed in Kai Yong's direction, his expression relaxed. Is this all you've got? Everyone here accounted for? Let's see how much longer you can keep up that arrogance. Kai Yong snarled viciously before barking at his thugs. Attack together. Break one of his arms and get 100,000. Break a leg, 200,000. Roar. Money moves hearts. More than a dozen thugs rushed toward Qin Lang like a pack of ravenous wolves descending a mountain. The fastest one had already reached Qin Lang's face when Junzi, who had been standing motionless like an ancient pine tree, suddenly moved with such speed that his movements blurred. With a single kick. Bang! The burly man, weighing nearly 180 pounds, sailed backward several meters like a sack filled with sand. Put some muscle into it, wrap this up in 3 minutes, and tonight you fellows can go splurge at Fingers and Lotus Club, my treat. Qin Lang clapped Junzi on the shoulder. Junzi's eyes lit up, and he chuckled slyly. Young master, those are your words, 3 minutes? You're underestimating me, aren't you? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he charged forward like a tiger breaking free from its cage, instantly tearing a gap through the crowd of a dozen hired thugs. This was no mere brawl. This is clearly slaughter. In front of Junzi, these ordinary thugs couldn't even get close. A single strike from his hand knocked one person unconscious instantly, and a kick sent them flying several meters. 3 minutes? Not even a full minute had passed when all 13 thugs were lying on the ground, howling in excruciating pain. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. What the hell, is this even human? How could it be so brutal? With his own power, he actually took down over a dozen thugs in such a short time? If not for seeing it with my own eyes, I almost wouldn't dare believe what had just happened before me. Even Su Xiaoxiao was shocked by Junzi's terrifying skills. Only Qin Lang remained completely calm, showing no extra surprise at Junzi's abilities. If even this much skill were lacking, how could Junzi have exchanged blows with Yefeng for hundreds of rounds? If Qin Lang's physical constitution was rated at 26, then Junzi must at least be in the 80s or 90s. As for Yefeng, he's probably in the 90s, maybe even close to 100. Kai Yong snapped back to reality from his overwhelming shock, took a deep breath, and fixed Qin Lang with a serious gaze. You really do have some tricks up your sleeve, managing to find this kind of bodyguard. Seems like Qin Qingshan has guarded you quite tightly. Too bad. Kai Yong pointed at the surveillance cameras inside the mall. You were just one move short. Young man, you'd better be more careful in the future. In today's society, having a strong fist doesn't mean you can act without consequences. You and this bodyguard of yours, one broke my arm, the other laid waste to so many people today. Even if it costs me everything, I'll make sure you both get locked up for at least a year or two. Chapter 10 The Qin family of Yanjing. Kai Yong admitted that today he had suffered a defeat. Never did he expect to be bested by a young man, but this didn't mean he conceded. On the contrary, he had already prepared for both eventualities. If the thugs he called crippled Qin Lang, at worst he'd spend some money to have those thugs serve a year or two behind bars. As for now, well then, they'd just have to send Qin Lang and his bodyguard to jail. Though still seething with anger, the mere thought that Qin Qingshan would soon be bringing his son to kneel and beg for forgiveness had him already plotting how best to humiliate this reckless young fool. Excuse me, please make way. Don't block the path. What happened here? Why are so many people injured? The mall's upper management arrived with security guards, their expressions grim. Kai Yong spotted the approaching figure, his face lighting up with joy as he clutched his arm and stepped forward. Manager Wang, do you still remember me? He asked. Wang Weishan frowned, looking at the Kai Yong before him, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Who are you? Kai Yong smiled sheepishly. It's me, Xiao Kai. Back when the mall was being built, I was the subcontractor for the earthwork. I even treated you to dinner, remember? Great, since it's you, Manager Wang, this will be very convenient. I've run into some trouble here today, I got beaten up. Could you possibly pull up the surveillance footage for me? As the chairman of the company, Kai Yong logically shouldn't need to humble himself this much when dealing with someone at a managerial level. But behind Wang Weishan stands the behemoth Tang Poetry Group with assets worth tens of billions. Even a small manager like him could mobilize resources far beyond Kai Yong's reach. Pointing at his broken arm, Kai Yong pleaded, Manager Wang, see, my arm's already broken, could you do me this favor? Wang Weishan spoke without a trace of a smile. The surveillance cameras in the mall malfunctioned and were disabled. There's no footage. Kai Yong frowned suspiciously. All of them malfunctioned? Wang Weishan replied coldly, yes. Having spent years navigating construction sites, Kai Yong immediately detected an unusual undertone in this situation. His sense of danger heightened as he glanced at Qin Lang, who stood nonchalantly nearby, seemingly uninterested. Ah, my leg! Suddenly, a security guard screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground, pointing at one of the thugs Kai Yong had brought. He's hiding a dagger in his sleeve. Quickly, go now, restrain these guys, they're rioters. With a loud shout, as if rehearsed dozens of times beforehand, all the security personnel Wang Weishan had brought rushed forward, grappling once again with the severely injured thugs. Kai Yong was stunned. Even the slowest to react could tell that Wang Weishan's arrival was no coincidence. He was here to clean up Qin Lang's mess. He couldn't hide his displeasure. Manager Wang, I don't know what your connection with this kid is, but a nobody like Qin Lang shouldn't drive you to humiliate me. Kai Yong, like this, should it? Wang Weishan's gaze froze, his voice dropping to a whisper meant for only two people to hear. Do you know he's from the Qin family? Kai Yong sneered, of course I know. There's only one Qin family in Tianhai City. That Qin Qingshan fellow still depends on my company for his livelihood. Qin Qingshan? Who is it? Wang Weishan didn't know the man, but from Kai Yong's words, he could guess this guy had mistaken him for someone else. Damn, what an idiot. He's not from Tianhai City, he came from Yanjing. Bang! Wang Weishan muttered under his breath while kicking Kai Yong in the stomach, yelling toward the crowd between kicks, this bastard's carrying weapons too. Someone give me a hand to restrain him. Soon, two brave young women wearing caps came jogging over from the crowd. They immediately went for Kai-yeon's vulnerable lower body. Beaten into a whimpering, curled-up mess like a stray dog, Kai-yeon's mind was jolted awake by the pain. The Chin family, not from Tianhai City, but from Yanjing? The Chin family of Yanjing? Kai-yeon's heart trembled violently. Was there actually a Chin family in Yanjing's business world, besides that prominent figure frequently seen on television? Hiss. At this thought, everything suddenly became clear. The young Master Tang of Tangshire Corporation hailed from Yanjing. The only person who could have instructed Tangshire Corporation to muddy the waters like this was none other than young Master Tang himself. It was him. It must be the family of that nobleman from Yanjing. Only the Qin family could force young Master Tang to do such a thing. Oh my god. Who on earth has he offended? Kai-yeon curled up on the ground, peering through the gaps between the two young girls' legs in Qin Lang's direction. I wish with all my heart that I could just be beaten to death right now. If I had known Qin Lang was from that Qin family in Yanjing, I wouldn't have dared to say a single harsh word, not even if all my limbs were broken, let alone just one of his arms. The flashy woman, seeing her so-called husband of 2 weeks being brutally beaten, quickly assessed the dangerous situation and fled the scene with a swish of her hips. Su Xiaoxiao looked dazedly at Qin Lang and asked, Qin Xiao, what's going on with these mall security guards? Qin Lang shrugged, called in some favors. I said I'd get backup, but never specified it was just Junzi. Come on, it's getting late, and we've got afternoon business. Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, keeping pace beside him. What would young Master Qin like for lunch? I won't be home for lunch today. Just whip up something simple for yourself. Junzi went to the underground garage to get the car while Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao waited at the entrance of the mall. Instead of the Maybach they expected, they were greeted by a Rolls-Royce. A pot-bellied man, beaming like the immortal Taizhenren, stepped out from the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. He scurried over to Qin Lang, rubbing his hands together with an ingratiating smile plastered across his face. Young Master Qin, how'd it go? Everything sorted out? I got your call while at home and rushed over immediately without delay. Are you alright? No injuries, I hope? The man was none other than Tang Tianpei, chairman of Tangshire Group and eldest son of the prominent Tang family in Yanjing. At 28, he had been a dashing young man 3 years prior before a misstep in family affairs led to his exile from the capital. They had once mingled in the same circle of wealthy second-generation elites in Beijing, so naturally, they had each other's contact information. However, times had changed. In the past, Tang Tianpei might have been able to speak to Qin Lang from a slightly elevated position. But now, Tang Tianpei was nothing more than an outcast expelled from Beijing, while Qin Lang was the rightful heir of the Qin family, the sole successor to their legacy. The statuses of these two individuals are not remotely comparable. Things went smoothly. Thank you, brother Tianpei. Qin Lang smiled as if basking in spring sunshine. Today counts as me owing you a favor, brother Tianpei. Next chance I get, I'll definitely repay this debt of gratitude. Tang Tianpei frowned with displeasure. Young Master Qin, what kind of talk is this? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, being able to help with such trifles is something I'd beg for. What's all this about debts of gratitude? You're making me feel unworthy with such words, young Master Qin. Actually, today's incident was really your fault, young Master Qin, for being too low-key. If everyone had known your true status, how could such a situation have possibly occurred? Actually, the reason I came here today is to invite you, young Master Qin, to the upcoming Peak Summit gathering in a few days. It's an event for the elite of Tianhai City, and it would be a great opportunity for them to witness your remarkable presence. Chapter 11, If you know how to talk, say a few more words. Since brother Tianpei has extended the invitation, it would be impolite to decline, Qin Lang responded with a smile. After a few more polite exchanges, he waited for Junzi to bring the car around before taking Su Xiaoxiao's hand and leaving. Junzi, steering the car smoothly, couldn't help but ask curiously, young master, was that the eldest son of the Tang family earlier? How did he end up in such a sorry state? 3 years ago, Tang Tianpei might not have been able to rival Qin Lang in looks, but he was undoubtedly a handsome young man with delicate features. Yet just a few years later, he's turned into a greasy middle-aged man? Degenerate? Qin Lang didn't think so. The Tang family is an influential clan in Beijing too. For the eldest grandson of such a prestigious family to fall to this state, even acting so subservient when he saw me, do you think that's normal? Junzi instinctively nodded. Seems perfectly normal to me. The Tang family was never equal to yours, young master, not to mention Tang Tianpei screwed up within the family and got banished from Beijing. Unlike you, the sole heir of your family, him groveling before you like a pathetic dog is completely natural, isn't it? Go read more books when you're free, instead of hanging around at Kyanzillion Club all day long. You need to use your brain when judging situations, don't be fooled by superficial appearances. Qin Lang scolded irritably. Every person has dignity and pride. Even if a young master from my former circle had fallen on hard times, he wouldn't grovel like this. If he's acting so abnormally, there's only one plausible explanation: his ambition isn't dead yet. Young master, are you suggesting he still wants to return to Yinjing? Junzi sounded astonished. Xin Lang didn't elaborate further, just waved his hand dismissively. Just drive. There was no need to explain more to Junzi, this much hinting would suffice. After all, he intended to groom Junzi as his right-hand man. In terms of combat skills, Junzi is undoubtedly qualified and sufficiently loyal. It's just that his mind can be a bit rigid at times, lacking flexibility. If Junzi could learn to adapt, he would later be groomed to become a trusted confidant. If not, he would only continue to serve as a loyal enforcer, as the family intended. After returning Su Xiaoxiao to the villa, it was already noon, time for the agreed meeting with Mu Yuyan. Junzi drove Qin Lang toward Mu Yuyan's residence. In the car, Junzi chuckled while keeping one hand on the steering wheel and raising a thumb behind his head with the other. Young master, you're really something else, your discerning eye is unmatched. That girl Su Xiaoxiao looked utterly plain yesterday, just like a country bumpkin. I genuinely didn't understand why you kept her around. But today, after a change of clothes, wow, damn. It's like you worked magic, transforming her completely. She became so lively and adorable, fresh as a dewdrop, and though she used to be a bit rustic, she's obedient, sensible, and never makes a fuss. Truly the perfect little comforter for the household. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. You like this type? Junzi grinned lewdly. I prefer older women. Manager Zhang from Xinjilian is great, sophisticated, mature, and most importantly, she knows how to pamper a man. Qin Lang had been to Xian Zillion before, and not just once. Manager Zhang was a lobby manager who often received guests. He often saw Junzi walking alongside Manager Zhang in the back. At first, he thought they were just discussing which masseuse to choose, but who would have guessed these two had gotten together? Manager Zhang must be in her 30s, maybe even pushing 40? She's older than you, right? Junzi gave a hum of acknowledgement. 43, 8 years older than me. You know what they say, if the wife's 3 years older, gold bricks you'll hold. 5 years older? Like a mother, even bolder. 8 years older? Mother holds gold bricks, even shoulders. Jiangnan No. 1 Villa District. Mu Yuyan sat in the living room, watching her mother bustling around the kitchen in an apron. Her tone was a little resentful as she grumbled, Mom, when I go back to Yinjing, I never see you step foot in the kitchen even once. But today, just for that guy Qin Lang, you actually cook yourself? Is he really worth it? As a daughter, Mu Yuyan felt she was being treated unfairly. She grew jealous of Qin Lang. Lin Wanqing placed the final homestyle dish of stir-fried pork with edamame on the dining table, wiped her hands on her apron, then dabbed the fine sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand before smiling kindly. You silly girl, you just don't know what's good for you. When your future son-in-law visits, shouldn't I, as the mother-in-law, put in a little effort? What future son-in-law? Mu Yuyan's heart soured as she watched her mother's delighted expression. Who knows how it'll turn out? With Qin Lang's personality always flirting around, he probably won't even last a few years before having kids elsewhere. Are you expecting me to become stepmom by then? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Wanqing said sternly. Didn't I tell you before? From now on, keep such things to yourself, there's no need to voice them out loud. Do you really think there's any man in this world who isn't like this? Either they're incapable, or those who are capable, which of them keeps entirely clean outside? Even including your father's dirty little secrets, have you forgotten them all? When Mu Yuyan's father passed away, it caused a major upheaval within the Mu family, nearly leading to the outright expulsion of Mu Yuyan and her mother from the household. Why not? Because those power-hungry usurpers had discovered Mu Yuyan's father's illegitimate child outside, holding the heir as leverage to control the relatives. If it weren't for the Qin family backing the helpless mother and child from behind, and giving a hefty sum to the illegitimate child's mother, this matter would never have been resolved so easily. Yuyan, you're my only daughter, would I ever harm you? Lin Wanqing sat beside her daughter, pleading earnestly. That boy Qin Lang may be a bit mischievous and domineering, but anyone can see he's fond of you. Mischievous? He planted bugs in my office, is that what you call mischievous? And all those boyfriends I pretended to date just to provoke him have gone missing, dead or alive, no one knows. You call that domineering? Mu Yuyan clenched her teeth. That guy is nothing but a spoiled, arrogant second-generation brat, a straight-up villain. If not for relying on his powerful father, could he have gotten away with it till now? No sooner had the words been spoken than a figure appeared in the corner of the living room. It was none other than Qin Lang, who had rushed over. His expression was cold as he stood there, gazing at Mu Yuyan, her stunning face still flushed with anger. Qin Lang, dear, why didn't you call ahead to let us know you were coming? Lin Wanqing was startled and quickly added, Yuyan is still young. Don't take her thoughtless words to heart. Qin Lang ignored her entirely. A mischievous smile curled on his lips as he fixed his eyes on Mu Yuyan. Go on, say that again if you dare. Just say it already. Mu Yuyan, in the heat of anger, scoffed coldly. Is what I said wrong? Without a powerful father, could you have been this carefree till now? Qin Lang nodded approvingly. That line sounds perfect. Keep talking if you've got a way with words. Chapter 12, Who's the Real Blood Relative? Expecting Qin Lang to be furious, or at least visibly displeased, Mu Yuyan hadn't expected that her angry words spoken in a fit of rage wouldn't provoke Qin Lang at all, but instead had him looking utterly pleased with himself? How could someone be this shameless? Accusing him of relying on his family was essentially calling him a freeloader, yet this guy actually embraced it? You! She jabbed a finger at Qin Lang's nose. I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as you. Yuyan, watch your tongue. Apologized to Qin Lang this instant. Lin Wanqing could no longer contain her anger. To repeatedly humiliate Qin Lang like this, even she, as his birth mother, felt deeply uncomfortable hearing such words, let alone outsiders. Mu Yuyan stubbornly turned her head away. No, I didn't say anything wrong, why should I apologize? She instinctively glanced at Qin Lang's reaction. Seeing not a trace of anger on his face, she couldn't help feeling puzzled again. What's going on today? The moment she saw Qin Lang, she sensed something was off. It had only been a day since they last met, yet somehow, he seemed to have become strikingly more handsome. He even looked exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Besides, with Qin Lang's usual hot temper, the slightest provocation used to make him either fly into a rage or start smashing things. His sudden calmness now felt strangely unsettling to her. It's unclear whether Qin Lang was angry or not, but Lin Wanqing herself was thoroughly enraged, her chest heaving dramatically with emotion. Mu Yuyan, I'm telling you to apologize. Did you hear me? Are you even going to listen to your mother now? Mom! Mu Yuyan's heart burned with suppressed anger, but seeing her mother so enraged, she involuntarily shrank back in fear. No matter how strong-willed she was, she had grown up trailing after her mother since childhood. In front of her mother, she would always remain that little girl who never grew up. Being scolded like this by her mother was the first time in her life. Fear and grievance churned in her heart, and it wasn't long before her eyes began to redden. Seeing this, Qin Lang didn't stand there foolishly anymore. He stepped forward and took hold of Mu Yuyan's delicate little hand, which felt soft as cotton when he squeezed it. With a smile, he said, Auntie, please don't be so angry. Look, you're frightening Yuyan. Perhaps you didn't know, but Yuyan and I are already a couple, officially dating. This is just our usual way of interacting. We say things to each other but don't take them to heart. After all, we're both young people, quite in tune with the trends nowadays. Really? Lin Wanqing frowned. Mu Yuyan nodded from behind, secretly pinching Qin Lang's back with her other hand before reluctantly agreeing. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ning. Anning is Mu Yuyan's personal bodyguard, staying by her side every day, aware of even the slightest movement around her. Lin Wanqing finally stopped being angry, her expression softening like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more pleased she became. With a warm smile, she said, it's just that Auntie is getting old and can't keep up with the trends anymore. As long as you young people like it, that's what matters. Qin Lang put on a stern face. Auntie, how could you say such a thing? What do you mean by getting old? If you and Yuyan walked down the street together, people would think you were sisters. To be honest, while there's definitely some flattery aimed at pleasing elders in these words, it must be said that Lin Wanqing, in her early 40s, maintains her looks like a young girl with a face full of collagen. Her outfit is particularly refreshing and tasteful, a light pink long-sleeved t-shirt with a slightly sheer effect, allowing a faint glimpse of her slender waist and figure. Paired with blue skinny jeans, her legs are straight and long, making for a truly eye-catching sight. In terms of looks, she might be slightly less stunning than Mu Yuyan, but they aren't far apart. Instead, she carries an additional mature charm that a woman of her age naturally exudes. Lin Wanqing's face blossomed with a contented smile as she playfully scolded, you cheeky child. Haven't seen you for a while and you've grown so glib with your words already. Your auntie here is getting old, can't compare with you youngsters anymore. This dress actually belongs to Yuyan, just borrowing it for now. But it fits quite well, doesn't it? TCH. Got it. Qin Lang immediately caught on and began with faux surprise before launching into lavish praise. What? No way, this is Yuyan's dress. Never seen her wear it before. I know Yuyan's figure well, it's literally crafted to golden ratio perfection. But auntie, you wearing her clothes? The fit is unbelievable. Your figure is downright enviable. Nonsense. Such a sweet talker you are, child, you're making your aunt blush with all this flattery. Lin Wanqing's peony petal lips never quite closed from smiling as she affectionately grasped Qin Lang's hand. Perfect timing, I've specially cooked you a home-style meal. Come taste and tell me what you think. Then I'm truly in for a treat today. Watching Qin Lang and her mother walk hand in hand affectionately towards the dining room, Mu Yuyan's delicate lips twisted slightly, feeling abandoned like a left-behind child. He's changed, really changed. This guy used to be willful and domineering, and now he's become smooth-tongued. No matter how you look at it, he's no good man. She angrily snorted, glancing down at her homey pajamas embroidered with a teddy bear hugging a pillow. Even without receiving Qin Lang's praise, she had no intention of changing clothes. It was just a meal, why go to such lengths? At the dining table, Lin Wanqing sat at the head, with Qin Lang and Mu Yuyan positioned on either side. Throughout the meal, Qin Lang's bowl remained constantly full of dishes he never once had to serve himself. In contrast, Mu Yuyan not only failed to enjoy Lin Wanqing's attentive dish serving, but even bumped chopsticks with her once while competing for the last cola-braised chicken wing. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes. What's a girl need to eat so much for? With that, she placed the last piece of cola chicken wing into Qin Lang's bowl. Mu Yuyan was on the verge of tears. Mom, between him and me, who's actually your real child? Of course you are, Lin Wanqing chided disapprovingly. Can't a mother-in-law treat her son-in-law well without you getting jealous? Mu Yuyan pouted, grumbling inwardly that this wasn't just a matter of being slightly better anymore. This was straight-up preferential treatment. She even wanted to go get a DNA test done. She genuinely couldn't fathom what kind of sweet talk Qin Lang had fed her mom to completely bamboozle her like this. Yuyan, if you'd like it, this chicken wing is yours. Though it's quite delicious, I'll always give you what you desire, Qin Lang said as he stood up, placing the piece of chicken wing into Mu Yuyan's bowl. The passive skill affinity activated, bringing forth a gentle spring breeze of a smile that involuntarily rippled across the heart's surface. Even Mu Yuyan, who had always disliked Qin Lang, couldn't help but reveal a flicker of admiration in her beautiful eyes at this moment. Chapter 13, Mu Yuyan furious with rage. To be honest, Qin Lang genuinely likes her. Though this guy acts outrageously reckless outside, beating people at the slightest provocation, he's always been quite gentle around her, at the very least. He's never bullied her or laid a hand on her. Moreover, the Qin family holds significant influence in the capital. If measured by social status, this marriage would absolutely be an advantageous match for her Mu family. Most importantly, when she looks at Qin Lang now, the disgust in her heart seems to have faded quite a bit. The more she looks, the more pleasing he becomes. Put. Lost in her own imagination, Mu Yuyan suddenly snapped out of it, mentally berating herself several times over. She slapped both cheeks already slightly flushed and glared irritably at Qin Lang, who had just placed a coke-braised chicken wing in her bowl. Who wants to eat something you picked up? Your chopsticks have your saliva all over them. If you don't mind it, I sure do, she retorted sharply. Even as she lashed out at Qin Lang, Mu Yuyan inwardly cursed herself 100 times over. What just happened to her? Why would she suddenly think about Qin Lang's good qualities? Today wasn't just Qin Lang acting strange, she wasn't behaving like her usual self either. Qin Lang pursed his lips and shook the chopsticks in his hand. I used the thick end to pick them up. No saliva on this side. He spoke while disregarding Mu Yuyan's refusal, placing it into her bowl. It's not dirty. Eat it if you want, or just leave it back in the dish if you don't. Lin Wanqing watched the young couple banter affectionately from the side, occasionally touching her fair neck as she laughed cheerfully. All the gossip outside claimed Qin Lang was an arrogant second-generation brat, domineering, reckless, and nearly squandering all of the Qin family's dignity single-handedly. Yet seeing is believing. Today's gathering made Lin Wanqing realize that all those rumors circulating outside were nothing but baseless gossip. How could such an excellent son-in-law possibly be as despicable as people made him out to be? With a quick glance at her mother, Mu Yuyan inwardly muttered that she was in trouble. She could tell Qin Lang was deliberately putting on this well-behaved act today, just to make a good impression in front of her mother. All just to turn their contractual relationship from fake into reality. What a despicable, cunning guy. Mu Yuyan sulked, stabbing at a piece of cola chicken wing with her chopsticks, gnashing her teeth as if she wanted to utterly annihilate that poor wing. You silly girl, can't you even eat properly? Why can't you learn from Xiao Qin? Overflowing with joy, Lin Wanqing's address for Qin Lang had become increasingly affectionate. The more she looked at Qin Lang, the more pleasing he seemed, while her own daughter appeared increasingly unsatisfactory. I truly wonder what Xiao Qin sees in you. Back in our day, young men like Qin Lang would have had their family's doorstep worn out by matchmakers the moment they came of age. While rubbing her neck, she furrowed her brows to scold her ill-mannered daughter. Auntie, since I'm free today, let's go to the hospital after the meal so you can get your neck checked. Qin Lang set down his chopsticks and suggested gently. Lin Wanqing was puzzled. What's the hospital for? Mu Yuyan happened to be in a foul mood with nowhere to vent her anger, so she snapped at Qin Lang irritably. Are you deliberately trying to stir up trouble? My mom is perfectly healthy, why on earth would you suggest she go to the hospital? Are you trying to piss people off? Qin Lang's words clearly implied that her mother was sick. Even if Mu Yuyan hadn't already been in a bad mood, hearing something like this would have upset her, even if she and Qin Lang were genuinely a couple. Qin Lang didn't argue back. It doesn't hurt to have extra time on your hands, think of it as a routine checkup. Auntie, when was the last time you had a physical? Lin Wanqing shook her head. No, actually, there's a heap of major and minor matters at the company in Beijing. More than I can handle meetings here, board votes there. Even this trip to Tianhai City was squeezed out of my busy schedule. I can only stay for 3 or 4 days. Where would I find time for a health checkup? There's really no need, it's such a hassle, and the smell in hospitals isn't pleasant either. She added, you're thoughtful, child, but I feel perfectly fine. That's right, that's right. Mu Yuyan chimed in enthusiastically, nodding along. Mom will live to be 100, forever youthful, always 18 years old. Well, Xin Lang furrowed his brows in hesitation, then as if making some monumental decision, gritted his teeth and said, Auntie, since you said so, I shouldn't insist normally, but today, as a junior, I must play the villain this once, whether you're willing or not. Even if I have to tie you up, I'm taking you there. No matter how certain he was of his own conviction, Xin Lang wouldn't explain the reasons or principles behind it now. What he wanted was precisely this sense of deliberate ambiguity. The goal is to make Mu Yuyan furious and make Lin Wanqing uncomfortable. To praise, first criticize. To completely change Mu Yuyan's opinion of him, this is the first step. First provoke her anger, then make her shy. Sure enough, the cheerful smile on Mu Yuyan's face upon praising her mother vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. She glared at Xin Lang, grinding her teeth. Xin Lang, are you out of your mind? I already told you my mom is perfectly fine. What are you still fussing about here? Do I have to throw you out before you feel satisfied? Xin Lang's face turned red with frustration. He wanted to say something but stopped abruptly, the words stuck in his throat, leaving him visibly distressed. Lin Wanqing watched from the side and waved her hand with a smile. Yu Yan, don't be upset with Xiao Qin. He meant well. Since he's already suggested it, why not go to the hospital for a checkup? It won't do any harm, and it's been a while since your last physical anyway. Mom, Mu Yuyan called out. Lin Wanqing declared firmly, it's settled then, no more arguing. My health is my own decision. Mu Yuyan rolled her eyes, you're just spoiling him. With that, she shot Xin Lang another glare, brimming with utter disdain. She absolutely despised anyone making schemes involving her mother, the only blood relative she had left in this world. No one is allowed to spread malicious slander. The lunch ended unhappily. Junzi had initially invited Mu Yuyan and her mother to ride in his Maybach. But Mu Yuyan refused outright and stubbornly drove out a pink BMW convertible from the garage, insisting on driving her mother herself. After arriving at the hospital, Lin Wanqing was scheduled for blood tests and various scans. The hectic half-day left her dazed, and she unconsciously touched her neck more and more frequently. Finally, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the test results came out. A doctor in a white coat called out, Lin Wanqing, who was Lin Wanqing, come and get the medical report. Mu Yuyan held her mother's hand, deliberately pushing Xin Lang outside the door, and asked the doctor, here, doctor, how is my mom's health? Is she perfectly fine? The doctor looked up, skeptical, are you the patient's daughter? How come you don't even know about your mom's condition? Perfectly fine? Her coronary heart disease has already progressed to stage 3. Any later, and she could suffer sudden death at any time. Boom! With just one sentence, Mu Yuyan was utterly stunned, standing frozen in place with her mind completely blank. Chapter 14, first stirring anger, then evoking shyness. Ignoring Mu Yuyan for the moment, the doctor in the white coat frowned at Lin Wanqing. Don't tell me even you're unaware of your own physical condition? Still dazed, Lin Wanqing shook her head and stammered, I don't know either, doctor. Could there have been a mistake? The doctor rolled his eyes. There were over a dozen perfectly healthy people getting checkups with you. How is it that everyone before and after you was fine, yet you're the only one who somehow got it wrong? Oddly enough, he continued, with both of you being so careless, what suddenly made you remember to come in for a checkup? Mother and daughter instinctively glanced toward Xin Lang, who was still hesitating outside the door, unsure whether to enter. Xiao Qin, come in already. What are you still standing out there for? Lin Wanqing beckoned him over. As he approached, she gave a wry smile and said, we owe you big this time. If it weren't for you, I might have dropped dead one day without even knowing why. Coronary heart disease. And it's already at stage 3. Lin Wanqing herself found it unbelievable and utterly terrifying in hindsight. Did you notice something earlier? Otherwise, why would you have insisted so firmly back at home that Auntie come for a medical checkup? Lin Wanqing grew suspicious. Xin Lang nodded. I noticed something unusual. Auntie, you kept touching your neck unconsciously when you spoke, and the frequency increased when you got angry. That's quite abnormal. The white-coated doctor promptly gave a thumbs up. Young man, are you studying medicine? Coronary heart disease occurs when severe arterial stiffness develops in the coronary arteries, causing insufficient blood supply to the heart muscle and leading to myocardial ischemia, which triggers angina. For third-stage coronary heart disease patients experiencing angina, neck pain can also be a symptom, and unconsciously touching the neck is one of the most prominent signs. Fortunately, you came just in time. With proper control of the condition, there's still a good chance of improvement. If it had been any later or if you kept working under high pressure, it could have suddenly escalated one day, causing a myocardial infarction and subsequent sudden death. Mom! Mu Yuyan only now came to her senses. The moment she heard the doctor's words, her entire body broke out in a cold sweat down her back. Her heart seemed to suspend in midair, experiencing that weightless sensation of falling from a great height. It scared her to death. Her hands trembled as she clutched her mother's, tears glistening in her red-rimmed eyes. She was on the verge of bursting into tears. Silly child, don't worry, mom's fine. Wasn't it discovered early? Just need some rest to recover. Lin Wanqing patted her daughter's hand, continuously comforting her while looking gratefully at Qin Lang. You kid, you already noticed something unusual. Why didn't you speak up earlier at home? Made Yan Yan so angry she scolded you. Doesn't that make you feel wronged? Qin Lang shook his head bitterly. I didn't dare say anything. Auntie, you don't know what status you hold in Yan Yan's heart. I only noticed some clues but couldn't be certain. If I'd casually voiced my thoughts, and what if you were actually fine? What if it was just my misunderstanding? If I'd spoken carelessly, it would have been slandering you maliciously. Wouldn't that have made Yan Yan furious beyond measure? I'm fine. As long as you're healthy, Auntie, what does my little grievance matter? Besides, as a grown man, how much could Yu Yan, just a young girl, possibly make me suffer? Oh, you silly boy. Lin Wanqing thought to herself with overwhelming emotion. How could Qin Lang be such a thoughtful and considerate young man? He cared for her daughter so deeply that even she, as a mother, couldn't compare. He'd rather bear any grievance himself than let her daughter feel the slightest discomfort. This is truly so touching. No. Lin Wanqing made up her mind. Next time she heard anyone badmouthing her future son-in-law behind his back, she wouldn't turn a blind eye. She'd drag them out and give them a proper scolding. What kind of skill is it to wag tongues like that? And with such vicious slander, too. How could her son-in-law, such a fine young man, possibly be the despicable, shameless second-generation heir of the rumors? The doctor teased him with amusement. You, young man, look so handsome and dashing, just like a big boy. Who would have thought you'd be so meticulous? You're definitely going to be a henpecked husband in the future. As he spoke, he even glanced in Mu Yuyan's direction. This made Mu Yuyan lower her head in embarrassment. Biting her lip, she hesitantly stepped forward, clenching her delicate fists, and murmured in a faint voice, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I owe you an apology. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have known about my mother's condition. I've been such an unfilial daughter. It's all thanks to you, otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Thank you, thank you. Mu Yuyan's current state of mind was overwhelmingly complex. Whatever fury she had felt toward Qin Lang's proposal in the villa, she now felt twice as much guilt. Qin Lang had clearly been concerned about her mother's health, and to spare her from unnecessary worry, he had swallowed every grievance, bearing the burden alone. Reflecting on this, Mu Yuyan found her earlier behavior utterly disgraceful. She didn't even deserve to be called her mother's daughter. How could she be so unreasonable and freely slander Qin Lang's kindness? It was Qin Lang she was talking about. If it had been anyone else, even if they'd pointed at her nose and scolded her for having no conscience, she wouldn't have had a word to argue back. Silly girl, why are you apologizing to me? I'm your boyfriend. Isn't your mother my family too? How could I stand by and watch family suffer? Don't overthink it. Your eyes are red now. People might think I bullied you. Don't you dare cry. I couldn't bear it. Qin Lang gently stroked Mu Yuyan's head. This was the first time he had taken such initiative in an intimate gesture, yet met with no resistance. Ding! Female protagonist Mu Yuyan's affection toward the host has increased. Congratulations, host has gained plus 800 destiny villain points. Ding! Female protagonist Mu Yuyan's affection toward the host continues to rise. Congratulations, host has gained plus 1000 destiny villain points. Ding! Protagonist of Fortune Yifeng's luck points have decreased by 500. Congratulations, host has gained plus 5000 destiny villain points. While the doctor was prescribing medication and giving daily care instructions for Lin Wanqing, a mechanical system notification sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Damn! He had taken actions that were originally meant to be done by Yifeng, not only gaining a substantial amount of destiny villain points generously provided by Mu Yuyan, but also causing Yifeng's luck points to drop by 500. He himself had gained 5000 destiny villain points. So snatching opportunities from Yifeng not only reduces his luck points but also earns me 10 times the destiny villain points? After giving it some thought, haha, playing the role of this major villain is getting Qin Lang increasingly excited. Chapter 15, Breaking the Ice. Back at Jiangnan No. 1, Mu Yuyan stayed by Lin Wanqing's side constantly, fetching tea and water while offering endless caring words until Lin Wanqing felt both warmed and slightly exasperated inside. Silly girl, do you think your mother's some 80-year-old who can't even walk anymore? She teased. Mu Yuyan shook her head, her stunning face still showing traces of shock. I'm just scared, okay? Mom, why don't I accompany you back to Yanjing tomorrow? The hospitals there are the best in the country. They'll definitely cure this coronary heart disease. Ah, Lin Wanqing sighed helplessly in her heart. Coronary heart disease isn't something that can be easily cured. Who knows how many wealthy people have passed away just from staying up late one night after contracting this illness. I never expected this disease would fall upon me. Mom! Mu Yuyan's eyes reddened again. She truly dared not imagine what her life would become without her mother. The mother and daughter clung to each other on the living room sofa, one tall beauty and one petite beauty forming a truly stunning sight together. Qin Lang sat across the coffee table and gave a light cough. Auntie Yuyan, there's no need for you to worry or be too afraid. While medication is part of the treatment for this illness, proper recuperation plays an even bigger role. Here's what we'll do: when you return to Yanjing, I'll speak with my family and arrange for you to stay at the Xiangshan Sanatorium for a while. In terms of medical standards, Xiangshan Sanatorium is absolutely among the finest in all of China. As long as you follow the doctor's instructions and take good care of yourself, Auntie, there won't be any major issues. Xiangshan Sanatorium? Lin Wanqing's gaze froze. Can I get in there? In China, very few know about Xiangshan Sanatorium, as it's not open to the public. Every resident there is a towering figure in China's political circles. It boasts not only the most sophisticated medical equipment but also world-renowned doctors. To put it bluntly, Xiangshan Sanatorium is the modern equivalent of the ancient imperial hospital. Xin Lang replied with a smile, I can't speak for others, but as for you, Auntie. He paused halfway and glanced at Mu Yuyan, whose eyes were still rimmed red, before continuing, seeing Yuyan in such a frightened and distracted state really pains my heart. So Auntie, you needn't worry about this at all. If necessary, I can just ask my grandfather to have a word with the director of Xiangshan Sanatorium. Xiaoqin, you're so thoughtful. Lin Wanqing watched her future son-in-law caring so deeply for her daughter, unable to find anything not to adore about him no matter how she looked at him. But, what about the Qin family's patriarch? If it weren't for Qin Lang, she might have dropped dead from a sudden heart attack one day without even knowing why. Words of gratitude are meaningless, what really matters is getting the elder of the Qin family involved. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. After all, Xiangshan Sanatorium was practically the Imperial Medical Academy, not just anyone could secure a spot there. It wasn't that she doubted the elder's influence, though. Old Master Qin is one of the rare remaining venerable figures who contributed to the founding of the nation. A true titan of unparalleled stature. If I intervene on her behalf in this matter, I worry it might provoke gossip from certain high-ranking figures who aren't too friendly with me. Mu Yuyan grasped her mother's hand. Mom, don't refuse. This is also Qin Lang's sincere gesture. She wanted to accompany her mother back to Yanjing for treatment, but no hospital in China, no matter how good, could compare to the Xiangshan Sanatorium? Well, alright then. It's not easy coming to Tianhai City, and I don't want to rush back so soon. I'll stay here for a few more days. It'll have to trouble Xiaoqin after we return. In Tianhai City, Lin Wanqing only stayed for 3 days before returning to the capital. In the villa's living room, Mu Yuyan sat beside Qin Lang. With her mother absent and the two of them alone together, the atmosphere took on a strangely peculiar tension. How's my mom doing? Can she get into Fragrant Hills Sanatorium? She tilted her head slightly, glancing at Qin Lang's handsome profile as she asked softly. Everything's already been arranged. As soon as Auntie lands, someone will directly escort her there, don't worry. As he spoke, Qin Lang rested his hand atop Mu Yuyan's slender, smooth fingers. Mu Yuyan seemed unaffected, or perhaps, after these 3 days together, she had grown accustomed to such small gestures. In my mind, not even a fleeting thought of comforting myself by treating it as a dog scratch arose again. How about it? Has this future son-in-law of yours been performing well these past few days? Qin Lang mustered his courage and tentatively grasped Mu Yuyan's wrist, giving a slight tug, pulling her into his embrace. Mu Yuyan felt the broad chest against her and struggled slightly before blushing and giving in. Who knows what came over her? Perhaps it was her way of expressing gratitude to Qin Lang. Or was it that Qin Lang's recent behavior had completely altered her fixed impression of him? It's real. Mu Yuyan never would have imagined that Qin Lang could perform so outstandingly in front of her mother. Could it be that Qin Lang's previous arrogant demeanor as a spoiled rich kid was all just an act? Otherwise, how could Qin Lang have mastered such exquisite tea ceremony skills in such a short time? For these 3 days, Qin Lang would come to the villa every day to chat with her mother and brew tea for her. 12 steps of tea art, lighting incense to dispel distracting thoughts, washing cups to purify the heart like ice, cooling water in the jade pot to nourish harmony, placing tea leaves to welcome the graceful guest. Even her mother, once a lady of noble upbringing, couldn't help but sigh in admiration and appreciation. This was appreciation purely from the perspective of tea art. Moreover, upon learning of her condition, Mu Yuyan and Lin Wanqing would find themselves lost in thought every evening, inevitably leading to sleepless nights. Upon discovering this situation, Qin Lang not only showed no annoyance but also played soothing piano lullabies to help calm their minds. The enchanting melody flowed like a mountain spring, gently washing over their hearts and effortlessly bringing them peace. Had Mu Yuyan not once sneaked downstairs to peek, watching Qin Lang's slender fingers glide skillfully across the black and white keys while beautiful music poured forth, she would never have believed he possessed such remarkable piano skills. You did pretty well. Keep it up. Mu Yuyan nestled in Qin Lang's arms like a real couple, running her hand over his abdomen in surprise. I never noticed, but your figure is quite good. You actually have abs? Qin Lang chuckled. There's a lot more about me you haven't noticed yet. Their eyes met. Mu Yuyan was wearing the exact same outfit Lin Wanqing had worn on her first day here. A loose pink top, semi-transparent, paired with dark blue skinny jeans. Beneath her slender figure, there was an added charm and coolness. A suit? Qin Lang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You've got quite a nice figure yourself. Chapter 16, Instant Thrill of Sparring with Husband. As the atmosphere grew increasingly enchanting, Xin Lang's hands also became bolder, shifting gradually upward from her slender waist. Enough! Mu Yuyan slapped away Xin Lang's wandering hands, composed herself, and stood up from his lap, tidying her disheveled clothes. She thought Xin Lang had grown far too audacious, his behavior increasingly frivolous. If she didn't interrupt this mood in time, there was no telling what other outrageous things this guy might dare to do. Just give them a little taste of sweetness, but don't actually lose yourself in the bargain. My mother's affairs will require your continued attention. Consider this favor I owe you, I'll keep it in mind. Mu Yuyan seemed to snap out of the lover's pretense, reverting to her usual aloofness and pride, transforming once more into that icy, glamorous business magnate. Xin Lang shrugged. So you're openly kicking away the ladder after crossing the river, huh? You bring me out when you need me, and when you don't, you just toss me aside without a second thought. Mu Yuyan wanted to retort, but the words died on her lips. With a cold snort, she said, if that's how you see it, then so be it. You can leave now if there's nothing else. Alright, I'm leaving. Xin Lang wasn't angry, but rather gave Mu Yuyan a meaningful glance before turning to walk away. Keep being arrogant. Feel free to torment him all you want, and keep forgetting favors after use if you're so capable. Torturing your husband may feel great now, but just wait, soon I'll teach you what it means to chase after your man through the fires of regret. Isn't it just for fun? Who can't do that? Let's wait and see, time will tell. Mu Yuyan, dressed in a semi-transparent robe, saw Xin Lang off to his car in the villa's front yard and waved her hand. Drive safely, and send me a message when you get home. The affectionate demeanor they shared inspired deep admiration from Junzi, who was driving the Maybach. As the Maybach pulled away from Jiangnan No. 1, Junzi sighed in admiration, young master, you're a damn genius, like a cow standing on its head to witness lightning, you've reached legendary heights. President Mu used to be so high and mighty, looked like her eyeballs were about to grow right above her nostrils. Every time she saw you, didn't she just roll her eyes and give you the cold shoulder? But in just a few days, she's completely changed. Boss, don't tell me you've already gotten on board, have you? As he spoke, he even blinked his eyes. The wheels haven't even touched the ground. What kind of boarding is this? Xin Lang muttered under his breath. Mu Yuyan's face-changing skills were truly masterclass. 1 second she was sitting prim and proper in the living room with utmost seriousness, yet the moment she stepped out and saw Junzi, her radiant smile instantly transformed her into a natural-born drama queen. Damn, she can really put on an act. He didn't dwell on this matter, silently reciting the command to open the system panel. Character, Xin Lang. Age, 25. Constitution 26. Charm, 98. Destined villain value, 36,200. Skills, Affinity LV6, Group Affinity plus 60. Advanced Piano Technique, Advanced T-Art. Mall, currently open, Destined Villain points reach 30,000, Level 1 Mall unlocked. Lottery Center, currently open, each draw consumes 100 Destined Villain points. System Backpack, Ancho's Photobook X1, Breeze Tissues plus 2. During these past few days, Xin Lang's companionship with the mother and daughter wasn't for nothing, his favorability rating soared tremendously, and the amount of Destiny Villain points he gained was massive. Moreover, with a caring little sweetheart like Su Xiaoxiao at home, occasionally accidentally brushing his fingers against her delicate hand or rubbing against her curves would also yield a considerable number of Destiny Villain points. Accumulated together, the points had already surpassed 30,000, meaning the threshold to unlock the system shop. Open the shop. Before Xin Lang's eyes, an illusory screen lit up, displaying various goods along with the required amount of Destined Villain points needed for purchase below. Constitution plus 1, when Constitution is below 6,500 Destined Villain points. Constitution plus 1, when Constitution is below 101,000 Destined Villain points. Charm plus 1, 50,000 Destined Villain points. Advanced Aesthetics Skill, 3,000 points of Destiny Villain value. Basic Medical Skills, 100,000 points of Destiny Villain value. After browsing around, Xin Lang's eyes grew dizzy. What the hell kind of system store was this? It's clearly a ripoff. After toiling for several days, he only managed to earn just over 30,000 villain points. Yet in the system store, there were barely any items he could actually afford. He spent 17,000 villain points to increase his physique to 60 points, then used 9,600 points to raise his skill affinity to LV8. Rather than spending the rest, he decided to use it all for prize draws. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 copy of Miss White's photobook. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1 advanced medical tool. Ding! Congratulations, host, your constitution has increased by +1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the advanced aesthetics skill. After the raffle ended. System panel. Character, Xin Lang. Age, 25. Physique 68. Charm 98. Fate's villain value, 0. Skills affinity LV8. Group affinity plus 80. Advanced piano technique, advanced tea artistry, advanced aesthetics. Mall opening in progress. Lottery center, open, 100 Fates villain value consumed per draw. System backpack, Anti-Cho photobook X1, Breeze tissues +2, Ms. White photobook X1, advanced medical equipment +1. After his constitution reached 68, Xin Lang momentarily felt an illusion as if a mammoth stood before him, one he could punch into dust with a single fist. Of course, this was merely a temporary lack of self-awareness caused by the overly rapid improvement in his physique. The illusion would fade once his body adapted to this newfound strength. Let alone a mammoth, he probably still couldn't even beat Junzi, who was driving ahead of him. But there was no rush after all, it had only been a few days. He transitioned from a state of kidney deficiency to becoming a robust stud capable of 7 rounds a night with a physique score of 68. It wouldn't be long before surpassing Junzi would be a matter of course. Before Yefeng's return, breaking the 100 mark would be a breeze. As the Maybach pulled up in front of their villa, Su Xiaoxiao inside had already heard the noise and came jogging out. She stood timidly in the corner by the doorway, head bowed as she murmured softly, "Welcome home, young master. Where did you learn these tricks? Didn't I tell you? Here is just like your own home, do what you want and don't be so reserved. Still don't understand?" Xin Lang held Su Xiaoxiao's soft, boneless little hand. Su Xiaoxiao tried to pull her hand away, but despite several attempts, she failed. When she raised her head and saw Xin Lang's faintly teasing smile, she immediately lowered her flushed cheeks and stopped struggling. She realized she must have gone foolish. Even though she knew her young master would always pull some little stunts whenever he saw her, the moment she heard his familiar voice, she'd still come running right to his door. And now, she found herself utterly enthralled by this very scene. She didn't even know if it was her subconscious action or an intentional move to get closer to the young master. Chapter 17, Silly Little Su Xiaoxiao. In the living room, Xin Lang sat on the sofa, letting go of Su Xiaoxiao's hand with a puzzled expression. "Xiaoxiao, does holding your hand make you uncomfortable? Otherwise, why do you always try so hard to break free? Or perhaps, is there already someone else in your heart?" "Ah," Su Xiaoxiao was startled, her beautiful face turning pale. "Young master, how could you say such things?" Her heart pounded wildly as she stole a sideways glance at Xin Lang sitting on the sofa with a troubled expression. Her mind was in complete turmoil. What did the young master mean by asking these questions? Could it be? By modern standards, Su Xiaoxiao was at that tender age between childhood and adulthood, when young hearts first awaken to romance. Naturally, she became exceptionally sensitive about matters between men and women. Especially someone like Xin Lang, whose mere smile could make her dream the same sweet dream for several nights in a row. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Just like an ordinary boy in class would start overthinking when the usually aloof and stunning class flower suddenly glanced his way one too many times. Could it be that this girl likes me? Otherwise, why would she keep looking back at me? Is she planning to confess to me? So should I reject her? Or should I accept? Adolescence isn't exclusive to boys, girls experience it too. Su Xiaoxiao was right in the midst of it. She pinched her fingers until they turned white, engaged in a fierce internal struggle with her own clothes, unsure how to begin speaking. If she spoke up and the young master misunderstood, got angry, and never held her hand again, what then? But if she said no, the young master might become increasingly bold, which also frightened her a little. For a moment, she found herself tangled in indecision. Noticing the young girl's coy demeanor, Xin Lang chuckled softly, "There's no need to agonize over it. If you've grown fond of someone, just let me know. I've already pieced together most of your affairs. At most, I'll refrain from acting impulsively from now on. That guy, his name is Yifeng, isn't it? The one you grew up with at Sunlight Orphanage since childhood, your childhood sweetheart. Seems like he's disappeared now? Don't worry, I believe good people have good luck. He will surely return one day, and perhaps the day is not too far away." Each word fell like a blunt knife, carving wounds across Su Xiaoxiao's fragile skin. Finally, Xin Lang drove a sharp dagger straight into Su Xiaoxiao's heart. "May you two lovers be united in marriage." "No, it's not like this, young master, you've misunderstood," Su Xiaoxiao stammered in panic, her voice trembling with unshed tears. When they were young, Su Xiaoxiao and Yifeng were indeed childhood sweethearts, but at such a tender age, how could they possibly understand the tender feelings between a boy and a girl? Moreover, Su Xiaoxiao often helped Yifeng confront the bullies in the orphanage, and there were many times she got beaten up because of him. Their relationship was more like that of siblings who had weathered hardships together, even in the early parts of the original story. "Why are you crying?" Xin Lang reached out, pulling Su Xiaoxiao's delicate frame into his arms as he wiped away her tears. "Did I say something wrong?" Su Xiaoxiao pouted her little mouth in grievance, letting out a nasal hum. Xin Lang asked curiously, "What if Yifeng comes back and decides to pursue you?" "That's impossible. Xiaofeng has always seen me as an older sister." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, but seeing Xin Lang's still knitted brows, she added, "If Xiaofeng really acts as young master says, I wouldn't accept him anyway. I only think of him as a younger brother." Ding! Protagonist Yifeng's destiny points decreased by 1,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 points of destiny villain value. TCH. Hearing the system prompt sound, Xinlang felt a surge of comfort in his heart. He was merely helping Su Xiaoxiao get a vaccination, never expecting such an unexpected reward. Holding the still trembling Su Xiaoxiao in his arms, Xinlang felt his heart flutter. Though petite and delicate, her skin was incredibly smooth, especially those long, exquisite legs wrapped in white stockings pressed against him. It was impossible not to feel a hint of temptation. Young master, Su Xiaoxiao murmured hesitantly, about to lower her head. Xinlang quickly changed the subject by pinching Su Xiaoxiao's thigh. After all these days, why are you still so skinny? Did you not eat properly while I was away? I did eat. Su Xiaoxiao huffed lightly, her cheeks flushing red. She could sense that the young master had finally stopped dwelling on the matter with Xiao Feng, which eased her heart considerably. Really now, she couldn't understand why the young master was so prone to wild imaginings. How could he possibly pair her up with Xiao Feng like that? She truly regarded Xiao Feng as her own younger brother, and who knows how long he's been missing, whether he's even forgotten about her, his sister, she hasn't a clue. Let's add another dish tonight, along with the usual 8 dishes and 2 soups. We'll have papaya spare rib soup. Su Xiaoxiao let out an instinctive "oh," just as her curiosity was piqued about why an extra serving of spare rib soup was added. Then, noticing Xinlang's lingering gaze on her chest, her delicate face flushed red. She hurriedly broke free from Xinlang's embrace. What's wrong? Xinlang asked casually, crossing his legs without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Su Xiaoxiao let out a bashful hum before turning around gracefully like a skylark, scampering lightly up to the nanny's room on the 2nd floor. Thud! After closing the door, she threw herself onto the soft bed, her face flushed as she buried her head in the pillow, murmuring jerk over and over under her breath. After what felt like forever, long enough for her face to turn crimson from the suffocating pillow, she finally allowed herself release, taking deep, greedy gulps of air. Yet despite her efforts, her mind stubbornly circled back to what had just happened. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, carefully weighing the situation, then fell into self-doubt. Am I really too small? Does the young master prefer more voluptuous types? Does drinking papaya rib soup actually help with growth? As she thought these thoughts, Su Xiaoxiao mentally cursed herself again, inwardly scolding herself for being shameless. With both hands clutching her cheeks, she rubbed them furiously in frustration. Aya, Su Xiaoxiao, why do you always let your imagination run wild like this? What does it matter to you if young master prefers bigger ones? Stop these nonsense thoughts immediately. If young master wants me to drink, I'll refuse since he clearly likes them bigger anyway. Maybe if they're smaller, young master won't go around holding hands so casually in the future. Chapter 18, Su Xiaoxiao, the delicious irony. Watching Su Xiaoxiao panically running upstairs in confusion, Xinlang smiled faintly in his heart. Well-behaved, sensible, and caring like a snug little quilt, Su Xiaoxiao truly lived up to her reputation. Taking things step by step, this time's progress might have been a bit too fast for Su Xiaoxiao, but it wasn't much of a problem. As long as the days ahead slowed down a little, Su Xiaoxiao would naturally recover on her own. Young master, there's some trouble at the Bai family. Junzi walked in from outside and stood beside Xinlang, glancing around before asking curiously, is Miss Su not here? Junzi had learned some proper manners in certain aspects. Treatment between an ugly duckling and a swan was entirely different. After witnessing Su Xiaoxiao's completely refreshed new look, even his way of addressing her had changed. She's upstairs. Xinlang pointed toward the nanny's room upstairs. Don't worry, go ahead and tell me, what's the matter? Junzi nodded and said straightforwardly, we heard arguing noises coming from the Bai residence. Our guys got closer to investigate and found it was a quarrel between the Bai father and daughter. Moreover, based on fragments of Bai Ruyu's words, our agents discovered in the market that there's been massive cashing out from the Bai family company recently. Got it. Xinlang pursed his lips, revealing an amused smile. It's coming. The perfect opportunity to charm the Bai Ruyu sisters has finally arrived. Not to mention Bai Xiaoyun, that baby-faced, busty airhead. Bai Ruyu, this full-grown lowly, is absolutely a heavyweight figure in the business world. Most returning finance graduates are just getting their diplomas as gold plating for their resumes. But Bai Ruyu is different. She genuinely has real talent and knowledge. Plus, she possesses extraordinary psychological resilience, practically a future queen of the business world. This was already proven in the original story. How could Xinlang let such talent slip away? Since he had come to this world, naturally he needed to spend money. He couldn't possibly go begging the Qin family for every single expense. Once or twice, asking for $1 billion or $2 might have been easy, but what if he did it too often? His family might deem him idle and drag him straight to Beijing to inherit the family business. What then? He certainly didn't want to be shackled like that. There are still plenty of carefree days left to enjoy. If I start my own company, I can't possibly stay cooped up in the office every day tending to business. What difference would that make from my previous life? Bai Ruyu was the perfect candidate for entrustment. Once he won Bai Ruyu over, given her diligent, meticulous nature and her willingness to devote herself unreservedly to her man, Xinlang could absolutely relax and be a hands-off boss. No sooner said than done. Xinlang immediately made a personal call to the Bai family, expressing his intention to pay them a visit. After all, his status was placed there. Even the Bai family couldn't possibly have any intention of refusal. After a few courteous exchanges over the phone, the matter was settled. By dinner time, at the dining table, Qin Lang frequently cast his gaze towards Su Xiaoxiao, who was drinking papaya soup. Su Xiaoxiao kept her head lowered the entire time, never lifting it up. She felt utterly shameless. Despite repeating 1,000 times in the bedroom upstairs that she wouldn't drink it, the moment she saw the young master's expression at the critical juncture, all her self-warnings collapsed on their own. She ended up drinking so much that her little belly was round and full. By family courtyard. In the second-floor bedroom, Bai Xiaoyun lay sprawled on the bed, flipping through a brand-new comic book filled with male leads who each made their entrance like super handsome heartthrobs, literally showered in floral halos. As for the plot, utter garbage. But Bai Xiaoyun didn't care at all. She simply adored gazing at super handsome men. Everything else was secondary. Dressed in cute Lolita-style clothing, Bai Xiaoyun was completely engrossed in reading manga. Her legs, sheathed in white pantyhose, occasionally kicked against the soft bedding as she puffed out her cheeks. Her still slightly chubby, baby-faced cheeks looked exceptionally adorable. Creak! The door opened, and there stood Bai Ruyu in her standard business powerhouse attire, black stockings and an OL suit. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at her innocent younger sister sprawled on the bed. Burdened with worries, she had no choice but to dote on such an innocent and lively younger sister upon meeting her. Yun, how many times have I told you don't always lie on your stomach, it's bad for your health. Bai Ruyu stepped forward, gazing at her sister who, like herself, had borne heavier burdens than girls her age since childhood, and gently reminded her. Got it, Bai Xiaoyun murmured, shifting slightly in her seat. Bai Ruyu forced a bitter smile and shook her head. She was brimming with grievances she couldn't confide to anyone, left to bear them alone while putting on a brave face. With feigned cheerfulness, she asked, Yun, do you have a boy you like? No. Bai Xiaoyun shook her head decisively. Those girls at school have such poor taste. They keep calling this one the campus heartthrob and that one the campus heartthrob, but when I went to see them myself, they were all just average, not even a little bit handsome. My boyfriend must be someone incredibly handsome, and he has to treat me so well. You little silly, Bai Ruyu said dotingly, lightly brushing her sister's nose with a fingertip. Fools have their own advantages, at least they won't casually fall for just any man. That way, even after several more years pass, they wouldn't readily agree to a marriage arranged by their father either. As long as Bai Ruyu was alive, she would never allow her father to do anything that might harm her younger sister. No matter what, no matter who it was, she absolutely wouldn't permit it. Sis, are you angry again? I heard everything. You were arguing with Dad, weren't you? Bai Xiaoyun clutched her sister's hand and mumbled, could you please stop fighting with Dad? He's been very good to me, and you're even better to me. I don't want the two of you to quarrel. Alright? Bai Ruyu asked herself, searching her heart. By normal standards, Bai Xiaochun's way of raising his daughter could indeed be considered good. It's just a pity that her younger sister was still kept in the dark. Once she grew up just a little more, she would realize that in their father's eyes, girls were never considered part of the family, only pawns to be sacrificed for his own gain. Chapter 19, The Conflict Between Father and Daughter, Qin Lang's perfect opportunity to win Bai Ruyu over. That night, Bai Ruyu slept beside her sister. Throughout the night, she would occasionally pull her sister into her arms, holding her tightly as if afraid her sister would slip away from her forever. As for Bai Xiaoyun, once the silly little loli fell asleep, not even thunder could wake her. Not only that, she kept randomly suckling at Bai Ruyu's chest from time to time, who knows what sweet dream she was having, grinning blissfully all the while. By evening, the entire Bai residence was fully decorated, brilliantly illuminated, and even the household staff had changed into formal attire. In the living room, Bai Xiaochun leisurely browsed through outdated newspapers while quietly awaiting the appointed hour. The eldest young master of the Yanjing Qin family is paying a visit. Although I hold some slight influence in this small corner of Tianhai City, at the very least I need to put up a respectable front. Face is as important to man as bark is to tree. Besides, rich second-generation heirs like him care most about prestige. If we entertain him well, who knows, we might even squeeze some valuable benefits from such a top-tier wealthy heir. Daddy, are we having guests over tonight? Bai Xiaoyun was dressed in an adorable Lolita outfit, her legs clad in white stockings appearing extraordinarily fair and silky smooth. She trotted over, her face full of curiosity. Bai Xiaochun's wife passed away due to illness in earlier years, and he never remarried afterward. People couldn't help but praise his noble character. Perhaps it was due to his increasingly serene temperament, but the Bai household had not welcomed visitors for a long time. Under ordinary circumstances, he would only entertain guests outside. It's quite rare to see someone hosting a banquet at home. Bai Xiaochun reached out and patted his youngest daughter's head, smiling as he said, that's right, we're expecting a distinguished guest. Who is it? Do I know them? Is it a man or a woman, and are they good-looking? Bai Xiaoyun, that little romantic at heart, didn't care about anything else. She chirped endlessly with questions, but ultimately, Her inquiry came back to one thing, whether the guest was handsome or not. This should look cool. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. On this matter, he truly didn't know. After all, he'd never met Qin Lang. However, logically speaking, those from such well-established families usually have good genes and can't be too bad. After all, when it comes to rich men choosing wives, isn't each one more dazzling than the last? Is he impressive or not? Bai Xiaoyun blinked her big eyes. Bai Xiaochun smiled bitterly and said, of course he's impressive. He's the eldest son of a prominent family in the capital. As he spoke, he stole a glance at his eldest daughter out of the corner of his eye. Bai Ruyu stood silently next to them, watching her father and younger sister converse, initially having no intention of interrupting. When her father turned to look at her, she immediately replied impatiently, why are you looking at me? I don't even know who that young master is. At a time like this, are you really pulling me out just to compare me to him alone? Bai Xiaochun could tell his daughter was deliberately arguing something else, intentionally trying to provoke him on the topic. With a sigh, he remarked, compare to him? Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? With your meager qualifications, how could you possibly be mentioned in the same breath as the direct heir of the Qin family from Beijing? Do you even know that during the founding ceremony, his grandfather stood in the very front row? So what? He's just benefiting from his privileged family background, enjoying the shade of trees planted by his ancestors. Bai Ruyu gritted her pearly white teeth. He's not even standing in the front row. Every time she heard her father habitually elevate the status of men while belittling her, an indescribable fire would rise in Bai Ruyu's heart. There was anger, resentment, and above all, grievance. At that moment, the butler hurried in through the door. Master, young Master Qin has arrived. Bai Xiaochun stood up, straightened his clothes, and frowned as he looked at Bai Ruyu. Mind your manners in public. Some things are best said at home. Accompanied by the butler's guidance, a man in a tailored suit walked through the doorway. Bai Ruyu instinctively turned her head, and their gazes met. That restless turmoil of thoughts, in that fleeting moment when her eyes met Qin Lang's, was surprisingly soothed, as if brushed by a summer evening breeze. Chapter 20, Doing Homework in Advance to Seize Opportunities. The skill, Affinity Activation, was triggered, with the LV8 effect granting an overall affinity boost of +80. Even previously detested targets would find themselves calmed in this moment. Not to mention Bai Ruyu and Qin Lang were complete strangers, there existed no prior estrangement between them whatsoever. Even as Qin Lang smiled at Bai Ruyu, he deliberately let his gaze linger momentarily on Bai Xiaoyun's face before immediately looking away. He knew full well about Bai Xiaoyun's infatuation-prone nature. Give her just a taste, leave her wanting more. Just as expected, the moment Bai Xiaoyun saw Qin Lang, her bright peach blossom eyes immediately began to sparkle with stars. So handsome. This guy is so handsome. How could his smile be so doting? How could his figure be so tall and slender? He's just like the male lead in a manga. What if he corners me against a wall? Should I accept it? Or should I pounce on him instead? Little Flower Fool's mind was already in a daze. One moment she was blaming Qin Lang for taking so long to arrive, nearly starving her to death, and the next, the moment she laid eyes on Qin Lang himself, everything else flew right out of her head. What hunger! As long as there's a handsome guy around, she could go 3 days without eating. Well, one day, fine, maybe just skip a single meal. Yun. Bai Ruyu furrowed her brow and lightly patted her younger sister's shoulder. Bai Xiaoyun didn't even turn her head, her gaze fixed firmly on Qin Lang as she reluctantly grumbled, "What do you want?" A series of tiny black dots hovered over Bai Ruyu's forehead as she patted the hand her sister had clutching her waist. "You always unconsciously grab at the edges of clothes when you're nervous. I don't blame you for that. But next time you clutch at my clothes, could you not pinch my flesh along the way?" "Ah." Bai Xiaoyun turned her head, looking at her own hand still pinching her sister's waist before hastily letting go, her face full of guilt. "Sis, I'm sorry. It's nothing." Bai Ruyu forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Bai Xiaochun and Qin Lang at the door had already stepped inside, chatting and laughing with an air of great familiarity. One addressed the other as "my worthy nephew," the other as Uncle Bai. To those unaware they had just met today, they might have been mistaken for longtime relatives. Qin Lang wore a respectful expression as he played along, but inwardly he marveled, being the big villain sure felt amazing. With such a prestigious family background, even business moguls like Bai Xiaochun, who boasts assets worth tens of billions, treat him with utmost courtesy. One should know that despite Bai Xiaochun's current warmth and politeness, the old man is, in reality, quite snobbish. It's only him who gets such treatment. Ordinary people wouldn't even receive a second glance. Bai Xiaochun has extremely high standards and rarely finds anyone worthy of his attention. And who might these two beauties be? Qin Lang feigned ignorance, looking at the sisters Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyun standing before him. Bai Xiaochun pointed at his eldest daughter and proceeded with the introduction on his own. "This is Uncle's eldest daughter, Bai Ruyu. She's 25 this year, the same age as you, Xiaoqin. She studied abroad previously and only returned in recent years. Bai Ruyu stood at about 1.65 meters in height, but with her high heels, she neared 1.72 meters. Her slender figure accentuated every curve of her black office lady attire to perfection. Her proud, ample bosom created such a striking visual impact that one couldn't help worrying about the two small buttons on her tailored blazer. How could they withstand such an overwhelming burden? It looked rather precarious, as if the slightest vigorous movement would break free from its constraints and leap out. Yet, Bai Ruyu with such an extraordinarily proud figure possessed a waist as slender as a willow branch, so delicate it seemed it could be snapped with one hand. The exaggerated curves of these two features created such a striking contrast that one couldn't help but feel momentarily dizzy, immediately followed by an irresistible urge to bury one's entire head in that magnificent bosom. The black bodycon skirt was equally elegant, perfectly wrapping those enchanting curves with just the right touch. The very definition of a devilish figure, that was Bai Ruyu, and when paired with that exquisitely refined face, bright eyes and pearly teeth, dark eyebrows and jade-like nose, a small mouth like a ruby, vermilion lips, soft as jade, she truly deserves the title of the favored daughter of fortune, absolutely one of the grand heroines. Miss Bai, hello, I'm Qin Lang, nice to meet you. Qin Lang extended his hand and introduced himself amiably. Bai Ruyu's first impression of Qin Lang was excellent, a refined and elegant gentleman, as flawless as jade, strikingly handsome with the distinguished air of someone from a prominent family. However, upon witnessing her father's excessively cordial attitude, her displeasure extended to Qin Lang by association, and she shook his hand with evident indifference, offering no further words. Bai Xiaochun felt displeased but didn't show it on his face, proceeding instead to introduce her younger daughter. Did Bai Xiaoyun actually need her father's introduction? She couldn't wait to meet the handsome guy and rushed to point at her own nose while giggling. Big brother, I'm Bai Xiaoyun, the younger sister, currently a freshman at Tianhai High School. Do you like my sister? Qin Lang was left momentarily speechless by the question. Ignoring her sister's cough beside her, Bai Xiaoyun cheerfully grabbed Qin Lang's large hands with both of hers and proactively suggested, brother, if you don't like my sister, you could wait a few more years. When I grow up, I could be your wife, okay? She gestured to her own figure with slight reluctance but full confidence before continuing, don't look at me now when I'm still small, but in a few years, I'll definitely have a better figure than my sister. Small? She's not little anymore, really not. Qin Lang cast a fleeting glance at Bai Xiaoyun, who was only in her teens but had already blossomed with the charm of a woman. With her voluptuous figure, she could easily drive a crowd of otaku into nosebleed territory if she wore professional office lady attire. Yet the mischievous girl insisted on sticking to an adorable style. Dressed in Lolita fashion with white stockings, her chubby cheeks, dewy big eyes, delicate little nose, and that pouty moist mouth only enhanced her doll-like cuteness. Isn't this precisely the rare combination of youthful appearance and ample bosom? Be that as it may, though he certainly had a taste for this type, he needed to maintain appearances. Gently patting Bai Xiaoyun's head, he said, well then, little sister, you must study hard. Your elder sister is so outstanding, if you don't study properly, you'll never catch up to her. Ha! Bai Xiaoyun instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. She had only mentioned catching up to her sister in terms of figure, she never said anything about academic performance. My elder sister has been brilliant since childhood, hailed as a genius by many. Despite returning to Tianhai City to laze around during every holiday while studying abroad, she completed in less than 4 years a curriculum that others would take 7 years to finish. In this regard, she lacked confidence. Bai Ruyu shot Qin Lang a grateful glance from the side before pulling her younger sister aside to comfort her. She knew her younger sister was a hopeless romantic, but she hadn't expected Qin Lang to exploit this trait to motivate her to study. It must be said, Qin Lang's single remark was probably more effective than months of her earnest nagging by her side. At the very least, her younger sister now somewhat regretted not having studied harder in the past. Qin Lang responded with a gentle smile. His main focus today was still on Bai Ruyu. As for Bai Xiaoyun, there was no hurry, things had to be taken step by step, without disrupting the sequence. Chapter 21, Drunken Honesty, Winning Over Bai Ruyu. Qin Lang was warmly welcomed and ushered to his seat. The gifts he brought along were carried by Bai Xiaoyun and placed in the living room. The entire Bai household buzzed with activity as dish after dish emerged from the kitchen to the dining table. Nephew, you rarely visit, today you must share a drink with uncle. Bai Xiaochun sat at the head of the table, personally filling Qin Lang's wine cup to the brim. A teacup filled to overflowing signifies bidding farewell to guests. A wine cup filled to the brim conveys the depth of hospitality. Qin Lang, not presuming upon his family status, rose to lift his glass and propose a toast. Lightly clinking his cup beneath Bai Xiaochun's indifference, he said modestly, this junior understands his breach of etiquette, having let my esteemed uncle pour the wine. I shall punish myself with this cup of wine and beg your generous forgiveness. Speak. A cup of mutai containing over 50 grams was tilted back willingly, turned upside down, not a single drop remaining. Ha ha, my good nephew, Where did you get these manners from? Watching you makes even an old relic like me seem a bit restless. Bai Xiaochun took a sip, his words feigning displeasure, but in reality, his heart was brimming with satisfaction. The more he looked at Qin Lang, the more he liked him. As the rightful heir of the Qin family in Yanjing, a true scion of a top-tier aristocratic clan, even if Qin Lang interacted with him as an equal and uttered abrupt words with every sentence, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't dare to do anything harmful to him, no matter how displeased he might feel inside. Yet Qin Lang didn't, still addressing himself humbly as this young one, showing genuine propriety and the demeanor of a well-bred gentleman. The meal was thoroughly satisfying, enjoyed to the fullest. After several rounds of drinks and tasting all the dishes, Bai Xiaochun had drunk a bit too much, his face slightly flushed as he asked with a smile, "Nephew, why forsake your vast family business in the capital to come running to Tianhai City and open an investment firm?" Tianhai City is fairly prosperous by Huaxia's standards, but its significance pales in comparison to the capital, Yanjing. Anyone unaware might assume Qin Lang had failed in some succession struggle within his family, given his choice to abandon such promising inherited wealth and come to this Tianhai City. Of course, those slightly better informed wouldn't entertain such wild speculation. After all, Qin Lang is the only direct male heir of the great Qin family, making any talk of succession disputes utterly groundless. With flushed cheeks and slight dizziness, Qin Lang laughed at himself bitterly. "Uncle, you wouldn't know back in Yanjing. Everyone calls me the family's good-for-nothing who relies entirely on my clan's prestige. They say any random person, even a dog born into my position, could achieve more than I ever have." "Nonsense, just a bunch of jealous blabberers." Bai Xiaochun cursed aloud, though inwardly he wholeheartedly agreed. With a smile, he retorted, "So my esteemed nephew deliberately came to Tianhai City without relying on family resources, wanting to carve out his own path and prove the doubters wrong? Then why pay a special visit to our Bai family alone?" Qin Lang nodded, rubbing his bleary eyes in feigned drunkenness. "Uncle built his empire from scratch, just you and Auntie creating this vast enterprise that holds such weight in Tianhai City. Whether as a newcomer or a junior, it's only proper for me to pay my respects and seek your guidance." Even Bai Xiaochun failed to notice how, when Qin Lang purposely mentioned husband and wife in his drunken act, Bai Ruyu's small fist under the table silently clenched a little tighter. "Ah, my worthy nephew, you don't understand." When speaking of himself, Bai Xiaochun also became sentimental. "Uncle is growing old. No matter how glorious this vast family fortune may be, we bring nothing into this world and carry nothing out. Though the Bai family may stand at its zenith now, once uncle kicks the bucket and the tree falls with monkeys scattering, who knows what will become of it?" "How could that be?" Qin Lang widened his eyes. To outsiders, it unmistakably looked like the demeanor of one who'd drunk too much and loudly rejected Bai Xiaochun's view. "How could you say such things, uncle? In all of Tianhai City, who doesn't know that the young Bai family heiress has already managed the vast Bai family business with perfect order despite her youth? Such a business elite, countless people already whisper that she possesses the grace of her uncle in his prime. As long as the Bai heiress remains, the foundation of the Bai family will continue to flourish for generations to come." Really? Did he really think that way? Bai Ruyu's lovely eyes flickered with brightness as she stared intently in Qin Lang's direction, attempting to discern the true intentions behind his words. But no matter how hard she scrutinized him, Qin Lang remained in that same dazed state, not seeming at all deliberate. Instead, it felt more like thoughts imprinted in his mind had tumbled out haphazardly while he was drunk. Bai Xiaochun's expression darkened slightly. A seasoned player in the business world, his alcohol tolerance was formidable. Though his face might redden, his mind remained sharp and clear. Hearing Qin Lang's words, my heart grew even more displeased. After all, a woman is still a woman. In the end she must marry into another family, so how could she possibly inherit the vast Bai family fortune? He didn't mince words either, stating bluntly, Yuer does have ability, but she's still a woman after all. Domestic affairs would distract her, making it difficult for her to fully focus on managing the family business. That phrase again. Once again, she was being dismissed and her efforts denied simply because she was a woman. Bai Ruyu's eyes turned red with anger, her delicate frame trembling visibly, while the 2 buttons on her blouse bore the increasing burden of tumultuous heaving. She wanted to argue back, but someone beat her to it. Honored uncle, your thinking is flawed. Qin Lang's voice grew firmer. Ancient times had Mulan joining the army in her father's stead. Today we have Bai Ruyu conquering the business world. Shouldn't this be celebrated as another inspirational tale? What's wrong with being a girl? Who says women are inferior to men? At least in this young man's eyes, Miss Bai is far more outstanding than I am. If uncle is still concerned, there's no need. Given Miss Bai's abilities, wouldn't it be more than enough for her to find a live-in son-in-law? This way, she could secure her future while fully dedicating herself to managing the family business. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? For a moment, both Bai Xiaochun and Bai Ruyu fell into deep thought. Those words struck home, making both of them seriously consider the feasibility of this approach. Just as Bai Ruyu had made up her mind to find a live-in son-in-law, Bai Xiaochun, having reached a conclusion after careful thought, waved his hand dismissively and said, "My dear nephew has had too much to drink. You'd best go home early." Thud. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang, dazed and disoriented, collapsed onto the floor in a drunken stupor. Bai Xiaochun was momentarily stunned. Turning to the steward waiting nearby, he didn't mince words. "Where is young Master Qin's driver?" "Never mind. Prepare a room and let him rest here for the night." "To my room, my room," Bai Xiaoyun cheered, raising her arms with sheer delight. She was overjoyed her handsome big brother was drunk, which meant he wouldn't leave tonight. Finally, she'd have a chance to be alone with him. Bai Xiaochun fixed her with a scrutinizing gaze, and Xiaoyun immediately shrank back with a nervous gulp. "I'll sleep in the study next door." Someone with his background shouldn't be carelessly stuffed into a servant's room. What if he wakes up tomorrow and gets angry? "Afu, arrange for someone to take young Master Qin to Xiaoyun's room," Bai Xiaochun sighed. He rose from the dining table and headed straight for the study. As Qin Lang was carried upstairs, Bai Ruyu remained seated at the table, biting her lip and staring at her father's retreating figure. A chill of desolation settled deeper into her heart. Her own biological father was actually less willing to trust her than a stranger. How utterly ironic. Chapter 22, Night Raid on Little Fangirl. Ding! The female lead, Bai Ruyu, experiences intense emotional turmoil. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 500 Destiny Villain points. Ding! The female lead, Bai Ruyu's favorability has increased. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 800 Destiny Villain points. Ding! The affection level of the female lead by Xiaoyun continues to rise. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 1000 Destiny Villain points. Listening to the constant chime of system notifications in his ears, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel emotionally overwhelmed. One operation, double the rewards. Twin blossoms, what bliss indeed. Rubbing his forehead, Qin Lang took several deep breaths, easing the flush from his tightly held face. Did that old man Bai Xiaochun really think he could drink him under the table? Nonsense. In his previous life, he'd often encountered those types on the business scene who tried to pressure him with alcohol during negotiations. Getting them so drunk they'd vomit blood and end up in the hospital for stomach pumping had been routine tactics for him. Not to mention now, his constitution had changed dramatically. Originally able to handle over 2 caddies of alcohol, he now had no idea how much he could actually drink. He lay on the soft bed that was filled with the girly fragrance of a Lolita's boudoir. Looking around the pink room, he saw it plastered with stickers of handsome men every hair color imaginable. A true little fangirl indeed. This girl is quite adorable. Being a bit of a fangirl is fine, at least she doesn't have too many schemes up her sleeve. Qin Lang took a deep breath of the warm bedding, which still carried lingering hints of a sweet, milky fragrance. He guessed that before his visit, Bai Xiaoyun, that little fangirl, had probably been lazing in bed. Following the lingering fragrance, Qin Lang took a short nap without rushing for the moment. In the eyes of the Bai family, he now appeared completely drunk. Approaching Bai Ruyu at this time to express his intention to recruit her would seem too calculated and purposeful. Whether it was genuine exhaustion or the natural soothing aroma in Bai Xiaoyun's room that aided sleep, Qin Lang found himself drifting into a light slumber, his mind hazy and unclear. Creak! After what seemed like an indefinite amount of time, when the Bai family courtyard had quieted down, the door was stealthily pushed open with only the slightest of noises. If not for Qin Lang's physique having improved by several levels, he wouldn't have been able to notice at all. Clearly, it was the work of someone very familiar with the place. A nimble figure slipped into the bedding through the darkness, the petite body trembling slightly from excessive excitement. "Brother? Handsome brother?" Bai Xiaoyun whispered timidly. Qin Lang closed his eyes, his eyelids twitched slightly as he turned over and continued to feign sleep. There was serious business to attend to tonight. He needed to strike while the iron was hot and reveal his intention to recruit Bai Ruyu, giving her a heads up. He couldn't afford to be delayed by that silly little fool Bai Xiaoyun. Bai Xiaoyun let out a gleeful laugh, sprang up from under the covers, stepped over Qin Lang to the other side, and flopped onto the bedding. Her large, sparkling eyes twinkled like little stars as they fixed adoringly on Qin Lang's face. So handsome. What a pity I'm still too young. If I were just a few years older, I could ask Dad to let me marry this gorgeous brother. Bai Xiaoyun gazed at him with lovesick infatuation. She never grew tired of looking at him. The more she looked, the more enchanted she became. Did they really think she was stupid? Only caring about handsome guys, with no brains? Humph, she wasn't that foolish. Qin Lang's family background alone was intimidating enough to put enormous pressure on even her father. And during the feast earlier, every word he spoke was a gem, all delivered in support of her favorite elder sister. Of course, most importantly, Qin Lang's looks were simply breathtaking. When he smiled, it was like being tossed into a pile of candy, so sweet it was almost overwhelming. Such a handsome guy was practically the male lead straight out of a comic book, wasn't he? There was no way she was going to miss this opportunity. Under the guise of offering Qin Lang a comfortable place to stay, she already had her own plans neatly laid out in her mind. She might seem a bit silly at times, but for the most part, she's incredibly sharp. Such a straight nose bridge, such long eyelashes, such thin lips, I wonder if they'd taste sweet? Bai Xiaoyun scrutinized him intently. The clearer she saw, the more handsome Qin Lang appeared. Even in sleep, his refined features perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences. Summoning her courage, she edged a few steps closer to Qin Lang and puckered her moist lips, wanting to steal a kiss. But halfway there, she abruptly stopped. This feels a little too silly, Bai Xiaoyun thought to herself. This was her first kiss, and she hadn't even exchanged many words with the handsome guy before spontaneously giving it away. Wasn't that a bit too casual? At the very least, she should have waited until he woke up before offering it. What a pity. Bai Xiaoyun muttered softly under her breath before burrowing under the covers, curling up in Qin Lang's arms. Feeling the warmth of his chest and the well-defined contours of his abs, she couldn't resist reaching out to run her fingers over them. That night, Bai Xiaoyun was like Columbus discovering the new world, tinkering here, tidying there, her courage growing from tentative attempts to bold experimentation. Ding! The female lead Bai Xiaoyun experiences intense shame emotions. Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 800 destined villain points. After failing in her sneaky attempt to smother him with affection, the love-struck girl immediately scrambled to her feet, her cheeks flushing crimson as she bolted away in flustered panic. There's a somewhat cruel and heartless undertone to it all. Only after the door was firmly shut did Qin Lang open his eyes with a bitter smile, feeling utterly helpless inside. This Bai Xiaoyun. She really surpasses even Mu Yuyan when it comes to kicking away the ladder after crossing the bridge. Late at night, he stubbornly lingered by his side for nearly 3 to 4 hours, tirelessly probing every inch of his body. As the night deepened, Qin Lang was almost ready to give up on finding Bai Ruyu and instead planned to wake up and teach Bai Xiaoyun, that little rascal, a lesson. But this guy had the audacity to deceive him utterly without martial virtue. Then, without a second thought, he just ran off. This is no way to do things. Absolutely no sense of responsibility. Complaints aside, to be honest, Qin Lang didn't dislike Bai Xiaoyun's silly personality. On the contrary, having seen too much deception and scheming, he actually preferred this kind of simple, guileless nature. After pulling the clothes back into place, he glanced at the pink alarm clock on the computer desk. At this hour, Bai Ruyu would have long been asleep. Setting aside other thoughts, he laid down and immediately fell fast asleep. He slept straight through until the next morning, yet Bai Ruyu never appeared in the Bai family compound. While washing up, he bumped right into Bai Xiaoyun, who was wearing a little polar bear pajama set. The girl blushed crimson as if she'd done something wrong the moment she saw Qin Lang, turning on her pink slippers to flee without a backward glance. Chapter 23, regarding tea, Qin Lang is dead serious. After breakfast at the Bai residence, Qin Lang finally settled into the backseat of the Maybach amidst hollowing invitations of nephew must visit again when free. Behind the wheel, Junzi sighed admiringly, "Young master, from now on, I won't lean against walls when I pee, I'll lean on you." The Bai family is after all one of Tianhai City's prominent clans, especially Bai Xiaochun, who built hundreds of billions in assets from scratch in his youth. Never thought young master would conquer Bai Xiaochun's favor in just one visit. Captured? Qin Lang scoffed. Only a peerless beauty like Bai Ruyu deserves to be called captured. As for Bai Xiaochun, that old geezer, best we can say is subdued. Besides, do you really think Bai Xiaochun has warmed up to me? Don't let his eager appearance fool you. Deep down he's probably wishing I'd drop dead far away from him. Bai Xiaochun? That name doesn't suit him. He ought to change it to Black Dirty Filth instead. Put. Junzi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although Bai Xiaochun was being extremely courteous and hospitable, the young master's performance was absolutely proper, respectfully paying homage as a junior disciple before Bai Xiaochun, adopting the perfect attitude toward a senior practitioner. Yet the moment they stepped outside, he immediately renamed Bai Xiaochun to Great Filthy Black. How savage. Anyway, during this period he'd come to realize the young master had completely changed, now wearing smiles on his face while probably cursing your mother sells cheap in his heart. What an old fox. Clearing his throat, Junzi solemnly said, "Young master, the Blood Wolf mercenary corps members you asked us to investigate have arrived in Tianhai City. Also, Miss Su's behavior has shown some unusual signs. They've likely made contact with that Foam, but given Miss Su's status, it's inconvenient for us to check her chat records." The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was precisely an organization established overseas by that son of fortune. While not exceptionally large in scale, across the war-torn lands of Africa, they've undoubtedly carved out their own territory. As the founder of the mercenary group, Yifeng's ferocious reputation spread far and wide, wielding the power to decide life and death. Of course, that was only overseas. Back in China, even a tiger must crouch and a dragon must coil. A mercenary group? AK-47? East Wind Express, same-day delivery service. Care to give it a try? Once inside China, the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, stripped of their firearms, would see their combat effectiveness drop by at least 90%. At best, they'd only possess the bare-handed physical prowess of Special Forces soldiers, hardly enough to stir up any trouble. There was still over half a month before the Child of Fortune was due to return, and members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps shouldn't have appeared in Tianhai City at this time. Had he altered the plot, causing Yifeng's return to be pushed forward? Go back, and also Kai Yong's side, tell him to. Xin Lang methodically gave instructions about what needed to be done next. A few days ago, Kai Yong, who had been beaten up by him, had been apologizing through various channels, even promising to do anything to atone for his sins. Just happen to need people from the real estate company. If we can freeload, why not freeload? Wait, no. With Xin Lang's status, how could it be called freeloading? It should be called giving Kai Yong a chance to redeem himself. We're still short on manpower. Xin Lang leaned back in his chair, took a deep breath, and gazed out the window. Even Yifeng had an organization like the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group, but Xin Lang only had a few dozen bodyguards like Junzi by his side. The workforce still needs further expansion. Immersive translate. That night, the stars were brilliantly scattered. Su Xiaoxiao wore that high-waisted black lace dress, perfectly accentuating her slender figure. She walked along the road to the orphanage, her heart filled with chaotic thoughts. Xiaofeng had returned, and between the lines, there was an implication of something different, as if it matched exactly with the young master's suspicions. Moreover, someone had already been sent to meet with her. Should she go to meet them? On one side was the younger brother she had protected since childhood, and on the other was the young master who visited her dreams every night. Whichever side she chose, it would be unbearably painful to let go. Although the implications in Xiaofeng's words were strong, perhaps she was just overthinking it? At worst, when they actually meet next time, she'll make everything clear to Xiaofeng, expressing how she's always thought of him as a brother. Having resolved her thoughts, Su Xiaoxiao's face gradually blossomed into a smile as she chuckled and scolded at Xiaofeng. Now that he's made it big, his courage has grown too. He used to call me Sister Su, but now he's got the nerve to call me Xiaoxiao without any respect. I wonder what the director wants from me so late at night, sounding so excited. Driven by curiosity, Su Xiaoxiao quickened her pace and arrived at that old, dilapidated orphanage from her memories. When she saw the scene before her, Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. Everywhere was in ruins. The originally cramped orphanage had even lost its enclosing walls, its entire structure shrunk by half. The rainbow signboard of Sunshine Orphanage that once stood proudly at the entrance had been violently torn in half, now lying broken and discarded on the ground. What on earth had happened here? Was the orphanage forcibly demolished? Who are you? What are you doing? By what right are you demolishing Sunshine Orphanage? This is illegal. Su Xiaoxiao rushed forward, grabbing one of the foremen directing the demolition and loudly demanded answers. It had long been known that a real estate company had set its sights on Sunshine Orphanage, but the compensation for demolition had never been agreed upon. The amount the company was willing to pay couldn't even cover building half a new orphanage. If it's demolished, the children will have nowhere to go. Who the hell are you? What are you doing here? Can't you see we're demolishing? The foreman frowned deeply. Don't yell at me. I'm just a hired hand doing my job. If you've got guts, go find Boss Qin. He's the one who ordered this demolition. Boss Qin? Which Boss Qin? Su Xiaoxiao demanded defiantly. Sunshine Orphanage housed both her childhood and her dreams. She wanted to repay the director, to work hard and earn mountains of money, then donate it all to him so he could provide more homeless orphans with a peaceful haven. But now, staring at the ruins before her, Su Xiaoxiao felt her dreams crumbling to dust in an instant. The foreman rolled his eyes impatiently. Qin Lang of Great Qin Empire Investments. Quit blocking the way, will you? Scram! Staggering from being shoved, Su Xiaoxiao retreated with vacant eyes glazed over in shock. In her mind, the image of the young master with his refined, gentle smile gradually merged with that of the unscrupulous boss ruthlessly commanding workers to forcibly demolish the orphanage. Young master. Why was it you? This can't be. Su Xiaoxiao squatted on the ground, nearly collapsing as the tears she'd been holding back finally escaped, sliding down the corners of her eyes. Fat teardrops plummeted onto the dusty demolition site, splattering the ground with wet patches where they landed. Chapter 24. This round? This round means Su Xiaoxiao is doomed. Dejection, helplessness, despair, all manner of bleak emotions instantly flooded Su Xiaoxiao's chest. She couldn't stop trembling all over. Why not? Why did it have to be the young master? Could it be that his mind had never actually moved on from the orphanage after all? Were all those discussions about the orphanage just rehearsals for his eventual forced takeover of the land? A suffocating sensation spread across Su Xiaoxiao's chest, the pain so unbearable it made her wish for death. It hurts. It's unbearable. If it were any other boss, she would probably be feeling more anger and the urge to argue right now, wouldn't she? But now, upon learning that Qin Lang was the mastermind behind the forced demolition of the orphanage, for some reason, Su Xiaoxiao found herself completely enveloped in a sense of heartache. Deception? Betrayal? Or perhaps it was all just a cat-and-mouse game from the very beginning? Qin Xiao. A soft call caught Su Xiaoxiao's attention. She looked up, her eyes bleary with tears, and saw Qin Lang emerging from the neighborhood behind the orphanage. It was the same familiar, handsome face, but upon seeing him again, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was flooded with regret and shame. she rushed forward without hesitation. Xiao, what are you doing here? What brings you to this place so late at night? Qin Lang wore a slightly panicked expression, his gaze involuntarily darting towards the half-demolished orphanage nearby. At the same time, he shot a glare at the foreman who had just called out to him. Su Xiaoxiao's delicate cheeks still bore tear stains as she gazed at Qin Lang's flustered appearance, her heart filled with desolation. Probably even the young master hadn't anticipated she would appear here tonight? Otherwise, why would he be so panic-stricken? No sorrow is greater than the death of the heart. She truly didn't want to believe Qin Lang could be such a heartless boss, but the facts were laid bare before her, leaving no room for doubt. Why are you crying? Who hurt you? Qin Lang reached out tenderly, wanting to wipe the tears from Su Xiaoxiao's face. Su Xiaoxiao struggled violently between betrayal and her former illusions, with all sorts of thoughts tangled chaotically in her mind. The fury in her heart had been suppressed to its limit. She had envisioned baring her claws to attack Qin Lang, but standing before him now, she could only pour all her grievances into her clenched fists. Why? Why is it you? How could you tear down the orphanage, so many children who finally had a place to call home? What greed drove you to covet this patch of land? Su Xiaoxiao crashed into Qin Lang's arms indignantly, her small fists pounding his chest like relentless rain. 2 lines of clear tears streamed down her face, glistening like strings of crystal under the nighttime demolition floodlights. You villain, you utter villain. My colleague was right, people like you, spoiled rich kids, take pleasure in toying with others. Why must you bully me? Why? Qin Lang had a somewhat masochistic tendency. Instead of stopping Su Xiaoxiao from pounding on his chest while in his embrace, he deliberately puffed it out even more. Hit him. Hammer away. Push harder. The harder the hit, the deeper the guilt will be when the truth comes out. When Su Xiaoxiao in his arms was nearly out of strength, Qin Lang finally seized her fair wrist with one hand, his face a mix of grief and indignation as he retorted, Xiaoxiao, what are you saying? What do you mean by me seizing the orphanage's land? Su Xiaoxiao's delicate face was not only streaked with tears but also flushed crimson from overwhelming anger and strenuous movement. Gazing at that handsome face so close to hers, countless times in her dreams he had been this near only intensified her anguish. Pointing at the demolition site, she cried, the orphanage has already been torn down to this state. The facts are right before our eyes. What more is there to explain? From the very moment you asked me to stay, you'd already planned to forcibly seize the orphanage's land, hadn't you? It's no wonder her mind went there. Back when the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain was broken, Qin Lang's first demand had been for her to convince the director to sell the orphanage's land at a low price. After all, businessmen will be businessmen. Seeing no other way, they resorted to the brutal tactic of forced demolition. There was also the dean urgently calling her over the phone, only to suddenly hang up after saying it was nothing. It was also because they didn't want her to provoke Qin Lang, the big boss. Everything suddenly became clear. Qin Lang remained silent, quietly enduring Su Xiaoxiao's fury as she pointed at his nose and scolded him, not uttering a single word in response. He didn't speak until Su Xiaoxiao had calmed down. With furrowed brows and a pained expression, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Xiaoxiao, in your eyes, am I really that kind of selfish, profit-driven scoundrel who would deceive you over a piece of land? Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat, as if she had done something wrong, and she instinctively softened. But when she turned her gaze toward the forcibly demolished orphanage, her resolve hardened, and she snapped, aren't you? Do you still have the nerve to defend yourself here? Their argument drew the attention of many workers on the site, including an old lady with silver hair who emerged from the residential area. Xiaoxiao, what brings you here? The director couldn't help but smile when she saw Xiaoxiao, but as she drew closer and noticed the strained atmosphere, she asked suspiciously, young Master Qin, Xiaoxiao, what's going on? Are you two arguing? Dean, don't be afraid. We're in the right, so even if word gets out, we shouldn't fear him. Su Xiaoxiao grasped the dean's calloused hand, standing firmly by her side, biting her lip with exceptional resolve. Her beautiful eyes held a determined gleam, exactly like the look they'd had that day when she stood in Qin Lang's path and took that slap from Kaiyong without flinching. She wasn't afraid, because there was no grievance in her heart, and she believed wholeheartedly in doing what was right. What are you afraid of? Xiaoxiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Why do you make young Master Qin sound like some kind of villain? The director smiled bitterly. Su Xiaoxiao looked puzzled, pointing at the demolished orphanage. Isn't he a villain? Even the orphanage got forcibly demolished. The director rolled her eyes. Xiaoxiao, why are you spouting nonsense again? What do you mean forcibly demolished? Our orphanage was old and dilapidated, already unsafe. The demolition was perfectly justified. Besides, young Master Qin has already purchased an apartment building in Sunshine Community to serve as the new orphanage. The space is 4 or 5 times larger. From now on, every child will have their own little room. With that, the director handed over the property deed left by Qin Lang in his arms, smiling kindly, young Master Qin, it's our Sunshine Orphanage's fortune to have your help. We truly can't accept this property deed, it's far too valuable. It's worth over 50 million. Even if we demolished 10 of our orphanages, it wouldn't come close to matching its worth. In any business deal, how could we let you suffer such a loss? Chapter 25, Agony, Regret, Self-Reproach. Qin Lang pushed the property deed away and declined politely. Director, please keep the deed. After all, it's a place for the children to live. Having it in your care puts our minds at ease. The dean's face was filled with gratitude. But, young Master Qin, this matter has truly gone above and beyond. Just for the sake of convenience, you actually agreed to that property developer's outrageous demands without hesitation. 50 million. That's 50 million. In all my years, I've never seen that much money before. Qin Lang shrugged, his smile somewhat forced. This is also for the convenience of the children's future schooling. After the orphanage is demolished, a new elementary school will be built, giving the kids a place to study. The orphanage director felt warm inside as he looked at Qin Lang, increasingly convinced that this was the true demeanor an entrepreneur should have, the greater one's ability, the greater one's contribution to society. Glancing at Su Xiaoxiao again, he added with guilt in his voice, Young Master Qin, this is all my fault. I didn't realize you were planning to give Xiaoxiao a surprise and immediately called her. Later, I got caught up in discussing the apartment purchase and forgot to call back. I beg you to be magnanimous and not hold it against Xiaoxiao. She meant well, it's just that she treasures the orphanage that raised her too deeply, which is why she lost her temper in the heat of the moment and misunderstood you. Su Xiaoxiao stood dumbfounded in place, listening to the conversation between Grandma Matron and Qin Lang, as if her entire worldview had been overturned. The orphanage wasn't forcibly demolished? Was it actually the young master who arranged for its demolition because it had fallen into disrepair over the years, planning to build a new elementary school afterwards to give the children a proper place to study? And what's more, knowing he was being cheated by the real estate company, the young master still spent a staggering 50 million to buy an apartment building just to ensure the children would have convenient schooling and vastly superior living conditions? The crucial point was that Dean Granny hung up the phone not because she feared attracting malevolent forces as she had initially thought, but because the young master was planning to surprise her, yet by sheer coincidence, she stumbled upon the truth. Boom! Su Xiaoxiao's mind was roaring with static, her thoughts wiped completely blank. The young master. The young master was nothing like the unscrupulous businessman she had imagined, someone who would tear down an orphanage just for profits. Instead, he had gone through all this trouble, spending time, effort, and a fortune just to renovate Sunshine Orphanage and surprise her? How could this be? Why would the young master go to such lengths for her? It was even more perfect and touching than anything she could have dreamed. Half a day ago, if someone had told Su Xiaoxiao all this, she would likely have melted from such a warm and affectionate gesture. She would have thrown herself at the young master without hesitation, willing to sacrifice everything for him. But now, nothing. She's lost all qualification for that. The young master was perfection personified. Everything he'd done for her could have moved any girl's heart, yet not only did she fail to show gratitude or emotion, she even pointed at his nose and berated him, calling him unscrupulous, accusing him of deceit and betrayal. She felt like nothing more than a treacherous ingrate, the type that devours people without spitting out their bones. To call it repaying kindness with enmity wouldn't be an exaggeration. Hiss! A sharp intake of breath echoed through the air. Qin Lang was seen grimacing in pain, his face contorted as he swayed unsteadily before collapsing unceremoniously onto the ground in utter disarray. Young Master Qin! Su Xiaoxiao and the dean immediately gathered around, while the foreman and his crew also crowded closer. Young Master, what's wrong? Don't scare me, are you alright? Where does it hurt? Su Xiaoxiao embraced Qin Lang's slender frame from behind, desperate to keep him from collapse. Her tears fell like a kite with its string snapped, landing on Qin Lang's shoulders. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, shaking his head painfully. I'm fine, it's nothing, he said. It just hurts a little. Where does it hurt? Su Xiaoxiao anxiously leaned forward, her fear and unease erupting in that moment. Qin Lang raised his hand, trembling and unsteady, and weakly poked a few times at the spot over his heart. With a feeble sigh, he said, Here, it hurts here. How astute was the dean? Being a shrewd person himself, upon seeing Qin Lang speak like this, he immediately took a few steps back, slightly shifting his position to create some private space for Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao. Yet Su Xiaoxiao remained completely unaware of others' peculiar reactions, her entire heart devoted to Qin Lang, unable to shift her focus even slightly. Her slender, smooth fingers gently caressed Qin Lang's chest as she sobbed with both distress and nervousness. Choking back self-reproach, she whispered anxiously, Are you feeling better now? Young master, how could you suddenly have heart pain? The moment these words left her lips, Su Xiaoxiao froze, recalling the agonizing moment when she had crouched on the ground in helpless sorrow. Now that she thought back, wasn't that exactly the same unbearable pain in the heart she had experienced? Does the young master feel the same way? Does this mean that in the young master's heart, she isn't just someone dispensable, but rather a girl who can genuinely make his heart ache for her? Joy? That fleeting emotion was quickly suppressed by waves of self-reproach and restless anxiety. Su Xiaoxiao knelt sobbing on the dusty floor, one hand gently patting Qin Lang's back while her slender, smooth palm softly soothed his chest. Xiao Xiao, I shouldn't have kept this from you, letting you misunderstand. I'm sorry, I'm just a terrible person. Qin Lang grasped the delicate hand resting on his chest, speaking with heartfelt tenderness. Seeing this scene, the director decided not to linger. He stood up and prepared to slip away, simultaneously waving to the workers to signal their departure. Within moments, the entire spacious area was left with only Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao. Oblivious to the outside world, it was as if they had fallen into their own private universe. Young master, please don't say such things. It's all my fault, all my nonsense thoughts, my reckless words, my wild fabrications. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head vehemently, sending glistening teardrops flying through the lamplight. Grief-stricken and remorseful, her tears flowed unchecked. Young master, scold me, hit me, it's all my fault. If not for me, you wouldn't have ended up in this state. Young girls bear grievances the hardest, especially someone like Su Xiaoxiao now overwhelmed by intense self-reproach, that particular agony of knowing you've wronged a genuinely good person. She would rather endure 10 times the physical pain than witness the young master in such a pitiful state, for the psychological torment it brought her was unbearable. As long as the young master could recover, she was willing to bear anything. Don't cry, I don't blame you. Qin Lang reached out to wipe away the glistening tears, but the more he tried to dry them, the more fiercely they flowed like a breached dam, unstoppable now. Please stop crying, alright? All I want is to see you happy, to bring you joy, to ensure you live each day with delight. The more you suffer, the more useless I feel. Chapter 26 The favored son doesn't return, first set a trap. I won't cry, I won't cry. Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly pursed her rosy little lips, struggling to hold back her tears as she vigorously wiped the corners of her eyes. She didn't want to sadden her young master, nor cause him more pain. With all her might, she fought to contain her tears. After a long while, Su Xiaoxiao, her delicate nose wrinkled, bit her lip and stammered, "Young master." Qin Lang asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Su Xiaoxiao choked back a sob, "Why are you so kind to me? The apartment for the children costs so much, haven't you lost all that money?" Qin Lang laughed, "How could that be? I'm a heartless boss, the ultimate villain. Would I ever do something at a loss? Heartless? The ultimate villain? If even the young master could be called heartless and a villain, then there wouldn't be a single good person left in this world." Su Xiaoxiao thought about it in this way, then asked suspiciously, "Does the young master have other plans?" Qin Lang looked serious as he took Su Xiaoxiao's delicate little hand in his and said, "Of course I do. Think about it, such a huge sum of money was spent all for you. Shouldn't you compensate me? Add that to the compensation for the vase you broke, and you'll have to work for me for 400 or 500 years at a fixed rate to pay it off. Don't be afraid. If you can't repay it all in this lifetime, then the next lifetime, and the one after that, just stay with me forever." Young master Su Xiaoxiao blushed crimson, her head nearly bowing down from the overwhelming sweetness of these touching words. She felt as though she had been riding a roller coaster all evening, one moment soaring to the clouds, the next plunging into hell. The wild ups and downs had left the back of her dress drenched in sweat. Amid her self-reproach, she was even more enveloped by an overwhelming sense of happiness and security. Seeing the mix of guilt and bashfulness in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, Qin Lang decided it was time to ease his feigned weakness. Propping himself up, he stood and said, "Let's go home. It's dusty here, filthy, really." Su Xiaoxiao responded softly with a hum, "But your condition. Should I call Brother Jun to pick you up?" Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, "It's nothing. As long as you're not upset, I'm tough as nails. Let's just the two of us walk back together and enjoy a leisurely stroll." With her hand in his, Su Xiaoxiao glanced down slightly but made no move to resist. Instead, she even tightened her grip ever so slightly, clasping Qin Lang's warm, large hand firmer in hers. The moon was bright and the stars sparse under the rustling shadows of trees. The summer evening breeze swept by, causing Su Xiaoxiao's cascading black tresses to flutter, each silken strand brushing against Qin Lang's cheeks, carrying an intoxicatingly sweet fragrance that filled his nostrils. Walking side by side, they appeared just like a couple strolling through the night. With her head lowered, Su Xiaoxiao stared at the laces of her shoes, her mind once again wandering into whimsical thoughts. Young master treats me so well, so intimate like this. Now, holding hands with the young master, just the two of them walked together on the way home. Since childhood, she had never had such close contact with the opposite sex. Now, like this, could she be considered the young master's girlfriend? Subconsciously, Su Xiaoxiao wanted to see Qin Lang's reaction at this moment. But right at this moment, the hand holding hers loosened and shoved her aside with great force. When Su Xiaoxiao staggered to regain her footing, she looked carefully and saw Qin Lang fighting with a mysterious black-robed figure who had appeared out of nowhere. Squelch! The black-robed figure held a dagger and slashed Qin Lang's arm, drawing blood. "Young master!" Su Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm. "Don't come over!" Qin Lang shouted without turning his head, while simultaneously launching an aggressive attack towards the mysterious figure. Despite Qin Lang's slender appearance, he was solid muscle beneath the surface. Under his ruthless leg sweeps, the black-robed figure was forced into continuous retreat, even having his dagger knocked to the ground. In the end, the mysterious figure in the black robe was overpowered. When he tried to reclaim the dagger, Qin Lang kicked him again, forcing him to turn and flee in haste. "Young master, your hand is injured." Su Xiaoxiao anxiously ran over and, without waiting for Qin Lang's instructions, immediately called Junzi on the phone. The two waited there, and within less than 10 minutes, Junzi arrived by car, bringing along a private doctor. After a simple bandaging, the injury on Qin Lang's arm was brought under control. Junzi walked up to Qin Lang with a face full of guilt, lowering his head meekly. "Young master, it's my fault. I failed in my duty to protect you." Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. "What's it got to do with you? I was the one who insisted on walking back." Moving his arm triggered a sharp pain that made him grimace. Secretly cursing to himself, he realized the coordination had been off earlier. The dagger had cut deeper than intended. Fortunately, his extraordinary constitution came through, or else that entire performance might have fallen flat. Su Xiaoxiao gazed sadly at Qin Lang's bandaged arm and said with lingering fear, "Young master, who was that person just now? Why did he want to hurt you?" Qin Lang also shook his head in bewilderment. "No idea." Junzi produced the dagger he had just picked up. "It has a unique pattern, but I've never seen it before." Su Xiaoxiao looked up and froze when she saw the knife clutched in Junzi's hand, its hilt carved with a vivid crimson wolf's head. Her mind went completely blank. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. "No need to dwell on it. Just strengthen security from now on. Plenty of people want me dead. There's no way we could possibly track down every single one of them." Junzi drove them both back to the villa. Su Xiaoxiao somehow, after confirming Qin Lang's injuries weren't serious, suddenly ran off by herself to the bedroom. As for Qin Lang, he lay on the bed and turned on the system's notification sound. Previously, he found the system's voice constantly ringing in his ears annoying, so he had temporarily turned it off. Now that things had come to a pause, it was time to take stock of his gains. Ding! Female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, you've obtained 800 points of Destiny Villain value. Ding! Female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao's favorability has increased. Congratulations, host, you've obtained 1000 points of Destiny Villain value. Ding! The Son of Fortune Yifeng's luck points have decreased by 500. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 5000 Destiny Villain points. Ding! The Son of Fortune Yifeng's luck points have decreased by 1000. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 beauty pill, heals external injuries, eliminates scars, and 1 beauty pill recipe. Listening to the system's prompts, Qin Lang figured that Su Xiaoxiao must have already learned about the dagger's significant connection to Yifeng. That's why she rushed back to her bedroom as soon as she returned, probably to interrogate Yifeng about it. Qin Lang had no intention of getting involved in this matter. Being overly enthusiastic and throwing mud at Yifeng would only make things seem suspicious. After all, Su Xiaoxiao had witnessed it with her own eyes, and the real Blood Wolf mercenary corps member who possessed the dagger was already dead, leaving no evidence to verify the truth. No matter how much Yifeng explained, it was merely sophistry. Putting this matter aside for now, she glanced at her system backpack. TSK. Qin Lang clicked his tongue in amazement. The rewards for dealing with a child of destiny were truly generous. Not only could he gain fate villain points, but also a medicinal formula? Wasn't this beauty pill specifically meant to heal his scratched up arm? Taking the beauty pill out from his system inventory, he swallowed it. The burning sensation in his arm was gradually overwhelmed by a cooling relief. In just a short while, it completely disappeared. Moving my arms around, there was not the slightest discomfort left. Completely healed. Chapter 27, Lucky Star, triggered ahead of time. The recipe for the beauty pill? System produced, guaranteed to be top-notch. Qin Lang examined the prescription given by the system. All the raw materials listed could be purchased on the market, though some key ingredients were rather expensive, such as century-old ginseng. However, the effects of this beauty pill were incredibly potent. He had personally experienced it. Not only could it heal injuries, but it also removed scars and whitened the skin. This thing was clearly designed for beauty-conscious women. Of course, if it were for actual production, there's absolutely no way we'd follow the proportions listed in this prescription to create genuine beauty pills. The cost would be astronomical, and the potency would be far too strong. If diluted 100-fold, 1,000-fold, that might be suitable for mass-market distribution. Beep. Just as he was pondering this, his phone on the bedside table lit up, displaying Mu Yuyan's caller ID. Upon answering, Mu Yuyan's voice came through in a furious barrage. Qin Lang, are you deaf or what? I told you to call me when you got home, didn't I? Did my words just go in one ear and out the other? Qin Lang was utterly confused, but upon reflection, he realized that when they left Villa Number 1 in Jiangnan earlier, the forced smile on Mu Yuyan's face had indeed accompanied those words. You still remember that now? Keeping his expression rigid and humorless, he retorted bluntly, are you kidding me, Mu Yuyan, CEO Mu? Do I really have to report every little thing to you? Mu Yuyan snorted coldly, given our relationship, isn't this just how it should be? TSK. She's really gone too far. Mu Yuyan has absolutely lost her grip. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow just because of one parting remark. She'd been holding on to it until now. Instead of confronting him that very night, she waited several days before calling. Perhaps these past few days, Mu Yuyan had been wrestling with it in her heart, until she finally couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't call her out, though. His voice took on a teasing lilt. What's this? Feeling lonely all alone in that big villa at night? Missing me? How about I come stay with you for the night? Keep you company? Mu Yuyan snapped impatiently. Think about you? As if. Who said I'm lonely? Don't you dare come over. Even if you do, no one will open the door for you. I'm calling about serious business. The Summit Forum in Tianhai the day after tomorrow will gather almost every prominent entrepreneur and tycoon. You're coming with me. Silence lingered on the other end of the line. Mu Yuyan pressed, well, are you going or not? Go. Qin Lang agreed to the invitation. Last time when Tang Tianpei had extended the invitation, he'd mentioned lightly that gatherings of this caliber were mostly about providing networking opportunities and channels for individuals at the tycoon level. Presumably, Bai Ruyu would also attend, wouldn't she? Yesterday at the Bai household, there had been no opportunity to be alone with Bai Ruyu. Taking the initiative to seek her out blindly might arouse her suspicions. If they were to encounter each other by chance at the Peak Summit gathering, it wouldn't seem so deliberate. After just a few more words, Qin Lang hung up the phone. Jiangnan number 1, the villa where Mu Yuyan resides. Mu Yuyan gnashed her teeth in anger. Qin Lang, that bastard has some nerve. Hanging up on me repeatedly, does he think he can push his luck like this? Her personal bodyguard, Aining, stood nearby and said with amusement, Miss, you used to casually hang up on young Master Qin's calls too. Really? Did I? Mu Yuyan skeptically recalled past events before defensively adding, but what was he like back then? Those were nothing but harassment calls. I actually had legitimate matters to discuss with him. After venting her discomfort with a complaint, Mu Yuyan glanced at Aining standing beside her and asked suspiciously, don't you think Qin Lang has changed? Aining nodded earnestly, that's right. Young Master Qin's entire demeanor is different from before. He's become more handsome and even more composed. How can a person undergo such a drastic change in such a short time? Could there be something unusual about this? Mu Yuyan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes narrowing as her fingers clenched until they turned white. Do you think it's possible that everything Qin Lang did in Yinjing before was just an act? A deliberate attempt to create the image of a spoiled playboy? After all, when you reach the status of the Qin family, certain things must be kept under wraps. If Qin Lang had appeared exceptionally talented from the start, many people probably wouldn't have slept well at night, right? As for now, to shake off an unwanted fiancé, he's even left the capital. Just how much weight does such a playboy carry in people's minds? Why bother pretending anymore? That night, Mu Yuyan had much to ponder, and sleep eluded her for a long time. On Qin Lang's side, however, he immediately hung up the phone to answer the door as soon as his bedroom was knocked on. Those light footsteps could belong to no one but Su Xiaoxiao. Upon opening the door, he indeed saw Su Xiaoxiao still wearing the black silk dress she had on when she returned, standing at the doorstep looking devastated and guilty. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Qin Lang's attitude did a complete 180 as he quickly pulled her inside to sit down, asking with concern, what happened? Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, her face filled with sorrow. Young master, I've found out who sent the person who hurt you. Who is it? Su Xiaoxiao replied guiltily, it's Xiaofeng. He contacted me from overseas. I saw the exact same pattern on the dagger in photos Xiaofeng sent me. It was identical. Holy shit. What an unlikely coincidence. Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. Could there be a mistake? Although the pattern is strange, it shouldn't have any connection with someone overseas. They're worlds apart, aren't they? Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. It must be Xiaofeng. The more Qin Lang defended Yifeng like this, the more Su Xiaoxiao felt the pang of guilt in her heart. Before today, Xiaofeng mentioned that his men had already arrived in Tianhai City and wanted to meet me. I hadn't made up my mind yet, but after what happened tonight, I went to confront Xiaofeng, and he refused to admit anything. Yet, when I told him I planned to meet his men tomorrow, he claimed they had gone missing. How could such a coincidence happen? Young master, I really didn't mean to. I didn't know Xiaofeng would develop this intention to harm you just because I got too close to you. Don't overthink it. It might just be a misunderstanding. Qin Lang, ever the pacifier, pulled Su Xiaoxiao into his arms. Go meet with Yifeng's underlings? Meet my ass. Is even Yifeng still contactable after someone's gone? Can his phone still connect to the underworld bridge or something? At this thought, Qin Lang tightened his embrace around Su Xiaoxiao's head with increasing force. Damned good luck charm he is. He just put on this act to plant a hidden trap for Yifeng in advance. Damn, Su Xiaoxiao actually managed to find that single fuse among 10,000 tangled wires and gave it a sharp tug. Boom! It blew up. Chapter 28. The Chosen One loses another opportunity. Ding! The female lead Su Xiaoxiao has developed a major rift with the Chosen One. Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 5,000 destiny villain points. In his arms, Su Xiaoxiao squirmed slightly. Qin Lang loosened his tight embrace and looked down at the frowning young girl. It didn't seem like guilt, more like physical pain. She asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you really not feeling well?" Su Xiaoxiao flushed red and nodded, "My stomach hurts." It just so happened these days coincided with her period, and Su Xiaoxiao was already in a physiologically irritable and emotionally low phase. To make matters worse, she had encountered this situation with Yifeng, leaving a stifled knot of resentment burning in her chest. She had already misunderstood the young master once. The guilt in her heart still hadn't dissipated even now. And then because of her, Yifeng ended up hurting the young master too. These two incidents combined were like adding frost to snow, which subsequently caused cramps in her lower abdomen during her period. Qin Lang said with concern, "Let me accompany you to the hospital for a checkup." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, "No need, it's not the first time. It'll get better after a while." She forced a smile and comforted him, saying, "Young master, don't worry. How many girls actually go to the hospital at a time like this?" Qin Lang frowned suspiciously. "Is it that time of the month?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded softly and murmured, "It's fine. I'll feel better after sleeping it off at home. But we can't just do nothing," Qin Lang said sternly, supporting Su Xiaoxiao as he helped her lie down on his own bed. With a furrowed brow, he commanded, "Rest here and don't move around." With that, he went downstairs. A long while later, he finally returned. Su Xiaoxiao, who had been lying in bed lost in wild thoughts for ages, looked at the brown sugar water Qin Lang brought to her with reddened eyes. "Young master, did you just go to make brown sugar water for me?" Qin Lang gave an affirmative grunt. "Of course. Didn't they say brown sugar water helps when girls have their periods? Did I make it wrong? I didn't mean it that way." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Qin Lang held the brown sugar water with one hand and brought it to Su Xiaoxiao's lips. "It's not too hot. Drink it quickly to warm your stomach." Su Xiaoxiao sipped the brown sugar water little by little, stealing glance after glance at Qin Lang. Her heart felt warm, and though the drink itself was rich but not excessively sweet, it now flowed through her stomach like pure honey. The young master treats her so well. Warm, considerate, and willing to set aside his privileged upbringing. Su Xiaoxiao was just an orphan girl from a poor background. How could she possibly deserve this? How could she ever repay such kindness? "Does it still hurt?" Qin Lang set the empty bowl on the table and asked softly. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "You're lying to me again. Do I look stupid?" Qin Lang scowled. "If it didn't hurt, why would you keep frowning? Lie still, I'll massage it for you." Qin Lang reached under the blanket, his hand fumbling until it accidentally brushed against a place it shouldn't have, making Su Xiaoxiao blush before finally resting on her flat, smooth abdomen, gently massaging. "Ugh!" Su Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes in pleasure, letting out a soft hum from her nose. "So warm, so comfortable." Qin Lang's large hands truly seemed magical, capable of helping alleviate her pain. The waves of throbbing pain actually improved significantly under Qin Lang's soothing touch. "It's just that this action feels a bit too intimate." Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks remained flushed without cooling down, yet not a single word of refusal escaped her lips. She understood the young master's intentions, stern and upright, merely trying to alleviate her pain. Speaking more would only make her seem like a petty person misjudging a noble heart. Moreover, even if Qin Lang wanted to take advantage of her, to be honest, after today, she probably wouldn't mind it in her heart. "Move in a bit, I'll lie down too. Then you can rest in my arms. This way, it'll be easier to massage you." Qin Lang shamelessly went ahead with his advances without batting an eye. Su Xiaoxiao blushed furiously and timidly followed Qin Lang's instructions. Before long, she stiffened like a board and shyly nestled into his embrace. Not a single word escaped her lips, nor did she make any unnecessary movements. She simply lay there, like a little white rabbit being held by the scruff of its neck. Qin Lang chuckled inwardly, not the least bit offended. After all, just a few days ago, holding Su Xiaoxiao's hand would provoke a struggle. Now they were sharing the same bed. What more could he possibly complain about? When dealing with girls of different temperaments, one must prescribe the right cure for the ailment. Take Su Xiaoxiao for example. Having lacked affection since childhood, she needed care in life's smallest details and a sense of being protected. Often the tiniest gestures, like brewing her a bowl of brown sugar water, could deeply move her. This was why Qin Lang found such joy in performing these small gestures. With Qin Lang keeping perfectly still, only one hand gently resting on her stomach, Su Xiaoxiao's tense body gradually relaxed into softness. Slowly, Su Xiaoxiao grew bolder, wrapping her arms around Qin Lang's chest and pressing against him, her flushed face stealing faint, fleeting glances at his features. Seizing the moment when Qin Lang briefly averted his gaze, she swooped in like a dragonfly skimming water, planting a quick, shy kiss on his cheek before immediately ducking her flushed face down again. "You, what insolence!" Qin Lang frowned, his expression turning solemn at Su Xiaoxiao's act of insubordination against authority. How preposterous was this? A mere domestic servant, How dare she be this brazen in his presence? If he didn't punish her for this, what kind of consequences would follow? Chapter 29, Summit Gathering. Sometimes, kissing can truly become addictive. Take Su Xiaoxiao at this moment. After learning what Qin Lang's so-called punishment entails, she's been tirelessly challenging the young master's authority, which is to say, she's covertly asking for more punishment. After doling out the punishment 2 or 3 times, Qin Lang began to find it somewhat dull. Not that he lost interest in Su Xiaoxiao, but actually, I dare not do it anymore. Such a gentle, sensible, and considerate little sweetheart, coupled with her pretty face. Even if Lu Xiaohui were alive today, he would probably find it hard to resist. But, what if that fire in the heart gets ignited? Qin Lang had no intention of disregarding Su Xiaoxiao's feelings so late at night. A sweet night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, afternoon. Under Qin Lang's guidance, Su Xiaoxiao, dressed in a floral cheongsam, was methodically helping brew tea. Her slender figure was accentuated even more by the form-fitting cheongsam. The slit in her dress was cut low, reaching just an inch below the knees. As she moved to serve tea, the fragrant breeze swayed, offering glimpses of delicate skin. At that moment, Junzi rushed in with a flustered expression. "Young master, the Bai family." Seeing Su Xiaoxiao also present, he immediately swallowed his words and instinctively lowered his head. Su Xiaoxiao, ever tactful and sensible, cast a glance at Qin Lang before quietly leaving the tea room. "What's all this rush about? If there's something, sit down, have a cup of tea, and take your time explaining," Qin Lang said calmly, waving his hand dismissively. Junzi plopped down into his seat, swallowing a mouthful of Westlake Longjing tea in one gulp, like a cow munching on peonies, before urgently blurting out the news he'd received. "There's trouble at the Bai residence. Little Baiyun was snatched on her way home." Qin Lang responded with a simple "oh," then asked, "Do you know Bai Xiaoyun's current whereabouts?" Junzi looked baffled. In his view, the Bai sisters were already so close to the young master, yet upon hearing the news of Bai Xiaoyun being kidnapped, they remained so calm. It was downright peculiar. He nodded. "Our people are outside, but the group who kidnapped Bai Xiaoyun have been planning this for a long time. I intend to personally lead the team to rescue her." "Hold on, no rush." Qin Lang shook his head. "Withdraw the team tracking Bai Xiaoyun's location for now, just leave one person there as a precaution. Knowing her hiding place is enough." As for Bai Xiaoyun's kidnapping, he had thoroughly memorized all the details long ago, so he naturally didn't show any visible surprise. Moreover, those who took Bai Xiaoyun were simply issuing a threat, just treating her as a bargaining chip with no ulterior motives, let alone any intention to harm her. "Alright, I'll go make the arrangements." Even though Junzi was utterly bewildered, he would never disobey Qin Lang's orders. He was Qin Lang's trusted aide, not the Bai family's bodyguard. Why should he care so much? Another day passed. It was time to attend the summit gathering. Outside the villa, Junzi was already waiting. Qin Lang stood at the door while Su Xiaoxiao, like a dutiful housewife, straightened his collar and anxiously reminded him, "Young master, you must be careful outside. Don't wander too far from brother Junzi. I've already warned Yi Feng, but I'm still afraid he might do something to hurt you." Ding, the protagonist Yi Feng's fortune points have decreased by 500. Congratulations, host, on gaining plus 5,000 destiny villain points. Qin Lang affectionately ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair, genuinely touched by the sincere worry he sensed from the young girl. She truly feared he might come to harm. Unavoidably moved, he spontaneously kissed her petite lips and reassured her, "Don't worry, be a good girl at home and wait for me to return." Su Xiaoxiao softly murmured her agreement. She stood motionless at the doorway, her gaze lingering on the distant silhouette of Qin Lang's Maybach until long after it had vanished from sight. Summit International, a landmark 100-story skyscraper towering over Tianhai City. Luxury cars come and go in an endless stream. Dressed in a black suit, Qin Lang encountered the elaborately adorned Mu Yuyan at the venue's entrance. The blue evening gown, with its long flowing skirt, paired with a pair of sparkling crystal shoes, made her look every bit like a princess from European royalty, exuding an air of nobility and grace. "I thought you weren't coming." Mu Yuyan stepped forward, proactively linking arms with Qin Lang, and added by way of explanation, lest he misunderstand, "At this soiree, everyone has their own partner. I wouldn't want to be stuck with some stranger." "Of course, you're my girlfriend. What would it look like if you were with some other guy?" Qin Lang snorted coldly. "If I catch anyone eyeing you with ill intentions, I'll bash their head in." "How barbarous." Mu Yuyan rolled her eyes in a coquettish manner, chiding him with evident distaste. I don't know why, but if I had heard Qin Lang say such words before, I'd probably have wanted to kick him away immediately, putting as much distance between us as possible, afraid of being tainted by that playboy aura of his. But now, she found her boyfriend's domineering attitude rather not bad. Arm in arm, the two weaved through the crowd, with Mu Yuyan constantly being approached for toasts and brief conversations. Some came with intentions of getting closer, while others approached with thoughts of potential cooperation. Mu Yuyan was also open to all comers, nodding in acknowledgement and keeping the negotiations brief and to the point. In business, one certainly can't make a cart behind closed doors. Moreover, with Qin Lang by her side, What was there to fear from those privileged heirs causing trouble? Those spoiled brats must be begging for death. Don't you know Qin Lang is one of the top playboys in the capital? Who's that guy sticking so close to Mu Yuyan? Never seen him before, where did he pop up from? Shoo, watch your words, that's President Mu's fiancé, from the capital, not someone to mess with. Bullshit, does coming from the capital make him untouchable? Our Tianhai city isn't made of paper, even dragons would have to coil here. I refuse to buy into that. He was invited by young Master Tang. If you don't believe me, go ahead and test him, don't say I didn't warn you. He's from the Qin family in the capital, the same Qin family that frequently appears on Capital Daily News. Hiss. The spoiled rich kid who had intended to pick a fight gasped sharply, trembling all over in fright. The Qin family? The one that appears on Capital Daily News? Damn it! How did such a big shot come to Tianhai City? Here to crush noobs? Though Tianhai City is prosperous, compared to metropolises like Beijing, it immediately pales in comparison. How could a top-tier aristocratic family from the imperial capital come to Tianhai City? Even someone like young Master Tang, who failed in the family succession struggle, would be absolutely beyond their means to offend when he came to Tianhai City, let alone Qin Lang? Several second-generation heirs who had designs on Mu Yuyan dared not make trouble, but in their hearts, they cursed Qin Lang thoroughly. What they didn't know was that Qin Lang was not only a member of the Qin family but also the direct grandson and sole heir apparent of the Qin family. If they had known, would they dare entertain such thoughts even slightly? They'd probably be groveling at his feet by now. Chapter 30, What's Wrong with Going Again? Alas, sometimes having an overwhelmingly powerful background can be quite a burden indeed, Qin Lang thought to himself. At such grand occasions and major gatherings, if it were the child of fortune standing here instead, he would inevitably be picked on by a few short-sighted rich second-generation heirs. Then came a series of fierce and awe-inspiring moves that thoroughly humiliated those rich kids, winning the beauty's heart. But when it came to him, even while holding a peerless beauty like Mu Yuyan in his arms, not only were there no troublemakers, but not a single voice of dissent could be heard. They didn't even give him a chance to show off. Qin Lang sighed. What use is this background to me? I have it, so what if I have this handsome face? Mu Yuyan turned her head and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Must you be so shameless? Aren't you just? She was just about to say, don't you just have a good daddy? But thinking of the smug expression Qin Lang would make after hearing it, she stopped herself. The corners of her lips twitched in amusement, yet she stubbornly held back that compliment. Master Qin, what an honor for our humble gathering to be graced by your presence. Not far away, Tang Tianpei, with a female companion on his arm and surrounded by numerous socialites, approached with his entourage. In the eyes of these society ladies, Tang Tianpei was far more impressive than those spoiled rich kids. Who could ignore his background? As a scion of the Tang family from Beijing, even if he weren't to inherit the main family business, the scattered assets he'd receive would still dwarf anything those Tianhai City Trust Fund babies could boast about. The socialites naturally clustered around Tang Tianpei. Seeing Tang Tianpei attending to Qin Lang with such eagerness, they couldn't help but ask curiously, young Master Tang, who is this handsome gentleman? With an arm around his female companion, Tang Tianpei proactively introduced, young Master Qin. We used to run in the same circles back in Beijing. What a shame though, here I am now, truly fallen on hard times in Tianhai City, while young Master Qin here has come solely to win a beauty's heart. Wow! Someone who once moved in the same Beijing social circles as Tang Tianpei, and from the sound of it, his background was certainly no worse than the Tang family's. But most importantly, this Qin Lang clearly wasn't down on his luck now. Just came to Tianhai City for some hunting fun. With such a fantastic opportunity, how could these socialites possibly miss out? One after another, they eagerly stepped forward to toast him, their enthusiasm overwhelming. Forget about family background, in terms of looks and physique alone, Tang Tianpei was completely outclassed. Even looking across the entire venue, Qin Lang's exceptional appearance alone made him stand out distinctly. Handsome, wealthy, and with powerful connections. If he wasn't the ultimate golden bachelor, then who was? With Qin Lang such an obvious catch around, who'd even spare a glance for someone like Tang Tianpei? Young Master Qin, Tianhai City has many famous historical sites. If you have time, let's go explore them together. Young Master Qin, the breakfast stall downstairs from my place serves Tianhai City's famous street food. Come visit me sometime and we can have breakfast together the next morning. Young Master Qin, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Can we get to know each other? Let me have your contact info. Me too. I also want young Master Qin's contact information. These socialites, commonly known as atmosphere boosters, are there to liven up the party scene. Perhaps these ladies aren't aristocratic heiresses from elite families, but their discerning taste is absolutely unparalleled. They wouldn't even glance at a man who wasn't both handsome and wealthy, a veritable golden catch. Being surrounded by so many socialites is quite a face-enhancing matter. With many hands making light work, Tang Tianpei followed up with flattery, young Master Qin truly has charm. The moment you arrived, all the beauties at the venue flocked to you. Qin Lang smiled calmly on the surface. This happens quite often. I'm used to it, used to it. Behind the scenes, it was give and take. When the socialite secretly pinched him, he didn't hold back either, returning the gesture in blind spots, eliciting a series of coy glances. Mu Yuyan looked at Qin Lang's smug expression with suspicion and asked, "Gotten used to it? How on earth did you manage that?" Qin Lang glanced at her, cleared his throat lightly, and said, "Well, once during a party while chatting, suddenly everything went dark." A socialite gasped in surprise. Low blood sugar? Qin Lang shook his head. "No, not that. After 3 or 4 seconds, I saw light again. That's when I realized a beautiful woman had buried my head in her bosom." Mu Yuyan snorted in annoyance. "You might suffocate yourself for all I care." Unlike Mu Yuyan who mocked Qin Lang, these society ladies were attentive little sisters, concerned only for their sweet Gigi. With understanding in her voice, she pressed further, "How could there be such shameless girls? You must have been scared stiff, right Qin Xiao? Did it leave you traumatized?" Qin Lang replied with utmost seriousness, "Not too bad, actually, this kind of thing. What if it happened again? Ha ha ha, young Master Qin, you're so hilarious. You're such a bad boy, young Master Qin, but you really know how to make girls laugh. Do you have time for a walk tonight? A summer evening stroll with ice cream would be even better. How about exchanging contacts? If young Master Qin is interested, we can make things happen as often as you'd like." A slender socialite with curves rivaling the Bai sisters batted her seductive eyes at him. "Oh look, I see an acquaintance, come with me." The discomfort in Mu Yuyan's heart grew increasingly intense, tugging at Qin Lang to distance themselves from those socialites who kept swaying in waves. Once they had walked out of the encirclement, the surroundings finally became clear and open. Qin Lang teased playfully, "What's wrong? Feeling jealous seeing your boyfriend being adored and flattered by so many girls? Could you stop being so presumptuous? Why would I ever be jealous over you?" Mu Yuyan snorted lightly, her disdainful expression effortlessly slipping into place. "I just don't want you getting too close to those women. With your personality that can't resist temptation, if no one's keeping an eye on you, you'll eventually ruin yourself with some filthy disease. Don't let those socialite party girls fool you with their designer clothes and polished manners. But the truth is, at gatherings like these, if they just take a slight liking to someone, they'll go book a hotel room together that very night. Who knows how clean they really are? So you want to control me?" Qin Lang fixed Mu Yuyan with a piercing gaze. Mu Yuyan grew slightly uncomfortable under his stare. "Who wants to control you? Could you stop thinking so highly of yourself?" Qin Lang lifted his trapped arm slightly. "Then why are you clutching it so tightly? Who'd even want you?" Mu Yuyan huffed indignantly before abruptly releasing his arm. Qin Lang, now liberated, turned away without looking back and strode toward the corner. There, Bai Ruyu sat alone in her black silk office lady attire, drowning her sorrows in alcohol, a stark contrast to the lively banquet hall. "Qin Lang, you bastard." Watching from behind, Mu Yuyan felt unbearably sour, her heart churning with bitterness. "Are you kidding me? Leaving her unattended here, Qin Lang actually went off to hit on other women?" Chapter 31, Recruiting by Ruyu. Qin Lang had no mental capacity to care about Mu Yuyan's current thoughts. He was already feeling somewhat apprehensive himself. Given what happened to the Bai family before the summit convention, there wasn't even certainty whether Bai Ruyu would still attend. Now seeing Bai Ruyu standing alone in the corner, how could he miss this opportunity? He immediately walked over with a smile and said, "Miss Bai, what a coincidence to meet you again." With a frown, Bai Ruyu turned her head and recognized Qin Lang, the young man who had visited her home the other day. Forcing out a faint smile, she nodded in acknowledgement before quickly averting her gaze. She was in no mood for idle chatter. Her younger sister had been abducted, and with no clues or trace of her whereabouts, Bai Ruyu felt like a raging fire was building within her heart. Either she would find her sister and extinguish those flames, or she would let them keep burning until they reduced her to ashes. She held a favorable impression of Qin Lang after all, since his impassioned words at that evening banquet had struck a chord within her heart. But now, before finding her younger sister, she couldn't muster even the slightest interest in anything else. Whether it involved outsiders or even recent issues within her own company, she simply had no energy to deal with them. "Miss Bai, with such a gloom-ridden expression, have you encountered some difficulty? Why not share it with me so I can help bear the burden?" Qin Lang seemed completely unaffected by Bai Ruyu's frosty demeanor that kept others at arm's length, even leaning slightly closer. Bai Ruyu frowned. "Young Master Qin, I apologize, but I'm in rather poor spirits lately. Could we discuss matters another time? Feeling down?" Qin Lang asked skeptically. Could it be that Miss Bai has found out about Uncle Bai having an illegitimate child outside? Whoosh! Bai Ruyu turned around and stared intently at Qin Lang, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "Seems like that might not be it." Qin Lang muttered as if to himself. Or perhaps Miss Bai discovered that Uncle Bai secretly embezzled company stocks for cash to support his illegitimate child? Bai Ruyu was utterly horrified, her eyes widening as she stared at Qin Lang as if looking at a complete stranger. "Just how much more do you know?" Qin Lang's two sentences completely exposed the scandal in her family. "Yes, Bai Xiaochun had a child outside, and it was a nearly grown boy, several years older than Bai Xiaoyun. What does that mean? It meant that even before her mother passed away, her father had already found someone else outside. And now, for the sake of that illegitimate child, he's quietly, no, blatantly, diverting company funds, trying to leave more inheritance for that illegitimate offspring. All of these were private matters of the Bai family, unknown even to Bai Xiaoyun or many of the company's senior executives. If Bai Ruyu hadn't accidentally discovered it, she would likely still be kept in the dark to this day. This is precisely why Bai Ruyu kept striving and pushing herself when she received cold glances from her father in the past. She wanted to prove her capabilities to him. Now, whenever her father utters a word about women being inferior to men, she immediately flares up in anger. All of this stems from the devastating blow that bastard child dealt to Bai Ruyu's worldview. Who would have thought that her father, praised in business circles for his integrity, sense of responsibility, and devotion to his wife and daughter, remaining unmarried for over a decade, had actually been unfaithful long before her mother passed away? Now she's even transferring family assets, the company her mother once poured her heart into, all for the sake of that bastard son born from an affair? How did you know about this? What exactly is going on? Bai Ruyu was both shocked and terrified, as if all her secrets had been laid bare. She stared at Qin Lang with full vigilance. Qin Lang shrugged, dropping a bombshell without warning. Don't be afraid, Miss Bai. Actually, I know very little. For instance, I only learned yesterday afternoon about your sister being kidnapped. Afternoon? It wasn't until evening that Bai Ruyu learned about his younger sister's kidnapping, when he received an ominous phone call. As it turned out, Qin Lang got wind of it that very afternoon. What do you want? Don't hurt Yun Yun. If you spare Yun Yun, I'll agree to any demand. Bai Ruyu instinctively assumed Qin Lang was the mastermind behind it all. Otherwise, how would he know that his sister was taken away in the afternoon? He even knew the news before she did? No wonder this guy was so well informed about the Bai family. He had clearly planned it all long ago. Miss Bai, is there really a need to be so shocked? I can responsibly tell you that your sister's disappearance has nothing to do with me, Qin Lang said with a bitter smile. Besides, haven't you already made your own judgment? Why pour this dirty water on me? He couldn't believe that Bai Ruyu, with her clever and quick-witted mind, couldn't see through such a simple trick. Or perhaps, she deliberately refused to entertain the thought in that direction. Would she rather play the fool than face reality? Bai Ruyu took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling unevenly as she struggled to regain her composure. Gazing intently at Qin Lang, she asked, since you know so many things you shouldn't, do you also know where Yun Yun is being hidden? Qin Lang nodded. Not only do I know, but I can also rescue her. What do you want? As long as you can save Yun Yun, I'll agree to any demand. Bai Ruyu's face was full of determination. Whether the kidnapper was Qin Lang, or that person who had already taken root in her mind, though she refused to dwell on the thought, as long as her younger sister could be rescued, she was willing to sacrifice anything. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Lang cut straight to the point. I want you. Before Bai Ruyu could react, he continued with a grave expression, the Bai family company is, after all, just your father's business. No matter how hard you work or strive to prove yourself, it still won't outweigh your father's stubborn decisions. If he truly intended to eventually pass the company on to you, he wouldn't have delayed transferring authority for so long. Nor would they blatantly cash out the company's stocks at such a critical moment. Why? Because he believes his son lacks the ability to compete with you. Once he kicks the bucket, perhaps his son would lose everything in the struggle for power against you. So I might as well cash out and leave some real money for my son. Don't be fooled by Bai Ruyu's delicate appearance in the business world. She's undeniably ruthless, decisive, and swift in action, even more formidable than some burly men. Given what Bai Ruyu's father has done for his illegitimate child over the years, forget about him getting a single penny from the Bai family. His very survival might even be at risk. If even an outsider like Qin Lang understands this so well, how much more must Bai Ruyu's own father? He had already begun making preparations for what would happen after his death long ago. Qin Lang watched Bai Ruyu deep in thought and patiently persuaded, so, why not cooperate with me? I guarantee you'll have ample personal space to fully utilize your talents. Moreover, I will delegate all authority within the company and won't interfere with any decisions you make. In the company, you'll have the final say. No one can oppose your decisions. As for profits, we can split the equity 60-40, or even go 50-50. Bai Ruyu stared at the earnest Qin Lang as if listening to some fantastical tale or being promised a pie in the sky. Skeptical, she asked, delegating power, aren't you afraid I might dilute your equity and overshadow you as the host? Qin Lang shrugged, since I've chosen to trust you, I won't hesitate anymore. If something like that really happens, it's my own fault and has nothing to do with you. I give you my absolute trust. No one understood Bai Ruyu better than him. She would repay a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude, or rather, for every ounce of goodwill shown to her, she would return tenfold, even 100-fold. Why should he worry about such a woman of strong principles and extraordinary fortune? Steal the spotlight and seize control of the company? That wasn't even a concern. Not to mention Bai Ruyu's character wouldn't allow such ungrateful behavior. Even if she did, what could she possibly do? She's just a small-time female CEO of a local company, hardly someone who's built a future empire yet. What waves could she possibly make? Of course, these were his private thoughts outwardly. He still had to maintain polite formalities and show her sufficient trust. I need to think about this matter and give you an answer when I meet Yun, alright? Bai Ruyu felt unsettled and didn't respond immediately. On one hand, Xin Lang knew too much, which astounded her. On the other hand, she was deeply moved by the profound trust he placed in her, making everything feel somewhat unreal. Chapter 32, A Great Opportunity, Seized. Rest assured, Miss Bai, your sister's safety is guaranteed. Feel free to think boldly. After all, in this world, anything is possible. The more you see, the clearer things become, Xin Lang gently reassured her, patting Bai Ruyu's delicate shoulder. He didn't spell it out directly, but rather guided Bai Ruyu to arrive at that conclusion herself. Since they'd already begun soliciting support, why not take this opportunity to further widen the existing rifts within the Bai family? Otherwise, how could Bai Ruyu be persuaded to make a firm decision? Why do you know so much about my Bai family affairs? Bai Ruyu eyed him cautiously. Xin Lang replied without batting an eye, Miss Bai's exceptional talent in business is truly remarkable. I took special interest in learning more about you with hopes of potential collaboration. It was purely coincidental that I happened upon this situation. It wasn't arrogance. Bai Ruyu genuinely knew her reforms at Bai Corporation had achieved results that even veteran business tycoons across Tianhai City might struggle to match. If Xin Lang truly wanted to recruit her, this explanation actually made reasonable sense. Setting aside feminine coyness, she pressed with urgency, may I see Yun as soon as possible? The sooner I confirm her safety, the sooner I can give you my final decision. Xin Lang nodded, certainly, of course. Your sister can reunite with you tonight. However, some things shouldn't be rushed. If you follow along, Miss Bai, it might easily backfire. It's best to wait quietly here. Looking at Bai Ruyu's anxious expression, he had no choice but to remind her hauling around such a massive burden would be exhausting, wouldn't it? With that, he turned and left the venue, ignoring even Mu Yuyan who came forward to question him, walking straight out the main door. In the back seat of the Maybach, he spent 32,000 points of Destiny Villain value directly to raise his physique to 100. System panel. Character, Xin Lang. Age, 25. Physique 100. Charm 98. Destiny Villain value 21,800. Skills Affinity LV8. Group Affinity plus 80. Advanced Piano Technique, Advanced Tea Ceremony, Advanced Aesthetics. Mall opening in progress. Lucky Draw Center opening in progress. Each draw consumes 100 villain points. System Backpack, Ancho's Photo Album X1, Xing Foam Tissues plus 1, Ms. Bai's Photo Album X1, Electric Medical Equipment plus 1. After adapting to the sudden surge in his physique, Xin Lang calmly instructed Junzi, have everyone guarding outside withdraw later. Just take me there. Meanwhile, at the kidnapper's hideout, the room was tranquil, with only Bai Xiaoyun inside. Terror-stricken, she hugged her knees with both hands, curled up in the corner of the room. Her plump little face was streaked with tears, and her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably. She had been kidnapped, and just moments ago, those kidnappers had even tried to assault her. So terrifying. She had always been the cherished little princess of the Bai family, held delicately for fear she might fall, cradled tenderly as if she might melt. When had she ever faced such a dire situation? It was as if she had been thrown into a den of wolves, surrounded by fierce predators ready to devour her at any moment. Thankfully, a woman in a black leather jacket had arrived earlier. Though she couldn't clearly see her face, the woman had sternly rebuked the lecherous kidnapper, even delivering a fierce scolding, preventing her from being assaulted by those brutes. Terror, fear, heartache, all sorts of emotions swirled in Bai Xiaoyun's chest, growing increasingly unbearable the more she thought about them. Just as Bai Xiaoyun sobbed helplessly, her delicate nose twitching, the bedroom door was pushed open. Bai Xiaoyun curiously looked up and saw a familiar, handsome face. Brother! She hurriedly stood up, stumbling as she threw herself into Xin Lang's embrace. Her large, watery eyes brimmed with grievance. Brother, those bad guys were so scary. You're here to save me, right? Please take me away from here quickly. Xin Lang felt as if he'd been hit by two large rubber balls, the impact startling him, yet he tenderly stroked Bai Xiaoyun's head with concern. Don't be afraid. Now that I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. Xin Lang patted Bai Xiaoyun's head gently, soothing her with a soft voice, don't be afraid. No matter where you are or who they are, as long as I'm around, I won't let anyone bully you. Thud. The door on the left was violently kicked open from the outside. Two burly men, each with a black dragon tattoo on their necks, barged in and scowled at Xin Lang, who had inexplicably appeared. They cursed angrily. Damn it. Are you out of your fucking mind? Causing such a ruckus just to rescue someone? What? You want the whole world to notice? Bai Xiaoyun stared at the two fierce, muscular men, her fear instantly surging. She clutched Qin Lang's sleeve tightly, her large, watery eyes misting over with a haze of tears. If you're scared, just cover your eyes. It'll be quiet soon, Qin Lang said while patting Bai Xiaoyun's head, though inwardly he scoffed. How else would they alert the kidnappers inside the villa if they didn't make some noise? And if they didn't lure out these kidnappers, how could he show off in front of Bai Xiaoyun? With a casual flick of his finger, he beckoned the two men, his relaxed demeanor dripping with provocation. You little runt, you're fucking asking for death, don't blame others now. A burly man cracked his neck and charged forward aggressively, raising an arm as thick as Bai Xiaoyun's shapely thigh, aiming straight for Qin Lang's nose bridge. The vicious momentum frightened Bai Xiaoyun so much she immediately covered her face with both hands. Snap! Along with a crisp cracking sound, a miserable howl pierced the air. Qin Lang gripped the burly man's arm with one hand, twisting and shaking it effortlessly to dissipate his strength. At the same time, he pulled downward while sharply thrusting his knee upward, striking directly at the joint. A perfectly good arm was instantly snapped. Chapter 33, Brother Junzi's Clever Stroke. Ah, my arm, you bastard, I'll kill you, the burly man howled in agony, immediately raising his foot to kick at Qin Lang. But how could his speed possibly compare to Qin Lang's physique of 100? Both kicked out simultaneously, their legs colliding. With a dull thud, the burly man was sent skidding across the ground. A closer look would reveal a bulge at the knee of the man's trousers, a grotesque swelling caused by dislocated bones, where the impact had fractured and misaligned them completely. If it weren't for the pair of pants covering him, the scene would undoubtedly be horrifyingly bloody. The commotion here immediately caught the attention of all the kidnappers inside the villa. Wait, they shouldn't be called kidnappers, more accurately. It attracted the attention of the Black Dragon Society. This place was actually one of the Black Dragon Society's hideouts, and Bai Xiaoyun was merely being temporarily held here. A swarm of Black Dragon Society members came charging in. At a glance, there were over a dozen of them, each one a fierce ruffian. This kid's fishy, bring out your weapons, all of you. Another burly man, who had rushed in first, felt a chill run down his spine as he stared at his unconscious companion. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, attack together. We can't let this bastard take Bai Xiaoyun away. That's a huge sum of money. Just keep her imprisoned until the appointed time, and you'll get a massive payday. How could I just stand by and watch her get kidnapped? A dozen enforcers advanced menacingly toward Qin Lang, wielding either telescopic batons or broad-bladed machetes, the usual tools of their underworld trade. As long as you don't go overboard and kill anyone, ruining a person's life is all too easy. Yet, in this situation where the enemy outnumbered him, something bizarre happened. Instead of standing there waiting for the thugs to approach, Qin Lang actively stepped forward. With one hand, he snatched a baton from the nearest attacker, using sheer brute force to wrench it away. His strength was so overwhelming that the thug not only lost his weapon but also stumbled forward, taking a vicious blow to the forehead from the very baton. His eyes rolled back as he crumpled to the ground like a dead dog, knocked out cold on the spot. How dare you? You even have the audacity to kidnap my people. Today, Qin Lang must teach you a lesson lest you forget what your own surnames are. Qin Lang wielded a telescopic baton like the conqueror of Chu, exuding the valor of a warrior unmatched by 10,000. Moving with lightning speed, each swing of his baton landed precisely, whether crushing a thug's skull or smashing a shoulder, leaving them unconscious on the ground. A single kick to the abdomen sent another attacker flying clear out of the encircling mob. His strength was overwhelmingly superior, far beyond what these thugs could match. How could this be considered kidnappers bullying Qin Lang? It was clearly Qin Lang single-handedly chasing down and tormenting a whole group of kidnappers. Amidst the pitiful screams, Bai Xiaoyun's big eyes peered through the gaps between her fingers at the invincibly fierce Qin Lang, her mental image of a Prince Charming perfectly overlapping with his figure. Already mesmerized by Qin Lang's looks, Bai Xiaoyun now found herself in such a situation that there wasn't even a trace of other thoughts left in her mind. Her entire brain, her chest, her whole body, every inch of her was completely filled with nothing but the image of Qin Lang alone. Let's go. Qin Lang took Bai Xiaoyun's soft, boneless hand and walked straight out the door. In the hallway, whenever a Black Dragon Society member blocked their path, Qin Lang swung his bat to immediately take them down. If a thug charged out from one of the partition rooms, he simply kicked them back to where they came from. The entire villa was densely populated with members of the Black Dragon Society, serving as a stronghold. One could easily imagine just how many people were present. Even a highly skilled individual at the level of a special forces soldier would find this place akin to a dragon's pond or a tiger's den, almost certain death awaits. Yet, Qin Lang strolled through the hallway as leisurely as if taking a casual walk in a garden, utterly at ease. What does it mean to have a physique of 100? An average person's physique typically scores around 10 points, while a score of 20 is already extraordinary. It's like combining the strength of two people into one body. If a man with 20 physique points faces two opponents each with 10 points, would it be an even match? No, it would be a slaughter. Doubling one's physique means every aspect of physical ability grows exponentially. How could simply doubling the number of opponents compensate for such exponential growth in power? Not to mention Xin Lang now, facing this gang of enforcers was like encountering a bunch of babbling infants, mere poultry and straw dogs to be crushed with a flick of his hand. The path ahead was completely unobstructed. When he reached the villa's main gate, not a single soul stood in his way. Behind him lay only devastation. Members of the Black Dragon Society collapsed everywhere, their agonized moans filling the air. Is this it? This is what they call a vicious kidnapper? Xin Lang tossed the telescopic baton onto the villa's living room floor, shaking his head with undisguised contempt. Grabbing the love-struck girl beside him, who was too dazed to watch where she was going, her glassy eyes fixed adoringly on his profile, he strode out of the hideout without a backward glance. Only when they'd put considerable distance between themselves and the villa did they finally reach the roadside, where he ushered her into the waiting Maybach's back seat. He gazed at the brightly lit villa, his heart swelling with anticipation. Having destroyed one of the Black Dragon Society's strongholds, given their notorious nature, they were unlikely to let this slide so easily, were they? Moreover, he had just acted so brazenly and repeatedly announced his own name. Looking at the villa, he could clearly see surveillance cameras inside. Through all these clues, they would undoubtedly be able to trace him. Cho Jor? It seems this female lead doesn't need him to go looking for her at all, on the contrary. She's the one who'll come knocking on his door. Bliss. In his pleasant mood, Xin Lang felt Bai Xiaoyun tugging at his sleeve beside him and instinctively turned his head, only to find her exquisite face drawing near, those rosy lips pressing against his without giving him a moment to think. Bai Xiaoyun was utterly infatuated. Her entire mind, her whole chest, were completely filled and overflowing with Xin Lang's actions today. She was convinced. Xin Lang was her Prince Charming. She was willing to be Xin Lang's little admirer for a lifetime, his and his alone. The sensation of those lips touching hers was sweet, like cotton candy, utterly enchanting and impossible to pull away from. After what felt like an eternity, the bashful Bai Xiaoyun finally lowered her head, burying her face in Xin Lang's chest as she wrapped her arms around his waist. In a soft murmur, she whispered, "Big brother, when I grow up, will you let me be your wife?" An amateur driver would have chosen this moment to nag from the back seat, "Buckle up, safety first on the road." The experienced driver had already quietly adjusted the rearview mirror and silently turned on soothing in-car music. He will be your groom, from now on, he will be your lifelong companion. Chapter 34, The Uncomfortable Muyuyan. Bai Xiaoyun had never heard this song before, terribly outdated, definitely not from her generation's music. And besides, he wasn't her type either. But nothing ruins music more than the wrong environment. In this very moment, Bai Xiaoyun had just vowed to become Xin Lang's little wife, yet upon hearing the lyrics of the song, she was deeply moved. "Brother, from now on, won't I stay by your side for my whole life?" Bai Xiaoyun hugged Xin Lang, her soft milky voice sweet enough to melt hearts. If it were any other man, they'd probably be so overwhelmed by the rush of blood to their head right now that they might do something reckless in the heat of the moment. Even Xin Lang didn't feel entirely right about it, constantly reminding himself in his heart, she's too young, Bai Xiaoyun is still just a child. Yet that downward glance, revealing two oversized bouncy balls in his line of sight, seemed to outright contradict his inner monologue. Not young at all. You're really not small anymore. Just focus on driving, let's go back. Xin Lang suppressed his anger and snapped impatiently at Junzi. Junzi hastily acknowledged with a no, stepping on the accelerator as the Maybach instantly picked up speed. Xin Lang simply held Bai Xiaoyun gently in his arms without saying much, occasionally letting the back or palm of his hand brush against her thigh by accident. This is perfectly normal behavior, nothing excessive. Besides, Bai Xiaoyun had just walked all the way here wearing that adorable pink dress, it was inevitable to get a bit wrinkled. Helping smooth out the dress around her bottom with a hand, and taking the opportunity to check with a few pats whether any part had been injured by the kidnappers, that's not excessive either, right? Xin Lang wasn't initially keen on such attention-consuming actions, but seeing Bai Xiaoyun's flushed, adorable face gazing at him with such heartfelt gratitude, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Well, what's done is done. Who could resist Bai Xiaoyun's innocent, childlike, gratitude, and ridiculously huge assets? Outside a row of villas in Tianhai City, Bai Xiaoyun, who had been clutching Xin Lang's hand the whole time, regained her composure when she saw Bai Ruyu standing at the door. Her big, dazed eyes welled up with shimmering tears. Her slender legs, sheathed in white stockings, dashed forward in a hurry, delivering a full frontal impact. Big sis, I thought I'd never see you again. Those bad guys were so scary. Wah? Bai Xiaoyun nestled in her sister's embrace, acting spoiled without restraint as she poured out the grievances in her heart. Bai Ruyu held her younger sister tenderly, stroking her little head while softly comforting her. It's alright now, it's alright. Don't be afraid, big sister is here. I'll never let you get hurt again. Does dad know I was rescued by big brother? Bai Xiaoyun looked up, eager to share this news with Bai Xiaochun. Bai Ruyu's eyes paused briefly before she smiled and said, he knows. It's already so late, why don't you rest here tonight, Yun? Let's not go home. This row of townhouses was Bai Ruyu's private property. She rarely visited this place on ordinary days, but whenever she had a fierce argument with her father, she would come here alone in a fit of pique. For now, she didn't want her younger sister to return to that house. The atmosphere there had already soured, it was no longer safe, and who knew what might happen next. Then, will Big Brother stay with us tonight? Bai Xiaoyan turned her head and looked at Qin Lang, who was standing not far behind them, her cheeks flushed pink. Bai Ruyu sighed inwardly. She understood her sister's temperament, but this Qin Lang seemed shrouded in mist, far too mysterious. She couldn't shake the feeling that getting too close might bring unforeseen consequences. Moreover, the age gap between them was somewhat considerable. Taking her younger sister's small hand, she stepped before Qin Lang and expressed her gratitude sincerely. Young Master Qin, tonight's matter was only resolved thanks to your intervention. I offer you my deepest thanks here. After this period passes, can we discuss other matters? Qin Lang smiled and nodded. Of course, there's no rush. After finally rescuing Yun Yun from that den of danger, the most important thing is for you sisters to reunite. I won't disturb you any further. When it comes to personal integrity, Bai Ruyu is still quite trustworthy. Besides, he had already hinted at Bai Xiaoyun's kidnapping incident. It was practically spelled out without directly stating it. Anyone with half a brain could probably piece together some clues from these breadcrumbs. Give Bai Ruyu some time. The more she learns the truth, the more that existing rift between them will be magnified infinitely until it ultimately ruptures. Brother, don't go. Seeing Qin Lang turn to leave, Bai Xiaoyun instantly broke free from Bai Ruyu's grip and chased after him. She wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, pressing her head against him. Brother, don't go, okay? Qin Lang felt as if he'd been struck by two rubber balls. The corner of his mouth twitched as he pried loose the small hands locked around him. Turning around, he had no choice but to issue a yellow card warning for charging with the ball. In front of Bai Ruyu, certain matters still needed to be avoided. He patted Bai Xiaoyun's head, smiling dotingly as he said, "Be a good girl, Yun Yun. Stay with your sister, and if you ever run into any trouble or feel unhappy, you can always come to me, alright?" Okay. Xiaoyun nodded obediently, though she still clutched Qin Lang's warm hand tightly as if reluctant to let go, murmuring softly, "Big brother." After a long while, under Bai Ruyu's comforting voice, the little hand finally loosened its grip. With lingering hesitation, Bai Ruyu led the way into the row of townhouses until the door closed behind them. Ding! Plot change detected. Congratulations, host received plus 5,000 destiny villain points. Ding! Protagonist Yifang's luck points decreased by 500. Congratulations, host received plus 5,000 destiny villain points. The continuous chime of system notifications rang in their ears. Qin Lang turned back with a face full of satisfaction. Just as he stepped out of the front yard of the townhouse, he spotted Mu Yuyan leaning against the wall, watching him with a faint smirk while hugging her arms. What's the matter? You even left the peak summit gathering halfway just to come find Bai Ruyu, only to be turned away at the door? Who was Mu Yuyan? Although her family background couldn't compare to Qin Lang's, even back in Beijing she had admirers sending her secret glances in droves. If not for her engagement to Qin Lang, her suitors could probably form a line stretching from Tiananmen Square all the way to Daxing Airport. What man wouldn't greet her with a smiling face when they met? When had she ever encountered a situation like this with Qin Lang? At the Pinnacle social gathering, when she initiated conversation, he had actually ignored her, walking away without so much as turning his head, as if he couldn't care less. Later, Bai Ruyu immediately followed out of curiosity after seeing him leave. She wanted to see just what urgent matter Qin Lang had that made him disregard everything, even her presence, so recklessly. To her surprise, she witnessed Qin Lang being denied entry at someone's door late at night, and couldn't resist mocking the situation. Chapter 35, Tearing Apart Mu Yuyan's Talisman. Qin Lang rolled his eyes dramatically. Ever heard of Lu Xuanda visiting the thatched cottage 3 times? I'm not just coming tonight, I'll be here tomorrow night, and the night after that too. None of your damn business. You think stalking people is fun? Mu Yuyan's face remained icy. So a girlfriend isn't even allowed to know your whereabouts now? You fool around outside, and I can't control it anymore, not even allowed to ask about it? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. This didn't seem like mockery at all. It was more like the dramatic confrontation between a legal wife catching her husband's mistress. Damn, was Mu Yuyan actually getting jealous? Not wanting to deliberately provoke her about this matter for now, he said with complete sincerity, I came to find Bai Ruyu for business. The new company needs someone truly capable of managing affairs, and she's perfect for it. Starting another company? Did you already blow through that 1 billion startup fund the Qin family gave you last time, and now you're just finding another excuse to scam money, right? Mu Yuyan seemed to have seen right through him. It wasn't that she was being presumptuous, this was simply Qin Lang's usual behavior in the past. She snorted lightly. If you're short on staff, can't you just go to the job market? Coming to Bai Ruyu for help, are you out of your mind? No matter how you look at it, Bai Ruyu is still the eldest daughter of the Bai family. She can't even manage the massive bike group properly. What makes you think she'd have the time or the spare effort to do things for you? Past is past, present is present. This time I'm serious. Qin Lang took a step forward, pressing his hand against the wall to cage Mu Yuyan, who was a head shorter, beneath him in a classic cabinet, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Mu Yuyan's heart fluttered nervously. She pushed against Qin Lang's chest with both hands, trying to shove him away. Yet no matter how hard she tried, the man looming over her remained immovable. She gritted her teeth. What does your seriousness have to do with me? Do you really think running a business is that simple? Even if Qin Lang had been deliberately playing the prodigal son before, turning bad was easy, but becoming good again wasn't so simple. If starting a business was that easy to succeed, there'd be big bosses everywhere. Then where would all the office workers and construction laborers come from? Qin Lang unbuttoned his suit jacket, yet his hand remained blocking the way. Mu Yuyan grew anxious. What are you trying to do? Qin Lang, I'm warning you, if you dare try anything without my consent, believe me, I'll bite you to death. She clung tightly to Qin Lang's arm, her tiny mouth already poised above his wrist, ready to bite and make a quick escape if things took a turn for the worse. With a rustling sound, Qin Lang produced a prescription from his robes, wearing an expression of utmost righteousness. Could you please refrain from letting your thoughts wander in that direction? What on earth fills your mind all day long? So utterly impure. Qin Lang, I'll fight you to the death. Mu Yuyan's heart burned with shame and indignation as she aimed a fierce strike toward Qin Lang's lower regions. But how could her limited skills possibly prevail against Qin Lang? In just 2 exchanges, the area below her knees was already firmly locked down by Qin Lang's technique, controlled so tightly she couldn't move a muscle. Suddenly, Mu Yuyan felt like a frog laid out on an operating table, except the operating table had been replaced by a wall. Her position changed from lying horizontally to being suspended in midair with her feet off the ground. Let me go! Let me go! Mu Yuyan shrieked, her flawless face flushed crimson with rage as she took in her current position, feeling all the blood rush to her head. She was furious, she screamed. She was on the verge of breaking down. But Qin Lang turned a deaf ear and placed a note in front of her. Mu Yuyan suppressed her embarrassment and asked nervously, what is this? A beauty prescription. Doesn't your company specialize in beauty products? Qin Lang explained. He didn't have the mind to deal with this beauty pill yet, he simply didn't have the energy to spare. Mu Yuyan happens to be an expert in this field. Handing it over to her means having both the connections and the production line. Free ride. Isn't it great? Mu Yuyan merely glanced at it and sneered, ridiculous. Who gave you this prescription? Do you think randomly adding a few expensive herbs can pass as a beauty product? If the product formula were really that simple, what would be the point of having a research and development team? You big fool, you don't even realize you've been scammed. And you think you can start a company with just this one prescription? Keep dreaming your wild dreams. And, put me down. It hurts too much with you pressing against the back of my knees. Qin Lang lowered his head to glance at Mu Yuyan, who was now wearing a bodycon dress, and noticed the reddish hue on the backs of her knees above her porcelain-smooth calves. He then slowly set her down. He said with a serious expression, you don't need to worry about whether I'd been fooled or not. The prescription is right here, you can take it and conduct an experiment. However, you should note that the efficacy of this beauty pill is extremely potent. I don't recommend you directly develop it based on this formula. It's best to dilute it several dozen times. The prescription he produced was, of course, not an exact copy of the one from his system backpack. Instead, it had already been diluted 100 times by himself. If the beauty pill were concocted according to this prescription, it wouldn't result in an effect where injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But compared to beauty products, this approach seems somewhat too domineering. As for how to properly dilute it, that's a job for the expert Mu Yuyan to figure out the right proportions. This wasn't his area of expertise, nor did he want to waste time on this matter. Holding the prescription, Mu Yuyan furrowed her brows slightly. Are you being serious? About starting a company, and recruiting by Ryu, you're actually serious about these things? She had assumed Qin Lang came here late at night looking for female conquests, only to realize she might have completely misunderstood the situation. Is it real or fake? Does it really matter? Just follow my instructions and leave the rest to me. Qin Lang straightened his collar. And don't forget, our relationship as a couple is only maintained by contract. Once it's voided, we're nothing to each other. No more following me around in the future. This romantic game had clearly gotten to Mu Yuyan's head. But between truth and illusion, perhaps willfully ignored by Mu Yuyan, he still had to take the initiative to remind her and shatter that fantasy. Seemingly true yet actually false, both real and illusory. Just when Mu Yuyan was getting lost in the moment, Qin Lang reached out and gave her a resounding slap that jolted her back to reality. You want to play dumb? To keep acting aloof and proud under the pretense of our contract? No. How could Qin Lang possibly allow Mu Yuyan to continue appearing before him with such an attitude? The previous contract seemed like shackles in Mu Yuyan's eyes, but now, it appeared to be a protective talisman she deliberately pretended not to understand. Qin Lang had to tear it to pieces. Though abusing her husband was momentarily satisfying, chasing after him was like rushing into a crematorium. And this wasn't just something to idly think about. Chapter 36, let's book it for a month first. Mu Yuyan left, her expression stern, not even turning her head. That cold glare makes anyone who sees it feel like they owe her millions unpaid. Remember to conduct the experiments properly. My company is counting on this prescription formula to earn our first pot of gold. Qin Lang added provocatively from behind. Boom! The response came in the form of white exhaust fumes as the BMW roared ahead, speeding off into the distance with a thunderous growl. Only after the BMW disappeared at the end of the road did Junzi awkwardly emerge from the corner, scratching his head with an embarrassed chuckle. Young master, my apologies. I really didn't expect President Mu to stoop to something like tailing people. That was careless of me, utterly careless. This isn't your fault, Qin Lang waved dismissively. You've performed well these past few days. Everything I asked you to handle was done properly. Tonight, gather your brothers and head to the Chenji Lotus Club for some fun, my treat. Wow! At the mention of a slender finger lotus, Junzi's eyes instantly lit up. He had initially been curious about how the young master had managed to rescue someone from the Black Dragon Society's stronghold and was about to ask, but now Qin Lang's sudden decision had completely derailed his thoughts. What was the point in asking now? Getting to Slender Finger Lotus was far more important. Half an hour later, on the asphalt road, a long procession of luxury vehicles came to a slow stop in front of the Kyanzillion Club, stretching like a mighty dragon. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and stare at this extravagant sight, the men silent in awe, the women enamored. Never mind the extended Maybach, those dozen or so Mercedes-AMGs alone were worth over 30 million yuan. Who is it? Who would have thought that visiting a club would require such an ostentatious display? Could it be the chairman of that listed conglomerate personally visiting? It wasn't that they didn't want to guess which rich second-generation heir this was, it's just this display was far too overwhelming, completely unlike the small-scale antics typical of affluent heirs. Junzi, dressed in a black suit, stepped out of the car and walked to the rear door. Opening it respectfully with a bow, he announced, "Young master, we've arrived." Only then did Qin Lang slowly emerge. The moment that face appeared, passers-by, including the greeters from the Chenji Lotus Club and the technicians who had rushed out to look, all had their eyes light up in an instant. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Just who is this young master? How can anyone be this good-looking? And with such a luxurious motorcade too? He smiled at me. I'm gonna die. What if he picks me later? What if he wants special services? Should I agree, or should I take the initiative and offer? This is way too extravagant. Over a dozen luxury cars, 40+ bodyguards, and he's so young. I only did light makeup tonight. No, I need to go back and touch up. Amidst gasps of astonishment, escorted by 2 bodyguards clearing the way, Qin Lang stepped into the extravagant hall of Delicate Lotus. A lobby manager clad in a cheapao swiftly approached him with practiced grace, courteously inquiring, "Distinguished guest, I'm the lobby manager of Delicate Lotus Club. May I have the honor of serving you?" Those who become managers in this decadent establishment are all masters of subtle social diplomacy. The moment she saw Qin Lang, before even registering his intimidating entourage, just the understated elegance of his suit and his towering demeanor rendered her instantly deferential. She positioned herself as exceedingly humble, the very question dripping with subservience. Qin Lang asked curiously, "What kind of services do you offer?" The lobby manager enthusiastically listed them out. "Dear VIP guest, our Kyanzillion has 5 floors in total. The second floor is the bathing area, featuring health-preserving hot spring baths as well as communal bathing pools. The third floor is the leisure zone, offering various snacks buffet style with fruit platters, plus an entertainment center. The fourth floor is the massage service area, with technicians of different grades available to serve you. The fifth floor is the rest area, featuring private rooms and individual hot spring bathing services." Qin Lang nodded. "What's the price for the 5th floor?" The lobby manager gave an awkward smile. "Different services come with different prices." Qin Lang frowned. "I'm asking about the cost to book out the entire 5th floor." "Ah." The lobby manager was startled, but seeing Qin Lang's imposing manner, he didn't dare to be presumptuous and quickly replied, "It costs 600,000 for one night." She had genuinely never encountered someone wanting to book the entire 5th floor before, so there was naturally no set price. The figure of 600,000 per night was entirely based on the 5th floor's highest daily revenue. 600,000 for one night? That expensive? Qin Lang exclaimed in surprised suspicion. The lobby manager hurriedly explained, "Sir, our 5th floor lounge area employs." Before she could finish her sentence, before she even uttered the crucial words discount, Qin Lang interrupted with, "Enough talking, I'm not interested. I'll take a 1-month package for now. Do you prefer a check or cash? If it's a check, I can give it to you right now. If it's cash, it might take a bit longer. The bank needs to count it and arrange for an armored vehicle to deliver it." Whoosh! These words left all the service staff and technicians in the lobby utterly dumbfounded. They had assumed Qin Lang was just some nouveau riche, but now they realized this was no ordinary wealthy man at all. clearly a deity of wealth, spending money like water. Then under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Lang took out his checkbook, swiftly wrote out a stack, tore off a page, and handed it to Junzi. Here's 20 million. Take manager Zhang to withdraw the money. The remaining 2 million is for you to distribute as bonuses to the brothers however you see fit. Junzi had been holding the check with manager Zhang for quite some time now, their faces beaming with excitement. You see, Junzi and manager Zhang already had this ambiguous relationship going on, but things never quite escalated. Today was different though. Qin Lang's arrival came with all the pomp and circumstance, casually dropping millions. Just the commission from this monthly package alone would earn manager Zhang anywhere from hundreds of thousands to $1 million. What kind of concept is this? Talk about becoming an overnight millionaire. At her age, manager Zhang didn't harbor any illusions about getting seriously involved with Qin Lang, but that didn't stop her from keeping things flirty with Junzi on the side. As long as they could retain a big client like Qin Lang, manager Zhang was willing to go all out. Her gaze towards Junzi grew increasingly alluring, sending unmistakable flirtatious signals. Dozens of bodyguards, each embraced by young technicians proactively approaching them, stepped onto the elevator. Without exception, including Junzi, the group of bodyguards looked at Qin Lang with profound gratitude and loyalty in their eyes. Do you really think Qin Lang has money to burn? Coming here to throw around 20 million just to show off as some big shot? He's not that stupid. During this period, especially these bodyguards other than Junzi who have been tailing and monitoring him day and night, afraid to miss any slight bit of crucial information. Though the pay isn't bad, the sheer intensity of work is terrifying. They must have already been quite dissatisfied inside. At times like this, you must offer proper reassurance. Just give them money? Absolutely not. Not everyone is like Junzi, exceptionally loyal and worthy. Paying too much money often attracts not absolute loyalty, but greed. Qin Lang understood the principle that small favors create gratitude while large ones breed resentment. Taking them out to have some fun, giving them enough face, then offering some bonuses, letting them enjoy both women and money, this is the real way to secure these bodyguards' loyalty. Of course, the most crucial point was that Qin Lang knew exactly who the mastermind behind this delicate Lotus establishment was. Chapter 37, Chojior appears. The fifth floor of Qianji Lotus, the Emperor's Suite. Spanning over 150 square meters, this warmly luxurious space resembled more a wealthy family's private residence than a standard club suite. It even boasted a dedicated hot spring bathing pool. Qin Lang, wrapped in a towel, lay in a hollowed-out area by the pool, tilting his head back comfortably, savoring the momentary tranquility. Behind him, a girl in a floral cheongsam kneeled gracefully, pressing his shoulders with delicate fingers, gentle and attentive. Inside the pool, two shapely young women, around 18 or 19, flanked him, each massaging his shoulders in turn. Mr. Qin, is this pressure alright? Should I lighten up if it's too strong? The girl on his left, wearing light makeup and a pink swimsuit, asked with a cheerful smile. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and nodded leisurely. Not bad, I can handle it. Master Qin, who would have thought? You seem tall and slender, but your build is amazing. Do you work out often? The girl in the blue swimsuit on the right, not to be outdone, chimed in with flattery while flaunting her own assets. No. Qin Lang casually replied, casting a meaningful glance before averting his gaze. She does have a figure, but it all depends on who you compare her to. Certainly more than enough compared to ordinary people, but when placed alongside the Bai sisters, the difference is immediately apparent. When I came back with Bai Xiaoyun in the evening, I lost count of how many times I was body-checked, with the dribble. I've already developed some immunity to the collisions from the girl in the white swimsuit on my right. Even though both involve body-checking, with the dribble, the girls here just aren't as aggressive as Bai Xiaoyun. Master Qin, could you lift your legs please? We've already massaged your arms. How about the two of us give your legs a rub? The girl in the pink swimsuit blinked her eyes and asked with a sweet smile. Qin Lang opened his eyes in confusion, glancing left and right. Both of you? Yes, what's wrong? Young Master Qin, is there something we're not doing well enough? We'll work hard to improve, please don't replace us, okay? Otherwise, the manager will deduct our wages. The girl in the pink swimsuit immediately pleaded pitifully. The girl in the white swimsuit also looked on the verge of tears. Young Master Qin, please don't replace us, okay? We'll change whatever you want us to, we'll satisfy every request you make. Both girls wept with pearly tears, looking aggrieved and pitiful, as if they had truly suffered some terrible injustice. Are you really afraid of being fined? I doubt it's just that. At Zen Finger Lotus, staff only get fined when guests complain. Similarly, if other undisclosed services are discovered, fines apply too. If Qin Lang asks these two girls out for fun, say spending a night at a hotel together, would they still be putting on such a pitiful act here? Stop overthinking, there's just the two of you. It's fine, why would we want to switch people for no reason? Qin Lang's lips curled into a teasing smile. The girl in the pink swimsuit pouted and whined coquettishly. Then what did that look on Qin Xiao's face mean earlier? Did you think my massage wasn't good enough? Qin Lang shook his head. That's not it. I just doubted whether you could count. The girl in the white swimsuit pouted playfully, how come you forgot how to count? Qin Lang smirked devilishly, isn't there still one person missing? Oh my, young Master Qin, you're so bad. Young Master Qin, you're so mean. How can you say such things? Isn't this just bullying? Both girls in swimsuits took the opportunity to snuggle into Qin Lang's arms, shyly coquettish. Wow. Damn. Qin Lang felt like a piece of bait, entangled by several octopuses. Although it was somewhat awkward and uncomfortable, but adhering to his 3 life principles of no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility, he couldn't bring himself to push the girls out of his embrace. Amidst the banter, the girl in the cheongsam also stepped in from outside the bath area, crowding around Qin Lang. Such a delightful scene would normally be followed by a please pay to continue watching prompt, but as another person entered through the private hot springs entrance, that pleasant atmosphere was shattered. The woman who walked in was wearing a form-fitting black leather jumpsuit that accentuated her striking figure to perfection. A faint smile played on her lips, but behind it lay an icy indifference deep in her eyes. Her casual approach instantly drew hostility from the 3 girls clustered around Qin Lang. Who are you? What are you doing here? This is the Emperor's private lounge. The door was closed, how did you even get in? Where did you steal that room key from? Offended Mr. Qin, do you believe we won't call the cops on you? The 3 girls, speaking one after another, each word guarding Qin Lang's honor. The woman in black leather attire slightly leaned forward, sitting on the steps of the bathing pool. A cascade of long hair draped over her delicate right shoulder as she gazed at Qin Lang with a faint, enigmatic smile. Is this really your taste, young Master Qin? Playing with these girls can bring you such immense delight? Who the hell are you calling names? The girl in the pink swimsuit snarled with a fiery glare. The woman in the black leather jacket smiled as she unfastened a watch from her wrist and tossed it into the pool. Take this watch and get out of here. Pfft, who do you think you are? Thinking you can brush someone off with just a watch? How expensive can a watch really be? Don't take yourself too seriously. The 3 girls were all crowding around Qin Lang, becoming increasingly intimate. Although they couldn't say how long their contact with Qin Lang might last, just one evening with him, if he casually let slip even a little, would be enough to sustain them for several years. Where would they care about a mere watch? The girl in the pink swimsuit gazed at Qin Lang with a charming smile. How much could this shabby watch possibly be worth, right? Qin Xiao. Qin Lang nodded with an air of gravity. Of course you're right. It's just a Patek Philippe, worth no more than 8 million at most. What kind of money is that? Plop, plop, plop. As soon as the words were spoken, all 3 girls beside him lunged toward where the watch had fallen, swimming frantically toward it. After snatching the watch, they fought fiercely over it until a cold glare from the woman in black leather silenced them, sending them away obediently. The bathroom fell instantly quiet, leaving only Qin Lang and the woman in black leather alone. She gazed at Qin Lang and said with a laugh, Lord Qin's extravagant spending speaks volumes of his refined taste. First, you snatched Bai Xiaoyun from our Black Dragon Society's grasp, and then you went on a lavish spending spree at our Zen Lotus Spa. What's the matter? Did you really think the Black Dragon Society would be powerless against you? Her voice carried a chuckle, but her words were icy and brimming with murderous intent. The woman in the black leather jacket was none other than the leader of the Black Dragon Society's Rose Hall, Xiao Jiu'er. Chapter 38, Drunk, Can't Drink Anymore. Qin Lang nodded solemnly. I do feel like I went a bit too far, not even saying hello first. That's why, after finishing my business, I proactively came to deliver myself to you, isn't it? How about this? Hall leader Qiu, you decide. As long as it can help you calm your anger, everything is negotiable. Good. Xiao Jiu'er gave Qin Lang a deep glance before rising from the bathing pool and leaving. Not long after, Qin Lang finished his bath and changed into a sleeping robe. Stepping out of the bathroom, he saw Xiao Jiu'er, clad in black leather, sitting on the living room sofa. Several bottles of Feitian Mutai were placed on the coffee table in front of her. She casually invited him, have a few drinks with me. If you drink me under the table, this matter will be dropped. But if you're the one who passes out first, I want you to agree to one unconditional request of mine. She had witnessed Qin Lang's skills through surveillance footage. There was no way 2 or 3 of Black Dragon Society's top enforcers could take him down. As for Bai Xiaoyun's situation, that ship had already sailed with no chance of recovery. Xiao Jiu'er never made losing deals. If she could either recruit an expert like Qin Lang or have him train Rose Hall members, their combat effectiveness would improve by leaps and bounds. As for eliminating Qin Lang, she genuinely hadn't considered it before. Whether it was the Black Dragon Society or the business world, no trader would ever turn their back on profit. Qin Lang stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Drinking isn't my forte, but since I've already agreed to it, naturally, I can't back out now. Shortly after, a waiter from Qian Jilian brought in several dishes to accompany the drinks. Qin Lang and Xiao Jiu'er then proceeded to drink together. Hall Master Qiu truly has an impressive capacity for liquor. Drinking 2 shots of baijiu without even blushing or losing your breath, such skill commands respect. Qin Lang remarked with a slight flush from the alcohol, tossing a handful of peanuts into his mouth as he crunched away. Xiao sneered inwardly. When it came to alcohol tolerance, even the toughest men from the Black Dragon Society couldn't match her. What hope did this Qin Lang have? After just one drink, her face had flushed red. Clearly, she wasn't the type who could hold her liquor. This only strengthened her inner conviction. Master Qin, let me toast you again. Although there's been some tension between us over the matter of Bai Xiaoyun, I must admit your skills are truly admirable. A real man should be like this, one hero holding the pass against 10,000 foes. Bang! Qin Lang's face grew increasingly flushed as he downed a full shot of baijiu in one gulp. After just a short pause, Xiao raised her glass again. Young Master Qin, don't just focus on the dishes. Let me propose another toast. Also, I'm quite curious, how did you know where Bai Xiaoyun was being held? Could there possibly be a traitor within our Black Dragon Society? Qin Lang's entire face flushed red as he forced down a cup of liquor in a dazed manner. Turncoat? That's something I can't tell you, but I do have information about big and small matters in Tianhai City. You can consider me an intelligence broker. If there's any information you want to know, as long as the price is right, I can sell it to you. Got it? No wonder. Xiao's heart trembled, and she began to regard the man before her with even greater importance. It seems Qin Lang's abilities are not limited to just his formidable strength, there are other depths hidden within him. This increasingly enigmatic man makes Xiao all the more eager to draw him to her side. At the wine table, there are no enemies, especially since Xiao was deliberately fishing for information. The two chatted as if they were old friends. Seeing Qin Lang fall silent, Xiao raised her glass again. Young Master Qin, another toast to you. In my lifetime, I've never admired any man as much as you. Your skills are so formidable that even the top enforcers of the Black Dragon Society would have to concede defeat. If Master Qin were willing to help train the members of my Rose Hall, that would be wonderful. No more. I can't drink anymore. I'm already drunk. Qin Lang was hazy, occasionally resting his head on the table for a quick nap. Xiao sneered inwardly. This is just the beginning. We haven't even finished a single bottle yet. Is the mighty Master Qin afraid of a mere weak woman like me? Alternating between soft persuasion and strong urging, a true master of the art of drinking persuasion. Qin Lang smacked his lips, gritted his teeth, lifted the wine cup, and took several gulps before finally managing to swallow the entire drink. Great! Straightforward. Xiao then followed suit, downing her cup of wine in one go. Qin Xiao, can you still drink? Shall I toast you another cup? No. Ugh, I'm gonna puke. Young Master Qin, I'll drink this one first to show my respect. I really can't keep going anymore. Young Master Qin, perhaps we should stop here? I can see you're about to collapse. Can't go on? Nonsense. A real man must never admit weakness in front of a woman. I can still handle more. I'm a little drunk. Where are we at now? Have another drink. After this one, Hall Master Cho, I'll agree to all your requests, not only coaching the Rose Hall, I'd even be your enforcer if you asked. Change cups, this one's too small. Ah, forget it, what a hassle. Might as well chug straight from the bottle. Qin Xiao, why do I feel like I've changed positions? Don't talk nonsense, aren't you sitting right here on the sofa? Young Master Qin, is there something pressing down on me? What nonsense is this? Your clothes are already stained with wine. Sect Leader Cho, this won't do, you can't even finish your drink properly. Here, let me help you change. A beautiful night passed excruciatingly slowly. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Imperial Suite, casting light on the disheveled bedding of the round bed. A female member of the Rose Chapel pushed open the door, scanned the chaotic scene within the Imperial Suite, and with a flustered heart, walked into the bedroom. Seeing the young mistress lying beneath the covers and the black leather jacket carelessly discarded on the floor, her chest tightened involuntarily. Young mistress, the woman's voice trembled with alarm. You saw nothing, understand? Xiao's voice was icy cold as she nestled under the blankets, leaning against the headboard with a trace of bewilderment in her gaze. The woman quickly nodded. Miss, young Master Qin he just left Xianzilian, departing with those bodyguards. Qin Lang? Recalling everything that had happened the previous night, Xiao felt a surge of humiliated fury erupt within her like a volcanic explosion. Damn that Qin Lang! Bastard! Son of a bitch! He actually pretended he couldn't drink to deceive her and make her let her guard down. How could there be such a shameless man in this world? All she wanted was to utilize Qin Lang's value to help bolster the combat strength of the Rose Hall. Yet this bastard Qin Lang pretended to be drunk on purpose, got her intoxicated instead, and took advantage of her while she was inebriated. Even though her trusted subordinate was right in front of her, Xiao couldn't bring herself to ask for help, not even to have the bedding removed. If given a chance to do it all over again, when Qin Lang suggested chugging straight from the bottle, she absolutely wouldn't have listened to that idiot's nonsense. She'd have turned around and smashed the bottle right over his head. Animal. That bastard. For Xiao, this humiliating experience undoubtedly struck a fatal blow. shattering all her pride into dust. The fury in her heart was beyond words. She wanted nothing more than to pin Qin Lang to the ground and pummel him relentlessly. Even stomping on his head a few times afterward still wouldn't feel like enough revenge. Chapter 39, A Great Harvest. Chairwoman, the guild leader has something to say to you. The woman from the Rose Hall pulled out her phone, though inwardly she was racked with bitter amusement. The young lady and the guild leader had never gotten along, they weren't on speaking terms, let alone meeting face to face. Each had even blocked the other's phone contacts. And yet today, of all days, the guild leader wanted to speak with the young lady, forcing her to be the one to make this call. What on earth did she do wrong to deserve this kind of retribution and witness such a scene before her eyes? Though complaining inwardly, she had no choice but to step forward respectfully, holding out her phone. Where would Cho Joer find the mood to answer a call? Rolling her eyes, she snapped, "Just tell them I'm busy and can't be bothered." The woman forced a bitter smile. The chairman said if you refuse to answer his call, he'll come find you in person. Is he crazy? Coming to see her now? If he discovers what's happening right now, wouldn't she be completely finished? If her father found out she'd been sullied by Qin Lang, he probably wouldn't even bother with matchmaking, he'd just forcibly marry her off to some man immediately. With anger brewing in her heart, Cho Joer picked up the phone and dialed, snapping irritably, "It's so early in the morning, can't you let people sleep? If you have something to say, spit it out." From the other end came a man's steady voice. "Is that any way to speak to your father? Cho Joer, take it or leave it. If you've got nothing to say, I'm hanging up." Xiu Long snorted coldly, "I've already received news about what happened at the base last night. Stay out of the Bai family's affairs from now on. And as for Qin Lang rescuing those people, let it be. Don't go looking for trouble with him." "What? Not seek trouble with Qin Lang?" Xiu Joer's anger flared up again. "That's impossible. Letting someone rescue people right under my nose is the same as slapping me in the face. Maybe you don't care about your dignity, but I, Xiu Joer, do. This matter won't end here." She couldn't fathom why her father, who usually never interfered, would specifically warn her about Qin Lang this time. But one thing is absolutely certain, this matter is far from over. She had never suffered such humiliation in her entire life. How could she possibly swallow this anger? Xiu Long sighed. "Some people are simply beyond our reach. Qin Lang has significant connections behind him, don't provoke him." Xiu Joer laughed. "What's this? So the great guild master is scared? Isn't the Black Dragon Society the most powerful faction in Tianhai City? What? You don't even dare to offend a spoiled rich kid? Have you gone soft in your old age? If you've lost your nerve, just hand the Black Dragon Society over to me. In your hands, it'll be nothing but ruin before long." Xiu Long snapped, "Enough nonsense. Get back here and meet your blind date. If you don't find someone soon, forget about the Black Dragon Society, I'll take back even the Rose Hall." "On what grounds? The Rose Hall is my life's work. If you dare meddle in its affairs, I swear I'll fight you to the death." Xiu Joer roared in fury. "Damn it, old man, watch your words. Don't you know Joer's temperament? If you push her too far and she does something stupid, how will you handle that? Give me the phone, I'll talk to her." On the other end of the phone, Xiu Joer's mother scolded her before taking the call, her voice filled with tenderness and affection. "Joer, are you still there? It's Mom. I'm listening." Xiu Joer's anger faded considerably. Fang Chuanya spoke with earnest patience, her tone gentle. "Joer, you're already 26 this year, that's no longer young. Other girls your age already have 2 children, but what about you? You don't even have a boyfriend yet. How can your parents not worry? Joer, listen to your mother's advice. Stop wandering around outside and come home. I found you a good match recently, over 6 feet tall, fair and clean-cut, and a top student who studied abroad." Hearing this, Xiu Joer felt her head spinning. No matter how decisive she was, no matter how authoritative she was in the Rose Hall, facing family, especially her mother's endless nagging, left her utterly defenseless. Clenching her teeth, she stubbornly declared, "No need for any top student. I already have a boyfriend." "Is that so? Really? Joer, you better not be lying to your mother." Fang Chuanya's voice on the other end of the line grew excited, with Qiu Long's faint voice chiming in, "Ask who that boy is. You know him too, it's Qin Lang, the one you're scared of." Qiu Joer sneered inwardly, "Are you happy now? Impossible." Qiu Long grabbed the phone. "How could Qin Lang possibly get involved with you? What kind of family background does he come from? Doesn't he know that?" Qiu Joer flared up. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm not good enough for Qin Lang?" Xiu Long nodded. "Of course he's not good enough for you, but since you're saying this, there must be something behind it. What exactly happened?" Plop. The call was disconnected. No, to be precise, Xiu Joer had even smashed her phone to pieces. The conversation between father and daughter had completely broken down. On the other hand, Qin Lang, now as divine as an immortal after the events, had already returned to his villa and initiated the system prompt. Ding! The plot has changed. Congratulations, host, you've gained plus 2,000 destiny villain points. Ding! Host has successfully won over the female protagonist Xiao. Congratulations, you've obtained 50,000 plus 1,000 by 6 points of Destiny Villain value. Silently checking the credited amount of Destiny Villain points, Xin Lang's heart pounded wildly. Damn! Defeating a female lead protagonist grants you an instant plus 50,000 villain points? And with that subsequent asterisk 6 multiplier, doesn't that mean you can keep generating more villain points afterward? This is sustainable development at its finest? We're gonna be rich. Having acquired a substantial amount of Heavenly Destiny villain points, Xin Lang immediately spent some on purchasing a bit of charm from the system shop. He decided not to touch the remaining points, planning to accumulate more until his physique upgrade was complete, then use them all at once to enhance his constitution. Character, Xin Lang. Age, 25. Physique 100, upgrading, Charm 99. Heavenly Destiny villain points, 42,500. Skills affinity LV8, group affinity plus 80, advanced piano technique, advanced tea art, advanced aesthetics. Mall opening in progress. Lucky draw center opening in progress. Each draw consumes 100 villain points. System backpack, Landlady's photo album X1, Breeze tissues plus 1, Sister Bai's photo album X1, advanced medical supplies plus 1. Although it was just a slight charm increase, starting from a base of 98, Xin Lang felt as if his entire body was being baptized by a refreshing coolness. Junzi walked in and momentarily froze upon seeing Xin Lang, but quickly regained his composure. Young master, did you need something? Xin Lang lightly tapped the corner of the table with his fingers, a smile playing on his lips. How was last night's fun? Did you succeed? Junzi rubbed his palms together and chuckled. We got it, hee. Thanks to you, young master, otherwise who knows how long we'd have been strung along. Gotta admit, Manager Zhang really has quite the charm. By the way, young master, since you're paying monthly membership at Kyanzillion, we can't possibly go there every day for a whole month. I've already discussed it with Manager Zhang. We can drop in any time as long as we book the place over 31 times. Xin Lang waved his hand dismissively. Handle these matters yourself, no need to report every little thing to me. Now that we've had our fun, it's time to get serious. I've got several Black Dragon Society hideouts here, take some men and take them out. Chapter 40 for your own good. Over the next 3 days, Junzi led teams to dismantle 3 Black Dragon Society strongholds one by one. Not to mention the members who were left lying injured, over 30 were arrested alone. And judging by the severity of their crimes, each would likely face at least 10 years behind bars. Such a blow was tantamount to forcing the Black Dragon Society to sever one of its own arms. Xiao, being inherently strong-willed, couldn't tolerate being implicated in this unjust disaster for even a moment. She stormed right to their doorstep. Thud! The gate was kicked open. Behind Xiao followed dozens of enforcers from the Black Dragon Society, each burly and menacing-eyed. These were the true elite of the Black Dragon Society, veterans who had crawled through battlefields of blades and fire. Not a single one lacked terrifying scars crisscrossing their bodies. Just that imposing aura alone would be enough to intimidate an ordinary person into collapse. If Su Xiaoxiao hadn't been busy visiting the orphanage recently and was away from home, she surely would have been quite frightened seeing this sight. What's with all this formidable display? You could just come as you are, no need to bring so many people along to protect me, it's making me feel almost embarrassed. Xin Lang chuckled warmly as he waved at Xiao, who had changed into a black evening gown. No need to just stand there outside, come in and have a drink with me. Xin Lang, Xiao's voice was icy. Don't pretend innocence after taking advantage, you should know very well what brings me here today. With the kind of relationship we have, is there really a need to be so distant? Xin Lang gave an annoyed side eye. Your entourage doesn't need to come in, have them wait outside. They don't have to drink alcohol, but at least have some tea. Miss, the group of bodyguards shouted in unison, their gazes toward Xin Lang filled with hostility. Xiao frowned slightly and waved her hand. Wait outside. I'll call if I need anything. She followed Xin Lang upstairs to a serene tea room. Xin Lang personally performed the tea ceremony, washing the leaves, rinsing them, brewing each of the 12 steps executed with exquisite precision. Amidst the curling agarwood incense, paired with a freshly brewed cup of pre-rain Longjing tea, the serene fragrance gradually soothed Xiao's seething chest. As she watched Xin Lang sipping tea with tranquil composure across from her, the grievance in her heart abruptly overwhelmed that fleeting peace. She was the one who'd suffered, yet before she could even retaliate, Xin Lang had turned the tables on her. How could she be willing to swallow such humiliation? With an icy tone of anger, she snapped, Xin Lang, have you gone too far? I haven't even settled accounts with you about that night's incident, yet your people went and smashed one of my Black Dragon Society's establishments? For 3 consecutive days, you've raided 3 of my Black Dragon Society's venues. What? Are you planning to declare war on my Black Dragon Society? Xin Lang set down his cup, a faint smile playing on his lips. I have no interest in declaring war on the Black Dragon Society. Although 3 days had passed, seeing Xin Lang's playful expression, Xiao seemed to recall the nightmare from that day. A surge of inexplicable anger rose in her heart. She picked up her teacup, ready to splash it at him, but was interrupted by Qin Lang raising his hand. Don't be so quick to anger. Everything I did was for your own good. For me? For my sake? You had to destroy the Black Dragon Society? Xiao Jior laughed mockingly. Go on then, give me a reason. Qin Lang clicked his tongue inside. Don't tell me you still don't know what shady dealings were going on in those 3 bases we took down. The infant formula in those strongholds has nothing to do with our Black Dragon Society. Xiao Jior's beautiful eyes froze as her entire demeanor turned grave. This time, the strongholds were raided, and over 30 people were subsequently arrested, all because these 3 locations had gotten involved in the infant formula trade. Though the Black Dragon Society operates in the underworld, Qiu Long had given strict orders never to touch this line of business. Now, with evidence of such transactions being uncovered, Xiao Jior had no choice but to take this matter seriously. Qin Lang took a sip of tea. Of course it has nothing to do with you, but the Black Dragon Society can't be absolved after all. It was discovered in one of your bases. Xiao Jior furrowed her brows and bit her lip, sinking into deep thought. Are you saying the powdered milk was my father's doing behind the scenes? Thud. Even Qin Lang couldn't help it. He spat out his tea, splashing Xiao Jior's face across the table. With a wry smile, he stepped forward to help wipe away the moisture. In a daze, she responded, don't you know exactly who Mr. Qiu is as his own daughter? It has nothing to do with him either. This was originally a ticking bomb. If that batch of powdered milk had piled up too much or was sold out, your Black Dragon Society would be like mud stuck in your pants. Even if it's not shit, it looks like shit, and no amount of washing in the Yellow River would clean you. Before the bomb exploded, I helped defuse it. At worst, they'd suspect just those dozen or so guys involved with the powdered milk of being addicts. Isn't this for your own good? Xiao Jior pondered, feeling there was some truth to it. Even if Qin Lang had sky-high capabilities, there was no way he could have had contact with dozens of their Black Dragon Society members so many days in advance. Are you suggesting there's a traitor within the Black Dragon Society? Xiao Jior demanded while wiping her cheek, plucking off a tea leaf. Noticing the cloth used to dry her face had been casually tossed near the tea table, she suddenly reproached. That was a cleaning rag just now? You used it to wipe my face? Qin Lang shook his head. That's not the point. What matters is someone indeed has designs on the Black Dragon Society, correct? This incident serves as a warning, but the ticking time bombs within the Black Dragon Society aren't limited to just this one. What I hate most are traitors, no matter who they are. Anyone who dares to betray the Black Dragon Society will pay a price they can't bear. Xiao Jior gritted her teeth. Aren't you an information broker? Tell me who else in the Black Dragon Society are traitors. Seeing Qin Lang remain silent, name your price, I'll pay it. You greedy bastard. Qin Lang nodded, smiling brightly at the voluptuous Xiao Jior across from him, his meaning crystal clear. Impossible. Qin Lang, don't overestimate your own importance. No matter how angry Xiao Jior, may be, I would never offer myself as a reward. Even without you today, I could still find out who the traitor is. Chapter 41, The Fish Has Taken the Bait. 3 hours later, ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 1000*2 destiny villain points. Wang Tao, Tian Hung. If what Qin Lang said is true and you dared to betray the Black Dragon Society, I'll make you pay a price you can't bear. Xiao Jior sat in the back seat of the black Mercedes-Benz, her heart filled with fury. One of these men was the Black Dragon Society's publicly acknowledged spokesperson, essentially the current representative of their whitewashing efforts. The other, like Xiao Jior herself, was a hall master of the Black Dragon Society, presiding over the Battle Soul Hall, one of the society's 3 main halls. No matter how much Rinkyur doubted, she wouldn't dare cast suspicion toward either of these 2 figures. Yet now, Qin Lang's every word struck true, hitting right at the heart of the matter. He disclosed even their family backgrounds and precisely how much they'd taken in bribes. With knowledge like that laid bare, what wasn't possible? Once her discreet investigation proved conclusive, she'd act without hesitation. Losing these 2 key subordinates would be like the Black Dragon Society severing its own arms, but far better that than letting them turn traitor at a crucial moment and drag them all into eternal damnation. Shortly after Xiao Jior left, Qin Lang received a phone call from Mu Yuyan. Where on earth did you get the recipe for the beauty pill? Mu Yuyan's voice on the phone was filled with astonishment. She could hardly believe it. The beauty pill, made according to the recipe, had such an incredibly potent effect. Not only could it visibly whiten and improve skin texture at a rapid pace, but scientific experiments even revealed its miraculous ability to heal wounds and remove scars. What does that mean? Doesn't that mean long-term use of the beauty pill would be equivalent to taking a healing medicine, and without any side effects at all? Mu Yuyan, with years of experience in the cosmetics industry, profoundly recognized the significance of the beauty pill. Once this beauty pill hits the market, it's bound to cause a frenzy of demand. Its value and future prospects would be immeasurable. Where it came from doesn't matter. What's important is whether you've diluted it. To what extent must it be diluted to classify with existing beauty products in the market? Xi Lang couldn't be bothered to come up with excuses either, he simply decided not to explain. How could he tell Mu Yuyan that this stuff was a premium product from the system? Mu Yuyan said seriously, we've conducted experiments. Currently, it's only diluted 50-fold, yet its effects far surpass those of the best whitening masks on the market. Such a product definitely couldn't be launched, it would cause chaos in the market. The pricing couldn't be set arbitrarily either. Further testing was needed to determine the most accurate dilution ratio. 50-fold? Xi Lang took a deep breath. The formulas he gave Mu Yuyan had already been diluted 100-fold on his own, which meant the original version from the system had been weakened by 5,000 times? Yet this diluted version still far surpassed the best facial masks on the market? Keep in mind, facial masks are categorized by grade. There are budget versions costing just a few yuan per sheet, but there are also premium editions priced at thousands or even tens of thousands. Those high-end masks are packed with all sorts of premium essences and extracts, with ingredients no less precious or expensive than the rare herbs in his formula. It seemed the beauty pill alone would become a formidable money-making machine in the future. Mu Yuyan was quite excited. I plan to compile a comprehensive summary based on major products currently on the market. Then, relying on our R&D team's experiments, we'll dilute the formulation to different concentrations and launch 3 product tiers, premium, mid-range, and economy, for sale. Over the phone, Mu Yuyan chattered incessantly, her excitement making her practically verbose. Indeed, Mu Yuyan had left the capital to start her business in Tianhai several years earlier, but during this time, despite surviving partly on her family's funding, she had managed to earn only a few tens of millions in net profit at best, hardly even a billion yuan. She had once thought that after years of intensive investment in manpower and resources laying the groundwork for stable future development, her annual profits would eventually surpass the billion yuan mark. Only then would she be able to silence the gossip within her family. But what about now? Seeing the immense potential of the beauty pill, Mu Yuyan was certain that once it hit the market, it would cause a sensation. When that time comes, if anyone in the family dares to gossip about her and her mother again, she'll slap them right across the face. There's no way she wouldn't be excited. Mu Yuyan paused slightly, then asked anxiously, Xi Lang, how do you plan to allocate the production and sales of the beauty pills? Xi Lang replied casually, what other way is there? Murin International already has a research team and established sales channels. These aren't things that can be built overnight. Why should I bother when there's something ready-made? You can take full charge of everything related to the production and sales of the beauty pills. I'll just focus on collecting the profits. Mu Yuyan accepted eagerly. Great. We still need to discuss the collaboration in more detail. Are you free now? I can wait for you at the company, or we can talk later at home if you prefer. Don't worry about the collaboration. A specialist will discuss it with you. Xi Lang revealed a teasing smile, deliberately avoiding a direct answer to the question. 3 days passed without any contact between him and Mu Yuyan. He did it on purpose, but what about Mu Yuyan? Was she genuinely preoccupied with the dilution progress of beautifying pills? Nonsense. That's all the R&D team's business. Mu Yuyan just needed to review the research report. She waited 3 days before coming to see him, and didn't mention a word about that night. Was she too busy to remember, or intentionally avoiding the contract matter? On the other end of the phone, Mu Yuyan kept trying to continue the conversation, clearly unwilling to hang up, but Xi Lang quickly made up an excuse and abruptly ended the call. Meanwhile, somewhere abroad, in an upscale presidential suite, with a resolute expression, Yifeng casually lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke rings before finally casting an indifferent glance at the man below. What is it? He asked coolly. The man, whose entire being radiated an overwhelming aura of violence, responded, Sir, our men in Congo were ambushed. It's strongly linked to the local higher-ups. We've been betrayed. The Blood Wolf mercenary group was renowned across international battlefields, frequently receiving combat assignments from various regions. This time, their team deployed to Congo hadn't even begun operations when ambushed on their way to the battlefield, 5 dead and over 20 casualties. Recall the Blood Eagles, send the Blood Fiend instead. Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged, but his words were saturated with an overwhelming aura of killing. No matter who it is, anyone who dares lay hands on my blood wolves will pay the price. Whether they're high-ranking officials in Congo or even its leader. Have the Blood Fiend hang the head of the employer who betrayed us in the black market, announced to the entire mercenary world, this is the price for betraying the Blood Wolves. Yi Feng paused briefly before continuing, starting tomorrow, I'll be leaving temporarily. The Blood Fiend will take over all operations of the Blood Wolves mercenary group. In my absence, the Blood Fiend becomes the leader of the Blood Wolves. His words brooked no dissent, only absolute obedience. Such was the iron law of the Blood Wolves. The subordinates quietly withdrew from the presidential suite, while Yifeng gazed at the neon lights outside the window, his expression faintly tinged with a trace of melancholy. For some unknown reason, during this period, he often had an indescribable feeling as if he had lost many things, but no matter how hard he tried to grasp it, the sensation always eluded him. It was precisely this inexplicable feeling, coupled with Su Xiaoxiao's accusations, that prompted him to alter his plans and return to China ahead of schedule. Chapter 42, Bai Ruyu's Crisis. Xin Lang had already laid out plans in advance for Yi Feng's return, with Junzi and others keeping a close watch on the matter. No matter when Yi Feng set foot in Tianhai City, news would reach Xin Lang's ears immediately. However, at this moment, Xin Lang didn't have the energy to spare on such affairs. After receiving Junzi's report and learning that Bai Ruyu had encountered trouble at the company, he immediately rushed back to the villa. This is the moment to conquer Bai Ruyu. Inside the villa, the Bai sisters Ruyu and Xiaoyun huddled together, helping each other wash their faces with cleanser. What's going on here? Xin Lang walked in from outside, his face lit up with a smile. Big brother. Bai Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled like stars at the sight of Xin Lang. She wanted to rush into his arms, but after glancing down at her melancholy sister, she just pouted longingly without making a move to leave. Bai Ruyu weakly lifted her head with a self-deprecating sneer. Aren't you supposed to be an information broker? Do you really need to ask me about what's happening within the company? Xin Lang walked across and settled onto the sofa, casually crossing his legs. It's true, I'm an information broker. I'm aware of numerous financial irregularities like embezzlement surfacing in the Bai Corporation, with some people pointing fingers at you, trying to sideline you when the opportunity arises. But what I don't know is, do you really have no means to counter this situation? The despondent expression on Bai Ruyu's face turned cold and resolute. She had just casually asked, not expecting Xin Lang to already know everything that had just happened at the company. But after calming down slightly, she felt relieved again. Xin Lang's network of connections was simply too vast. Who knew how many eyes and ears he had? He'd even known the location where her sister was kidnapped, so it wasn't surprising he got updates on company matters too. She shook her head bitterly. The company isn't letting me intervene anymore, and they even threatened to report it publicly. I don't have any connections left. What solution could there possibly be? Even if she wasn't the one who did it and she could tell there was something fishy going on, and those fossils at the company weren't about to give her a chance to take control of the situation, how could she possibly defend herself? How could she possibly prove her innocence when all the evidence had been sealed away? Don't worry, though I really want you. Xin Lang's voice paused slightly, carrying an inexplicable nuance. Before the sisters could react, he continued, I want you to work for me, but not now. Nor do I wish to see my future Queen of Commerce in such a defeated state. Thud. He casually tossed a stack of documents onto the coffee table, tilting his chin toward Bai Ruyu and saying, take a look. These are all the mole profiles from the company, along with detailed accounts of the incidents. With this information in hand, you won't need to lift another finger to prove your innocence. Bai Ruyu being sidelined at the company was an event destined to unfold as per the scripted plot. Long before this, Xin Lang had already prepared all the evidence exposing the shady dealings within the Bai family's corporation. Proving Bai Ruyu's innocence? No. Just to make her see more clearly whether this Bai family was still worth her staying any longer. Sure enough, Bai Ruyu took the documents, glanced through them carefully, and then took a deep breath. She no longer cared about how Xin Lang had obtained these materials, or how deeply he had infiltrated her family's company. After seeing the list of traitors one by one, Bai Ruyu's heart was already completely clouded by anger. They were all his father's trusted henchmen. She had been reluctant to think in this direction, but the facts forced her to believe it. Once again, it was all her father's scheming. First, he kidnapped her sister, and now he's colluding with company insiders to frame her, aiming to strip her of her real power. Is everything being prepared for that bastard? She stood up, her beautiful eyes filled with fury. I'm going out. Please take care of Yun for me. Before Xin Lang could respond, she rushed out, as if she couldn't wait a moment longer. Big sis, what's wrong with her? Bai Xiaoyun looked up at Xin Lang in confusion. Xin Lang laughed and patted her head. Don't be scared, nothing's wrong. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Brother is the best, Bai Xiaoyun said emotionally, hugging Xin Lang's neck and pulling his head into her embrace. Xin Lang felt his vision go black, and it took several seconds before his sight returned. That familiar face wash. Yet, under Bai Xiaoyun's handling, its lethality was shockingly formidable. Not only did it steal his sight, but also his sense of smell. Even after being released, a faint mushroom-like fragrance lingered around Xin Lang's nose. Exhausted and mentally drained, Bai Xiaoyun nestled in Xin Lang's arms and acted spoiled for a while before drowsiness overtook her. Xin Lang told her to go upstairs to sleep, but the little girl refused to leave his embrace no matter what. Helpless, Xin Lang could only carry her upstairs, kick open the door, and place her on the bed. As he was about to leave, Bai Xiaoyun grabbed his arm with her delicate, childlike voice pleading, Brother, don't go. Please don't leave me, okay? She was now utterly devoid of any sense of security. Before Xin Lang arrived, despite constantly comforting her sister, deep down she had been overwhelmed with grievances. She simply didn't want her sister to worry. Qin Lang's eventual arrival had finally brought her a glimmer of light. How long has it even been? And now she's about to be left alone in the darkness again? Bai Xiaoyun was terrified, utterly terrified of that feeling of abandonment. Should I go grab a chair then? Qin Lang looked at Bai Xiaoyun lying by the bedside and asked hesitantly. Bai Xiaoyun scooted over a bit and patted the spot where she had just been lying. Her cheeks flushed as she mumbled, "Brother, sleep here." As Qin Lang had just lain down, Bai Xiaoyun immediately snuggled into his arms. After mumbling a few indistinct words, she gradually slipped into sleepy murmurs. Just like a little child, falling asleep so fast, Qin Lang remarked with an amused chuckle. He reached out and gently booped her delicate nose, then gazed tenderly at the little girl's face. The little girl has truly blossomed into a charming and adorable creature. At such a tender age, she already possesses such striking beauty. Imagine what she'll become as she continues to grow. Wouldn't she surpass even Bai Ruyu in enchantment? Brother. In her dream, Bai Xiaoyun seemed to see something unknown, clinging tightly to Qin Lang's neck while murmuring incoherently. Though the little girl usually seems silly, she understands everything she needs to, she just doesn't show it. Her father's heartlessness, her sister's renewed suffering, as the younger sister, she felt utterly powerless. The grievances in her heart had to be swallowed in silence, too timid to voice them aloud. Otherwise, her already hurt sister would harbor negative emotions again, because of her. That was not what Bai Xiaoyun had hoped would happen. Chapter 43 Midnight Talk with White as Jade. This late night was extraordinarily difficult to endure, driving Qin Lang into a state of extreme inner conflict. Bai Xiaoyun clung to him right beside, her arms wrapped around his neck. Still drifting in and out of sleep? Should I earn villain points first, or should I nurture them for now? Before Qin Lang could make a decision, an unexpected guest arrived at the villa. With a physique of 100, Qin Lang's sharp senses caught faint noises, prompting him to quickly leave Bai Xiaoyun's bedroom and take temporary refuge in the adjacent room. Hearing the faint sound of a door opening next door, Qin Lang pretended to be startled awake. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he opened the door and locked gazes with Bai Ruyu, who was standing at Bai Xiaoyun's bedroom entrance. Shoo! Bai Ruyu made a silencing gesture, watching Qin Lang emerge from her bedroom with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, yet also with some relief. Fortunately, Qin Lang had enough self-awareness to sleep in her room instead of with her younger sister. Otherwise, given her sister's infatuated nature and unrestrained sleeping habits, she might have fallen victim to all sorts of compromising situations. Young Master Qin, let's talk downstairs. Bai Ruyu spoke softly, pointing toward the living room below. Qin Lang nodded, and the two of them, one after the other, made their way to the villa's living room. Bai Ruyu turned on the chandelier, then went to the kitchen to brew a pot of tea. She served it to Qin Lang with gratitude, saying, "Young Master Qin, today's incident was only resolved thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble might have arisen." Qin Lang took a sip of tea, his expression calm and unruffled, as if he hadn't just been caught sleeping in Bai Xiaoyun's bed. He replied evenly, "No need for thanks. How are things progressing with the matter?" Bai Ruyu bit her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with a trace of resentment. Although Bai Ruyu was merely a woman, those capable of making a name for themselves in the business world could never be cowards. Capital may not draw blood, but bloodshed is inevitable in the process of its accumulation. Yet she never imagined things would escalate to such an extent. Even a venomous tiger doesn't prey on its own cubs. How could Bai Xiaochun repeatedly harm the two sisters again and again? First he hurt the younger sister, and now it turns out he'd long ago planted the seeds of slander against her within the company. Had Qin Lang not intervened, she would truly have been sidelined, completely severed from the company. Father has always favored sons over daughters, never truly considering Yun and me as legitimate heirs to the Bai family. In his eyes, only his son is worthy of inheriting the Bai family's assets. Originally, he intended to leave just 10% to us sisters. After the incident with Yun, he agreed to 20%. But just now when I went back and had a huge argument with him, he finally conceded to 40%, on the condition that I completely relinquish control of the company. As Bai Ruyu spoke these words, her heart was filled with anguish. Never mind all these years she'd painstakingly dedicated to stabilizing the Bai group after her father's retirement. If nothing else, she'd certainly put in the hard work. Just the thought of her own mother, who had passed away from overwork for the sake of the conglomerate. Could it be that the combined weight of their mother and two daughters was still no match for an illegitimate child? To be honest, Bai Ruyu wasn't truly fixated on the Bai family's assets, she was simply choking on a knot of indignation she couldn't swallow. Qin Lang hesitated for a moment before speaking, "So what's your plan now?" Bai Ruyu wore a bitter smile on her face. "If it were before, even if I couldn't get a single cent, I wouldn't have let that illegitimate child off easy. At worst, I'd just drag it out. As long as I'm still around for another day, the Bai family's money won't be so easily transferred. But now, I'm afraid. I don't know what threats my father might still make. My mother is gone, and my father only cares about that illegitimate child. Yun is the only family I have left now. For her sake, I don't dare to keep acting willfully anymore." Scared, Bai Ruyu was truly terrified. If not for the undeniable facts before her, she truly couldn't believe that her father would cast Yun into the dragon's den and tiger's lair for the sake of his illegitimate child. She no longer dared to act on anger, fearing it might bring harm upon her younger sister. Qin Xiao. Bairuyu suppressed her sorrowful emotions, gazing intently at Qin Lang. I am deeply grateful for what you've done today. I never imagined that my own flesh and blood father could someday commit such unconscionable acts. Bairuyu bit her lip. I agree to what you proposed last time. I'm willing to take over your company and operate it for you. Even if you're unwilling to transfer any shares to others, I'll respect that. The Bai family? Since her father had already gone to such extremes, what more did she need to cling to? What illusion should she still hold on to? Did she really expect her own father to come begging for her forgiveness? Is that even possible? It's nothing but wishful thinking. In their father's heart, he never truly cared for his two daughters, not even granting them basic trust. Rather than placing faith in such a malicious father, she preferred to entrust the future of both sisters to Qin Lang instead. At the very least, up to this point, Qin Lang had done nothing to harm the sisters. In fact, it was because of him that her younger sister had managed to escape from that den of danger. Mr. Qin, from now on, I, Bairuyu, swear never to betray the company. I am willing to dedicate everything to it, no matter the cost. I will gladly accept it. Bairuyu gazed intently at Qin Lang, her beautiful eyes brimming with an unusual intensity. Even, including myself, no one could fathom what was truly going through her mind, or why she was saying these things. Was it to reassure Qin Lang, to fuel his determination to continue protecting both sisters? Was it to shield her younger sister? Or had her mental state collapsed due to the fallout with her father? Or was it because Qin Lang's boundless trust gave her a surge of energy, making her want to rely on him? Ruyu, are you serious? None of these reasons occurred to Qin Lang. He simply gaped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Bairuyu's return, let alone her taking the initiative to say such words. Refusal? Unless he was a fool. He only knew that he had nearly suffocated just moments ago in Bai Xiaoyun's bedroom. Since Bairuyu had spoken up, it would be inappropriate for him to refuse. Ding! Host has conquered the female lead Bairuyu. Congratulations on obtaining plus 50,000 Destiny Villain points. Chapter 44, The Bai Family Banquet, Bodyguard Yifeng. The next morning, at dawn, as soon as Bai Xiaoyun woke up, she noticed Qin Lang was no longer by her bedside and hurriedly rushed downstairs. But when she reached the bottom floor, she didn't see the brother she missed so much. Instead, she found her exhausted sister sitting on the sofa. Where's brother? Bai Xiaoyun mumbled anxiously. Brother has gone back, Yun. There's something I need to tell you clearly, about father. Bairuyu's beautiful face was full of bitterness. When speaking the word father, it felt as if my heart were being roasted over a fire, sliced open with a blunt knife, tears welling up in my eyes. Bai Xiaoyun took a step forward, sat down on the sofa, and tugged her sister's sleeve, whispering, I already know. You guys were so loud when you argued, I heard everything. It's okay, you still have me by your side from now on, and I still have Gage too. Shifting slightly, Bai Xiaoyun slowly walked up to Bairuyu and reached out to wipe her tears. Don't be sad, sister, okay? Yun. Bairuyu felt herself breaking down. She never expected that her always innocent and carefree younger sister actually knew about the illegitimate child, the key being that she pretended to understand nothing. Had she been silently enduring this grievance all along? She was probably just afraid of burdening her, so she swallowed all her pain and never spoke a word of it. Bairuyu, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly pulled her sister into a tight embrace and said with a heartbroken voice, Yun, Mom left us, and Dad abandoned me for that illegitimate child. You're the only family I have left, promise me you'll never leave your sister, okay? Bairuyu might still suppress her inner grievances in front of Qin Lang, but in front of her own flesh and blood sister, she couldn't hold anything back and let everything out completely. She was just a girl too, only a few years older. Not only did she have to deal with those cunning old foxes in the corporation who traded on their seniority, but she also had to stand her ground against their father when she came home. How could she possibly keep holding on? Sister, please stop crying, okay? I'll never leave you. Bai Xiaoyun hugged her sister's head and, out of habit, gave her the familiar facial cleanser treatment. She too started whimpering sorrowfully, swept up in the emotions. The two sisters clung to each other and wept bitterly, hidden away in the villa where no one could see them. Alone in the world, they had only each other to rely on. After what felt like an eternity, Bairuyu sniffled her delicate nose. The grievances she had suppressed deep in her heart finally poured out, and somehow, crying made her feel a little better. She gently wiped Bai Xiaoyun's tear-streaked face with her palm and said tenderly, Stop crying now, Yun. If you cry anymore, you'll turn into a little mess, and that wouldn't be pretty. Bai Xiaoyun sniffled and wiped the corners of her eyes, then asked worriedly, Sister, do I look ugly when I cry? Last night, I even cried in brother's arms. Will he start disliking me? Bairuyu wiped away her tears with a smile, saying, Not ugly at all. Yun is so adorable, how could anyone dislike her? Bai Xiaoyun happily accepted the compliment, nodding with a giggle. That's good. If Big Brother really disliked me, then when I grow up, I wouldn't be able to say I'll be his bride. Be his bride? A bitter smile crossed by Ryu's heart. What her little sister dreamed of doing only after becoming Qinlang's bride, she had already done last night and in an exponentially more intense way. She neither intended nor had the ability to stop her sister from thinking about Qinlang. She could only impose stricter demands on Qinlang's side. Yun, go home tonight. Father has arranged a banquet to celebrate your rescue and even hired an expensive high-level bodyguard from abroad specially for you. You're the guest of honor. Bai Xiaoyun shook her head vigorously. I won't go back. I don't want to see him. Not to mention Bai Xiaoyun wears her heart on her sleeve. Even the most calculating girl would instinctively refuse when faced with such a situation. It was you who got yourself kidnapped. Oh, now that others have rescued you, you even throw a celebration banquet. How could there be such a shameless father? Just to put on a show for outsiders, without even considering your own daughter's feelings? Bai Ryu gently stroked her younger sister's little head, comforting her patiently, and earnestly advised, Yun, some things are better kept to yourself, no need to make such a fuss. At most, just call him a big jerk a few more times in your heart. Moreover, your brother Qinlang will also be attending tonight's banquet. Bai Xiaoyun's eyes lit up, but then she pouted sulkily. Is that so? Then I'll go back, but I absolutely won't speak to that awful daddy. The Bai family estate had drawn nearly all of Tianhai City's elite, thanks to Bai Xiaochun's invitation. Even those with urgent matters either sent family representatives in their stead or had already made their apologies in advance. Despite Bai Xiaochun's outdated preference for sons over daughters, going so far as to have his own illegitimate child and even orchestrating the kidnapping of his biological daughter, his standing in Tianhai City still carries substantial weight, the truly pivotal kind. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun was extremely traditional and rarely hosted banquets in his own courtyard hall, which speaks volumes about how grand this occasion was. At the banquet, Bai Ryu attended in full attire, her floor-length purple gown swaying with every graceful movement, capturing the gazes of all the male guests. Bai Xiaoyun wore a pristine princess dress, its chest area stretched taut by an impressively prominent curvature that stood out exceptionally. At such a young age, she already possessed such magnificent proportions. Imagine how she might develop after a few more years of growth? Then there were her legs, neatly sheathed in white stockings and crystal shoes, a perfectly balanced pair. The Lolita-style charm of her youthful face, combined with generous breasts, undeniably attracted a crowd of admirers. Wow, what a stunningly handsome guy. Who is he? Never seen him before. He's almost as dashing as that young Master Qin we met earlier. Oh my god, what's happening in Tianhai City lately? One handsome hunk after another. Who on earth should I set my sights on? Put, you flirtatious tramp, who would even look your way? Several socialites had taken notice of the young man sipping red wine in the corner, his melancholic yet icy gaze drawing them in irresistibly, as if ensnared by those very eyes. Mr. Yifeng, thank you for graciously agreeing to serve as my younger sister's bodyguard. Bai Ryu approached the young man, raising her wineglass in a toast before taking a delicate sip. Beside her, Bai Xiaoyun's moist, limpid eyes also flickered with a trace of astonishment. Based on Bai Xiaoyun's years of experience as a love-struck fangirl, this was yet another handsome hunk. Of course, now that she'd already set her heart on someone, this little fangirl would only admire the view. She wouldn't make any moves. Otherwise, that wouldn't be the attribute of a love-struck girl, but rather that of a cheating wife. Chapter 45, Yi Feng's Doubts. Yi Feng wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, his gaze teasing as he subtly swept it over the pair of stunning sisters. Truly, they lived up to their reputation as exceptional sister beauties. Whether it was their figures or their looks, both easily scored above 95. Having spent years abroad, he was accustomed to the larger frames of Western women, so encountering such graceful and slender top-tier Chinese beauties instantly stirred his heart. It's an honor to serve as your bodyguard. Miss Yunyun's incident has already been relayed to me by Mr. Bai. From now on, such things will never happen again. As long as I, Yifeng, am here, I won't allow either of you to suffer even the slightest harm. With just those words, Yifeng effortlessly claimed both sisters under his protective umbrella. Of course, with his skills and abilities, even back in the country, even without the backing of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps. But so what? Did he need to worry about anything else when it came to protecting two women? This was the absolute confidence that came from sheer strength. Bai Xiaoyun fixed her beautiful big eyes on Yifeng, questioning, are you going to protect me too? But I already have my brother for that. Maybe you could just protect my sister instead, okay? Brother? Yifeng was puzzled. You have a brother? Yes, when I was kidnapped, it was my brother who saved me. As she mentioned Qinlang, a sparkle lit up Bai Xiaoyun's eyes. Though, to be fair, in her opinion, Yifeng was quite handsome too. But compared to her own elder brother, those moments were utterly insignificant. Although the little girl seemed smitten, once she set her mind on someone, she was stubbornly single-minded. It wasn't that she disliked Yifeng, Bai Xiaoyun was simply worried. What if her brother misunderstood if Yifeng became her protector? Bai Ruyu couldn't help but smile faintly. Her younger sister had rambled on without ever mentioning the name. She softly clarified, it was Qin Lang who rescued Yunyun, so in Yunyun's eyes, he's just like her elder brother. Mr. Yeah, please don't misunderstand. Qin Lang? Hearing this name, Yifeng's brows instinctively furrowed even deeper. He had previously done business with Bai Xiaochun overseas, having once protected Bai Xiaochun's trade convoy. His agreement to accept this invitation wasn't solely because of the Bai sisters, in fact, he hadn't even known what they looked like beforehand. The sole reason was that Bai Xiaochun had briefly mentioned Qin Lang's name in passing. How could he possibly forget the man who made Miss Xiao delete his contact information? Miss Yunyun, if my information is correct, this Mr. Qin Lang has quite a bad reputation outside, doesn't he? Yifeng smiled, not intending to slander Qin Lang, but merely mentioning the public gossip. Yet, as luck would have it, this guy managed to bump into Bai Xiaoyun, that hopeless infatuated girl. Since when did she care about public gossip or not? If one person says Qin Lang is no good, Bai Xiaoyun thinks there must be something wrong with that person. If 100 people say Qin Lang is no good, Bai Xiaoyun thinks all 100 of them must have problems. Hearing Yifeng's words, Bai Xiaoyun immediately puffed up in anger, her delicate face clouded with fury as she planted her hands on her hips. What do you mean by that? How dare you speak ill of my brother? Haven't you heard that seeing is believing? You're bad-mouthing him without even meeting him. Are you out of your mind? You must be jealous of Big Brother, right? That's definitely it. They wanted Big Brother to protect them but not you, so you're secretly jealous, aren't you? So annoying. I can't even bother with you. After huffily scolding him, Bai Xiaoyun noticed Qin Lang entering through the courtyard gate. She immediately stopped engaging with Yifeng and dashed over like a swallow returning to its nest, burying herself in his embrace. Big Brother, why did you take so long? That bodyguard named Yifeng was just saying you have a bad reputation outside. Bai Xiaoyun nestled in Qin Lang's arms while tattling, shifting to find a more comfortable position to lean against him. Then she eagerly sought credit as she added, but don't be angry, Big Brother, I already scolded him for you just now. He. Oh, really? Then I owe it all to Yunyun for standing up for me. Qin Lang affectionately patted the little girl's head while looking up with a spring breeze smile towards Yifeng in the distance. Their eyes met. Where their gazes crossed, sparks seemed to fly, a clash as sharp as needle against needle. Qin Lang sneered inwardly, who would have thought? He had already made arrangements in advance, yet Yifeng still managed to establish a connection with the Bai sisters, even becoming their bodyguard. After all, in the original storyline, it was Yifeng who accidentally rescued Bai Xiaoyun from the clutches of the Black Dragon Society. That should have been the beginning of his encounter with the Bai sisters, but now this opportunity has been stolen from him. Yet, Yifeng still appeared before the Bai sisters. I have to admit, this guy really has a way with women. What a pity. Even though Yifeng returned ahead of schedule, he was still a step too late. He didn't confront Yifeng directly either. Instead, after just exchanging a glance, he put his arm around Bai Xiaoyun and went elsewhere. On the other side, Yifeng narrowed his eyes, sensing something unusual about Qin Lang. Turning his gaze away, he looked at Bai Ruyu and said coolly, Miss Bai, what do you think about Yunyun's relationship with Qin Lang like this? What could she think? Bai Ruyu thought to herself, she could watch right side up, upside down, lying down, what else was there to it? But his reply was deliberately casual, there's nothing to be done about it. Yunyun has an innocent nature, and young Master Qin saved her life from those kidnappers. It's only natural they've grown close. Also, Mr. Yi, there's no need for you to keep addressing me as young Miss Bai, it feels too formal. Just call me Ruyu like my business acquaintances do. Yifeng continued slowly, but according to my information, the police were alerted immediately when Miss Yunyun disappeared, and yet they found no leads whatsoever. Meanwhile, Qin Lang somehow managed to rescue her before the authorities did. Doesn't that strike you as suspicious, Bai? I mean, Ruyu, haven't you wondered about the anomaly there? Yifeng sneered inwardly, thinking of playing mind games with him? What kind of dirty tactics hadn't he seen abroad? Such petty tricks could only deceive a naive little girl like Bai Xiaoyun. In his presence, all schemes would be stripped bare. He had already made his point this clear. Surely someone as sharp as Bai Ruyu, an elite in the business world, wouldn't still fail to grasp it? That's right. What he meant was that there's an extremely high possibility it might even be Qin Lang himself behind the scenes pulling the strings in this kidnapping affair. It was intentional wrongdoing, just to stage a heroic rescue of the damsel in distress. Bai Ruyu glanced coldly at Yifeng and, after a thoughtful pause, spoke in an utterly detached tone devoid of any courtesy. Mr. Yifeng, I take back what I just said. From now on, you may address me as Miss Bai. Chapter 46, Sister, you're so gluttonous. Jade, what do you mean by this? Yifeng furrowed his brow. Although this is just speculation, I think it's highly possible. Miss Yunyun is naive by nature, haven't you ever suspected this? Bai Ruyu fell silent. Had she never doubted Qin Lang? No. When Qin Lang mentioned at the Summit Peak gathering that his younger sister had been kidnapped that afternoon, her first suspicion had fallen squarely on Qin Lang, she'd been absolutely certain of it. But what about later? reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. Not only was Qin Lang not the mastermind behind this, but he had even rescued his sister from the kidnappers. Mr. Yifeng, that's all I have to say. I can only tell you that some things aren't as simple as you think. You're free to question Qin Lang's character, but regarding Yunyun's matter, I hope you won't press the issue further. Bai Ruyu said, holding her red wine glass as she walked away, showing no further intention to continue the conversation. Her first impression of Yifeng had actually been quite favorable, calm, composed, with sharp eyes that suggested keen intelligence. But it seems I overestimated it now. Yifeng gazed at Bai Ruyu's graceful figure receding into the distance, his indifferent grip tightening until the wineglass emitted piercing creaks under the pressure, as if on the verge of shattering. How could this happen? His judgment about people had always been accurate before. Bai Xiaoyun's misunderstanding and insults towards him could be easily dismissed. After all, as the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, who had witnessed countless life and death situations, why would he bother with a little girl's tantrums? But why did even Bai Ruyu react this way? Could it be that Qin Lang had drugged the sisters? Little did Yifeng know, even if he racked his brains, he would never have imagined that Bai Xiaochun, that black-haired scoundrel, was the true mastermind behind his daughter's kidnapping, right? An old fox, after committing misdeeds, not only failed to restrain himself but even threw a grand banquet to celebrate Qin Lang rescuing his daughter from his own sinister schemes. What's more, they even specially hired a top-tier bodyguard like Yifeng. Yifeng may be the protagonist of the original work, but he's still human at the end of the day. Except for someone like Qin Lang who already knew the plot in advance, who else could see through Bai Xiaochun's many-layered disguise, crafted by such an old fox? Where exactly did it go wrong? Which step was the mistake? Yifeng lowered his head, his thoughts in disarray, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Where exactly did he go wrong? Yifeng's usual restlessness recently welled up in his heart again. Silently, he retreated to a corner and began to regulate his breathing, doing his best to calm himself down. Years of surviving on the battlefield had taught him that staying composed was always the top priority, no matter the circumstance. The moment anger takes over, rationality is lost, leading straight to defeat. Ruyu. At the center of the venue, Qin Lang called softly as he approached Bai Ruyu from behind. Bai Ruyu gave a sudden shiver, then turned around to stare intently at Qin Lang with suspicion, asking, "What's the matter?" Putting on a serious expression, Qin Lang said, "Regarding company matters, I still need to thoroughly discuss them with you. After all, this is my first time running a business, I can't afford to be careless. Even though you're talented in this field, shouldn't we clarify everything that needs to be clarified?" Inconvenient, Bai Ruyu rolled her eyes. "Miss Bai, what did you say?" "Never mind, there are too many people here. Let's go upstairs to discuss business matters privately." Seeing someone passing by, Qin Lang deliberately raised his voice 8 notches higher. After ensuring the unintentionally passing guests were out of earshot, he gave Bai Ruyu a few light pats on the back ambiguous enough to go unnoticed, before urging her to head upstairs. An hour later. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 1000 Destiny Villain points. Fearing something might go wrong, Bai Ruyu was the first to come down from the second floor, her face slightly flushed. Even if any guests noticed, they would simply assume the young Miss Bai had truly enjoyed herself tonight, perhaps having indulged a little too much in red wine by accident. This thought wasn't unique to just one person, even those familiar with Bai Ruyu were no exception. No sooner had Bai Xiaoyun finished putting on her perfunctory act than she gleefully extricated herself from the circle of old men and bounded over to her sister. After looking around and failing to spot the brother she had been longing for, she discontentedly patted her impressively curved chest and grumbled, "Sis, I'm exhausted. Is this what they call playing along? If you hadn't warned me beforehand, I wouldn't have lasted even 3 minutes." Those old men were absolutely revolting. Every single one praised him for doting on his daughter and being devoted to his late wife, some even urged him to remarry. Those old men were all kept in the dark by him. They probably didn't even realize that he not only laid hands on his own flesh and blood daughter, but even his so-called unwavering devotion was nothing but nonsense. Yun. Bai Ruyu nervously reached out and covered her loose-lipped sister's mouth, only releasing her after glancing around cautiously. "Don't speak recklessly." Bai Xiaoyun pouted, then clung to her sister's arm, cooing, "Oh, sister, don't worry. When I came over just now, I made sure no one was around. Besides, with so many people around, who'd even know who I'm talking about?" Bai Xiaoyun seemed utterly indifferent whether she had genuinely scoped out her surroundings beforehand or was deliberately venting her frustrations loud enough for someone to hear remained unclear. She gazed at her sister, then suddenly tilted her head in slight puzzlement. Taking a step forward, she reached out and dabbed at the corner of her sister's mouth with a fingertip. With childlike petulance, she grumbled, "Sis, you're so greedy. Today's a banquet, and you're still sneaking bites upstairs? What is this? Let me try." With that, she was about to put her finger into her mouth. Chapter 47, Having a Pleasant Chat? Stop. Don't just eat anything randomly. Bai Ruyu quickly grabbed her younger sister's hand. She couldn't quite trust her gluttonous younger sister, even going so far as to wipe the corners of her mouth clean with her hand. "We still have so many guests here, be good," Bai Ruyu whispered soothingly. Her younger sister was perfect in every way, except she could never change her gluttonous and boy-crazy habits. If she wasn't properly taught, what would happen if she carelessly ate something given by outsiders in the future? Yun, you're here too, what a coincidence. Qin Lang came down the stairs with a spring in his step. Seeing the two sisters standing at the stairway, he greeted them as if this were a genuine coincidence. How could Bai Xiaoyun know what had just transpired? She simply thought this must be fate's design. Even when she'd retreated to this quiet corner of the house, she'd still managed to bump right into Brother Qin. What wonderful serendipity! "Brother, where did you run off to earlier? They dragged me off to drink, and you didn't even try to stop them. Those old men are so sneaky, each one praising my tolerance, just trying to make me drink more." Bai Xiaoyun clung to Qin Lang's waist, nestling into his arms as she grumbled indignantly. They all acted so friendly with their smiles, but in reality, they're total scoundrels. Not a single one cared whether I even wanted to drink. "But your smile is the most genuine of all, hee." Qin Lang nodded solemnly in agreement. "Indeed, who could match my sincerity when it comes to smiling?" Hiss. No sooner had Qin Lang begun to gloat than he sucked in a sharp breath through gritted teeth, turning to find two slender fingers viciously pinching and twisting the flesh at his waist, painfully insistent. The agony was positively bone deep. "Indeed, young Master Qin, who could possibly match the sincerity of your smile?" Bai Ruyu's lips curled in a mirthless smirk as she intensified the pressure with her fingertips, delivering one last vicious twist before finally withdrawing her hand. She shot Qin Lang a furious glare. Until this very day, she'd wholeheartedly agreed with her younger sister's assessment of him. But after today, especially after being deceived by Qin Lang's utterly convincing smile into going upstairs, she would never believe him again. "Have you ever been in love before?" Qin Lang couldn't help but glance curiously at Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu was puzzled. "Why do you ask that? Surely, he wasn't suspecting something, was he? How is this possible? Qin Lang wasn't blind last night, how could he have missed the bloodstains on the couch?" Qin Lang's lips twitched. "I'm just curious, why do you naturally possess a woman's signature move? Or perhaps this skill is hardwired in female DNA? No need to learn, just instinctively mastered? This waist-pinching technique, could it truly be some passive ability hidden in the DNA? Whenever such occasions arise, does every girl instinctively unleash it without fail? Who knows? If you've learned your lesson, be more careful next time." Bai Ruyu snorted, feeling immensely pleased to see Qin Lang's humiliation and secretly vowing he'd never dare misbehave again. The banquet had reached its peak. All expected guests had arrived, and some unexpected ones had showed up too, such as Mu Yuyan from Muran International. She was still wearing her office attire, black OL-style dress with stockings, having rushed straight from the research base. Originally, she'd planned to return to the company to handle documents concerning channel distribution, but when she learned from Aining that Qin Lang, that scoundrel, had attended the Bai family's banquet, she hurried over without even changing her clothes. On one hand, Mu Yuyan didn't need makeup to outshine everyone present, she had absolute confidence in her looks. On the other hand, she wanted to see what Qin Lang, the mastermind behind it all, had been up to these days while she'd been working herself ragged over the beauty pill, barely finding time to sleep. Her gaze swept across the room like a wronged wife hunting for her cheating husband, and in an instant, it locked onto Qin Lang's infuriating face. Especially when she noticed Qin Lang surrounded by the twin blossoms Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyun, a surge of bitterness swelled in her heart. "Miss, you seem to dislike that Qin Lang over there quite a bit?" Yi Feng, who had just calmed down, noticed the beautiful woman at the door almost instantly. Looks, figure, averaging above 95 points, dressed in black stockings with an office lady uniform. Perhaps for women, this office attire is a dignified and appropriate outfit, but for men, and not just Yi Feng alone, it carries a distinctive flavor. Especially when Yi Feng noticed the anger flashing in Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes, he immediately seized the opportunity and stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Mu Yuyan was already stewing in frustration. Where would she find the mood to entertain someone's advances? She was just about to brush him off casually when she noticed Qin Lang's gaze drifting toward her from across the way. Instantly, a competitive fire flared up inside her. With a gentle smile, she glanced at Yi Feng beside her and said playfully, "It seems you dislike that fellow Qin Lang too?" Yi Feng shook his head. "I wouldn't say I dislike him exactly. I'm just a bit curious. Based on the information I've received, the guy's clearly a good-for-nothing scoundrel who does every wicked deed imaginable. Yet, in some people's eyes, he seems completely different from what I thought." In the same puddle, Yi Feng wouldn't trip twice. He feared repeating past mistakes. This time, he didn't immediately lay out his own assumptions or smear Qin Lang's name. Instead, he framed his doubts as questions and tactfully presented them. "Perhaps it's not that your information was wrong, but rather that there have been issues with certain individuals themselves?" Mu Yuyan smirked meaningfully. Seeing Qin Lang approaching with the Bai sisters, she deliberately continued, in Yanjing, Qin Lang has always been a notorious playboy. The misdeeds he's committed are too numerous to count. Yi Feng chuckled as he watched Qin Lang approach. With an amused smile, he remarked, young Master Qin, your reputation precedes you. Judging by what this young lady says, it seems those rumors about you aren't unfounded. Whether they're unfounded or not doesn't matter. Qin Lang shrugged indifferently, though he eyed Mu Yuyan with slight suspicion. Curiously, he added, I just came over out of curiosity. From the looks of it, you two seem to be getting along quite well. Chapter 48, Breaking Off the Engagement? Your wish is my command. Come take a look at me? Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes swept across Qin Lang from head to toe. Him, still shamelessly coming here to look at me? Holding them both in your arms isn't enough with the sisters? Do you actually want to add yourself into the mix too? Now that you've seen it, are you satisfied? Although Mu Yuyan felt that her current state wasn't appropriate, that damned competitive spirit within her awakened at this moment. Why? Why should Qin Lang be allowed to get so close to the Bai sisters within the contract's boundaries, while she had to remain all alone? Who set this rule? Yi Feng felt somewhat suspicious. He seemed to sense something off in the atmosphere. Could it be that this stunningly beautiful woman in black stockings and office attire also had some ambiguous relationship with Qin Lang that couldn't be clearly explained? Is there some misunderstanding here? Yi Feng looked towards Mu Yuyan. Fearing a repeat of the situation with the Bai sisters, he immediately tempered his hostility somewhat. It wasn't that the hostility towards Qin Lang had truly vanished, but rather a strategic retreat to test Mu Yuyan's reaction. Mu Yuyan scoffed with disdain. What kind of misunderstanding could there possibly be? Isn't it just that we're bound by a marriage contract? Marriage contract? Upon hearing these words, the watery gleam in Bai Xiaoyan's large eyes froze momentarily before she suddenly turned to Qin Lang. Brother, what's going on here? Is she actually your fiancé? Bai Ruyu also looked somewhat uncomfortable. Did she like Qin Lang? That would be stretching it, things hadn't progressed that quickly yet. But to say she didn't care at all about Qin Lang's engagement was impossible, especially since their relationship had already reached that stage. Mu Yuyan scoffed, it's just a piece of paper arranged by the older generation. Who said it has to be honored? What era is this? Still so old-fashioned? She was seething with resentment, especially when she saw the unusual reactions of the Bai sisters at the mention of the engagement. Qin Lang clearly had some shady, inexplicable relationship with those two sisters. She simply couldn't swallow this rising fury in her chest. These past few days, she'd been working herself to exhaustion for the beauty pill project, exhausting every ounce of her energy, yet here was Qin Lang, behind her back, busy flirting with women. Did he ever consider her feelings? Oh, I see. Yes, that's way too old-fashioned. Best not to listen to grown-ups, you should decide whom to marry yourself. Bai Xiaoyan nodded her little head with great seriousness, wholly agreeing with Mu Yuyan's perspective. Of course she shouldn't marry him. What if Mu Yuyan marries my brother? What will happen when she grows up? Then wouldn't there be no one left to marry? That scared me to death. Bai Xiaoyan patted her chest to calm her racing heart. Qin Lang gazed at Mu Yuyan for a long time until she began avoiding his eyes. Then he glanced at Yi Feng beside them and sighed. So that's how it is. The fish has taken the bait. Qin Lang was certain. But at this critical moment, was it time to reel in? No, absolutely not. It was time to throw the fishing rod away. Langy fishes, willing ones take the bait. Given the circumstances, I think I roughly understand your stance. Qin Lang took a deep breath, then gazed earnestly at Mu Yuyan and solemnly said, Mu Yuyan, I'm sincerely sorry for the distress the engagement has caused you, for restricting your freedom to love. But you needn't worry anymore. Starting tonight, this constraint will be completely lifted. From now on, you'll no longer be bound by any engagement or contract. Let's go. A twist of fate has somehow turned this into a bittersweet story. Qin Lang chuckled self-deprecatingly, then took Bai Xiaoyan's hand and turned to leave. After a few steps, he paused and looked back at the stunned Mu Yuyan before adding, May you find happiness in the future and spend your life with the one you love. Qin Lang vanished from Mu Yuyan's sight. She remained standing alone, somewhat dazed, while Yi Feng beside her also hesitated. It's real. Based on his experience, there was definitely something fishy about this matter. Whether it was Bai Xiaoyan or Bai Ruyu's past experiences, both warned him that this was absolutely not the time to step forward with congratulations or blessings of liberation. That's just asking for trouble. It seems that the beauty, Mu Yuyan, has some inexplicable connection with Qin Lang, not exactly romantic, but more like some unresolved entanglement. Reason told him it was time to leave. Before leaving, to show his respect, Yi Feng took out a business card and handed it to Mu Yuyan. Miss Mu, this is my business card. If you ever have any security concerns, I can help you resolve them. I must take my leave now. Mu Yuyan grabbed the business card, her dazed expression gradually returning to normal. She turned to look at Yi Feng and said coldly, Are you out of your mind? ? Yi Feng frowned. Mu Yuyan pressed on, why are you giving me your business card? Did I ask for it? If I have security issues, why would I turn to you instead of the security guards? What good would that do? Yi Feng's frown deepened. Mu Yuyan pressed on relentlessly, didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you still standing here? Are we close? Does hitting on women amuse you? Are you out of your mind? Yi Feng's brows furrowed tightly. Even with his usual composure, he couldn't help but feel his anger rising at this moment. What had he done wrong? He hadn't said anything. It was all Mu Yuyan's own doing, so why was every mistake suddenly being pinned on him? It's not that he's crazy, it's clearly Mu Yuyan who's out of her mind. But after Mu Yuyan finished her triple scolding, she left the Bai family compound without even turning her head, leaving him no chance to argue back. Actually, Yi Feng's thoughts weren't wrong. He just didn't realize that when women get angry, they do turn crazy, and seriously so. Especially with Mu Yuyan, it manifested in a supercharged, multiplied state. Having left the Bai family estate, Mu Yuyan drove straight back to her residence without bothering to handle the pile of matters awaiting her at the company, her mind in complete turmoil. That bastard Qin Lang, that good-for-nothing Qin Lang, that shameless Qin Lang, calling off the engagement, terminating the contract? If you've got the guts, just go ahead and do it. Anyone can run their mouth, what's there to brag about in front of the Bai sisters? Who are you trying to fool? If you were really willing to call off the engagement, would you have dragged your feet until now? Damn it, next time even if you come crawling back to beg me, I might not even give you a decent look. Mu Yuyan cursed viciously while tossing and turning wildly on her bed, clutching a giant white teddy bear in her hands. This was a gift Qin Lang had given her right after her mother left, saying that when she suffered from insomnia at night, holding it while imagining he was there with her would make her feel safe enough to fall asleep. I'll strangle you. Mu Yuyan was gripping the giant white teddy bear's neck with all her might, her eyes bulging out as if even this couldn't vent her anger. She casually but violently threw the giant white teddy bear onto the floor, angrily stomping on it a few more times for good measure. Then she leaned against the headboard alone, falling into silence. After a long while, perhaps finding no comfort in this position, she gradually hugged her knees, curling her entire body into a tiny ball. Huff, huff. In the bedroom, the sound of her solitary breathing was particularly conspicuous. Glancing to the left, she saw the restored white teddy bear lying on the floor. Mu Yuyan hesitated for a moment, her arm extended slightly before pausing, as if wrestling with herself until finally reaching out to retrieve the white teddy bear from the floor. Cradling it in her arms, she murmured softly, sorry, I wasn't angry with you. I just hate that jerk Qin Lang. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. Had Yifeng witnessed Mu Yuyan's behavior at that moment, he would have likely coughed up 3 liters of blood in frustration. This woman can apologize to a stuffed polar bear toy, yet it never once crossed her mind to apologize to him. Chapter 49, Mu Yuyan's bitter regret. Who are you trying to scare? Talking about breaking off the engagement, what's the point of just saying it? If you really wanted to cancel it, why would you have made that contract with me to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Clutching the polar bear, Mu Yuyan snorted coldly in her heart that Qin Lang fellow was all bark and no bite. In the end, nothing would come of it anyway. Just like last time, when she demanded to break off the engagement, Qin Lang used his family's influence to force her into signing that unfair contract. Let's see what tricks you'll pull next time we meet. She kept admonishing herself in her heart. It wasn't that she was unwilling to break off the engagement with Qin Lang, but hearing those words, break it off, coming from his mouth made her extremely uncomfortable. Even if there was to be a breakup, she should be the one to say it first. And where did that jerk come from anyway? Looking for trouble. Why did he have to strike up a conversation with me? Mu Yuyan furrowed her brows tightly as she recalled Yifeng, whom she had encountered at the Bai family estate. It was only after Qin Lang saw her standing there chatting happily with Yifeng that he flew into a rage and demanded to break off their engagement. Now that she thought about it carefully, was this actually him being jealous? Well, of course. Qin Lang, who used to be so fond of her, how could he suddenly change his mind? Most likely out of jealousy. He really has a wild imagination. Why on earth would she just fall for some stranger out of the blue? Besides, anyone could tell at a glance that Guy Yifeng was no good, full of schemes. Compared to him, Qin Lang's obvious, passive-aggressive flaws were still preferable. After coming to this realization, Mu Yuyan lay on her Simmons mattress, hugging her giant white teddy bear, her mind still unable to settle despite the inner monologue. Right at that moment, the ringtone from her phone on the bedside table sounded. Almost reflexively, Mu Yuyan swiftly picked up the call. Instead of hearing Qin Lang's words of apology, Lin Wanqing's urgent voice came through on the other end. Yuyan, what happened between you and Qin Lang? Just now, the Qin family called and said if you have someone else you like, you should bravely pursue them and not worry about the engagement's constraints? Boom! Lin Wanqing's words exploded in Mu Yuyan's mind, leaving her completely stunned. She froze on the bed, clutching the phone in her hand. Did the Qin family call her mother to say these words? Though phrased tactfully, isn't this essentially calling off the engagement? Qin Lang, that guy, wasn't joking, he's seriously calling off the engagement? And he's already informed the family about it. How could this happen? Qin Lang, that guy, really meant it this time. He was determined to break off their engagement for real, not just to scare her? What on earth happened? Yu Yan, tell me honestly, do you really not like Xiaoqin? Lin Wanqing's voice carried a trace of urgency. Back then, when this engagement was settled, she did harbor thoughts of leveraging the Qin family's influence. But now, after witnessing Qin Lang's fervent pursuit of her daughter, she genuinely thought Qin Lang was a good kid. Not to mention that last time in Tianhai City, if Qin Lang hadn't pointed out the abnormalities in her health, she might have died suddenly without even knowing why. Now she's like a mother-in-law sizing up her prospective son-in-law. The more she looks, the more pleased she becomes. She's terrified that unnecessary matters might breed serious conflicts between her daughter and Qin Lang. If things really reached that point, regret would come too late. Mu Yuyan clutched her phone tightly, her pearly teeth clenched and eyes slightly reddened. Who does he think he is to come and go as he pleases? Has he ever considered my feelings at all? He's out there fooling around, and I'm not even allowed to say a word? Mu Yuyan retorted bitterly in her heart, feeling sour. Though her words were strong, her eyes suddenly brimmed with unshed tears in an instant. Glistening teardrops began swirling endlessly in her eyes. Lin Wanqing felt a pang of bitterness, her heart filled with sorrow. Yu Yan, I've told you before, this is the common ailment of prominent families, not just one person's problem. In Yanjing, which powerful family doesn't have these issues? Even those revered elders who appear kind and dignified might secretly have mistresses 2 years younger than their own granddaughters. As long as it isn't flaunted at home, everyone turns a blind eye. Ah, forget it. This is just who you are. If you can't bear it, don't force yourself. Break off the engagement if you must. I still have a soft spot for Xiaoqin. Even without the engagement, you two can still be friends. Perhaps she truly hadn't considered her daughter's feelings. Having said this, she no longer intended to force her daughter. After all, how could she sacrifice her daughter's happiness for the sake of the family? The Qin family's attitude was tactful this time. If they accepted, from now on they could simply act as if the engagement had never existed. All other interactions would remain unchanged, just as before. Mu Yuyan bit her lip and hesitated before mumbling. I never said anything about breaking off the engagement, it was all Qin Lang making decisions on his own. Yu Yan, what do you mean by this? Lin Wanqing grew anxious. Don't tell me you've fallen for Xiaoqin? Then why are you still having disagreements with him? Mu Yuyan stammered, her voice choked with emotion. I don't know, Mom. What should I do now? Her heart was in turmoil. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable weight in her chest, as if her entire body had grown restless and uncomfortable. Especially those two exposed calves sticking out from under the blanket, unnaturally icy, as if a wave of cold air was rapidly spreading from the soles of her feet upwards through her body. She couldn't suppress a full-body shiver. Even when she voiced her reluctance to call off the engagement, not a single justifying excuse surfaced in her heart. She simply couldn't muster the mental energy. Her normally agile mind now felt utterly blank, completely devoid of any problem-solving capacity. The thought that Qin Lang would no longer have any entanglement with her in the future left her heart feeling hollow, as if she had lost something precious. Lin Wanqing's side also calmed down. She truly hoped her daughter would end up with Qin Lang, sincerely admiring him as a future son-in-law, whether considering his family background, character, or the genuine affection he held for her daughter. But now, having reached this point, she truly wanted to point at her daughter's nose and give her a proper scolding. You just had to push it, didn't you? Now you know regret, don't you? Complaining is one thing, but it's certainly no way to solve the problem. After a long silence, she finally spoke slowly. In this situation, there's nothing more I can do to help you. The Qin family won't push young Qin to pursue you anymore either. If you still want things to work out, you'll have to take the initiative. The Qins have been subtle about their stance. If you can get young Qin to change his tune, anything can be discussed. The mother and daughter talked late into the night until the caregiver at Xiangshan Sanatorium urged her to hang up the phone. With her mother's advice still lingering in her mind, Mu Yuyan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Without realizing it, she raised her hand to touch the unusual pillow, only to find it damp. Crying? Had she cried? Mu Yuyan felt dazed. Could she really have fallen for Qin Lang? Should she really take the initiative to pursue him? But growing up, she had never pursued a guy before. Honestly, she had never even felt this way about anyone. Where would she get this kind of experience? Restless, resentful, sorrowful, aggrieved, heartsick. All kinds of emotions swirled within Mu Yuyan's heart. This night was unbearable. Every time she closed her eyes, she recalled Qin Lang's resolute words about ending their engagement, spoken right to her face. Tears of remorse had long since soaked the pillow through. Chapter 50. With 98% chance of victory, what's the difference from charging to your death? While Mu Yuyan secretly grieved in loneliness, Qin Lang couldn't have been more triumphant. The constant chime of system notifications rang incessantly in his ears. Ding! Female protagonist by Xiaoyun has severed ties with the Son of Destiny. Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 20,000 Destiny villain points. Ding! Female protagonist by Ruyu has developed a rift with the Son of Destiny. Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 10,000 Destiny villain points. Ding! Son of Destiny Yifang's Destiny points have decreased by 200. Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 20,000 Destiny villain points. Ding! The Son of Destiny is experiencing intense emotional turmoil. Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 5,000 Destiny villain points. Ding! The female lead Mu Yuyen has severed ties with the Son of Fortune. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 20,000 Destiny villain points. Batch after batch of villain points flooded in, making Qin Lang wonder, was this Yifeng even here to be some kind of protagonist? He was practically a walking ATM for villain points. The harvest was enormous. Originally, even with Bai Ruyu's 50,000 Destiny villain points, the total had barely exceeded 100,000. Now it's even better. After just one encounter with Yifeng, the number has directly doubled. The Destiny villain value has soared to 215,300. System Store. Constitution Pills, 1,500 points. Basic Firearms Proficiency, 1,000 points. Advanced Firearms Proficiency, 100,000 points. Disguise Art, 50,000 points. Sturdy, Little Blue Pill, 1,000 points. Inside this dazzling marketplace, not only are there product catalogs with prices, but clicking on any item brings up detailed descriptions. Take for example the Basic Firearms Proficiency. Purchasing this grants comprehension of fundamental firearm principles, covering everything from handguns to other weapons. Though the beginner level offers limited practical benefits, it focuses primarily on grasping foundational theories. Upon upgrading to advanced skills, one attains flawless mastery of all firearms with pinpoint accuracy, rivaling even the elite special forces operatives from major military regions. The effectiveness is undoubtedly top-notch. Anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be premium quality. It's just that the price is a bit steep, and honestly, firearms aren't exactly something you'd typically need domestically. There's no urgent need to level up those skills immediately. However, when Qin Lang spotted the physique-enhancing pills, his eyes lit up with excitement. Those little things are fantastic. He'd seen them in the first novice gift package. No limits, no caps. Just pop one pill, and your physique improves by a point. Although his physique had already surpassed 100 points, likely even higher than Yifeng's by several counts. But what if that guy Yifeng had been the leader of a mercenary group abroad, surviving through hails of bullets, and as the Son of Fortune, even though he was currently suppressed, he wouldn't be so easy to kill. Moreover, with subsequent encounters, he would inevitably continue to exploit Yifeng for gains, making mortal enmity unavoidable. He was even a bit worried that Yifeng might resort to assassination. With just these minor physical advantages, it's hardly reliable. Qin Lang wasn't willing to take such a great risk. With a wave of his hand, he spent 150,000 points of Destiny villain value to directly purchase 100 physique-boosting pills. As the amount of Destiny villain points decreased in the system backpack, another 100 dark green Constitution pills appeared. Qin Lang casually grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth, nibbling on them like candy. After consuming these 100 Constitution pills, his Constitution level could break through to 200 points. In a one-on-one fight, his odds of winning had risen to 98%. A 98% chance of victory. What difference does that make from courting death? He certainly didn't cross over just to take out some guy named Yifeng, risking a 0.2% chance. No, he came to be a big shot, to live his best life. It looks like I still need to find something for Yifeng to do, Qin Lang muttered to himself, pondering the idea of setting up an obvious enemy for Yifeng to toy with. As for himself, lying low behind the scenes and waiting for Yifeng and the troublemakers to exhaust each other before making his move, wouldn't that be just perfect? Once resolved, Qin Lang spent another 50,000 villain points to purchase the essential skill of disguise, indispensable for framing others. System Panel. Character, Qin Lang. Age, 25. Constitution 108. Charm 99. Destined villain points 15,300. Skills Affinity LV8, Group Affinity plus 80, Advanced Piano Skills, Advanced Tea Ceremony, Advanced Aesthetics, Disguise Technique. Mall Opening in Progress. Lucky Draw Center Opening in Progress. Each draw consumes 100 villain points. System Backpack, 1 photo album of the landlady, plus 1 Qingfeng tissues, 1 photo album of Sister Bai, plus 1 electric massager, worn. Watching his villain points drain away drastically, Qin Lang felt a pang of heartache. He popped another fitness pill to soothe the ache in his chest. At the same time, his mind was still pondering over whom to pit against Yifeng to provoke a conflict. Suddenly, inspiration struck. The cunning figure of Bai Xiaochun appeared in his mind. Damn! How could he have forgotten Bai Xiaochun? This old bastard is patriarchal and knows Yifeng. The most important thing is that he is a traitor to Bai Xiaochun, also known as He Dao, and he attaches great importance to his illegitimate son. Xin Lang phoned Junzi into the room and instructed very seriously, Yi Feng just arrived in Tianhai. Keep a close eye on him, and report all his daily activities to me in detail. Junzi looked troubled. Young master, that guy is no ordinary person, his skills are extraordinary. Even if I were to encounter him, I fear I wouldn't stand a chance. Tonight, the two brothers tailing him were discovered, and that Yi Feng broke 2 of their ribs. An average person simply can't get close to him, and his counter-surveillance instincts are frighteningly sharp. It wasn't that Junzi lacked courage or feared trouble in such matters. He followed Xin Lang's orders without hesitation, even at the cost of his life. But what gnawed at him was the dread of failing his young master's instructions and botching the task. That would be an unforgivable mistake, one not even death could atone for. Give those 2 injured brothers 200,000 each, and cover all their medical expenses. Those who work for me must never be shortchanged, Xin Lang said coolly. After a brief pause, he added, as for the surveillance, keep a slightly wider distance, but don't give up. Try other approaches, like paying off ordinary people living nearby to keep an eye out. I need to know his whereabouts. When it comes to nurturing subordinates, one must naturally be generous. You can't expect a horse to run without feeding it grass. There are no foolish subordinates under heaven who would tolerate that. The art of leadership lies not in oppression, but in mastery and control. Good. Junzi nodded solemnly, clenched his fists, his face serious. It was evident that the young master held this fellow named Yi Feng in high regard. If all else failed, he might as well take it upon himself to keep watch. Even if he couldn't win in a direct confrontation, keeping some distance should make it nearly impossible to detect someone with his skills. Xin Lang popped a candy bean into his mouth. How are things progressing with Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate child recently? At the same time, he chuckled curiously and looked at Junzi. What do you think Bai Xiaochun would do if he found out someone messed with his illegitimate son? Junzi didn't hesitate in the slightest. He'd probably go mad. Others might not know, but our people recently discovered that Bai Xiaochun actually maintains very close contact with that illegitimate son, spoiling him rotten. To say he indulges the boy would be no exaggeration. A rigidly traditional man naturally places extreme importance on continuing the family line. In Bai Xiaochun's heart, I'm afraid his 2 daughters combined don't carry as much weight as this one son. Chapter 51, Mu Yuyan takes the initiative. Xin Lang treated Junzi as his most trusted aide, nurturing him wholeheartedly. Although certain matters weren't explicitly stated, Xin Lang gradually revealed his inner thoughts over time. After numerous such instances, Junzi naturally became less rigid and began discerning his intentions intuitively. Consequently, even trivial matters often didn't need Xin Lang's verbal instructions. Junzi could grasp them effortlessly and handle them accordingly. How much simpler could things get? Beep beep. Just then, an unexpected phone ringtone interrupted their conversation. Junzi glanced over and saw Mu Yuyan's name flashing on the screen. With immediate understanding, he bowed slightly and said, Young master, I'll go attend to my duties now. Shall I leave you to your conversation? Xin Lang waved his hand and, on a whim just before Junzi turned to leave, called him back and tossed him a pill. Junzi glanced down at it curiously and asked, Young master, what is this? It's a drug that enhances physical constitution with no side effects. Taking it will make you stronger. Xin Lang began playing the emotional card. You've been following me for several years now, and in my eyes, you've always been like a big brother, constantly protecting me. There are times when I shouldn't make too many demands, but when it comes to women, you still need to exercise restraint. Take this pill, it will help improve your recently weakened constitution. Junzi's dark circles were particularly conspicuous, and his complexion looked quite haggard, clear signs of excessive exhaustion. Xin Lang knew it was Junzi who had been busy all these days, but he still shifted the blame onto the woman. Was he blaming Junzi? No, not at all. Speaking this way wouldn't offend Junzi in the slightest. In fact, it subtly conveyed a message. As the young master, I saw you indulging in dissipation outside until your body was drained, yet I didn't scold you. Instead, I lovingly gave you tonics to restore your health. Tell me, deep down, doesn't it secretly gratify you to be treated with such favoritism? Young master, Junzi wanted to explain. These dark circles under his eyes weren't from exhausting himself with manager Zhang, they were from staying up night after night compiling the information the young master needed. The words reached the tip of his tongue but stopped short. Hearing what Xin Lang had just said, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart and solemnly responded, Understood, young master. I'll take my leave now. The door closed gently. Xin Lang withdrew his gaze. Junzi's loyalty was beyond doubt, but at times, it felt more like the manifestation of a duty, stemming from his role as a bodyguard. But what Xin Lang wanted wasn't just that, he wanted Junzi's genuine loyalty. In times of crisis, bound by duty, Junzi could only exert 100% of his strength. But with true devotion to his master, he could unleash 120% of his potential. Just a single constitution-enhancing pill, worth a mere 1,500 villain points, hardly expensive. At worst, he could just make Cho Jor wear the maid outfit a couple more times. Besides, investing in Junzi's strength would ultimately benefit none other than himself, wouldn't it? This is only the beginning. Junzi's strength still needs to improve. By his side, how could he settle for such meager skills? Beep beep. Before long, the phone was already ringing for the second time. Qin Lang had been deliberately delaying. Feeling it was about time, he casually picked up the call, yawning and grumbling impatiently. Who is it? Not sleeping at this hour. What's the point of making nuisance calls? It's me, Mu Yuyen. Did I disturb you? Her voice was quiet, as if she realized calling at this hour was somewhat inappropriate, mumbling meekly, maybe I should contact you tomorrow instead. It's you. Qin Lang's voice became more alert. What's the matter? You're here to urge me about the marriage arrangement, aren't you? Don't worry, I'll handle this matter perfectly for you. I've already informed the Qin family, and I believe you'll receive news very soon. From now on, you'll have nothing to do with me. You're free to be with whomever you like, date whomever you want. I guarantee there won't be the slightest connection between us, and I won't ever put you in an awkward position like before again. Mu Yuyen's voice was very weak, as if she was feeling wronged. But when she heard this, she hurried to explain, it's not the kind of relationship you imagine between me and that Ji-Feng. I don't even know him. We just happened to bump into each other at the banquet. Enough about that. The contract is terminated now. Who you're involved with is none of my business, Qin Lang urged. Let's get to the point, or I'll hang up. Mu Yuyen felt depressed and agitated, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of grievance. She badly wanted to cry, to vent her emotions right in front of Qin Lang and pour out all her grievances. Yet she knew perfectly well that Qin Lang wouldn't pay her any attention, let alone give her such an opportunity. Fearful that he might hang up the phone, Mu Yuyen had no choice but to suppress her resentment. She realized her mother had been absolutely right all along. It was all her own fault for being so difficult. If it weren't for her meddling, how could things have deteriorated to this point? From Qin Lang's tone, she detected thick impatience. It's about the partnership for the Beauty Glow pills. The dilution ratio has been finalized, and I'd like to discuss further details with you. How about we meet tomorrow? This was the first time Mu Yuyen had taken the initiative to invite someone, and her heart was filled with worry about being rejected. Qin Lang pondered for a moment before responding with a thoughtful hum. It's probably better to get everything settled formally, maybe sign a contract or something. You pick the place. Tomorrow's actually free for me. How about I come to your place then? Mu Yuyen felt a surge of delight when she wasn't immediately turned down. Visiting Qin Lang's home would allow her to clear things up in person, whatever needed to be said, especially about her supposed connection with Yi-Feng. She was determined to clarify that she didn't know any Yi-Feng at all, let alone have any kind of relationship with him. How could she possibly be dating someone like that? That might not be appropriate? Qin Lang's hesitation was evident in his words. We're not in the same relationship as before anymore. Just the two of us alone, wouldn't that be a bit improper? Qin Lang spoke with an amused smile playing on his lips. He had already guessed Mu Yuyen's current thoughts. Were it not for the turmoil in her heart, how could she possibly be acting so uncharacteristically gentle in his presence? No rush. This is only the beginning. However proud Mu Yuyen had been in the past, henceforth she would taste bitterness in equal measure. Whose fault is it? Isn't it all Mu Yuyen's own doing? We conduct ourselves with integrity. What is there to worry about? Besides, we're discussing business, there are no other intentions. Mu Yuyen insisted stubbornly, trying to win Qin Lang back. If she couldn't meet Qin Lang this time, who knows when the next opportunity would come. The grievance in her heart simply couldn't endure much longer. She had to speak face to face with Qin Lang and settle this. Is that so? Well, alright then. Qin Lang gave a non-committal reply, cutting off the call before Mu Yuyen could respond. The next day, in the afternoon, Mu Yuyen had dressed up meticulously for the appointment. Before getting out of the car, she carefully checked herself in the rearview mirror, making sure her lipstick was perfectly applied and her eyeliner wasn't smudged. Her visible nervousness betrayed how seriously she was taking this. The female bodyguard remarked with a sigh, "Miss, we're just here for a business negotiation. Is all this attention really necessary? Besides, miss, with your looks, even without makeup, you're more than enough to completely captivate that guy Qin Lang. Dressed up like this, wouldn't he be staring with his eyes popping out? Enough with your talk." Mu Yuyen rolled her eyes, complaining outwardly but feeling secretly delighted inside. She used to not care at all in front of Qin Lang, often appearing without makeup, never once considering his feelings. But now looking back, could it be that her plain appearance wasn't attractive enough, leading Qin Lang to change his heart? Now, she had to start paying special attention to her appearance in front of Qin Lang. She must make him understand that Mu Yuyen's beauty was absolutely flawless. "You can go back first. I'll call you when needed," Mu Yuyen said as she got out of the car, leaning against the window to remind Ning before walking towards the luxurious villa. The front yard was planted with vibrant spring flowers in various colors, and on the side, there was an outdoor swimming pool shimmering in azure blue under the sunlight. The entire front yard of the villa was exceptionally spacious. Amid the chorus of birdsong and the fragrance of blossoms, Mu Yuyan strode forward in her high heels until she spotted the dark teak wooden door wide open with someone already waiting inside. For some inexplicable reason, the moment she stepped into Qin Lang's home, Mu Yuyan's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Her entire body tensed involuntarily, her expression taut with heightened nervousness. Passing through the entryway into the living room, she noticed 2 cups of tea meticulously placed on the table, steam still rising from them. Moreover, the sound of running water echoed faintly from the nearby bathroom. She sat down with her back to the bathroom door, patting her cheeks with her hands to forcibly calm herself and prevent any sign of nervousness from showing. They were about to meet. She was finally going to meet Qin Lang. Despite thinking about it all night, when the crucial moment arrived, Mu Yuyan felt restless and uneasy. The carefully prepared words she had rehearsed had now become jumbled and incoherent in her mind. Lost in her own thoughts, Mu Yuyan snapped back to reality when she noticed someone approaching her. She lifted her head, ready to flash Qin Lang a gentle smile, but when she saw who had walked past her, her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "How could it be you?" The person who came was nowhere near Qin Lang. It was none other than Bai Ruyu, the woman who had been entangled with Qin Lang at the Bai family just the night before. Chapter 52, 2 women meet, at daggers drawn. How could you be here? Mu Yuyan frowned deeply. This was Qin Lang's home. Now that Bai Ruyu was here, didn't that mean they were already living together? Had their relationship already progressed to such a stage? Why can't I be here? Bai Ruyu sat across, her shapely legs clad in black stockings pressed together as she leaned slightly against the corner of the sofa. She gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, maintaining a pleasant smile while recalling last night's incident at home, feeling an odd sense of amusement stir within. Picking up a teacup, she took a deliberate sip before provocatively remarking, "I'm just visiting my boyfriend's place. What concern is that of yours?" With Qin Lang absent, she felt no embarrassment speaking so boldly. Her words were simply intended to needle Mu Yuyan. They say, beautiful women are all enemies. This saying was vividly demonstrated between Mu Yuyan and Bai Ruyu. Huff, don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's all lies, nothing but lies. Mu Yuyan took a deep breath, silently warning herself in her heart. What boyfriend? Qin Lang, there's no way this guy could have a girlfriend. Don't think I don't know you're just working under Qin Lang, and now you're lying about being his girlfriend? Just who do you think you are? It wasn't that she was unwilling to admit it, but Qin Lang's personality made it absolutely impossible for him to have a steady girlfriend. Even in Beijing, with beautiful women surrounding Qin Lang, no one had ever seen him publicly declare anyone as his girlfriend. How could he suddenly and genuinely fall for Bai Ruyu? What a despicable scheme. Bai Ruyu intended to mess with her head. She absolutely couldn't fall for this trap. As the anger in her heart gradually subsided, she felt slightly dazed, never expecting Qin Lang to actually succeed in recruiting Bai Ruyu under his wing. She had originally thought it was just his wishful thinking. After all, Bai Ruyu was the eldest daughter of the Bai family, with the vast Bai family assets waiting for her to manage. Who would have guessed that something she deemed absolutely impossible had happened, right before her eyes? There's no need to provoke me, but I do want to ask, why did you agree to work for Qin Lang? Also, back at the Bai family, you stayed so close to him. Was that also because he was recruiting you? Mu Yuyan felt that she might have misunderstood the situation before. Perhaps it wasn't what she had thought. Maybe Qin Lang's closeness to Bai Ruyu wasn't due to any other entanglement, but rather to recruit her? The more straightforward Bai Ruyu's words were, the more assured she felt in her heart. President Mu, these matters you're inquiring about have nothing to do with our current cooperation, do they? The reasons behind them are not for disclosure, Bai Ruyu replied coldly. She didn't want to answer, nor did she have any way to answer. How could he possibly tell Mu Yuyan that her father had an illegitimate child outside, which led to her being pushed out of the Bai family's power circle? The lie was exposed, and there wasn't even any intention to offer an explanation. No matter how persistent Mu Yuyan was, from the looks of it, their relationship hadn't reached that stage yet. And as for her? Though unwilling to admit it, every inch of her already belonged to Qin Lang. Looking back now, I still feel an indistinct yet palpable sense of dread towards Qin Lang's terrifying nature. Mu Yuyan kept a straight face as she pushed the documents she brought before Bai Ruyu. Since you're Qin Lang's subordinate, we'll still need to follow standard procedures. Here are the trial reports along with the categorization and pricing structure for the beauty pills at various tiers. Please review them. Without refusing, Bai Ruyu took the documents and began examining them meticulously. Upon seeing the staggering figures listed, even seasoned as she was in handling major situations, she couldn't help but draw a sharp breath in astonishment. Is this really a beauty product? How is this possible? The value for money is incredible. A mid-tier beauty pill that actually delivers effects comparable to high-end market products, while the high-end version is far ahead, completely outperforming the vast majority of products on the market. If this gets released, wouldn't it just set the market on fire? She had initially thought Qin Lang's description of the effects must have been exaggerated, but she never expected the test results to be so astonishing. Mu Yuyan spoke slowly, I previously had a conversation with Qin Lang. His intention was to fully entrust Meiyin Pill's production and sales to Murin International. Is there any issue with that? Bai Ruyu closed the document and gave a faint nod. No issue. If only the Bai family hadn't exiled her from the power center, if only her father hadn't outright forbidden her from involving herself in business matters again. To be honest, she even considered taking over the beauty pill business herself. The Bai family did have a cosmetics company, though not as large or as standardized as Murin International. But that wasn't important. As the saying goes, even a pig can take off when it catches the right wind. Now this beauty pill is the next big opportunity, and she doesn't mind letting the Bai family become sacrificial lambs for once. Of course, this was just a passing thought. As for the rest, we'll wait until Qin Lang returns to discuss it. Mu Yuyan had somewhat lost interest in confronting Bai Ruyu any further. Bai Ruyu, however, furrowed her brows and said, "Since I'm the one who came today, naturally I'll be responsible for this matter. Do you not trust me? Or are you deliberately trying to maintain this entanglement with young Master Qin?" Mu Yuyan frowned, her anger rising. "What do you mean? What's this endless entanglement nonsense? What does my business with Qin Lang have to do with you?" "Business? What business?" Bai Ruyu sneered. She was never one to back down, especially when it came to Qin Lang, someone toward whom she harbored unique feelings. Perhaps not love, but certainly not something she could easily let others meddle with. "If I recall correctly, didn't you already sever ties with young Master Qin yesterday? After all, it was you who insisted on dissolving the engagement. Young Master Qin merely acceded to your wishes. And where's your little sweetheart? Why isn't he here with you?" Bai Ruyu, do you think too highly of yourself? Struck where it hurt, Mu Yuyan instantly bristled with anger. Because of Yi Feng's matter, she had cried all night. Early this morning, she spent a long time doing her makeup just to cover up her reddened eyelids. She came here to leave a good impression on Qin Lang, not to be treated like this. Bai Ruyu's expression also turned chilly. "Whether I take myself seriously or not has little to do with you. As for you, if you want to discuss business, then let's continue. If not, there's no need to keep talking. If you don't want this deal, plenty of others are willing to take over. In fact, we could even establish our own production base, it's just a matter of time." As a woman, how could she possibly tolerate someone like Mu Yuyan asserting dominance in front of her the moment they met? Locked in a fierce confrontation, neither side yielding an inch. Chapter 53 Kid, the waters here run deep. Just as the tension in the living room was thickening to the point of eruption, a commotion outside drew both women's attention away. "That's Xiao Xiao. I'll go check," Bai Ruyu said before heading out the door. She had just met Su Xiaoxiao that same day and knew she was Qin Lang's housekeeper. From the sounds of it, some trouble had arisen. Though Mu Yuyan was still angry, she could only suppress her emotions and follow alone. Not far from the villa, Su Xiaoxiao, holding some fruits and vegetables, glared angrily at Yi Feng before her. In a sharp tone, she scolded, "Yi Feng, how many times must I tell you? Stop bothering me. Not only do you refuse to listen, but now you're even stalking me? What on earth have you been through all these years away? How could you have turned out like this?" She found the Yi Feng before her eyes unfamiliar and somewhat disorienting. Indeed, people always change. After all these years, Xiao Feng has become a different person. "Miss Xiao, I really didn't mean to." Yi Feng gazed at Su Xiaoxiao, the object of his longing during his time abroad, consumed by regret. "I still remember when we were young, Miss had once been beaten by those bullies at the orphanage while protecting me. Now that I have the ability, I naturally wanted to come back to protect and cherish her. But reality played a cruel joke on him, creating a huge misunderstanding. Far from protecting Miss, he didn't even have her contact information anymore. It's been deleted. Young Miss, you've deleted all my contact info, blacklisted my phone number, and whenever I call from a public phone, you hang up as soon as you hear my voice. There's really been a misunderstanding here, please let me explain." Yi Feng quickly softened his tone. Su Xiaoxiao's temperament was naturally kind-hearted. Seeing Yi Feng's look of genuine distress made her somewhat reluctant, but when she recalled the blood streaming from the young master's arm that night, she hardened her heart and said through gritted teeth, "What more is there to explain? I know you've got skills now, but that doesn't give you the right to harm the young master." "What harm could I have done to the young master? I didn't even know Qin Lang before this, how could I possibly have hurt him? Moreover, the subordinate I sent to Tianhai City has gone completely silent. I suspect he's already been eliminated," Yi Feng said angrily. The whole situation felt utterly bizarre to him. Nearly all the evidence seemed to point directly at him, but he knew perfectly well what he had or hadn't done. "Miss, many things in this world aren't as simple as they appear. Many people are far more complicated than you imagine. Sometimes, it turns out to be the thief crying stop thief, you see." Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "What nonsense are you saying?" She couldn't even begin to imagine that Yi Feng would dare to shift the blame onto their young master. How could someone be so shameless? Yi Feng was becoming increasingly unrecognizable to her. "Miss Xiaoxiao, I've never changed, I'm still the same Yi Feng from our childhood, forever your little Feng." There truly is something strange going on here, Yifeng hastily explained. Let's not even discuss whether I actually did this or not. Even if I did, this outcome is impossible. Do you think I don't know the capabilities of my own men? A pampered young master like Qin Lang, if targeted for assassination, would never have survived. How could he have only ended up with a cut on his arm? And another thing, why was my blood wolf insignia conveniently left behind at the scene, exposing my identity? You must have revealed who I am to Qin Lang beforehand, and he deliberately set this up. In an effort to win back the young mistress, Yifeng laid all his suspicions bare, cutting straight to the chase. Bang bang bang! Applause echoed through the villa. Before Su Xiaoxiao could speak, Mu Yuyan and Bai Ruyu both stepped out from behind her. Spotting Yifeng, Mu Yuyan first let out a cold laugh and then interrogated him sharply. Yifeng, how utterly sincere of you. Just who exactly are you? What kind of person were you before? Even as a child, you were already skilled at charming girls, handing them your name card and promising to protect them? Yifeng was momentarily distracted, his mind entirely preoccupied with Su Xiaoxiao, and thus he failed to notice the arrival of these two familiar faces. Coincidentally, Mu Yuyan still harbored resentment toward Yifeng for his advances the previous night, and now that she saw him face to face, she couldn't resist launching into another round of biting sarcasm. Yifeng's face turned pale as he struggled to find the right words to explain. He had anticipated running into Qin Lang, but never expected to encounter Mu Yuyan. Bai Ruyu also wore a cold expression and snorted. Mr. Yifeng, while I must admit I agree with some of your viewpoints, that Qin Lang's character is indeed questionable, you can't simply keep slandering him over and over again, can you? Last night, you accused Mr. Qin Lang of being the mastermind behind my sister's kidnapping. But did you even know I'd already discovered who the real perpetrator was? If it weren't for Qin Lang, my sister might indeed have been imprisoned for a long time. When you casually slander someone's innocence without any evidence, have you ever considered how others might feel? What a coincidence. Quite coincidental, isn't it? Yifeng's framing of Qin Lang, if not for last night's incident, perhaps Bai Ruyu might have actually considered the possibility. After all, she too harbored doubts about Qin Lang's character and resentment in her heart. Neither her upper nor lower lips had an easy time of it. But then last night's incident happened, and she witnessed Yifeng pursuing Su Xiaoxiao. Bai Ruyu had already nailed Yifeng to the pillar of shame, accusing him of resorting to framing her out of spite when his advances were rejected. Su Xiaoxiao glared at Yifeng with a face as dark as storm clouds, her resentment growing heavier by the minute. Yifeng, utterly overwhelmed, clenched his fists in frustration but had to suppress his anger. He spoke up in defense. Xiaoxiao, things really aren't how you imagine. There's a misunderstanding here. Though those two barely know me, surely you understand me better than this? Su Xiaoxiao snapped back sharply. Understand you how, Yifeng? It's been years since we last met. How could I possibly know what kind of person you've become? Moreover, leaving aside what others might think, there's one thing I must tell you, I've never mentioned any of your outside dealings to the young master. He has no idea you're from some mercenary group, nor does he know what you've been up to out there. Why would he falsely accuse you? Enough. Yifeng, just leave. I don't want to see you again. Whether it was by Ruyu and Mu Yuyan's testimony or the evidence within Su Xiaoxiao's own heart, every clue pointed directly at Yifeng. In Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, he had always been nothing more than a man who would harm the young master when denied love. Now there's one more thing to add, baselessly slandering the young master's innocence. The three women all turned to leave. An elderly man out for a stroll happened to witness the scene and approached Yifeng, placing a hand on his shoulder with a sigh. Young man, this love quadrangle, the waters here run deep. You're out of your depth. Chapter 54, let's not see each other again. Get lost. Yifeng swiftly turned his head, fixing his gaze on the old man with eyes gleaming like a sinister wolf lurking in the shadows. The old man shuddered from head to toe, quickening his pace as he hurried away, muttering repeatedly about fighting unfairly. Qin Lang, just you wait. I will remember this grudge. Yifeng's fury surged like raging ocean waves, more violent than ever before. All of this, every last bit, was orchestrated by Qin Lang pulling strings behind the scenes. A surge of intense killing intent swelled within his chest, so potent it seemed on the verge of materializing into solid form. Meanwhile, in Sky Sea City, inside the luxurious three-story VIP lounge of Queen's Bar, Qin Lang, the very man Yifeng had in his thoughts, was currently sprawled lazily on a sofa. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled contentedly, reveling in the curling smoke. Before him, Xiao, clad in a sleek black dress suit, balanced gracefully against the floor-to-ceiling glass with one hand while slipping on her glossy patent leather high heels with the other. The delicate flush on her cheeks added an irresistible allure to her already captivating presence. Her graceful figure, with its slender curves, formed a perfect S-shape. She turned around, glaring angrily at Qin Lang, and coldly snapped, "Let's not meet again next time." "Why?" Qin Lang exhaled a smoke ring and asked curiously, "Weren't we just fine a moment ago?" Xiao rolled her eyes hard. "What kind of situation do we look like now, being in this kind of relationship? Is this how you get things done?" What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to exploit loopholes with me here? She felt this kind of relationship couldn't continue being maintained like this any longer. It's absolutely maddening, just seeing Qin Lang's face makes her legs weak. It's already become a psychological shadow. Watching Xiao Jior experiencing such intense emotional fluctuations, Qin Lang felt increasingly comfortable as he turned on the system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1000 by 3 points of destiny villain value. Ding! Female lead Xiao Jior has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 800 points of destiny villain value. Ding! Son of Destiny Yifeng has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1000 points of destiny villain value. Ding! Protagonist Yifeng's luck value has decreased by 500 points. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 5000 destiny villain points. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Qin Lang smiled faintly. All the time and effort he had spent on Xiao Jior paled in comparison to how much villain points he could earn just by making Yifeng hate him. A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. I'll do my best to make us a 100-day couple as soon as possible. Walking over to Xiao Jior, Qin Lang domineeringly wrapped his arm around her waist, brushing off her protests with a chuckle. Then, he pointed at the dance floor downstairs, which had already begun to buzz with activity. This private booth was Xiao Jior's exclusive space, with floor-to-ceiling windows serving as one-way mirrors that allowed her to see outside clearly while remaining unseen from the exterior. Qin Lang pointed at a young man dressed in a white shirt below them. The guy was arrogantly holding a bottle of red wine upside down, pouring its contents over the head of a middle-aged man with an insufferably superior air. Curious, he asked, who's that guy? Why does he look somewhat familiar to me? Originally, Xiao Jior should have instinctively slapped Qin Lang across the face for holding her so intimately, or at least struggled violently, given her temperament. Yet she had tried far more outrageous poses and outfits before. Such trivial liberties now escaped her notice entirely. With a cold snort, she retorted, "You think I'm praising you? Putting in so much effort for me?" Following Qin Lang's pointed finger, her gaze landed on the young man in the white shirt. She sneered, "Xiao Chunbai's bastard child, no wonder he looks familiar." "So that's Xiao Chunbai's illegitimate son," she muttered. "I wondered why he looked so familiar. Does that mean those Bai sisters ended up estranged from that old geezer because of this guy?" His original purpose for coming here was simply reconnaissance, having learned that Xiao Chunbai's illegitimate son frequented the Queen's bar while incidentally rekindling some old flames with Zhou Erchou. Now that feelings have grown intense, naturally it's time to get down to business. Qin Lang pretended it was a mere coincidence and sneered, "Tell me, what would happen if I helped the Bai sisters take care of that little bastard down there?" Before Xiao Jior, there was no need for any pretense. After all, their relationship had already reached this stage. Though nothing had been stated explicitly, didn't Xiao Jior always obediently play the role of a docile wife whenever he came around? Between family, there's no need for excessive caution. After all, what kind of person Niner was, even if others didn't know? How could she not be aware? Cold on the outside but warm-hearted, however much she scowled at him, deep down, she cared for her man more than words could express. Niner turned to glance at Qin Lang, furrowing her brows as she said, "I think it's better if you don't entertain such thoughts." Qin Lang smirked playfully. "You're saying you're worried I can't handle that old fox by Xiaochun?" Niner shook her head. "It's not about whether you can or can't. There's just no need. Bai Xiaochun dotes on that illegitimate son excessively, and it's barely known to anyone. If not for his deep involvement with our Black Dragon Society, people probably wouldn't even know Bai Xiaochun had such a son. This kid is called Bai Shui. When he was younger, he didn't realize just how fearsome his father was. After being bullied at school, Bai Xiaochun had a few familiar small-time bosses from the Black Dragon Society break the legs of the entire family of whoever bullied his son, then dump them in another province. To this day, no one knows whether they're alive or dead. Another time, the school's disciplinary director struck Bai Shi for bullying a little girl in class. The very next day, the director's body was fished out of the artificial lake in Tianhai City. Such incidents were common. Bai Xiaochun's indulgence toward his illegitimate son reached extreme heights. If he ever suffered harm, Bai would likely go completely mad, capable of absolutely anything. Why go out of your way to provoke a lunatic? What appears to be a cold warning is, in truth, a well-meaning reminder. It served as a caution to Qin Lang, despite his formidable connections that inspired fear. Should he encounter a true madman, the reckless kind, it would still be wise to guard against trouble and avoid unnecessary conflict. TCH. Qin Lang stroked his chin with a sly grin, his captivating gaze fixed on Xiao Jior's exquisite face. "Such a contrary woman. Just moments ago, you said you didn't want to see me again. What's this? Now you're fretting over my safety? I can't be bothered with you." Xiao Jior stepped forward in her patent leather high heels, swaying her slender waist as she headed toward the restroom. She wasn't in the mood to deal with Qin Lang here anymore. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she urgently needed to use the restroom. Qin Lang shifted his gaze away from Cho Jor, his eyes once again fixed on the dance floor below. Watching Bai Shi bullying others, the corner of his mouth curved into a faint sneer. The show, he murmured, is about to begin. I gave Junzi a call, telling him to wait outside Queen's Bar. Qin Lang left the bar one step ahead of Bai Shui. Chapter 55, Heart-Melting, Su Xiaoxiao Falls. Sitting in the back seat as Junzi drove away from Queen's Bar, Qin Lang stretched slightly before speaking slowly. How's the matter? I asked you to handle progressing. Junzi kept both hands on the steering wheel, driving steadily as he replied calmly, the men are all ready. They'll make their move tonight. Young master, you have no idea, this Bai Shi is simply a scum of the earth, a man whose crimes are too numerous to record. The deeper we dig into his deeds, the more we realize what kind of vile creature he truly is. He has ruthlessly ruined the lives of countless families. Dealing with such people filled Junzi with not a shred of guilt. He even found it downright satisfying. Even compared to Bai Shui, the misdeeds of the young master in the past seemed almost forgivable. In that case, using him would be the best option. Qin Lang gave a hum of agreement, showing no surprise. Although Qin Lang's former self could be considered a spoiled young master, at least he was in the capital on the Qin family's turf. At all times, he was under supervision from those around him, and any misdeeds were done in secret, with the constant fear of being discovered by his family. Bai Shui, on the other hand, was entirely different, lawless and unrestrained. Even when he messed up, Bai Xiaochun would cover for him, no, not just cover up, but even pin the blame on others instead. With such excessive indulgence, was there any ghost of a chance Bai Shi would turn out well-natured? Under Bai Xiaochun's indulgence, Bai Shi only grew increasingly tyrannical, arrogant, and disdainful of everyone around him. Young master, just as you said, Yi Feng did come looking for Miss Su, and they ended up in a huge conflict. Their relationship is now completely shattered. If this were ancient times, someone like you would be the epitome of cunning, just like Zhuge Liang himself. Junzi praised sincerely, giving a thumbs up. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Zhuge Liang was a master of strategy. Didn't I tell you to read more and learn a thing or two? Or did you forget everything Manager Zhang taught you after last night's outing? No way, no way. Junzi replied in his thick Beijing accent, scratching his head sheepishly. Eager to prove his knowledge, he suggested, I reckon we shouldn't rush back right now. Let Miss Su stay alone for a while and let the situation develop further. By then, Yi Feng won't have a chance to recover. We've got plans tonight. Head straight to Sunshine Orphanage later. Qin Lang leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and fell silent. Junzi's current thinking is still too simplistic. Rather than letting Su Xiaoxiao figure out Yi Feng's faults herself, why not seize this moment to fan the flames? Of course, this fire would be kindled elsewhere, yet it would still singe Yi Feng's eyebrows. What could be more satisfying? Half an hour later, after picking up Su Xiaoxiao from home, she quietly got into the car seeing the young master asleep. Without disturbing him, she sat silently beside him, preoccupied and noticeably subdued. Even after arriving at their destination and stepping out of the car, Su Xiaoxiao kept her head down as she followed Qin Lang, not uttering a word, as if she had suffered some injustice. At this moment, before Qin Lang's eyes, the old Sunshine Orphanage had already been demolished, leaving nothing but ruins in its place. After wandering for a while, he came to a stop in front of a swing, just as Su Xiaoxiao, walking with her head down, bumped into him from behind. What's wrong? Feeling distracted? Qin Lang turned around, gently patting Su Xiaoxiao's head as he softly asked, did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll beat them up for you. Su Xiaoxiao raised her head, pursed her lips, and murmured with a puzzled expression, young master, why do you think Yi Feng has become like this? Not only did he follow me all the way today, but he also openly slandered you. And Miss Bai said he smeared your reputation in front of her too. Also, in the evening today, a huge sum of money inexplicably appeared in my bank account. It must have been from him too. What does he mean by this? Trying to intimidate me with money? In Su Xiaoxiao's heart, Yi Feng was like her own younger brother. She had once fantasized about Yi Feng returning, about the siblings reuniting, and had even thought about finding him a beautiful girlfriend. But now, all those illusions were shattered. Yi Feng not only harbored ill intentions toward her, but also went to great lengths to slander the young master just to possess her. He even earned her a substantial sum of money. What does that mean? In Yi Feng's eyes, did she appear to be a girl who craved vanity, someone who stayed by Qin Lang's side simply because he was wealthy? Yi Feng had become like this, something she had never anticipated. Rather than simple disgust, what filled Su Xiaoxiao's heart was mostly regret. That was Yi Feng, someone she had treated like her own younger brother. How had he ended up like this? Don't overthink it. With time, people always change. Qin Lang spread his arms and pulled her into his embrace, his chin resting lightly on her fragrant shoulder as he whispered softly by her ear. Not a word was mentioned about Yi Feng transferring a large sum of money to Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao clung timidly against Qin Lang's embrace like a little quail, not daring to move a muscle. Her flushed face betrayed her nervousness. There was no rejection at all, nor any thought of pushing Qin Lang away. Instead, in this moment of melancholy, Being suddenly enveloped in his warm embrace filled Su Xiaoxiao's heart with an overwhelming sense of happiness, the profound joy of being trusted. Not only has Yifeng changed, but you've altered somewhat as well. Without even realizing it, Qin Lang remarked as he retrieved a slightly tarnished iron box from his pocket. Stepping back subtly, he gazed into Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes and smiled, asking, "Do you remember this box?" This was something he had obtained from the dean, and it would prove incredibly useful. For Su Xiaoxiao, it was nothing short of a game-changing weapon. "Young master, where did you get this box?" Su Xiaoxiao stared in astonishment at the scene before her. This iron box was a relic from her childhood days when she was still young and prone to weaving impractical dreams of fantasy. She also loved writing these beautiful dreams on paper, imitating the heroine on TV, wanting to hide them away. But she couldn't afford a wish bottle, so she had to stash her wishes inside this metal box instead. The iron box contained many of her dreams written inside, only to be lost later, unsure where it had gone. She herself had almost forgotten the existence of this tin box. Never did she expect it to end up in Qin Lang's hands. Too much time had passed. If Qin Lang hadn't produced the iron box now, Su Xiaoxiao would have completely forgotten about this matter. Without a word, Qin Lang pulled out the piece of paper from the iron box. Thanks to the excellent seal, the writing on it remained perfectly clear. Perhaps Su Xiaoxiao had been too young when she wrote this wish list, as the characters appeared somewhat crooked and awkward, simultaneously comical and endearingly cute. Grandma Dean was worrying about money again today, saying there wasn't enough. "When I grow up, I want to earn lots and lots of money to give to our money-strapped Grandma Dean, so she'll never have to struggle with financial worries again." Today, a child in the orphanage found a 1 yuan coin and bought 2 ice creams. They looked so happy eating them. "I want ice cream too. I'll earn lots and lots of money in the future, not just to give some to Grandma the orphanage director, but also to buy ice cream for myself." Grandma the Dean said that girls will get married when they grow up, and before that, they need to find a boyfriend. She wants us girls to learn to cherish ourselves and find a very, very good boyfriend. I saw a girl and her boyfriend going to an amusement park on TV today, and they were having so much fun. I also want to go to an amusement park, to find a really, really good boyfriend like the matron Grandma said, and go play at the amusement park together. I want. As Qin Lang read aloud every single word of the childhood wishes he had written back then, Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, even turning red all the way down to her neck. One might guess that if someone were to poke a hole in her head, steam could probably come gushing out. She blushed and rushed forward, trying to snatch the little note from Qin Lang's hands, urgently pleading, "Young master, don't read it. These were all written when I was young and didn't know any better. I can barely remember what's written there. It doesn't count. It really doesn't. Please don't read it out loud, okay?" Though her childhood wishes were hazy in her memory, she still had a general impression of them. After all, Grandma, the orphanage matron, had repeatedly wished for her to find a loving boy in her future, a blessing she'd heard countless times throughout her growing years. Who would have thought that the whimsical wishes she scribbled as a child would actually be seen by the young master? At this moment, she wished she could dig a hole in the ground and bury her head in it. She was utterly mortified. She desperately wanted to snatch away those little slips of paper, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't succeed. Qin Lang placed each slip of paper into the iron box, raised it above his head, and gazed intently into Su Xiaoxiao's lively eyes, gradually growing earnest. "Perhaps in your eyes, these wishes were just casually scribbled in childhood and no longer count, but to me, each one represents something you truly wanted to have. Even if they're childhood wishes, they hold special meaning in my heart. Even if they're childhood wishes, I still want to accompany you in making them come true." Holding Su Xiaoxiao's hand, he asked solemnly, "Su Xiaoxiao, I'm feeling greedy now. I have many requests. I want to eat ice cream with you, visit amusement parks together, watch the sunrise side by side, and I'm so greedy that I want to accompany you in fulfilling every single one of your wishes. Tell me, would you be willing?" Chapter 56. A little girl's thoughts she can't hide. The two gazed at each other for a long while. Su Xiaoxiao was utterly entranced, standing there in a daze with red-rimmed eyes where teardrops trembled. It wasn't anger, nor resentment, it was overwhelming emotion that swelled within her. She had no idea how to bring it up, standing there in stunned silence. Qin Lang took a slight step forward, leaning in a bit closer. Su Xiaoxiao immediately closed her eyes, puckered her little lips, leaned forward slightly, and waited quietly. "You little devil." The playful curse jolted Su Xiaoxiao awake. When she saw Qin Lang's teasing expression, 2 crimson clouds instantly bloomed across her bashful cheeks. "Young master, you're so wicked." She coquettishly pouted with schoolgirl shyness. Qin Lang gently pinched Su Xiaoxiao's nose and said dotingly, "I'm just worried you'll get addicted again, begging for punishments and wasting time. We've got lots to do tonight. If we're late, the amusement park will close." Su Xiaoxiao nodded understandingly, linking her arm through Qin Lang's and resting her head against his shoulder. She hadn't let go until she got in the car. Though Junzi's eyes held a hint of amusement, Su Xiaoxiao would rather endure being laughed at than loosen her grip on Qin Lang's arm. She wanted to press closer, only then could the warm surge of emotion inside her remain just below boiling point. The nighttime amusement park was a riot of color, with neon lights flashing brilliantly. Compared to the family-filled bustle of daytime, the evening leaned more toward couples, pairs arm in arm, embracing and clinging to each other could be seen everywhere. Logically speaking, Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao walking arm in arm shouldn't have attracted so much attention. Yet Qin Lang's smiling face radiated such natural charm that it kept drawing sidelong glances from young girls, making their own boyfriends seem suddenly inadequate by comparison. They all turned their gazes towards Su Xiaoxiao, their eyes filled with envy. What the heck, are all the hot guys into flat-chested girls these days? That girl next to him might be pretty, but when it comes to figure, she's got nothing on me. Yeah, what's the point of having a pretty face? Turn off the lights, and isn't it all the same? I'm so pissed. Why isn't it me standing next to that handsome guy? Comparisons are odious. It must be said that modern gender dynamics have become quite peculiar, especially among ordinary folks. Girls often act with aggressive nonchalance, and those exceptionally bold ones even utter these blatantly insulting remarks about their own boyfriends right in front of them. Several boys didn't dare make a sound, only shooting Qin Lang resentful glances while envying the well-behaved, beautiful Su Xiaoxiao by his side. Walking under the crowd's gaze, Su Xiaoxiao could clearly hear the comments from nearby girls. She lowered her head, glanced at her slightly rounded, but not particularly prominent chest, and pouted unhappily. Though comparisons were unbecoming, Su Xiaoxiao had always suspected the young master preferred fuller figures. Why else would he have insisted she drink papaya and pork rib soup before? She claimed she wouldn't drink it, yet lately, she had been gulping it down daily without fail, especially before bed, when her chest would feel oddly warm, almost as if something was growing. But she still couldn't measure up to so many other girls. A wave of melancholy spread through Su Xiaoxiao's heart, and she instinctively shifted slightly away from Qin Lang's embrace. It wasn't that she didn't want to be close to him, she was just afraid. Afraid that if he touched her, her young master might discover her small imperfections and wouldn't cherish her as much anymore. A girl's heart can be particularly sensitive at times, and Su Xiaoxiao was no exception. Her emotions were exceptionally delicate. The fear of losing what she held dear weighed heavily on her. Even the slightest unhappiness could leave her saddened for a long while, and this was something unavoidable. After all, Su Xiaoxiao was an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage. No matter how kind the matron had been to her, it was only temporary. With so many children under her care, she couldn't possibly devote all her attention to Xiaoxiao alone. The two passed by a milk tea shop where a catchy song kept playing on loop. You love me, I love you, Mishue ice cream and tea so sweet. After buying 2 ice cream cones, one for each, Qin Lang finally led Su Xiaoxiao toward the Ferris wheel. Along the way, Su Xiaoxiao's ice cream was nearly melting in her hand. Qin Lang had no choice but to lean in and take a bite, asking curiously, "Why aren't you eating it?" Su Xiaoxiao didn't speak, just kept her head lowered while gazing, then gently licked the exact spot Qin Lang had bitten. Observing Su Xiaoxiao's unusual behavior, Qin Lang followed her line of sight and couldn't help feeling inwardly amused. No wonder people say Su Xiaoxiao wears her heart on her sleeve. The way she was staring at her own chest, those beautiful eyes practically brimming with self-reproach over her perceived shortcomings. Who do you think you're fooling with such a trivial thought? To Qin Lang's slight surprise, she had taken a stranger's casual remark to heart. Leaning in, he exhaled softly, warm breath, by her ear, his gaze drifting downward with playful mischief. "What's caught your eye so intensely? Let me take a look too." Su Xiaoxiao couldn't bear this intimate closeness. Her whole body felt like a steamed crab, her soul nearly escaping in bliss. A wispy white soul had already floated halfway out of her head, leaving only the last curled tip, like the peak of a melting ice cream cone, barely clinging to her petite skull. She shyly ducked her chin, only to inadvertently brush even closer against Qin Lang's cheek. Her legs weakened slightly, her voice trembling with a pleading tone as she cooed, "Young master, asterisk." Qin Lang planted a kiss on those delicate, slightly blushing little ears and said affectionately with a smile, "They're really quite lovely. I like them." Su Xiaoxiao blushed and murmured meekly, "Young master always knows how to sweet-talk people. Back at home, you made me drink papaya and pork rib soup. Clearly you prefer bigger ones, don't you?" As she spoke these words, her heart twinged with sourness, because although hers couldn't be considered particularly small, they certainly had nothing to do with being big. Not being young master's preferred type made her resent her own body a little. Deep down, she silently vowed to drink more papaya and pork rib soup after tonight. Previously once a day, but now she would double it to twice a day, with 2 bowls each time. Seizing the chance, Qin Lang sneakily planted a quick peck near the corner of Su Xiaoxiao's lips, startling her. Her beautiful eyes darted around nervously, glancing sideways to see if anyone was nearby. Qin Lang's voice rang softly by her ear again, "You were right, I do like them big. Just as I thought." A wave of disappointment welled up in Su Xiaoxiao's heart, leaving her feeling hollow inside, especially sad. Before Su Xiaoxiao's disappointment could fully settle in, Qin Lang continued blowing hot air, "But what I like most is Xiaoxiao's. Want to know why?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, widening her beautiful eyes, adopting the posture of a diligent student ready to take notes in class. Qin Lang smirked mischievously, deliberately drawing out the tail end of the word because with exaggerated length, because, I can fondle them from when they were small all the way until they grew big. Chapter 57, Boundless Rage. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao felt her bones turn weak all over. Her lively eyes sparkled with panic, yet she couldn't look away. Partly out of embarrassment, and partly because, did Su Xiaoxiao suddenly feel as if the knot in her heart had been untied? Holding her hand, Qin Lang boarded the Ferris wheel under the staff's guidance. As the enclosed gondola gradually ascended, the space shared by just the two of them felt exceptionally cramped. The moon hung high in the sky, adorned with scattered stars. From the towering Ferris wheel, the panoramic view of Tianhai City unfolded beneath them, a dazzling sea of lights illuminating the lavish nightscape. The flow of vehicles on the road seemed denser than usual. Amid the endless stream of cars, police vehicles occasionally sped by, their urgency suggesting they were rushing to investigate some significant incident. Has it started yet? Qin Lang gazed at the increasing number of police cars, a cold sneer flashing through his mind. Old Bai Xiaochun is really going crazy over this little situation, stirring up all his influence already? Back when Bai Xiaoyun was kidnapped, wasn't it just an act? Why wasn't he this frantic then? The gender bias favoring sons over daughters has reached an unprecedented level. Lost in thought, Qin Lang collected himself and turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao sitting beside him. She was bowing her head, idly fiddling with her fingers. Her utterly bored demeanor truly seemed like someone preoccupied with deep thoughts. Yet the subtle glances she stole at him from the corner of her eyes betrayed the turmoil within. Young master. Su Xiaoxiao let out a delicate gasp as she was suddenly lifted up. Before she could voice her surprise, she found herself seated on Qin Lang's lap. Leaning against his warm chest, she instinctively drew in her neck, trembling nervously like a little rabbit. Thinking back to what the young master had just said on the road, her little heart pounded thump-thump, its rhythm growing faster and faster. She felt a bit frightened. Just having the young master help rub her little belly earlier had already brought her such comfort and joy. If he were to touch other places, how could she possibly bear it? Standing high, you can see far. Though Tianhai City isn't the most prosperous, its night view is truly one of a kind. Qin Lang wrapped an arm around the slender waist, pointing out the window. You were sitting all the way inside earlier, only seeing the amusement park. From where I stand, you can glimpse the whole city district. Su Xiaoxiao nestled in Qin Lang's arms. How could she possibly have any mind left to enjoy the night view? All she felt was her cheeks burning fiercely, her heart so overwhelmed with shyness that she could barely lift her head. The young master solemnly took her to enjoy the night view, but her mind was preoccupied with all sorts of messy and indecent thoughts. Really, how shameless. Watching the young master deep in thought, Su Xiaoxiao felt her own mind growing increasingly improper. She had no idea what was happening. Every time she was alone with him, all sorts of embarrassing thoughts would pop into her head. Immersive translate. The Bai family courtyard was brightly lit. Bai Xiaochun, usually composed and calm, was exceptionally furious today. Damn it, where are the bodyguards? What the hell are those useless bodyguards doing? How could they lose someone right under their noses? Are they just freeloading deadweights? Call me and have Director Zhang send people to search. Get the Black Dragon Society to comb through every household. I want that person found by tonight, no excuses. Outrageous. How dare anyone lay a finger on my son, Bai Xiaochun. If I ever find out who's responsible, I swear I'll skin them alive and tear their tendons out. What the hell are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Go find him. If you can't bring him back, don't even bother crawling back to me. The Bai family's head butler, Afu, was unceremoniously driven out from the second floor by Bai Xiaochun. He kept his head bowed, meek and submissive. When he encountered Bai Ruyu at the stairwell, he murmured a timid young miss before quickly scurrying away. Heh, serves me right, huh? Bai Ruyu listened to the incessant angry shouts coming from the study upstairs and sneered inwardly. Having someone kidnap your own daughter, and now your bastard child is missing. If this isn't karma, then what is? Taking a carton of milk from the fridge, Bai Ruyu poured it into 2 cups on the coffee table and handed one to Bai Xiaoyun, speaking softly to comfort her. Drink some milk to calm your nerves. Wait until things quiet down before going upstairs to sleep. Bai Xiaoyun took a small sip, her heart heavy with mixed emotions. After all, he was her father. How could she not feel disappointed after receiving such unfair treatment? Sister, are boys really that important? Aren't girls worth loving at all? Bai Ruyu hugged her little sister's shoulders and patted her head gently while whispering tenderly, silly girl, how could you think like that? Of course your sister loves you. Bai Xiaoyun nodded cutely, suddenly remembering the figure of brother Qin Lang. Her watery eyes instantly brimmed with joyous sparkles, narrowing into happy crescents. Her brother adores her too. Knock, knock, knock. Quick footsteps echoed from the stairwell as Bai Xiaochun descended and strode straight into the living room. His face burned with boundless fury as he glared at Bai Ruyu. Did you have anything to do with this? If so, release the person immediately. We can let bygones be bygones, but if you dare harm Shui, don't expect any mercy from me. After turning it over in his mind, he began to suspect that his eldest daughter might very well be the mastermind behind Shu's kidnapping. Especially when he considered how she doted on Yoon Yoon, it was highly possible she was deliberately trying to retaliate against him. The anger suddenly found an outlet, and without caring whether it was a coincidence or not, unleashed a barrage of accusations. What kind of father-daughter sentiment was there? It was clearly akin to interrogating a suspect, showing no shred of mercy. Witnessing this scene, even someone as composed as Bai Ruyu couldn't help but feel waves of shock crashing within. Is this still her father? Even if it were a stranger, one shouldn't casually suspect others like this, should they? Gritting her pearly teeth, her delicate frame trembled as she angrily retorted, "Don't assume everyone is as wicked as you are. There are some things I'd disdain to do. I'm striving for the Bai family's estate not for money, but because I refuse to let all the blood and sweat my mother shed back then be squandered on ungrateful others for nothing. Mark my words today, whether you like it or not. If anything happens to Bai Shui, I won't take a single cent of the Bai family's money. I wouldn't touch their filthy cash." Bai Ruyu gripped her younger sister's arm and glared fiercely at her father, her eyes filled with resentment, fury, and disdain, but not a trace of reluctance. Her heart was utterly broken. She grabbed her younger sister's hand and strode outside without looking back. "Yun Yun, let's go home, this place isn't our home anymore." Bai Xiaochun stood in the living room, watching the backs of his two daughters. The faint twinge of guilt in his heart was quickly drowned out by the searing rage over his son's kidnapping. Chapter 58, The Humble Su Xiaoxiao. Late at night, Tianhai City boiled under the boundless rage of Bai Xiaochun. Nearly 50% of the police force from the city headquarters was mobilized for the search operation. There was no other choice. Bai Xiaochun was one of Tianhai's biggest taxpayers. When a man of his stature encountered trouble, even the higher-ups at the police bureau had to take it seriously, ensuring this major contributor was properly appeased. Otherwise, what if Bai Xiaochun becomes displeased someday and decides to shift his business focus to another province? By then, the entire GDP of Tianhai City and a large number of jobs would likely be lost along with Bai Xiaochun's relocation. Besides, nearly 80% of Black Dragon's personnel were already mobilized and out on the streets. Compared to the police station, which was pressured by bureaucratic concerns, the Black Dragon Society was clearly driven by money. If strolling around could earn cash, only a fool wouldn't take the opportunity to wander outside. What if we get lucky and actually win? That's a prize pool of tens of millions. Amidst this overwhelming atmosphere, Qin Lang accompanied Su Xiaoxiao to the amusement park, staying all the way until closing time before finally leaving. No sooner had they returned to the villa than they received a call from Qiu Zhuo, who cut straight to the point. Bai Shi has been kidnapped. Qin Lang nearly laughed. "So he's been kidnapped, what's that got to do with me?" Qiu Zhuo's voice was laced with suspicion. "This matter has nothing to do with you?" She vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. Just today, Qin Lang runs into Bai Shui, and coincidentally, this guy gets kidnapped? How could such a coincidence exist? Besides, what kind of person Qin Lang was? Didn't she know him well enough? A man who wouldn't lift a finger without personal gain. If he hadn't been interested in Bai Shui, why would he have been so diligent in asking around at the Empress Bar? And then, right after he finished inquiring, something happens. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Qin Lang burst into laughter. "Are you worried about me? Afraid I'll face retaliation?" "You wish," Qiu Zhuo snorted coldly. "Worried about you? You're daydreaming before even falling asleep. I'm just checking to eliminate your suspicions. After all, money tempts the heart. Bai Xiaochun has offered a hefty reward this time. Whoever can bring Bai Shi back safely will receive a bounty of 500 million yuan. Qin Lang laughed heartily. 500 million? Huh? That's quite a sum, enough to cover half a year of my pocket money. Found any leads yet? Money's meant to be made together, between us. What's mine is yours, right? We're practically family. Qiu Zhuo had also grown accustomed to Qin Lang's tone and generously replied, "Alright, I still have over 100 suspects here, all of whom have had conflicts with Bai Shui. Since you're an information broker, how about providing me with their intel?" Click. Hearing this, Qin Lang hung up the phone without another word. Over 100 enemies? Damn impressive. That bastard Bai Shi sure knows how to make enemies. I knew this guy was a scumbag who messed around outside, making enemies everywhere, but I never imagined he was this much of a loser with so many foes. In a way, he ought to sincerely thank Bai Shui, since that guy almost completely cleared him of suspicion. The only lingering doubt is Qiu Zhuo, but do we even need to worry about her side? She practically called to tip him off indirectly. Wasn't that deliberately sending a message? If they really wanted to expose him, old man Bai Xiaochun would have come knocking at the door himself by now. It's none of my business, why bother? Acting too eager might easily leave traces that could be uncovered. Given the current situation, it still needs some time to brew. Once the timing is right, everything will be easier to manage. Thud, thud. Just as Qin Lang was deep in thought, Su Xiaoxiao knocked on the door and entered. She was wearing clothes she had somehow found, which perfectly accentuated her slender figure. Though Xiao Xiao's figure wasn't particularly voluptuous, she more than made up for it with youthful charm. Her entire being radiated a fresh, lovely energy, along with an innate modest grace. Especially at this moment, with her head slightly bowed, she looked delicate and utterly endearing. Xiao Xiao, where did you find these clothes? Qin Lang asked in surprise. Blushing, Xiao Xiao replied, young master, I found them in a small cabinet while cleaning the tea room. I dressed like this. Young master, do you like it? She was no longer a child. Upon discovering these outfits, she naturally knew Qin Lang had secretly hidden them away. Remembering the numerous sets she had found, only this one could be considered decent enough to muster the courage to wear. It went without saying that Qin Lang had bought these clothes because he liked them, and in Su Xiaoxiao's heart, as long as the young master was pleased, she would do her best to try anything he desired. Qin Lang beckoned with his finger, and Su Xiaoxiao obediently stepped forward, sitting on his lap without uttering a word as he embraced her. Do you even realize what you're doing? Qin Lang watched Su Xiaoxiao with amused interest. Seeing her reaction like this, he knew his actions had already achieved the desired effect. He had thought he might need to escalate things further, yet here was Su Xiaoxiao voluntarily delivering herself to his doorstep. Mum. Su Xiaoxiao nodded numbly. She knew there was no escaping tonight's ordeal, yet not even a flicker of resistance stirred in her heart. Because, in every respect, she had already been completely won over by Qin Lang, it seemed she was destined to be teased by him for the rest of her life. Just as the headmistress used to say, a woman must entrust her life to a man she truly loves. She had never dared to dream of marrying above her station, much less hope to become a phoenix soaring from a lowly branch. In her eyes, Qin Lang had always been her young master, the one toward whom she must fulfill her duties. Time and again, misunderstandings filled her with guilt towards Qin Lang from the very beginning. If Qin Lang treated her harshly, she would actually feel it was justified, since she had accused and slandered him without knowing the full story. But in reality, Qin Lang not only didn't act harshly toward her or attempt to harm her, but even went out of his way to protect her, considering her needs above all else and treating her with kindness. Most importantly, Qin Lang had also learned about her childhood wishes for her sake. Honestly, if Qin Lang hadn't taken the initiative, she might never have even considered doing those things again. After all, reality was already exhausting enough. Who had time to reminisce about childhood joys or fulfill long-forgotten childhood dreams? Su Xiaoxiao lifted her head, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Qin Lang. Her mind seemed to wander back to what had happened earlier at the mall, the domineering scene where the young master had punished the couple for her sake. She recalled the unwillingness in the young master's eyes when she had misunderstood him, and the tender gaze that couldn't bear to punish her. She remembered how the young master had gently comforted her and stayed by her side when her stomach ached. Gradually, there were no other images left in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. In her entire world, there was only the figure of Qin Lang, filling it completely to the brim. Chapter 59, The Favored Heroine's Emotion. Ding! Host has successfully conquered the female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao. Congratulations on gaining 50,000 Destiny Villain points. Ding! Female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations on gaining 1,000 Destiny Villain points. Listening to the system notifications in his ear, Qin Lang stood up, pulled the blanket over the sleeping Su Xiaoxiao, gently kissed her forehead, and then quietly left the room. The moment the door closed, Su Xiaoxiao, who had been lying there pretending to be dead, opened her eyes. Her pretty face was flushed, as if she had drunk too much wine. She hugged the pillow that the young master had just rested on, burying her face in it and taking a deep breath. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she was completely filled with a sense of blissful satisfaction. After leaving home, Qin Lang headed straight for the villa where the Bai sisters lived. One night, spinning like a top, hopping from place to place. No sooner had I arrived than Bai Ruyu came out to greet me from the living room, wearing a distressed look on her face. I'm so sorry to call you out so late at night, but Yun Yun is in a terrible mood. She refuses to eat, and I just don't know what to do. Qin Lang feigned ignorance and asked, what's the matter? Didn't we already reach an understanding? Why has conflict arisen again? A trace of resentment flashed through Bai Ruyu's eyes before she shook her head indifferently. Whatever. The pretense is already torn away, there's no point in hiding anything now. It's still about that bastard child. Who knows who kidnapped the illegitimate brat? Father. Bai Xiaochun threw a furious tantrum at home, completely losing his mind. He even suspected that I was the one who arranged it. Yun Yun and I couldn't take it anymore, so we left. We won't ever go back. If that bastard child is the only one Bai Xiaochun considers his real son in his heart, then let him live with the little bastard. What about Yi Feng? He's the bodyguard for you two sisters. Don't tell me he also lives around here? Qin Lang glanced around nervously, not spotting anyone, and added with concern, what if that guy has ulterior motives toward you? Bai Ruyu gazed into Qin Lang's eyes, finding no trace of pretense in his nervous expression, and replied in a gentler tone. Yifeng hasn't had time to pay any attention to us lately. Although his character leaves much to be desired, in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, his skills are particularly reassuring. Bai even stated confidently that Yifeng would be the most likely person to find that illegitimate child. I see. Qin Lang nodded his head without surprise. Bai Xiaochun was aware of Yifeng's identity and naturally wouldn't pass up such a valuable asset. As long as Yifeng steps forward to search, his plan can proceed smoothly. Bai Ruyu glanced upstairs and sighed. Once Yun Yun loses her temper, even I can't do anything about it. She won't even eat. You don't need to worry too much. Yun Yun may be a bit stubborn in character, but you know better than I do how kind-hearted she truly is. After learning the details from Yifeng's side, Qin Lang finally managed to put this matter to rest in his heart. As for Yifeng's side, having someone tail him isn't very effective and could easily be detected. In contrast, Bai Ruyu obtains more accurate information through the Bai family's channels. I understand. Let's go check on Yun Yun first. Don't let her do anything foolish. She still refuses to open the door. Bai Ruyu's face was filled with helplessness and worry. Qin Lang nodded silently and headed upstairs. When he reached the door, he didn't even need to knock, it had already been left slightly ajar for him. Bai Xiaoyun sat stiffly upright, as obedient as a schoolchild about to be scolded by her teacher. Qin Lang didn't scold her, just said calmly, "Don't want to eat?" Bai Xiaoyun gave a small nod, glanced up to see Qin Lang wasn't angry, then nodded emphatically again. "You won't even eat the food I made?" Qin Lang asked again. "Ha?" Bai Xiaoyun looked startled, quickly shook her head, then feeling something was off, nodded vigorously again. "Yes, I'll eat." How could she not eat the food made by her brother? Even if her belly was already round and full, she would still eat it. Then come down. Qin Lang held Bai Xiaoyun's little hand, walked to the living room, tied on an apron, and entered the kitchen. These things shouldn't have been his responsibility, but for the sake of the sisters' villainy points, he'd give it his all. No pain, double gain. What a bargain. In the system shop, he exchanged 20 villain points for temporary advanced culinary skills. Though he had enough villain points for a permanent upgrade, there was no need. The sisters stood by the kitchen counter, watching Qin Lang's skilled tossing of the wok and cooking techniques. No matter how bold Bai Ruyu was, she wouldn't have dared to imagine that this guy Qin Lang could actually cook. In her eyes, Qin Lang was a privileged top-tier second-generation heir who wouldn't even lift a finger for menial work. How could he possibly possess such skills? Yet the scenes unfolding before her eyes completely shattered her preconceived notions. It seems Qin Lang wasn't quite what she had imagined. In less than half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were perfectly prepared. Bai Ruyu stepped forward to help bring the dishes to the table. Qin Lang sat beside Bai Xiaoyun while Bai Ruyu took the seat opposite them. The three of them gathered around home-cooked dishes, eagerly scooping up rice. "It's delicious, so delicious. Big bro, how are you so good at cooking?" Bai Xiaoyun's large eyes sparkled brightly. The already somewhat messy little girl, taking advantage of her hunger and the delicious dishes Qin Lang had prepared, devoured her meal with even greater gusto, praising between mouthfuls. "Perfect. My brother is absolutely perfect." The more time she spent with her brother, the more she realized he was her destined soulmate, even more perfect than the Prince Charming of her dreams. "I wouldn't even dare imagine such perfection in my wildest dreams. Eat up if it's tasty. You'll need your strength to keep sulking at your sister." Qin Lang's remark instantly chilled the atmosphere. Bai Xiaoyun poked at the rice in her mouth, finding it somewhat flavorless now. "Don't you think your sister has it too easy and want to stir up trouble for her? Or do you still think you're the only one who's wronged, and that sis isn't? Still refusing to eat out of spite?" A barrage of 3 rapid-fire questions made Bai Xiaoyun's head spin as she kept shaking it in refusal. Ding! Female protagonist Bai Ruyu's favorability has increased. Congratulations, host, you have obtained plus 500 destiny villain points. Ding! Female protagonist Bai Ruyu's favorability continues to rise. Congratulations, host, you have obtained plus 800 destiny villain points. Watching from the side, Bai Ruyu felt a warmth blooming in her heart. Although Qin Lang always acted carefree in front of her, when facing Yun Yun, he completely assumed the dignified posture of a brother-in-law. She felt inexplicably touched in her heart, as if that night's life-for-life exchange no longer seemed so unacceptable. Chapter 60, the chairman asks leave from the manager. At the dining table, Bai Xiaoyun felt terribly ashamed from all the lecturing. Her sister had done so much for her, yet instead of being grateful, she threw a tantrum and refused to eat, making her sister sad. By doing this, she was undoubtedly rubbing salt in her sister's wounds. "Sorry, brother, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum. I was just feeling wronged." Bai Xiaoyun pouted, realizing her mistake of lashing out unreasonably. Qin Lang patted her head affectionately and said with a smile, "Why apologize to me? The one you should apologize to is your sister." Bai Xiaoyun gave a little nod and immediately slipped her feet into sparkling sandals. With her legs clad in long white stockings, she rose from the chair and dashed towards Bai Ruyu across the room. Her pink skirt swayed playfully with each step. While not particularly curvaceous, it was endlessly charming. Spotting Bai Ruyu, who had just set down her chopsticks with a gentle smile still on her lips, Xiaoyun launched a full-bodied charge into her sister's arms and clung to her neck. "Sorry, sis, I didn't mean to," Xiaoyun murmured into her embrace, squirming into a comfortable position before adding with quiet determination, "I was just so angry seeing how Dad treated us, it made me feel awful. But starting today, I promise I'll never sulk with you again." Hearing her brother's words, Bai Xiaoyun realized how deeply hurtful her actions had been. She knew her elder sister loved her the most, but her thoughtless little tantrums had unintentionally made her sister suffer and anguish. A wave of guilt washed over Bai Xiaoyun, making her too ashamed to even meet her sister's eyes. Bai Ruyu gazed at Qin Lang with a faint smile, feeling a gentle warmth in her heart. She reached out to pinch her younger sister's cheek and said cheerfully, "As long as Yun is happy, that's all that matters. Let's not be upset, from now on, your big sister will always be here to cherish you. Starting today, we sisters will live together in this home, just the two of us, our very own family." No matter how much grievance weighed on her heart, Bai Ruyu would never speak of it. That was her sister, her own flesh and blood, raised by her own hands since childhood. How could she bear to blame her, when her heart overflowed with nothing but affection for her? Glancing at Qin Lang beside her, Bai Ruyu felt a warm thread of anticipation in her heart. Perhaps, without the Bai family, she might find greater freedom and happiness, who could say? Yes, a home that belongs only to the three of us, and we mustn't forget Big Brother. Bai Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, making sure to include Qin Lang as part of the family. Then, with a huff, she muttered, "I won't get angry anymore. Even if I don't have Dad to love me, I still have Big Brother. And Big Brother is much better than Dad. I don't even care about Dad anymore. Sister, you only have me left now. I'll cherish you properly from now on." "Only me?" Bai Ruyu forced a bitter smile inwardly. Hearing her younger sister repeatedly calling someone brother left a strange taste in her heart. It wasn't exactly jealousy, just a peculiar sort of discomfort she couldn't quite place. Yes, the brother mentioned by the younger sister would feel heartache for her, but what she didn't know was just how many heartbreaking moments the brother had already endured for her elder sister. The very thought of Qin Lang always involuntarily brings to mind those intimate matters, and there's even a quiet anticipation for what the rest of tonight might hold. The bond between sisters runs deep, revealing itself in heartfelt confidences. After a long while, seeing how late it had gotten, Qin Lang finally stood up. Looking at the sisters holding hands, he smiled and said, "It's so nice to see you two getting along so well. I won't disturb you sisters tonight. Big Brother, are you leaving already? You just got here." Bai Xiaoyun pouted, clearly reluctant to see him go. Bai Ruyu patted her sister's head and urged her to go upstairs, secretly promising to try to keep Qin Lang from leaving. Only then did Bai Xiaoyun reluctantly head upstairs, turning back every few steps. The living room grew quiet, leaving only Qin Lang and Bai Ruyu facing each other in awkward silence. "What? You don't think my staying would be a disturbance to you sisters?" Qin Lang joked half-heartedly. Bai Ruyu rolled her eyes coquettishly and snorted lightly. "What do you think? Yun cares so much about you, even I, as her sister, feel a bit jealous. It's already so late, why bother going back? There are rooms here for you to rest. If necessary, I can share a room with Yun, and you can sleep in mine." Qin Lang shook his head. "Then there'd be even less reason for me to stay. If you're gone, what's the point of me remaining?" His gaze played suggestively as he scanned Bai Ruyu's willowy yet voluptuous curves. Bold and utterly barefaced, Bai Ruyu hesitated for a moment before biting her lip and saying, "Considering how late you've stayed to help, if you remain here, once Yun falls asleep, I'll come find you." Whether it was gratitude for Qin Lang's assistance, or perhaps the genuine loneliness she'd been feeling during this period, who could say? Whenever she spent even a little too much time alone, a restless agitation would rise within her, and the grotesque face of Bai Xiaochen would ceaselessly invade her thoughts. Yet, strangely, when she stayed with Qin Lang, despite being teased and even hurt sometimes, she found herself longing for that post-interaction state of mind, where thoughts evaporated and nothing seemed to matter anymore. Almost addictive. Qin Lang, oblivious to the mood, declined bluntly, "Another time, maybe." On one hand, he genuinely had business to attend to tonight. Regarding Bai Xiaochen's matter, he had already asked Yifeng to search for Bai Shui. It wasn't that he didn't trust Junzi's competence. Moreover, Yifeng, being the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group and possessing formidable strength, had to secure the situation decisively and preemptively. Any unforeseen incidents were the last thing he wanted to deal with. On another note, the truth is that he'd been running non-stop all day today. In just these few hours, his body still felt rather frail. Her fair as jade eyes twinkled with wisdom as she fixed her gaze on Qin Lang. "You're in such a hurry to go back, don't tell me you're rushing off to secretly meet Mu Yuyan. Let me warn you, you've already entrusted the beauty elixir business entirely to me, don't let a honey trap lead you astray." She felt a pang of discomfort. Even her proactive invitation had been turned down, delivering a certain blow to her self-esteem. If Qin Lang was indeed going to meet Mu Yuyan, she was afraid the resentment alone would keep her awake all night. How could that be? Qin Lang immediately shook his head. What does this have to do with her? He stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Bai Ruyu's slender waist, and said seriously, "Manager Bai, I have complete confidence in leaving the company matters to you and absolutely won't interfere. I give you my word here, and also want to make a request." "What request?" Bai Ruyu was utterly confused by his words. Xin Lang laughed awkwardly and said, "Requesting Manager Bai to allow me a night off to give the chairman a day's holiday?" Chapter 61 Disguised as Yi Feng, rescuing Bai Shui? After being scolded as a rogue, Xin Lang finally left the villa where the Bai sisters lived. He moved alone through the darkness, like a ghostly shadow, darting between the shadows. His speed was so fast that even an assassination expert like Yi Feng would likely be no match for Xin Lang at this moment. During this period, after consuming all the physique-enhancing pills, his physical constitution had reached 200 points. Against ordinary people, even burly men, let alone being able to kill them with just a breath, he could easily poke a hole through a normal person's skull with a single finger. Today's Xin Lang possesses a physique that is no longer what it used to be, and his combat strength is unimaginably formidable. Against a favored son of destiny like Yi Feng, regardless of other factors, he holds a high degree of confidence in a life-or-death battle. Of course, such life-and-death struggles could be left to his underlings. As a major antagonist, why should he bother mixing it up with these protagonists favored by fate? Thoughts circled back. Bai Shui's kidnapping location was known to Xin Lang. Although those kidnappers had no direct connection with him, they had been incited by Junzi's men, all birds of the same feather. Moreover, trusted brothers under Junzi's command had been personally assigned to track their movements. Bai Shui had offended far too many people outside, too many to count, and among them were a few real tough customers harboring deep grudges. A little provocation was all it would take for their pent-up rage to erupt. Look at this, even people are getting kidnapped now. In less than an hour, Xin Lang arrived in front of a secluded residential building. Silently, he took out the human skin mask from his system backpack and put it on. Once perfectly aligned, his face strikingly transformed into that of Yi Feng. Under the disguise technique, even the bones in his body underwent subtle changes, shifting toward Yi Feng's physique. Unless one was exceptionally familiar, it would be impossible to spot any difference. This disguise technique was simply the perfect tool for framing someone. Of course, he also considered the consequences of using such a technique. For instance, he would only appear before Bai Shui and some other unrelated men. In front of those who knew Yi Feng, or rather, the girls who knew him, this disguise tactic would absolutely never be employed. Even if it was his own body, wearing someone else's face, let alone physical contact, even just exchanging a few more words made Xin Lang feel uncomfortable to the point of distress. Inside a relatively remote residential building, 3 shirtless, tattooed men who clearly belonged to the underworld sat around a table, drinking beer while snacking on peanuts. A man gulped down a mouthful of beer in frustration and growled angrily, "What the hell? Wasn't this kid supposed to be just some rich bastard's son? How did things blow up this big?" The entire city of Tianhai has been turned upside down and cop cars are blaring sirens everywhere, and even some car club buddies just mentioned the Black Dragon Society's people have been mobilized. Both the cops and the underworld are out hunting for this kid. Just what kind of background does he have? The 3 of them glanced simultaneously at Bai Shui, battered and bruised while tied up in the corner, gritting their teeth in fury. They had originally planned to just tie the guy up, give him a beating, and starve him for a few days to teach him a lesson. Why? Because last time at the bar, this punk had stolen their girl, and to humiliate them further, he even sent someone to deliver a video of him bullying her for them to watch. Tell me, what man in this world could endure such humiliation? But now, with only half their resentment vented and caught between a rock and a hard place, the trio listened anxiously to the commotion outside, their hearts weighed down with fear. They knew they'd stirred up serious trouble this time, but the die was cast, there was no turning back now. Scarface, go ask. A man with a black scorpion tattooed on his neck jerked his chin downward at Scarface, his expression icy as he urged action. Gripping a dagger, Scarface stepped forward and yanked 2 pairs of soiled boxer shorts from Bai Shui's mouth, growling a warning. "Stay quiet if you know what's good for you, or I'll show you what it means to taste cold steel red hot. I'll stab straight through your fucking heart." Bai Shui's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, not from fear, but from the swelling blows he'd received. Blood seeped into his eyes, making them burn with irritation. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his anger and said, "What the hell do you want? Let me go, and we can talk things over. Just name your price, I'll pay whatever you demand. Do you think it's just about a few stinking coins? Have you forgotten how you humiliated us?" Ah Hu roared in uncontrollable fury. "God damn it, if I didn't want to keep this shit quiet, I'd be the first to stab you. Fuck. I was the one who slipped the damn drug in that college girl's drink. Even if we're all gonna have our turn, there's gotta be some fucking order to things, right?" Bai Shui rolled his eyes. "It's just a woman, isn't it? If you wanted to have some fun, you could have just told me. Let me go, and you can have anyone you want. I'll arrange it for you." He couldn't even remember these 3 guys, just a brief encounter. Beating people, tying up the woman and taking her upstairs, all of that was done by his lackeys. Snatching a woman from hoodlums, filming it, and sending it over, this shit was old news. This was how he'd always done things, for no other reason than the thrill of it. Bang! Ah Hu slapped Bai Shi across the face, cursing viciously, "I ain't here to listen to your bullshit. Tell me, who the hell spawned you, you little bastard?" Gritting his teeth in pain but defiantly lifting his chin, Bai Shi spat out, "My father is Bai Xiaochun." His hands were tied behind his back, he couldn't even wipe the blood off his face or rub the swelling, so all he could do was answer obediently. As a child, he never knew his father's identity. How could he have been kept in the dark even after growing up? Even if Bai Xiaochun wouldn't tell him, couldn't he have investigated it himself? Though the current Bai Xiaochun has retreated from the public eye, with just one glance at old photographs and newspapers, Bai Shi should have recognized his own father. The Bai Group's chairman, a billionaire magnate of Tianhai City worth over 10 billion. If it weren't for knowing his father's status and being spoiled rotten, where would he get the audacity to act so arrogant and domineering outside? Who would have thought he'd actually get taken down today by these three reckless fools? Shit! Tiger angrily stuffed the original flavor boxers back into Bai Shi's mouth. Returning to the table, he plopped onto the stool, grabbed an already opened beer can, and gulped it down in one go. His fist slammed on the table so hard that the peanuts went flying. "Big brother, we've really stirred up trouble this time. We never should have boasted to those guys in the first place. Who knew this kid was actually Bai Xiaochun's son? Now the entire Tianhai City is hunting for us." Looking at this situation, it's clearly not some idle threat. Only a family like the Bays could make such a massive move. "Big brother, what should we do now?" Ah Hu was completely overwhelmed, his mind buzzing with panic. He never would have imagined they'd somehow managed to provoke the Bai family. For wealthy magnates like them, crushing us would be as easy as squashing a few ants. Scorpion was even more vigilant. Squinting his eyes, he cast a murderous glare in Bai Shi's direction, his killing intent already fully ignited. "MMPPHH. Bai Shi struggled violently, desperate to explain, but the pungent taste of urine in his mouth choked back his words. "Stay quiet," Scorpion coldly snapped. Only when Bai Shi still did he slowly turn to his two underlings. "What's done is done, regrets are useless now. The entire Tianhai City is hunting us. If Bai Xiaochun finds out we kidnapped his illegitimate son, he'd spare no means to kill us." "Impossible," questioned Ah Hu. "Bai Xiaochun's a renowned entrepreneur and philanthropist in Tianhai." Deep down, he clung to a sliver of hope that returning Bai Shi now with profuse apologies, even at the cost of a broken leg, might still offer an escape. Surely that was better than lifelong fugitive status. The Scorpion rolled his eyes. "Even the Black Dragon Society has been mobilized. Do you really think the police could have ordered them around? It's obviously Bai Xiaochun pulling the strings behind the scenes. These capital players, their hearts are all filthy. Forget it, let's just keep watching for now. At least we're relatively safe here. I gotta go take a piss first." Having drunk too much, the Scorpion was feeling urgent, and as he glanced at Ah Hu and the others, his eyes filled with helplessness. At this critical juncture, they still actually believed Bai Xiaochun would let bygones be bygones? That's complete nonsense. Which of today's wealthy elites were ever saints when they built their fortunes? They've all got ruthless hearts and even more merciless hands. He couldn't be bothered to explain, feeling nothing but helplessness as he stood up and headed toward the restroom under the stairs to take a leak. As fate would have it, the moment Scorpio left, the room's main door was pried open from outside with a crisp cracking sound. Chapter 62, Maple Leaf, I know it's you. Ah Hu and his partner Squinty, hearing the sound, immediately tensed up with grim expressions. They set down their canned beers, gripped their daggers, and stealthily positioned themselves on either side of the door. As soon as the knocking figure stepped inside, Ah Hu and Squinty steeled their hearts and simultaneously thrust their blades toward the doorway. Thunk! Two dull thuds of flesh being penetrated sounded, followed immediately by agonized howls. Ah Hu and Sha Chang simultaneously had their right hands slashed open by each other's daggers, blood gushing forth, while their wounded arms remained firmly grasped. Qin Lang, wearing Yi Feng's mask, strode in from outside. His face was covered by a black mask, another trinket from the system's backpack, all items won through lucky draws. Had there been a need, he could have even produced an entire crate of gas masks. Clutching two bleeding arms, he exuded the swaggering aura of a protagonist, the corners of his lips curling into a sardonic smirk as he scoffed, "With your pathetic skills, you actually thought you could harm me?" He wasn't stingy with words either. To ensure absolute certainty, he had proactively exchanged for an intermediate voice imitation skill from the system store. Unless someone was an expert in vocal recognition, there would be no way to identify any discrepancies. Bound Bai Shi wriggled as if seeing his long-lost father, whimpering and howling incoherently, thrashing about excitedly like a stinking maggot writhing on the ground. Qin Lang tossed Ah Hu and Silly Chang onto the ground, then gestured at the gag end Bai Shi's mouth and barked, "Take it out." Ah Hu, trembling with fear, staggered over to Bai Shi. Instead of removing the well-worn underwear, he clutched a dagger in his left hand, pressing it against Bai Shi's throat as he screamed maniacally at Qin Lang, "Stay back, or I'll kill this punk. Aren't you just after Bai Xiaochun's money? Let's talk this through. Let us leave Tianhai City, and we'll naturally release the hostages when we're clear." He knew Bai Xiaochun had extensive connections, but he never expected things to move this fast. Luckily, although this guy was strong, he seemed a bit slow on the uptake. Having caught them, he foolishly let them go anyway. What arrogance! Xin Lang remained calm, quickly taking the simpleton beside him hostage instead. Determined not to be threatened, his gloved hand snatched a dagger and stabbed it into the man's right chest with a sickening squelch. Don't try anything funny, drop the knife. Hurt him, and your buddy here is dead. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Foolish Chang gritted his teeth in agony, roaring inwardly, who the hell did I piss off? And seriously, who's the real kidnapper here? Who hadn't even made a move, just issued verbal threats, yet this guy calmly stabbed him first without any warning. That slash move was absolutely sick. Who was stunned too, swallowing hard before yanking the original flavored underpants from Bai Shu's mouth. Make him stop, he bellowed. Bai Shu instantly cried out in terror, Yifeng, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? If you've got the guts to save someone, then take off that damn mask. I fucking know it's you, Yifeng. If you've got the guts, quit pretending. If anything happens to me, my dad won't let you off the hook. Squelch. Xin Lang's dagger plunged once more into Foolish Chang's chest, leaving 2 gaping holes gushing blood endlessly. Pale-faced, Foolish Chang looked up at Xin Lang, his eyes brimming with unjustified tears. Big bro. Xin Lang chuckled awkwardly, got a bit of OCD here, can't stand asymmetrical wounds. Right side's got a hole, needed one on the left too. Bai Shui was utterly dumbfounded. He knew Yifeng, his father had once taken him to dine with the man. Though they hadn't spoken much during the meal, it was clear his father held Yifeng in high regard. But now, even a fool could see the situation for what it was. This guy had absolutely no intention of saving him and getting him out of here. I get it now. You're colluding with those 2 bitches, aren't you? You want me dead so they can inherit the Bai family fortune, right? Bai Shui, feeling the dagger at his throat drawing blood, suddenly changed his tone, his voice trembling with fear. Save me, and I'll give you whatever you want, just name your price, please. Xin Lang twirled his dagger playfully, watching Bai Shi with amusement. Can you compare to Bai Ruyu or Bai Xiaoyun? Even if you enjoy fencing, I'm not into it. Without wasting words, Bai Shi had said all he needed to, and before he could utter anything unnecessary, Xin Lang flung the dagger. It struck Bai Shi square in the chest, piercing clean through, cold to the heart, yet oddly exhilarating. Until his last breath, Bai Shi never imagined that the one to strike him down would be Yifeng. And what's more, it was done without hesitation, as though worried these kidnappers might spare his life and he had to personally ensure the killing blow. Bai Shi's eyes widened impossibly round as he slowly slid down from Ahu's embrace, their gazes locked, 2 faces frozen in shock. Foolishly Strong didn't fare any better, his neck was snapped cleanly in an instant. Ahu stumbled backward in terror, his face a mask of panic and dread, but before he could betray his accomplices, a single vicious kick robbed him of breath forever. Afterward, Xin Lang moved with methodical precision, planting Ah Chang's fingerprints on the dagger in Foolishly Strong's neck, before vanishing into the night. The scorpion who'd witnessed everything from the toilet stall might as well have been invisible to him. Huff! Only when the others had gone far did Scorpio lean weakly against the toilet wall, sliding down the tiles before collapsing to the floor, his back already soaked in cold sweat. Madness, sheer madness. Using others to do your dirty work, what a brilliant maneuver. That damn Yifeng, using us as shields just to seize Bai Xiaochun's family fortune. Cutting the ground from under our feet, what a ruthless move. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard. Without hesitation, he wiped away any traces of his presence at the scene and quickly left. Seeking revenge against Yifeng? Are you stupid? That guy's strength is simply inhuman. He can snap a man's neck with his bare hands. Both of his own brothers are tall, burly men over 6 feet tall, yet in his hands, they were like little rabbits. How could he possibly win against him? Even if he could, why would he take such a risk for no gain? As for turning informant to Bai Xiaochun, that's even more impossible. After all, Yifeng killed Bai Shui, and he himself was also an accomplice. Scorpion had been in the underworld longer than Ahu, and his mind was far more cunning. If this thing squeals, Yifeng definitely won't escape Bai Xiaochun's revenge, and naturally, he'd be dragged down to his death too. After much deliberation, the best course of action was to make a quick getaway. In the dark of night, Xin Lang hid in the shadows, watching Scorpion flee the scene as he removed the black gloves and stashed the lifelike mask back into his system inventory. This thing is useless now, but you still shouldn't just litter it anywhere. Leaving behind any evidence wouldn't be very smart. As for the chaotic scene at the site, he didn't bother to care either. If someone really investigated, the traces the Scorpion had erased wouldn't be enough to clear his suspicion. At the very least, the deaths of Ahu and Shaxian couldn't possibly have resulted from a mutual fight. As for the remaining matters, let Bai Xiaochun handle them himself. He was happy to have some leisure. Heh, the child of destiny? After suffering blow after blow, I wonder how the child of destiny, Yifeng, is doing now. Has he sensed anything amiss? Perhaps Yifeng had even considered, with Bai Xiaochun's help, expanding and strengthening his enterprise to reach new heights, even going as far as taking action against him. But how could Yifeng have anticipated that those wanting to strike first weren't limited to just him? As the main antagonist, if he didn't understand the principle of striking first to gain advantage while hesitation brings disaster, then there'd be no point in continuing. He might as well self-destruct and serve as experience points for Yifeng. Chapter 63 Exposing Qin Lang's True Colors. The Bai family mansion was shrouded in the pre-dawn light, with the horizon beginning to pale at the break of day. In the study, Bai Xiaochun had stayed awake all night, yet his spirits remained in a state of agitation, or more accurately, one of sheer fury. A full night had passed, yet there was no word from the police station, nor any sign of movement from the Black Dragon Society. Such a huge commotion has shaken over half of Tianhai City. All airports and high-speed rail stations in Tianhai City received special attention. His son was kidnapped just last night, where could he possibly escape to? Sure, your father won't spare anyone who hurts you. Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists, gnashed his teeth, his eyes tinged red with fury. At this very moment, the door was pushed open, and Yifeng walked in from outside, his face slightly pale. Bai Xiaochun immediately stood up to greet him, his face full of expectation as he asked, "Mr. Yi, any news about my son?" He was aware of Yifeng's background and knew his extensive connections, so he held high hopes for him. Yifeng shook his head. Not yet. What about the White Path and the Black Dragon Society? Not only was there no news, to be precise, he hadn't even bothered to look. For one thing, he was in a bad mood lately and didn't want to trouble himself with such matters. For another, who knows what he ate last night, but it left him vomiting and with diarrhea. Back at his place, his stomach staged a full-blown revolt, leaving him completely drained and nearly collapsing. He was increasingly feeling that something was off lately. There were times when he inexplicably grew restless and irritable. Even upon seeing a beautiful woman, he often assumed she must be interested in him, yet whenever he tried striking up a conversation, they wouldn't give him the time of day. And in terms of luck, it's been incredibly awful: vomiting and diarrhea, getting scammed, walking under a tree shade, you might even get hit by bird dropping straight on the head. Bai Xiaochun took a deep look at him and, noticing his pale complexion, assumed he had been searching all night. Suppressing his impatience, he sighed, "Still no news yet. I appreciate your concern, Mr. Yi, but we'll need your continued help with this matter. Rest assured, there will be generous compensation afterwards." Yifeng nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry, the kidnappers are probably just after money. It's unlikely they'd harm young Master Bai." The moment these words left his mouth, Bai Xiaochun received a call from the Bai family's police contacts. As he listened to the officer's account, especially upon hearing the crucial details, he was struck as if by lightning. The phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a sharp crack. His eyes were dull and lifeless, his entire being seeming to have aged 10 years in an instant, followed by a boundless fury erupting from within his gaze. Who was it? Who in damnation killed my son? The roar echoed through the study as Bai Xiaochun, still clad in his unchanged clothes, rushed out in a frenzy. Only Yifeng remained standing there, frozen in place and silently tormented by his thoughts. Are you kidding me? He just said Bai Shi would be fine, and the next phone call informs him that Bai Shi's already been killed? Talk about terrible luck. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan No. 1 Villa District, Mu Yuyan's residence. In the living room, a girl wearing a white panda t-shirt sat on the sofa. The panda on her chest, its chubby face stretched wide by her figure, looked even rounder. With her slender hands gently massaging Mu Yuyan's shoulders, she cooed softly, "President Mu, Sister Mu, since you're not in the mood for work today anyway, why not come shopping with me? It's been so long since we went out shopping." Mu Yuyan cast a sidelong glance at her and weakly shook her head. Not interested. Lin Yuchu pouted, wrinkling her delicate nose, and hugged Mu Yuyan's arm, swaying it lightly. "Sister Mu, how about we go watch a movie together? There happens to be a newly released comedy film, and the reviews say it's great. It's the perfect way to cheer us up, come on, what do you say?" "I'm not in the mood." Mu Yuyan refused again, rolling her eyes in annoyance. "Yuchu, stop calling me big sister all the time. You're actually a month older than me." Lin Yuchu grumbled internally. Though she was older, she looked young when dressed playfully. Countless people mistook her for a high school student. In the past, calling Mu Yuyan big sister had never been met with such a rebuttal. Today was the first time. Clearly, that scoundrel had thoroughly broken Mu Yuyan's heart. She snorted angrily, "Yuyan, what's the big deal about some worthless man? Is it worth being so heartbroken over him? Skipping work is one thing, but now you won't even talk to me. Do you even still consider me your best friend? Do you even see me as someone close to you anymore?" Mu Yuyan stared blankly at the TV without turning her head, replying softly, "If it weren't for you, do you think I would have told you about Qin Lang?" In Mu Yuyan's heart, her best friend Lin Yuchu held a pretty high standing, otherwise, she would never have confided in her about Qin Lang. Is he really worth it? Just some worthless man. Yuyan, you're so amazing. Why must you throw yourself at this one guy? Men are all the same, they might act indifferent now, but deep down, they're probably gloating. If he knew how miserable you are right now, who knows how smug and proud he'd feel. He might even brag about it to others on purpose. Lin Yochu's voice carried resentment. She had seen too many of those scumbag men who played with women's feelings and then abandoned them without a second thought. Especially in the circle of the capital's spoiled rich boys. Their numbers were beyond counting. Those jerks spent their days bragging about picking up girls and wouldn't hesitate to throw money around. Disgusting, to say the least. She had assumed Mu Yuyan would be wise enough to see through their traps. At least half a month ago, Mu Yuyan had shown no interest in Qin Lang. She even detested him, often complaining to Lin Yuchu about his flaws. Never in her wildest dreams could Lin Yuchu have imagined that in such a short time, Mu Yuyan's attitude toward Qin Lang would change so drastically. It was nothing short of earth-shattering. It's just Qin Lang. I'm sure he's doing it on purpose. He's obviously playing hard to get. That's a classic move from the playbook of scumbags. You've been too busy with work, Yuyan. Any girl with a bit of dating experience would see right through such a cheap trick. Just wait. Once you arrange to meet him, I have 100 ways to expose his ugly true colors. Mu Yuyan turned around, frowning. Don't you dare cause trouble. This has nothing to do with you, and I've had enough on my mind lately as it is. Though she understood Lin Yochu's good intentions, she knew exactly what kind of personality her best friend had, quirky and mischievous. Always boasting about how experienced she was, in reality, she was just spouting empty theories, pretending to be some kind of love guru when, deep down, she was just a love-struck fool who had never even been in a relationship, relying only on clichés she'd read about. Ignoring Mu Yuyan's threat, Lin Yuchu snorted in jealousy and turned to Anning. Taking the initiative, she said, Sister Anning, do you really want to keep watching Yuyan sink deeper into despair? As an outsider, you know exactly what kind of man Qin Lang is. Even if Yuyan is going through some romantic phase, she shouldn't be with such a scumbag. Help me out, let's work together to restrain Yuyan. Once Qin Lang's true colors are exposed, everyone wins. Mu Yuyan snapped furiously, you wouldn't dare. Lin Yuchu lunged forward with flailing claws, leading the charge. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget, I've trained in Taekwondo for 2 years. A few minutes later, Mu Yuyan was restrained, and Anning stood by with a helpless expression. Miss, she sighed, truly, even as an outsider, seeing you like this breaks my heart. Perhaps Miss Lin was right. What if Qin Lang really is an untrustworthy scum who can't resist temptation? Yuyan, stop struggling. Qin Lang is absolutely going to face utter public humiliation today. Lin Yuchu played with Mu Yuyan's phone for a while before raising the screen triumphantly. It's all set. The meetup is at my family's hotel. Just wait and see how I expose Qin Lang's true colors. Lin Yochu's eyes sparkled with triumph, her face brimming with pride and boundless confidence. She had countless tricks to expose Qin Lang's true colors. A mere scoundrel like that could be exposed completely with just a flick of Lin Yochu's fingers. Bully other girls if you must, but dare to lay a finger on her, Lin Yochu's best friend? It's sheer wishful thinking. Lin Yochu's eyes sparkled with mischievous delight as she muttered to herself, Qin Lang, oh Qin Lang, don't blame your grandma for not saving your face. You just picked the wrong target this time. Watch how I deal with you, I'll make sure you lose face completely. Chapter 64, Lin Yuchu taking a rain soak. By midday, Qin Lang was finally making his way towards Kaiyuan International. Junzi held the steering wheel with one hand and raised his thumb to Qin Lang behind him. Young master, when it comes to dealing with women, I must say you're the best. You're just like a hunter on the prowl for prey. Once you set your sights on a target, nothing can escape you. Absolutely amazing. Do you remember how President Mu always used to ignore you or give you that look of disgust before? But now, he's constantly showing up at your place unannounced every other day, and even went so far as to invite you to lunch. It's obvious he's trying to woo you. Junzi was genuinely in awe of Qin Lang. This guy actually managed to win over someone as aloof and formidable as Mu Yuyan, the Ice Queen CEO. But what really blew his mind was the fact that, while others might not know it, he was well aware his young master had his heart split 4 or 5 ways at once. Multiple fronts engaged simultaneously, all yielding fruitful results. This is absolutely next-level exceptional, the pinnacle of awesomeness. Qin Lang chuckled softly. Hunter? What kind of hunter? A bounty hunter? If not for a compelling reason, why would he waste his leisure time having a meal with Mu Yuyan? Were it not for sensing the system's alert about Mu Yuyan's intense emotional fluctuations, possibly indicating some trouble, probably by now he'd already begun teaching Su Xiaoxiao her second lesson, continuing to impart knowledge and enlighten. Isn't this more comfortable than going out to eat with Mu Yuyan? The Maybach came to a smooth stop outside the entrance of Kaiyuan International. Due to the rain, Qin Lang emerged holding an umbrella. His fitted suit accentuated his slender waist, making him look even more captivating. At the hotel entrance, Qin Lang paused and glanced at the young girl beside him. She may have been called a young girl, but she was already over 1.6 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure that had matured gracefully. Dressed in a black and white JK uniform paired with long white stockings, she flawlessly showcased her long, shapely legs. Most importantly, Qin Lang noticed that this girl's figure was absolutely not inferior to the Bai sisters in any way. Beneath her JK uniform, her curves became even more striking and impressive. Such an impressive figure was paired with an exquisitely delicate and youthful face, making her look like a girl of 17 or 18. Ding! The female lead Lin Yuchu is experiencing emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 100 destiny villain points. At the hotel entrance, Lin Yuchu was frantically tapping her feet, her large, watery eyes fixed on the road beyond the transparent rain shield. Outwardly, she seemed eager to rush out and hail a cab, but inwardly, she was filled with unbearable anxiety. Damn it, what's wrong with Qin Lang? Can't he see this young lady doesn't have an umbrella? Not a shred of gentlemanly manners, couldn't he at least come over and strike up a conversation? Lin Yuchu was fuming with indignation. This wretched weather, she was dressed so lightly, and outside it was pouring buckets. Any man who saw her would probably consider offering her a ride, right? Only Qin Lang didn't. The key is he just stood there watching, neither approaching nor going inside the hotel. To hell with it. To expose Qin Lang's true nature, Lin Yuchu muttered resentfully in her heart. Darting out from behind the rainproof glass with her white silk-stockinged legs, she hadn't gone far when she deliberately slipped, with a loud splat, into an exaggerated sprawl, collapsing onto the ground. In the hotel surveillance room, Mu Yuyan and Aining sat before the LCD display, able to observe high-definition video with audio through the cameras. Watching Lin Yuchu tumble into the rain, Mu Yuyan immediately exclaimed in distress, "How could Yuchu do this? She's blatantly exploiting Qin Lang's sympathy. And in this downpour, even if she wants Qin Lang to approach her, must she go to such lengths to humiliate herself? No, I have to bring an umbrella. I can't just watch Yuchu keep getting soaked in the rain." Anning quickly blocked the way and said with a bitter smile, "Young lady, please don't stir up more trouble. Miss Lin has already gone to such lengths for you. She even braved the rain to expose Qin Lang's true colors. If you go now, wouldn't you just trample on all her efforts?" Anning wasn't stupid. She'd been following Mu Yuyan for years now and knew her inside out. If Mu Yuyan left, although Lin Yuchu wouldn't need to get soaked anymore, her true identity would inevitably be exposed. She wouldn't want to see Miss Lin's kind intentions go to waste. As she struggled with her thoughts, Qin Lang in the video suddenly moved. Ning quickly urged, "Miss, look quickly. Qin Lang is about to make his move." In the rainwater puddle, Lin Yuchu was completely drenched. The black and white JK uniform clung to her curves even more. Hugging her knees and squatting in the rain, her whole body trembled with uncontrollable sobs. Pitiful, helpless, aggrieved, all these endearing emotions were written plainly across her face. Surely any halfway decent man wouldn't stand idly by watching such a delicate beauty get soaked in the rain? Lin Yuchu was even more certain in her heart. She had absolute confidence in her looks and figure. As long as Qin Lang was willing to engage in conversation, she was confident she could deceive him into leaving with her. As soon as Qin Lang leaves, it's breaking an engagement. Taking a strange woman away. What could a man possibly want to do? Do we even need to guess those little thoughts on his mind? He's definitely a scumbag, no doubt about it. After waiting for a while, Lin Yuchu kept stealing glances at Qin Lang from the corner of her eye. Seeing him move, her heart leaped with joy. But then she noticed Qin Lang wasn't heading toward her. Instead, he went straight to the Maybach that had just arrived. Suspicion flashed through her mind, but soon she dismissed it with a sigh of resignation. He must be going to get an umbrella. Wants to give her an umbrella so he can have an excuse to leave his contact information. Humph, such a classic playboy move. How could it possibly escape her razor-sharp eyes? A moment later, Qin Lang stepped out of the Maybach, indeed holding an extra umbrella. But beneath that umbrella stood another person. It was Junzi, his driver and bodyguard. The two approached to within less than 2 meters of Lin Yuchu, looking left and right as they did so. Holding the umbrella, Qin Lang made no move to shield Lin Yuchu from the wind and rain. Instead, with an amused expression, he remarked, "Junzi, what do you think is up with this girl? Heartbreak, or pregnant with no money for an abortion?" Junzi responded absently, "Heartbreak, I'd say. Her belly isn't swollen, doesn't look like she's pregnant. Maybe it's still early, so the baby bump isn't showing yet? That's possible too." Lin Yuchu was dumbfounded. She lifted her head as raindrops streamed down her cheeks, mingling with her tears. Staring at Qin Lang's expression that clearly showed he was enjoying the drama without any concern for consequences, even meeting her gaze head-on with undisguised fascination, her mind went completely blank. This guy? A scumbag? He's clearly an absolute blockhead of a straight man. Seeing a vulnerable woman getting drenched in the rain, if you're not going to approach and ask if she's okay, fine. Even if you just want to spectate, that's one thing. But why go so far as to summon bodyguards from the Maybach just to stand there and watch her together? Is this how you humiliate someone? Chapter 65, An Umbrella Carrying a Fruit Knife? Ding! Female lead Lin Yuchu experiences intense emotional turmoil. Congratulations, host, villain points plus 200. Ding! Female protagonist Lin Yuchu's anger value continues to rise. Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 500 destiny villain points. Ding! Female protagonist Mu Yuyan's favorability value continues to rise. Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 600 destiny villain points. Ding! The constant system notifications ringing in his ears made Qin Lang feel that his choice was absolutely correct. Sure enough, this woman is no good. Though technically a legal loli, in the original story, as Mu Yuyan's best friend Lin Yuchu, also known as the scumbag identifier machine, had confronted Yifeng numerous times. Mischievous and troublesome, she specialized in tarnishing reputations and had everything under her thumb. This time, Mu Yuyan's emotional turmoil was undoubtedly connected to Lin Yuchu's involvement. Moreover, this obvious attempt at striking up conversations immediately put Qin Lang on high alert. Others might not know, but how could he be unaware of Lin Yuchu's hidden tendencies? She's totally into girls. Not to mention her submissive, masochistic streak. The nicer you are to her, the more she acts out. There's no way she'd initiate a conversation herself. Who knows, Mu Yuyan might be watching from somewhere. Lin Yuchu has already set up a trap, just waiting for him to walk right into it. With a cold smirk, Qin Lang seized the initiative, turning the tables as he gazed down at Lin Yuchu, who was sitting in a puddle, his expression filled with wicked charm. Just by bullying Lin Yuchu, he could reap double the reward of Destiny's villain points. One effort, double harvest. Why not go for it then? The incessant rain soaked the black and white JK uniform, plastering it against her body, making her curvaceous figure appear even more enchanting. Lin Yuchu gritted her teeth inwardly, unwilling to let her previous efforts go to waste. On the surface, she pouted timidly and muttered in a pitiful voice, "Big brother, the rain is so heavy. Can you lend me an umbrella?" Qin Lang pointed and counted the 2 umbrellas, then counted the 3 people, before asking teasingly in reply, "Little sister, can't you count? There are only 2 umbrellas total, how am I supposed to lend you one?" Lin Yuchu roared inwardly, was Qin Lang before her a complete idiot? She'd already made her hints this obvious, didn't he know to step forward and shield her with an umbrella for a while? Truly, Lin Yuchu would never have imagined she'd be squatting in this puddle for so long, her innocent white underwear already soaked through by the rain. Qin Lang walked over holding an umbrella, its canopy nearly covering Lin Yuchu, yet it stopped abruptly centimeters short. Standing fixed in place, he pointed toward a hotel's covered glass awning nearby and said, "You could shelter from the rain over there." Lin Yuchu wiped the mixture of tears and rainwater from her face, forcing out a bitter smile as she rubbed her ankle. In a coquettishly soft voice, she pleaded, "I just twisted my ankle, and it hurts so much. Could you hold the umbrella for me for a bit, please? Pretty please." Qin Lang ignored her request. Instead, he pointed at the glint of black barely visible at her waist, his tone turning stern. "What's that thing you've got there? It looks bulky. Show it to me." Lin Yuchu's face paled. There's no need for that, right? Junzi, let's go." Qin Lang turned around, calling for Junzi as he prepared to leave. Lin Yuchu quickly begged for mercy. Don't go, I'll show you, okay?" She timidly pulled out a small fruit knife that had been tucked at her waist. Initially, she had brought it as a precaution after tricking Qin Lang to leave, just in case. What if Qin Lang went berserk regardless of the consequences, even after she revealed her true identity? Naturally, she had to bring a weapon for self-defense. Now that she's been exposed and to maintain her image as a delicate woman, she could only offer a feeble explanation in a fragile voice. "Brother, this is a fruit knife. It's for cutting fruit." Qin Lang frowned skeptically and said, "Cutting fruit? On such a rainy day, you go out without an umbrella but bring a knife? What does that mean? Bringing a knife on a rainy night instead of an umbrella? Who are you trying to imply?" Lin Yuchu was so furious she was on the verge of a breakdown. She could practically taste the impulse to stab Qin Lang 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 times with a fruit knife, each thrust carefully avoiding fatal injuries. She wanted to make him beg for survival yet find death unattainable. But remembering Mu Yuyan was watching via the surveillance feed, she tossed the knife aside and unleashed her ultimate move, a pitifully crafted plea for sympathy. "Big brother, I'm still so young. I just started high school. Mom and dad keep fighting at home, threatening divorce, they even hit me. I'm so scared, so cold. Could you take me somewhere warm to get cozy?" Hugging herself, she shivered in the rain. Petite and delicate, her trembling figure would have melted even the hardest heart on sight. Even Junzi, who usually favored department manager-level opportunities, couldn't help feeling a pang of sympathy. He found himself thinking, maybe I should just keep her warm after all? Qin Lang looked Lin Yuchu up and down before reaching out to pull her up from the ground, sighing as he said, "Life's tough for everyone, huh? Tell you what, I happen to have a friend who's particularly interested in students like you, those who lack care and attention. How about I call him over and we can all sit down for a nice, long chat?" "Oh my god!" Lin Yuchu screamed internally, what an unexpected stroke of luck. Who would have thought that Qin Lang, who had always acted like the world's most oblivious straight guy, would suddenly propose such a bold idea at this critical moment? Looking for a friend to keep warm together? Want to hang out? 3 people, or maybe 4, partying? Lin Yuchu was ecstatic inside. Facing Qin Lang directly, she placed her right hand behind her back and made an OK gesture, just so Mu Yuyan watching from the surveillance feed could see Qin Lang's true colors. In the monitoring room, Aining was flushed with shame and indignation. "Miss, I never imagined Qin Lang could be such a person. It's terrifying. Not only did he intend to harm Miss Lin, but he even planned to involve his friends too. How could he be so shameless? Mu Yuyan wore a puzzled expression but didn't immediately condemn Qin Lang. She just felt that something seemed off. Something was nagging at her, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. What exactly was wrong here? During this moment of daze, a beeping sound came from the surveillance video. Under the curtain of rain, Lin Yuchu stood at the edge of the umbrella, with droplets continuously falling from the ribs onto her head. The bone-chilling coldness didn't make her retreat under the shelter. Instead, she dazedly pointed at the square-faced police officer in a black uniform, who had just stepped out of a vehicle with flashing warning lights and was now approaching steadily. Her beautiful lips trembled violently as she stared into Qin Lang's eyes, hesitantly asking, "So this is the friend you mentioned?" Chapter 66, Instant Social Death. Before the words could fully land, the square-faced middle-aged officer had already approached, switching off the communicator at his waist with a stern expression. "Why stand here in heavy rain instead of taking shelter inside? Was it you who called the police?" His gaze shifted to Qin Lang, carrying clear hostility. Before them stood a striking contrast, a dashing young gentleman on one side, and Lin Yuchu, drenched like a drowned rat, on the other. The scene looked exactly like a quarreling young couple. Qin Lang smiled and nodded, pointing at Lin Yuchu as he said, "I was the one who called the police. This young lady is still in high school. Her parents had a fight at home, and she got beaten by them. She's too scared to go back. Could you please take her home?" The square-faced officer, realizing it was a misunderstanding, softened his gaze. Shifting his attention from Qin Lang, he fixed his eyes on Lin Yuchu, thinking to himself that she was just a poor schoolgirl. He said gently, "Tell me your home address. I'll take you back." This. Lin Yuchu felt a bit flustered, instinctively guilty upon seeing the police officer. No need to trouble the officer. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "Didn't you just say you were too scared to go home alone, and that you wanted me to take you back to warm up? What's going on? Or do you think my home is cozier than yours?" Lin Yuchu shot Qin Lang a fierce glare, mentally screaming, why did this guy have to talk so much? Couldn't he just stay quiet? The square-jawed policeman furrowed his brows, sensing something suspicious, and his expression turned cold. "What's really going on here? Show me your ID." Lin Yuchu stammered, I forgot to bring my ID card." She didn't dare hide it any longer and answered honestly, "Actually, I'm not a schoolgirl, I'm already an adult. I was just joking around with friends earlier." "Officer, please don't take it seriously, it's all a misunderstanding." Qin Lang promptly added fuel to the fire. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Weren't you just claiming to be a high school student? Plus, we've only met for the first time, how does that make us friends?" Ding! Lin Yuchu's fury continues to rise. "Congratulations, host, on obtaining plus 1000 Destiny Villain points." The square-faced officer swept a disgusted glance over Lin Yuchu. He detested women like her who spent all their time gold digging. Because his son had already taken a fall over such a frivolous girl and still hadn't recovered from it. Now, hearing Qin Lang's account, he had subconsciously labeled Lin Yuchu as one of those girls who deliberately flirt with men. With a stern face, he glared coldly at Lin Yuchu and scolded, "Obstructing public officials from carrying out their duties and wasting their time, do you think this joke is funny?" Lin Yuchu meekly apologized, never having expected that bastard Qin Lang would actually call the police and expose her on the spot. Under the officer's intense stare, she muttered weakly, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The square-faced policeman said coldly, "If saying sorry could solve everything, what would be the point of having us police officers?" He pulled out a copy of the civic code from his pocket and thrust it into Lin Yuchu's hands. "Read it aloud from start to finish. Memorize it within 3 days, then come to the station to recite it in front of everyone." Lin Yuchu clutched the little green booklet in her hand, her face ashen, her head pounding like a drum. "Memorize all this? Is this still about the Citizen Code of Conduct?" She had originally planned to expose Qin Lang's ugly true colors, making him suffer social death in front of Mu Yuyan. But now, why has the target of this impending social humiliation suddenly become her? What could she do when encountering such an upright and incorruptible police officer? She felt wronged too. Restlessly clutching the Citizen Code of Conduct under the square-jawed officer's watchful gaze, she recited aloud before the small crowd, word by word, "Love the country, abide by the law." Under their piercing stares, Lin Yuchu felt as if knives were repeatedly stabbing her heart. Though brimming with indignation, she dared not show it before the officers and could only redirect all her fury toward Qin Lang in her mind. After a short while, the recitation of the Citizen Code was completed. The square-faced policeman turned and left, but not before emphatically reminding Lin Yuchu to visit him in 3 days to recite it again. As soon as the police officer left, Lin Yuchu immediately roared and lunged at Qin Lang, claws bared. "Qin Lang, I'll fight you to the death. How dare you humiliate me? How dare you call the police on me? Bastard! Scoundrel!" 2 years of taekwondo training manifested vividly through Lin Yuchu's movements. Every punch and kick she threw was executed with remarkable flair, carrying a touch of that fierce, adrenaline-fueled excited fist energy. As Qin Lang surged forward, he swiftly retreated intentionally, accidentally stumbling backwards as he fell. Seeing Lin Yuchu pounce towards him, he quickly reached out to grab onto something prominent, using it as leverage to violently twist his body and barely managed to steady his staggering form. In contrast, Lin Yuchu, caught by the reactive force, was sent tumbling straight into the puddle. Ouch! SSS. Hiss. It hurts so bad. Lin Yuchu thought she was about to fall, but reality betrayed that expectation. Her body tilted midair as an intense pain radiated from the right side of her chest, spreading throughout her entire body. When she opened her eyes, she realized Qin Lang had grabbed her chest with one hand, keeping her suspended in that tilted position, preventing her from actually falling. Qin Lang, you bastard, are you taking advantage of me? Let go right now. Lin Yuchu scolded in a delicate voice. When had she ever suffered such indignity? With her vulnerable spot seized and only the hand clutching her chest preventing her from collapsing, the bitterness in her heart coupled with the actual pain from her chest made her absolutely furious. Qin Lang lowered his gaze, withdrawing his fingers one by one from Lin Yuchu's chest. No! Lin Yuchu had just become aware of her current predicament when, before she could even utter the words "don't go," the palm resting against her chest had already withdrawn. Click! Lin Yuchu once again plopped down into the puddle, falling so hard that she saw stars, feeling as if her bottom had been split into 8 pieces. Qin Lang scratched his head sheepishly. My apologies, I really didn't mean to. I just lost my footing and happened to grab you in the wrong place. Then you yelled at me, so I had to let go. I was actually trying to help you up. Not only was Lin Yuchu humiliated, but she was also in real pain. She exploded, snarling, cut the act. You did that on purpose. Slipped? Normal people walking normally don't just suddenly fall over like that. What kind of bullshit excuse is that? Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Can't be bothered to explain to you, there's no winning against a woman with 2 mouths like yours. Lin Yuchu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to begin. A surge of grievances and an indescribable strange sensation welled up within her simultaneously. Chapter 67, Toxic Sisterhood. Just as Lin Yuchu was composing herself and preparing to launch a second counterattack, Mu Yuyan finally arrived together with Aining. The outcome was already settled. Lin Yuchu's so-called plan to expose the truth had completely failed. Though visibly displeased, Aining could only let Mu Yuyan leave under these circumstances. It's a misunderstanding. Qin Lang, don't be angry. She's actually my best friend, Lin Yuchu, the legitimate daughter of the Yanjing Lin family. Mu Yuyan stood before Qin Lang with an uneasy expression, explaining weakly, she did all this for my sake. Please don't be mad at her. Qin Lang looked skeptical, glancing between Lin Yuchu and Mu Yuyan as if he'd suddenly been struck by realization. The two of you are best friends? What's going on, putting on an act for me here? With Aining's support, Lin Yuchu stood up and snapped impatiently, Qin Lang, stop pretending. You caught on long ago, didn't you? Don't think I don't know the dirty little thoughts in your head. It's useless even if you can deceive Yuyan, you can't escape my sharp eyes. Ha! Qin Lang sneered, casting a glance at Mu Yuyan. Seems your best friend has quite the prejudice against me? Perfect timing, I have other matters to attend to. I'll leave you to be. With that, he turned to leave. Don't go. Mu Yuyan's heart tightened as she hastily reached out to grab him, simultaneously glaring at Lin Yuchu with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Haven't you caused enough trouble? What kind of situation must you push me into before you'll be satisfied? She was truly frightened by all this torment. There was already a rift between her and Qin Lang, and now Lin Yuchu had pulled this stunt. It felt like she was being pushed straight into a pit of fire. Lin Yuchu pursed her lips, still wanting to retort against Qin Lang, but after seeing Mu Yuyan's clearly angry gaze, she could only suppress it in her heart. With a humph, she turned her head away in silence. Mu Yuyan sighed inwardly, looking helplessly at Qin Lang as she explained, actually, something came up today. The product report for Beauty Pill is ready, and I happen to have brought it with me. As the formula provider, you should take a look and give some feedback. Didn't you say you wanted to start a company and make money? This Beauty Pill will be your company's first big profitable venture. You need to take it seriously. Let's get a private room at the hotel and discuss it over a meal, okay? After some thought, Qin Lang nodded. Let's focus on the important matters. The group returned to the Kaiyuan International Hotel and booked a premium private dining room. Lin Yuchu, who had just come back from a shower, changed into a more mature outfit, a white camisole with a pink suit skirt. Though not as youthful looking as her previous JK uniform, she still appeared cleverly mischievous and delightfully playful. She sat down beside Mu Yuyan, determined to rescue her from Qin Lang's clutches. Mu Yuyan simply had no intention of paying her any attention as she was engrossed in discussing the beauty pill report with Qin Lang. Qin Lang scrutinized the report meticulously, his finger occasionally tapping along the lines of text. Although the presentation in this report is fairly decent, there are still some flaws, he remarked. The beginning part is ordinary, which is understandable, but when it comes to the middle section elaborating on the virtues of these beauty pills, their merits are more or less clearly highlighted. But isn't the ending a bit too hasty? Alright then, let's find some time when we're both free to discuss and polish up this report, filling in any gaps. Sure. Mu Yuyan nodded solemnly, completely missing the underlying meaning. Qin Lang brushed it off with a chuckle, picking up a cola chicken wing and placing it in Mu Yuyan's bowl. Let's eat. After waiting so long for someone to finish showering, the dishes are about to get cold. Mu Yuyan felt a surge of joy. These cola chicken wings were one of her favorite dishes. Back when her mother visited Tianhai City, she had even fought over them with Qin Lang. To think Qin Lang still remembered her preferences. Did that mean she hadn't completely faded from his heart after all? Taking small, deliberate bites of the chicken wing, Mu Yuyan murmured contentedly, "This tastes amazing. So good." Watching the two of them acting so harmonious, like a couple in love, Lin Yuchu couldn't stand it any longer. She had to break the scene, otherwise, she feared her naive best friend would be led right into Qin Lang's trap, falling so deep she wouldn't be able to climb back out. She picked up a dark piece of garlic from the side and placed it in Mu Yuyan's bowl. "Yuyan, eat more if you're hungry." Mu Yuyan glanced down with a slight frown, showing no intention to pick up her chopsticks. Lin Yuchu added another piece. "Yuyan, don't underestimate this garlic. Our hotel's head chef personally marinated it. It's delicious, sweet, and flavorful." As she brought the black garlic to her own lips, she caught an intensely revolting smell. Instinctively, she grimaced and stuck out her tongue. Blah! Mu Yuyan's frown deepened. Lin Yuchu was now caught in a dilemma. Holding her breath, she placed the black garlic into her mouth and took a bite, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow, this black garlic is delicious. It melts in your mouth. Don't be fooled by its pungent smell, it tastes just like stinky tofu, so savory. Ugh." As she praised it, her large, doe-like eyes sparkled with excitement. But before she could finish her sentence, she gagged again, choking to the point that tears and snot nearly streamed down her face, her nose burning as she sniffled hard. Under Mu Yuyan's doubtful gaze, Lin Yuchu felt indignant but could only force herself to endure it. "Maybe I caught a cold from the rain earlier, it has nothing to do with the black garlic. Just a bit of nausea, ugh." Bang! Can't make this up. Lin Yuchu slammed the table violently and spat out all the black garlic in her mouth with vehement disgust. Pointing at the offensive dish, she barked at the rushing waiter, "Which chef made this garbage? It made me puke. Tell him to collect his paycheck at reception and get the hell out. What an embarrassment." "Yes, ma'am," the waiter responded with frantic nodding before scurrying away with a deep bow. The private lounge fell silent again. Lin Yuchu felt as if she had been slapped across the face, her cheeks burned with shame and anger. She sat there hugging her arms, fuming silently, as if arguing with some unseen opponent. Mu Yuyan raised her wine glass and urged, "Come on Yuchu, don't be upset. If the food's no good, we just won't eat it. Let's have a toast and put this unpleasantness behind us once and for all." Lin Yuchu felt like she'd been dogged by bad luck all day long, waves of grievance swelling unbearably in her chest. Their gazes toward Qin Lang grew increasingly hostile. But under Mu Yuyan's active mediation, they had no choice but to raise their glasses, pretending to agree. The three clinked their cups and drank in one gulp. The drinking session continued. Chapter 68, Mu Yuyan is reduced to tears. "Qin Lang, there are some things I must apologize for. I've done many things to wrong you in the past, but it was never intentional. I didn't know you had to bear so much for the family. I always thought you were just putting on an act, until now Mu Yuyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she paused mid-sentence, picking up a glass of wine and downing it in one gulp. "Consider this my apology drink." "I'm sorry," she said. In the past, to reject Qin Lang's advances, she had gone as far as finding a fake boyfriend as an excuse and would give him cold shoulders with disdainful looks every time they met. Thinking back on it now, she was filled with deep regret. She too had been kept in the dark, unaware that Qin Lang's playboy demeanor was just an act put on for outsiders. Only now did she realize that no matter how late, this apology drink was something she absolutely had to take. "Also, regarding my mother's affairs, thanks to your arrangements, when I called her last night, she mentioned her health has improved significantly recently, and her condition is now under control." Mu Yuyan raised another glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. "This drink is my gratitude to you." Qin Lang grew curious and studied Mu Yuyan's face. "You can hold your liquor this well?" Mu Yuyan's cheeks flushed as she shook her head. "I'm not really good with alcohol. It's just, there are some words in my heart, some matters I needed to speak openly about. Keeping them bottled up would have left me restless and sleepless at night." "Not good with alcohol?" Qin Lang refilled Mu Yuyan's glass again. "If you can't handle your drink, then drink more. No, I mean if you're feeling down, drink more. A good sleep will make everything better." Mu Yuyan was already a bit tipsy, holding her wine glass unsteadily, but she nodded obediently. "I'll listen to you drown my sorrows in wine. Cheers." Qin Lang clinked glasses with Mu Yuyan. Both of them emptied their glasses without leaving a single drop. Mu Yuyan was already slightly drunk, her hands trembled as she picked up food with her chopsticks, occasionally dropping pieces onto the table. Qin Lang took the initiative to serve her food and refill her cup, saying, "Who knew you'd be such a kindred spirit, Yu Yan? You truly live by the saying, 1,000 cups are too few when drinking with a true friend. No need for words, let's have another." "I can't go on anymore," she slurred. "I've drunk too much already, I'm about to pass out." "Yu Yan, are you being disrespectful here? The wine in your glass hasn't gone down at all. Are you raising fish in it or something with me? Let me rest for a bit." "Ugh, I'll drink, stop pouring it down my throat." Thud. Having consumed at least over a bottle of red wine, Mu Yuyan rested her head on the edge of the table, lying there in a drunken daze, motionless. Qin Lang had moved his chair beside her and was now embracing her shoulders, smiling as he sipped red wine while stroking Mu Yuyan's fragrant shoulders with his palm. Indeed, it was a scene of leisurely indulgence, accompanied by fine wine and a beautiful woman. Lin Yuchu, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, spoke in a chilling tone, "Keep taking advantage of Yuyan, go on. Plying Yuyan with alcohol, did you think getting her drunk would let you have your way with her? Humph, do you know why I didn't stop you right away?" She reached into her bag and pulled out a phone, snapping several photos of Qin Lang with his arm around Mu Yuyan's shoulders. With another cold laugh, she muttered, "Just you wait. Once Yuyan comes to her senses, I'll expose all your hypocritical, wolf in sheep's clothing behavior. By then, Yuyan will see your vile true nature and never spare another thought for you." Before Qin Lang could say a word, the drunk Mu Yuyan, who was sprawled over there, mumbled incoherently instead. Propping her cheek with one hand and facing away from Qin Lang, she squinted with one eye open and the other closed, then parted her lips lightly toward Lin Yuchu's direction. Although no sound came out, Lin Yuchu could clearly read the meaning from Mu Yuyan's lip movements. It was unmistakably the words dumbass. Lin Yuchu stood dumbfounded on the spot, her index finger mechanically pressing the camera shutter, producing continuous click-clack sounds. Worried something might go wrong and dizzy with anxiety, Mu Yuyan deliberately collapsed into Qin Lang's arms while persistently mouthing silent profanities toward Lin Yuchu's direction. But Qin Lang gently pushed her away, shaking his head with a sigh. "Lin Yuchu, if you're trying to ruin my reputation, there's no need. In Yanjing, even in Tianhai City, who doesn't know I'm an utterly depraved playboy? Isn't this just your way of making me leave Mu Yuyan? Fine, I'll leave and satisfy your wish." With that, he stood up. Mu Yuyan could no longer pretend to be drunk and hastily grabbed his arm. "Qin Lang, none of this is intentional. Yuchu has always been playful by nature, she never truly meant to oppose you." Under the furious glare of Mu Yuyan, Lin Yuchu felt a chill in her heart and could only lower her head, muttering reluctantly, "Fine, I was wrong, okay? I'll just delete the photo." She had no intention of tarnishing Qin Lang's reputation, she only wanted Mu Yuyan to see his true colors. But now, after that silent display of absurdity, how could she not understand what Mu Yuyan was thinking? She's probably already fallen for him. No matter how much you do, you can't save this girl who's already trapped in the snare. Mu Yuyan's eyes were slightly red as she clung to Qin Lang's arm. "Qin Lang, don't be angry. This time it was really our fault. I know, I apologize, and I promise this kind of thing will never happen again. I'll never oppose you again, neither will any of my friends." Qin Lang pressed his forehead and exhaled heavily, calming himself before speaking. "Yu Yan, it's not that I'm angry, but opportunities like this don't come often. Once lost, they won't return. You've already missed your best chance. I'm afraid today isn't going to work out for continuing this dinner gathering. Next time, how about we arrange another meeting?" Qin Lang ultimately departed, switching off the system notification about Mu Yuyan's emotional fluctuations. A fine bird chooses the best tree to roost upon. With Lin Yuchu here today, he definitely couldn't progress too quickly with Mu Yuyan, otherwise, things might get messy. He couldn't be bothered with the trouble, best to leave it for another time. As the door closed, Lin Yuchu wore a bitter expression. "Yu Yan, I didn't mean to." Mu Yuyan lowered her head, wiping away tears. Though she felt embarrassed that her friend had seen her in such a state, she met Lin Yuchu's gaze seriously. "Yuchu, if you still consider me your best friend, stay out of Qin Lang's affairs from now on. Otherwise, this friendship ends here." I understand." Lin Yuchu's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly realized she might have genuinely angered Mu Yuyan today. A wave of panic washed over her, but she dared not say anything more, afraid of adding fuel to the fire. Chapter 69, Citywide Manhunt, Scorpion. At Kaiyuan International, Junzi had already parked the Maybach under the covered driveway. Standing by the steps, he held a black umbrella in hand. Seeing Qin Lang come out, immediately went up to greet him, waited until Qin Lang was comfortably seated, then slowly closed the car door before jogging over to his own driver's seat. "Young master, where to now? Home, to meet Miss Bai, or perhaps Miss Cho?" Junzi straightened his tie and turned back with a smile to inquire. Coming out right after the meal, it was clear without even thinking that the young master hadn't engaged in any profound conversation with President Mu. As a qualified personal bodyguard, he needed to anticipate the young master's thoughts in advance. Qin Lang pinched his forehead. "Not going back yet. How's the recruitment I asked you to handle last time?" Junzi answered truthfully. "Quite a few people came, but none have officially joined yet. I've gathered them at the same hotel and plan to give them a lesson later. A lesson? Xin Lang looked up in surprise, staring at Junzi as the corner of his mouth twitched. Where did you get the nerve to lecture them? Maybe 8 out of 10 would have joined, but after your class, more than half will probably leave. You've even turned Zhuge Liang into a cunning old fox in their eyes. Is there anything you wouldn't dare say? Junzi disagreed and retorted, young master, you can't just say that. I've been obediently reading books like you told me, my knowledge has skyrocketed. Fooling a few old comrades is no big deal. Xin Lang gave a bitter smile. Fine, I'll go with you then. Let's see just how no big deal it really is. Since there was nothing better to do, Yi Feng's affairs had already been taken care of. By his calculations, the situation was likely unfolding right now, all he had to do was wait quietly. Got it. Junzi started the car, his heart swelling with anticipation. He had been preparing for this day in advance, mentally rehearsing his words long ago. Now that the young master was personally tagging along, wasn't this his chance to shine? Junzi, brimming with excitement, steered the Maybach slowly toward the city center. Meanwhile, at the Bai family compound, Bai Xiaochun, contrary to his usual demeanor, had returned from the crime scene in a towering rage, smashing and destroying everything in sight. The entire living room was left in utter chaos, with shattered porcelain and overturned furniture creating a scene of devastation. None of his usual composure remained. A staunch traditionalist at heart, he viewed his son as both the pride of their ancestors and the vital continuation of their family lineage. No matter how incompetent his son might be, in his eyes, the boy was always far more important than the Bai sisters, Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyun. But now, his most beloved son was dead. Lying in a pool of blood, a dagger plunged into his heart, the look of terror in his final moments still frozen on his face. Every time Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, his son's fearful and helpless gaze would haunt his thoughts. Scorpion, I want your entire family buried with my son. I'll make sure you live in agony while longing for death. Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed crimson, his teeth clenched in fury. With a crashing sound, he swept another entire tea set off the table, smashing everything into countless shards upon the floor. Master. Afu appeared from behind the sofa, bending slightly as he reported in a timid, fearful voice, the police have already searched major high-speed rail stations and airports, but found no trace of Scorpion. At first glance at the scene, everyone would assume it was an internal dispute among kidnappers, a fallout leading to the victim's death, followed by infighting among the gang members. But after further investigation, they realized things weren't that simple at all. Whether it was the snapped neck of Silly Chung or the shattered organs of Ah Hu under immense force, this fatal wound couldn't possibly have been inflicted by these two men upon each other. Through further police investigation, the identities of these kidnappers were verified. Re-examining the crime scene confirmed that indeed there was another kidnapper who had fled. It was Scorpion. After preliminary analysis, this Scorpion was highly likely to be the murderer who killed his son. Currently, most of the police force in Tianhai City is fully mobilized in the search for Scorpion, but due to the short time frame, they still haven't achieved any results. Are these cops all just freeloaders? They can't even find a single person, what good are they? Bai Xiaochun roared in anger, his heart already overwhelmed with rage over his son's murder. Afu stood hunched to the side, not daring to utter a word. After all, the time was too short, less than half a day had passed. Even gathering surveillance footage and eyewitness testimonies from acquaintances had barely begun. At a time like this, even if one knew the truth, they wouldn't dare speak it directly in front of Bai Xiaochun, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. Have the Black Dragon Society continue their search. Increase the bounty, as long as they can find Scorpion. Bai Shui was Bai Xiaochun's hope, doted on beyond measure. He had even intended to hand over his vast Bai corporation entirely to his son. Now his son was gone, what use did he have for all that money? As long as he could avenge his son, he was willing to pay any price. And what about Yifeng? What's going on with him? He hasn't shown up all day? Thinking of Yifeng, Bai Xiaochun felt an unbearable resentment. Earlier that morning, it was right after Yifeng had reassured him that nothing would happen to his son that he received that call from the police. When consumed by rage, even the slightest displeasure can ignite a fiery temper. Needless to say, Bai Xiaochun's attitude toward Yifeng had undergone a drastic shift at this moment. Ah Fu spoke up awkwardly, Mr. Yi seems to have encountered some trouble himself. After leaving the Bai residence, he's been holed up in his own quarters without coming out. According to other bodyguards, Yifeng stayed in his room last night and didn't go out at all. Naturally, the Bai family employed more than one bodyguard. Although Yifeng held a special position and enjoyed luxurious accommodations, other Bai family bodyguards were stationed around his residence, a kind of employee dormitory, albeit with noticeably different treatment tiers. Yifeng's special treatment naturally caught the attention of some, stirring envy in their hearts, though jealousy and resentment predominated. Bits of gossip began circulating naturally. You didn't go out last night? Bai Xiaochun's voice turned icy. Fine work, Yifeng. After all I've invested in hiring him, this is how he repays me, by fooling around? Fury churned within him, rising and falling repeatedly before ultimately subsiding into silence. Let's set aside Yifeng's matter for now. We don't have the bandwidth to deal with him at the moment. As for the police, the Black Dragon Society, and even some other information channels, make sure all of those are open for us, Bai Xiaochun said with a cold expression. The Scorpion hasn't left Tianhai City. The area is limited, and even if I have to turn the entire Tianhai City upside down, I will find the murderer of my son before tomorrow. Chapter 70, Gold Medal Lecturer, Junzi. Some wore worried expressions, while others appeared radiant. Junzi epitomized the latter, dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, his tie perfectly knotted. His hair, no longer than a finger's length, was slicked back with pomade into an awkward-looking pompadour. He stood at the podium of the temporarily borrowed hotel conference room, cleared his throat with a fist to his mouth, and looked out at a sea of bobbing heads below. Nearly 100 people were present, all former Special Forces soldiers. Among them were comrades from Junzi's same enlistment year, as well as those he'd become acquainted with. The young master had asked him to find people he trusted, but damn it, anyone he'd known in the army was someone he trusted. I accidentally called over a bit too many people. Bro June, damn, you've really made it big now. Holy shit, so many brothers, all called over by you, and each gets a damn single room. Now practically the whole hotel, this entire floor is being taken over by us discharged army buddies. Right, brother June, I'm really envious of you. Among all our discharged veteran buddies, you're doing the best now. But brother June, there are some things we need to make clear. Coming here was to show you respect, but certain things we won't do. Anything that goes against our principles, we just can't bring ourselves to do. Yeah, brother June, I'm doing pretty well with that company now. 8 to 6 work schedule, for flexible days off a month, and the pay's decent too, almost hitting 5 figures. I'm nearly financially free. Among the neatly seated former Special Forces soldiers below, murmurs of conversation could be heard here and there. Some envied June, but most adopted a wait-and-see attitude, especially since the majority already had stable jobs. Xin Lang sat toward the back. Aside from being slightly more handsome than average, there was nothing particularly notable about him. Among men, no one would be staring at him anyway. With a casual glance, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So June had called in every old comrade he knew, huh? And even those with jobs weren't spared. Was this an attempt to poach talent? He was genuinely curious to see what Junzi would do next. Ahem, let's settle down first. Junzi raised his hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. Being all ex-Special Forces soldiers, they displayed impeccable discipline. The venue fell instantly silent. The microphone in the meeting room was broken, so Junzi had to raise his voice, amplifying it as much as possible to ensure everyone could hear what he was saying. He pointed at a comrade who had just spoken and began, Old Huang, you mentioned financial freedom earlier. What do you think financial freedom is? Some of our comrades say, isn't financial freedom just having a lot of money? We can do whatever we want. I'm telling you right now, that's wrong. What is financial freedom? It's having so much money that you can refuse to do things you don't want to do. You have the right to say no. Do you fucking have the right to say no? Take being a bodyguard. Your boss tells you to drink this glass of wine. Do you have the right to refuse? If you do have the right to say no, what do? Point at your boss's nose and curse him out. Fuck you. I won't drink this damn thing. I quit. What the hell are you gonna do about it? Old Huang lowered his head. Who dares to say that? Isn't it basically asking to get fired by the boss? Old Huang was somewhat unconvinced and asked directly, what about you, June? Would you dare speak to the boss like that? June snorted coldly, dare? Of course I wouldn't. I'm even more exhausted than everyone here combined. The young master just says one sentence, and I have to run around like crazy to get things done, working myself to death every single day. Do you think I enjoy standing here lecturing you about principles? This huge meeting room doesn't even have a microphone. I'm straining my voice talking here until my throat feels like it's on fire. Do you think I want this? I don't want to be giving this talk either. No choice, young master pays. He's offering too much. Hiss hiss. Forget about those wide-eyed retired Special Forces soldiers stunned by Junzi's words. Even Xin Lang sitting in the back row was shocked when he heard this. Damn, Junzi's had an epiphany? A great enlightenment. Old Huang raised his trembling hand and asked, Brother June, how much are you earning now? Nearly 100 people perked up their ears, listening intently. Junzi shook his head and sighed, not great. My monthly salary is barely 30,000, and even with quarterly bonuses and year-end rewards added in, it only comes to about 1 or 2 million yuan total. Don't just hear that the salary seems decent, it's actually not as simple as you think. Everyone in this industry needs to unwind after work, getting massages and such. Each session costs several hundred or even 1,000. Do you know how we, who work for the young masters, feel about that? It's too hard. Just going once would cost at least $1 billion. The young master has booked the entire 5 floors of the Kyanzillion next door for a whole month. Folks like us working for him are worn out day in and day out, barely catching a break. And the moment we get any downtime, he makes us go up to the 5th floor to spend more money on extra services. Honestly, this old body of mine is just getting weaker by the day. Also, last time the young master went out spending, there was 2 million left, and he just casually tossed it to me, telling me to divide it among 40-some brothers. Do you know how tough that was for me? Splitting it equally was definitely not an option. Some worked hard while others slacked off. No matter how I distributed the money, as the leader, I was bound to offend someone. Sigh, times are tough, we just have to make do. The reason I called you all here this time is also to expand the young master's bodyguard team. That's all I have to say, and just talking about it makes me feel wronged myself. If you're willing to take the job, then say so. If not, I won't force you. We'll still be old comrades no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, a phone ringtone echoed through the conference room. Everyone turned to look. It was Lao Huang's phone that had started ringing. He awkwardly raised his hand, fumbled for his phone, and after listening for a moment, suddenly roared in front of Junzi, "Overtime? Overtime my ass. Don't you know I took leave? You want me to come back and work overtime during the holidays? Are you out of your damn mind? I quit. Whoever wants to work overtime can go ahead, you fucking idiot. Do whatever the hell you want." Plop. Old Huang angrily hung up the phone. After grumbling and cursing under his breath for a while, he turned his gaze toward Junzi, cleared his throat, and then let out a strange, shrill sound directed at him. Squeak. Holy shit. Upon hearing this, the old comrades in arms all rushed forward eagerly. Creak. Eek. 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 The entire meeting room was filled with those shrill sounds. To those in the know, it was a gathering of people discussing matters, but to outsiders, it might as well have been mistaken for a rodent infestation. These old comrades in arms, they don't want to complain either, but military brother offers too much. They also want to work themselves to the bone for a monthly salary of 30,000. They also want to splurge hundreds of millions in one go, but their aging bodies can't keep up anymore. Chapter 71, Brother Junzi with unshakable resolve. Don't rush, register one by one. As long as your skills haven't declined in recent years, you'll be accepted, but the absolute condition is no betrayal. Junzi raised a hand and began a lengthy speech about the recruitment criteria. Qin Lang watched from behind with a faint smile on his face. Junzi's performance greatly satisfied him. However, after Junzi's screening process, he still needed to engage with these people personally. Sharing a meal would be unavoidable. To truly get someone to work for you, you must first interact with them as you would when making friends. Approach kindly before resorting to force. As evening approached, Qin Lang specifically reserved several private rooms at this hotel. In the room where Qin Lang was seated, there were a total of 15 people. Excluding Junzi and Qin Lang, the remaining 13 were all skilled individuals handpicked by Junzi. A rough estimate of their physique shows that none fall below the 50 mark. Even after retirement, these individuals haven't lost an ounce of their combat skills. In fact, they've made significant improvements. If all these people joined forces against Yifeng, even if they couldn't kill him, they'd at the very least leave him severely wounded. Young Master Qin, I truly never expected you'd been sitting in the conference room all alone. What a surprise. Yeah, I told you so. The moment I saw young Master Qin, he didn't seem like a good, ordinary person. Young Master Qin, let me propose a toast to you. All 13 bodyguards who were about to join the team flattered him politely, and Qin Lang didn't refuse, taking turns to drink with each of them. After several rounds of drinks and dishes had gone around, Qin Lang clapped his hands. The private room's door opened, and a row of women dressed in black and white work uniforms walked in from outside. The hotel is right next to Finger Lotus Spa, making it incredibly convenient to find these masseuses. Each of them has a graceful figure, full in the front and perky in the back. After the last masseuse closed the door, 7 or 8 young women entered the room. Their slender and alluring figures couldn't help but captivate the gaze of everyone present. Gulp! Someone swallowed saliva unconsciously. Qin Lang urged with a smile, stop standing here, take your seats. 7 or 8 ladies took their seats, where each pair of men would have one lady voluntarily seated between them. No matter who it was, they all kept turning their heads, their eyes involuntarily darting glances from the corners. Old Huang awkwardly chuckled and asked, Young Master Qin, what's that black stuff on these beautiful ladies? Each of the women's bodies was coated with a layer of black powder, making them strikingly glamorous and eye-catching. Qin Lang smiled and said, it's a fashion trend. Don't hold back, everyone, just let loose and have fun. He gathered these 7 or 8 technicians not just for indulgence, but more importantly, to test the character of Junzi's die-hard allies. After all, some matters were quite confidential, and handing them over to regular bodyguards was hardly reassuring. These special forces soldiers before him had already proven their competence and skills, and when it came to loyalty, he trusted Junzi's judgment. What he needed to do next was to use their character as a means to knock them into shape. Since the appearance of these 7 or 8 ladies, the temperature in the private room seemed to have risen by 8 degrees. Their eyes twinkled with mischief, their movements flirtatious. Occasionally, while toasting, they would brush their bodies against them, leaving these burly men feeling as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Yet not a single one behaved improperly, all sat upright with utmost decorum, at most casting a few sidelong glances. Ahem. Qin Lang looked at Junzi to his lower left and said with a chuckle, "Isn't this your favorite kind of occasion? Why so reserved?" Junzi laughed awkwardly, "Young master, you don't understand. I've been getting close to Manager Zhang lately, and our relationship has developed rather quickly. If I were to do anything improper now and she found out, she'd probably twist my ear right off." Whipped already? Qin Lang was thoroughly amused. Looks like we can't count on Junzi to liven up the atmosphere. He fiddled with the cup in his hand, absent-mindedly toying with it, when suddenly clatter it slipped and shattered to pieces on the floor. At the same moment, the lights in the private room abruptly dimmed, plunging everything into pitch-black darkness. Ah, who did that? Who's there? How annoying. Whose hand is that? Stop it, you're so naughty. The private room echoed with the coquettish giggles of the young women, dissolving into playful chaos. Soon after, the lights brightened again, and the compartment instantly regained its previous atmosphere of stiff formality. If it weren't for the fact that the black powder on those 7 or 8 girls had almost been completely rubbed off, anyone might have genuinely believed that nothing had just happened at all. Qin Lang's expression turned icy as he glared at the 13 people below. "Everyone, stretch out your hands." Old Huang led the way as 13 individuals sluggishly extended their palms, blackened with powder, over the tabletop, each bowing their heads in profound embarrassment. Qin Lang coldly rebuked them, "I merely wanted to test your resolve. Never did I expect every single one of you would disappoint me so thoroughly. If I were to assign you a mission in the future, would you cast my orders aside the moment the enemy offers you a woman? Would you abandon everything without a second thought?" The generous benefits served as the initial sweet date, while the subsequent scolding acted as an indispensable heavy club, both equally necessary. If we don't discipline them, these people will be hard to manage. We can't have Junzi giving all the orders for everything, can we? Who's the young master here, him or Junzi? Master Qin, we know we were wrong. We shouldn't have been so weak-willed. To be honest, those girls were just too pretty, and we couldn't hold ourselves back. Qin Lang let out a mocking laugh. Couldn't hold back? Are you humans while Junzi isn't? Junzi, show us your hands. Junzi swiftly placed both palms flat on the table. Though bearing some calluses, there wasn't the slightest trace of black powder on them. Look at Junzi, this is what a real bodyguard's discipline and self-control looks like. I'm not saying you're all bad, but there are areas where you truly fall short and need to learn from Junzi. Understood? Qin Lang spoke sternly with complete seriousness. Old Huang and the dozen or so others repeatedly nodded in shame. Someone even gave Junzi a thumbs up, exclaiming in admiration, "Brother Jun, you're amazing. You managed to resist even this, you're my idol." Heh, no big deal. Junzi grinned, revealing his pitch-black teeth. Chapter 72, Junzi Gets Punished. The entire venue fell deathly silent. Show off. True to his reputation as a gold medal lecturer, Junzi's thought process truly diverged from ordinary people's. Others used their hands, but he uses his mouth. Seeing this, the nearby technicians couldn't stop laughing, making the private room's atmosphere even more cheerful and increasingly delightful. Those 13 bodyguards all gave Junzi thumbs-up gestures, with some even pointing at their own teeth and bursting into laughter. Holy shit! Junzi's face paled with shock, and he thought to himself, this is bad. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He wished he could just slap himself to death right then and there. He had already guessed the young master's thoughts but failed to control his expression, and now his careless reactions had been exposed. Qin Lang stared coldly at Junzi, who had immediately shut his mouth upon realizing his mistake, and said icily, knowing the rules yet breaking them doubles the offense. Deduct 20,000 from next month's salary. In front of these newly arrived bodyguards, slapping his own face was out of the question. What he needed was to assert his authority. Since he couldn't set an example by praising someone, the only option was to drag Junzi out and give him 30 lashes as a warning. Junzi kept his head lowered. Young master, I know I was wrong. I'll accept my punishment. The 13 bodyguards all sensed the tension in the air and immediately wiped the grins off their faces. Seeing Qin Lang's stern expression, they couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Even Junzi, a trusted confidant, could be punished so decisively. If they made a mistake, wouldn't they just be fired on the spot? His heart was filled with no more underestimation. After pondering for a moment, Qin Lang remained silent, only uttering faintly, "Everyone, go back." He voluntarily left the hotel, sparing no further glance at those 13 prospective bodyguards. It was a psychological hint he was deeply unsatisfied with today's performance. Junzi quickly arranged the evening entertainment for the group before hastily escorting Qin Lang home. Along the way, Junzi apologized repeatedly, exhausting his words, his heart weighed down with guilt. But Qin Lang simply waved it off and said casually, "It was just for show, don't take it too seriously. All those people you gathered couldn't compare to your importance in my eyes, understand?" In front of others, he needed to assert his authority. Behind closed doors, he needed to secure Junzi's loyalty even more. In public and in private, he was entirely different. commonly known as an old fox. Young master, I understand your thoughts. If any of those bastards dare betray you, I'll be the first to make them pay. Junzi said with heartfelt emotion, his gaze towards Qin Lang growing increasingly loyal. Qin Lang replied tersely. Upon returning to the villa, he immediately sent Junzi off to enjoy himself, suggesting he go relax thoroughly at Slim Finger Lotus. Sometimes, you can't push too hard, or else he might really start developing some weird feelings about Junzi. That darn thing, it's no good. Stepping through the dark cyan gate ever since Su Xiaoxiao moved in, the spacious home had been spotless, without a single speck of dust in sight. Even though their relationship had progressed to this point, Su Xiaoxiao still acted like a little maid, doing every chore every day. As she put it, staying idle for even a day would make her feel uncomfortable all over. In the kitchen, Su Xiaoxiao was washing dishes, the sound of running water accompanying her movements. Qin Lang picked up a bowl from the counter and began washing it at the other sink. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head, startled, and quickly snatched the bowl from Qin Lang's hands. Her voice was filled with disbelief as she said, "Young master, why have you come back? Please go rest for a while. There aren't many dishes left, I'll finish them right away. Please don't touch them, you'll dirty your hands." But Qin Lang paid no heed. He fished out the last remaining small plate by the sink and continued washing it. Su Xiaoxiao was home alone, cooking minimal dishes, so naturally there weren't many dishes and chopsticks either. He gave a peculiar smile and said, "Why shouldn't I touch you just because you shouldn't touch me? If you're allowed to care for me, am I not allowed to care for you as well?" Young master, Su Xiaoxiao cooed, her cheeks blooming with two crimson clouds, burning slightly. She was still so innocent, unable to conceal the joy in her heart. It was obvious at a glance, yet she pretended to complain. "Young master, don't say such things. These are all things I ought to do." She gazed at Qin Lang lingering in the kitchen, a trace of suspicion rising in her heart. Usually, the young master wouldn't lift a finger for household chores. Why did he seem like a completely different person today? She muttered curiously, "Young master, you're acting rather strange today. What's on your mind?" Qin Lang wore a warm smile as he spoke seemingly out of nowhere. The moon circles tirelessly around the earth day and night, yet the earth pays no heed, continuing its orbit around the sun even through the blazing fury of its scorching light. One day, the sun asked the earth, "You're acting a bit strange. You ignore the moon who likes you so much, yet insist on following me around. What's on your mind?" The earth sighed helplessly, "I just like the sun." Su Xiaoxiao put the washed dishes away in the cupboard and asked curiously, "What does liking the sun mean?" Qin Lang took a step forward, brushed against her temple, and whispered, "What's the single character name for the sun?" Swish! Even if she was slow to react, Su Xiaoxiao realized something was wrong at this moment. Her legs instinctively went weak, and her voice dropped several notches in volume. "Young master, I'm still a little scared." "Scared, huh? Well, alright then. I'll hold back," Qin Lang said with his head hung low, letting out a sigh. The dejected look on his face contrasted sharply with the warm smile he had worn when entering the kitchen moments ago. Su Xiaoxiao's heart twisted painfully, and she instantly regretted her earlier words. After a moment's hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's waist, pressing her head against his chest, and stammered, "Young master, I'm not scared anymore." "Ah!" Su Xiaoxiao let out a startled cry as Qin Lang swept her up in a princess carry, sprinting up the stairs with wind at his feet. Bang! The door was kicked shut with a single forceful motion. Before they could begin their activities, Qin Lang seemed to remember something urgently. He burst out the door and dashed straight to the study, returning moments later with a black and white maid outfit in hand. Bang! The door was kicked shut once again. Chapter 73, Me, Qin Lang, wire transfer, 500 million. Changed to a fresh set of dry bedding and went right back to sleep. A night without dreams. The next morning, at dawn, Qin Lang, who had turned on the system notification sound, reveled in a brief sense of accomplishment. Ding! The female lead Su Xiaoxiao has undergone intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 500 destiny villain points. Ding! The female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao's favorability continues to rise. Congratulations, host, for gaining plus destined villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 1000*3 destined villain points. Such satisfaction. Qin Lang stretched lazily with one arm while the other draped casually over Su Xiaoxiao. Drowsy Su Xiaoxiao felt herself being tickled and woke up rubbing her sleepy eyes. She hugged Qin Lang's arm, pulling it into her embrace, rested her head against his biceps, and pouted adorably. Her little head kept slipping off his arm but she persistently propped it back up, clearly suffering from sleep deprivation due to overexhaustion. "Sleep a while longer," Qin Lang patted her little head lovingly. Su Xiaoxiao obediently murmured "Aham" and closed her eyes again. He didn't leave either, just leaned against the headboard with a book, occasionally withdrawing his right hand from under the quilt to turn pages. It was past 9 o'clock when Bai Ruyu arrived at the villa and met Qin Lang in the tea room. Bai Ruyu sat in the chair, took a sip of tea, and looked visibly upset. The reason was none other than Bai Xiaochun. Once again, he had gotten on her nerves. She no longer holds a position at Bai Group, but some key points about her previous business investments still linger in her mind. In her heart, she wants to reclaim her share of liquid assets from the Bai family to facilitate investments. But when she asked Bai Xiaochun for the money, not only did she fail to get a single cent, she was also subjected to a torrent of abuse, just short of being cursed to her face. How could he do this? Is that illegitimate child really so worthy of his doting? Can't Yao and I squeeze even a single penny out of him? Even if you're unwilling to give money, was there any need to drag my mother into this? Just because she didn't bear him a son, all her past devotion and sacrifices have become nothing but fleeting clouds in his eyes? Bai Ruyu kept muttering discontentedly, venting all her grievances. Qin Lang, standing nearby, found it somewhat amusing. Will Bai Xiaochun's money be left to Bai Shui? Damn it, they've all been killed by him. How can he give it? Burn it for him? Of course, Bai Ruyu still doesn't know about these matters, nor would he bring them up voluntarily. Instead, he asked curiously, why do you suddenly need this money? Is there no more funds in the company? Bai Ruyu rolled her eyes. Taking a salary from you for no reason and holding company shares, I don't have the habit of taking advantage of others. I'll contribute part of the funds as my equity stake. Moreover, in the sectors and companies I see potential in, there will undoubtedly be vigorous growth in the coming years. Although the company currently has sufficient funds, it's far from enough if we really want to break into these industries. How much more do you need? I'll get it for you. Qin Lang got straight to the point. Bai Ruyu furrowed her brows with suspicion and said, do you really trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the money? After all, there's nothing left for me in Tianhai City. Taking Yun Yun and leaving for distant lands wouldn't be an unbearable decision. Qin Lang revealed a pleasant smile and shook his head. I believe in you. Just do whatever you want to do without hesitation. If you lack funds, I'll provide them. If you need manpower, I'll hire people for you. Bai Ruyu is the queen of business, this is beyond doubt, as proven in the original work. Moreover, under Bai Ruyu's unwavering efforts, the declining Bai group, which was already showing signs of twilight at the time, not only regained stability but also soared to become a group worth hundreds of billions through subsequent strategic investments, ranking among the top in the entire Huaxia. What does that mean? It's equivalent to saying that all those investment targets swirling in Bai Ruyu's mind right now are goddamn future industry leaders or bellwethers of trending sectors. Just pump money into them now, and you'll reap tenfold, even 100-fold, returns later. How could he possibly worry about such a cash cow? After all, Bai Ruyu is also one of the story's leading ladies. Once she commits to someone, she'd be utterly devoted, wearing her heart on her sleeve. At most she might talk tough, but actually betray him? Never! Bai Ruyu pursed her lips and gazed into Qin Lang's deep eyes. Besides feeling moved, an absurd sensation welled up inside her. When she asked her father for her rightful share of the family assets, she was met with a torrent of curses. Yet with Qin Lang, she merely mentioned it in passing without even explaining the feasibility of her thoughts and was instantly believed. Compared to Bai Xiaochun, she suddenly felt Qin Lang resembled more of a father to her. This absurd thought, once it arose in her mind, instantly brought a rapid blush to Bai Ruyu's cheeks. She shook her head vigorously, forcefully casting these groundless notions aside, and extended a hand. 500 million, just give me 500 million for now. In reality, the investment industry thrives on the principle that more capital is always better. However, out of consideration for Qin Lang's trust in her, she didn't want to put him in too difficult a position and merely stated the minimum requirement. Qin Lang pondered for a moment. 500 million. I don't actually have that much liquid cash on hand right now. Bai Ruyu smiled, then let's forget it. The beauty pill production has already started anyway. Once it hits the market, profits will come quickly. Delaying by a year or so would just mean slightly less earnings, but we'll still manage to catch this wave of demand. I just said I don't have it on me, not that I can't get it. Qin Lang forced a bitter smile. I'll figure something out for you right away. He wasn't stupid, he knew full well that the earlier you laid out your investments, the more lucrative the returns. Otherwise, by the time you entered the game later, all the big shares would have been snatched up by other capital. What would be left to play for then? Since when was Qin Lang the type who settles for scraps? He pulled out his phone, opened his contacts, and lightly tapped the one labeled Mom before placing the call. The call connected, and a gentle voice came through. Xiaolang, you found time to call your mom today, haven't you? Miss me? If you miss me, hurry home then. Don't stay in Tianhai City anymore. Grandpa keeps talking about you all day, misses you terribly, but he's too proud to call you himself. Qin Lang wasn't one for many words and got straight to the point with his demand. Me, Qin Lang, send money. 500 million. Chapter 74, Qin, the Heart Arsonist. Lang. 10 minutes later, Bai Ruyu received a phone call from the company's finance department, notifying her that a massive corporate transfer of 500 million yuan had just been deposited into the account. Her eyes widened in horror as she watched Qin Lang hang up the phone with a grunt. How is this possible? A massive transfer of 500 million settled in just 10 minutes? Even if it's from a personal account, the bank should have scrutinized it thoroughly first. After all, no matter which institution it is, suddenly losing such a massive sum of money would send shivers down anyone's spine. To prevent errors, they would double and even triple check, with high-level executives like department heads personally paying a visit. Qin Lang shrugged casually. The commercial bank's head office is right next to my mom's company. My aunt serves as the deputy president there, just her stamp is enough to confirm this transfer. Bai Ruyu opened her mouth but hesitated, wanting to say something, only to be silenced again. So something she considered impossible turned out to be effortlessly resolved by Qin Lang with just a phone call? Rumor has it you're the direct heir of the Qin family in Beijing, she asked proactively. Qin Lang nodded. Yes, why do you ask? Bai Ruyu said suspiciously, the Qin family of Yanjing, never mind your father being in politics, just your mother's side alone makes you the sole heir. What are you doing running off to Tianhai City? Wouldn't it be better to stay in Yanjing as a top-tier second-generation elite, living the high life and eventually inheriting the Qin family legacy? Qin Lang rolled his eyes and snapped. You think inheriting a wealthy family fortune is that simple? Nothing's as easy as you imagine. Forget about me, just dealing with the Bai family alone must be torture for you, isn't it? Struck at her tender spot, Bai Ruyu pursed her lips. I have sufferings I can't speak of. You're different, you're the legitimate heir. Does the Qin family also have illegitimate sons? One's more outstanding than you? That's not the case, Qin Lang shook his head. The main thing is you don't know how troublesome it is staying in Beijing. Now that I've reached this age, whether it's grandfather's side, father's side, or mother's side, they're all pushing me to take over. If I stay in Beijing, my schedule from dawn till dusk would be packed tight. Even if I muddle through for a few years, a future star ranking evaluation would be virtually guaranteed. Even if I just serve in some small county town for a few years, before 40 I'd absolutely become a provincial governor overseeing a vast territory. Even if I were to go to work at the company, I could immediately take over a massive corporation worth hundreds of billions or even more in stocks. But, what would be the point? Work is supposed to be for living, yet I, who slave away day after day, have lost my freedom. Doesn't that defeat the very purpose of life? Bai Ruyu's eyelids twitched violently as she listened to Qin Lang's deadpan show of extravagance, filled with the urge to pry off the heel of her patent leather high heels and stuff it into his mouth, just to shut him up. For some unknown reason, when I heard his last two sentences, I actually felt a faint sense of agreement beneath his warm smile. Hiss. Bai Ruyu shrank her neck, sensing something was off, and immediately spoke up to stop him. Make another call, get another 8 or 10 billion over here. You know, the more you invest, the greater the return. I didn't realize it was so easy for you to get money before. If I'd known earlier you were such a filial child, filial to the point of killing someone with kindness, I wouldn't have asked for just 500 million if that were the case. Qin Lang refused outright. That's impossible. Do you think getting money is that easy? Even pocket money would take 2 or 3 months to arrange. For now, just these 500 million. But don't worry, since you mentioned the money, I'll naturally find a way to get it for you. Go boldly and do whatever you want to do. I'll stand firmly behind you, supporting you wholeheartedly. You should know, behind every successful woman is a man who cherishes her dearly. Finally, I must say one more thing, don't get so impulsive in front of me. When I see others acting impulsively, I tend to get impulsive too. Creak. Qin Lang's hand rested on the small cabinet beside him, pulling it slightly ajar to reveal a glimpse of a bunny girl outfit inside. Bai Ruyu had initially felt warmth in her heart upon hearing Qin Lang's words. That feeling of being trusted was what she valued and treasured most. But upon catching a glimpse of color inside the small cabinet, her heart skipped a beat. She immediately stood up and ran off without saying a word. In broad daylight, with important matters at hand, if Qin Lang were to act impulsively, she'd have to rest for half a day again, unable to accomplish anything. Watching Bai Ruyu's graceful retreating figure, Qin Lang could only sigh secretly to himself. He had just thought of going to Bai Xiaoyun to collect some interest when his phone rang again. Zhou Jior, who was calling, asked as soon as the call connected, Qin Lang, I want to know the intel on Scorpion. Tell me. Bai Xiaochun has gone mad, he's doubled the bounty to 1 billion. If the Black Dragon Society can provide information leading to Scorpion, the money will be wired immediately. I can split it with you, 90 to 10. Qin Lang sneered inwardly. His subordinates had been tracking Bai Xiaochun's activities all along, so he was naturally well informed. No wonder neither the Black Dragon Society nor the cops had been able to find any leads so far. Who's to blame? It's all because that bastard Scorpion is too damn cunning, hiding up in the mountains near a small village. If Qin Lang hadn't stationed men concealed in haystacks to take shifts tracking and monitoring him, who would have guessed Scorpion intended to settle permanently up there? After pondering for a while, he finally spoke up, I don't like this profit-sharing ratio. Zhou Jior was astonished, 90 to 10 isn't enough? Bai Xiaochun only offered this sky-high price because the Black Dragon Society has so many members. If this were a private detective gig, you wouldn't even get half this bounty. Qin Lang shook his head. It's not that it's too little, but this ratio just doesn't work. A 90 to 10 split? 90 for you, Mr. Qin? Who exactly are you implying here? Just give me 500 million, transferred to the corporate account of Dechin Empire Investment Bank would be fine. Xin Lang replied calmly, without asking for too much. After all, Cho Joer was still one of the suppliers for his villain points. Thinking back to the just departed Bai Ruyu, Xin Lang couldn't help but feel amused. Bai Ruyu asked Bai Xiaochun for a sum of money, but Bai Xiaochun refused. Yet now, by selling classified information, he managed to pocket that same amount again. When he gives it to Bai Ruyu later, it's bound to leave a striking impression in her heart. Could this be the legendary tactic of using your stingy father-in-law's money to win his daughter's affection for free? After the bounty hunter incident, he gained another nickname, Xin Heart Arsonist Lang? Under Cho Joer's persistent questioning, Xin Lang revealed Scorpion's whereabouts. At the same time, he instructed Junzi to immediately withdraw the surveillance team to avoid leaving any traces. Chapter 75, Daddy's Coming to Save You. Before hanging up, Cho Joer finally remembered the real purpose of her call and announced matter-of-factly, "Tonight at Queen's Bar. My parents want to meet you." With that, she hung up before Xin Lang could refuse. Seated in his chair, Xin Lang kept the phone pressed to his ear. It felt something strange stirring in his heart. Was he really going to meet Cho Long? Had the entire main plot advanced ahead of schedule? Doesn't that mean Lin Yuchu will also appear at Queen's Bar tonight? Upon careful consideration, this might actually be a good thing. Scorpion's whereabouts have already been sold out, and it won't be long before Bai Xiaochun receives fake intelligence that Ji Feng killed his son. Both sides are bound to fight to the death, and at this critical moment, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't possibly miss the perfect opportunity to hunt down Yi Feng. If this entire plot doesn't move forward soon, who knows whether the Daughter of Fortune will continue providing villain points after Yi Feng dies? If not, wouldn't we be operating at a net loss every time? How could he possibly keep enjoying such a losing business? That night, at the Queen's Bar, the scene was one of drunken revelry and extravagant decadence. The woman on the dance floor freely shed sweat, swaying her graceful figure with abandon. The scant scraps of fabric she wore had already shifted from their original positions. The men, like a pack of hungry wolves, swarmed around her in a circle, hands raised above their heads, hips swinging to the rhythm as their heads bobbed up and down, left and right. Amidst this chaotic atmosphere, Lin Yuchu sat slumped at a booth, downing drinks in bitter silence, her heart overwhelmed with sorrow. Mu Yuyan wasn't even answering her calls anymore. Going directly to his door resulted only in being turned away. It felt as if the two of them had become complete strangers. Her heart ached terribly, as though she'd lost something precious. Under the torment of this restless sorrow, she found herself drowning her sorrows alone in this rowdy place. Only like this, it seemed, could she suppress the turmoil in her heart. "Give me a bottle of Wangzai." A familiar voice rang out from the booth next to Lin Yuchu. She turned her head and saw a familiar face, exclaiming in surprise, "How is it you? What brings you here?" Xin Lang ignored her, took a bottle of Wangzai milk from the bartender's hand, popped open the lid with a pop, and drank it down in one go. He stared intently at the smiling bartender for several moments, until the bartender lowered their head, yet the other showed no reaction at all. Sigh. Xin Lang shook his head inside, feeling somewhat regretful. He ordered a can of Wangzai milk. If this were the protagonist of Fortune, wouldn't he have been thoroughly mocked? Then the protagonist of Fortune would pull out a black VIP bank card, swipe it right then and there to buy 100,000 cans of Wangzai milk, and make the bartender open every single one himself? Such a perfect face-slapping scenario, yet the bartender just lowered his head under his gaze and didn't even dare let out a squeak. Villain. Is it really this hard to just show off a little? Lin Yuchu had no idea about the melancholy in Xin Lang's heart as she tilted her chin stubbornly and snapped, "Are you following me?" Xin Lang rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, "Are you out of your mind? Why do you keep yammering at me? Did you memorize the civic code so well that you've got nothing better to do? You!" Lin Yuchu felt her anger bubbling up inside only to be abruptly stifled by his words. Pointing at Xin Lang's nose, she snapped, "If you have the guts, don't talk to me at all." Xin Lang, for the first time ever, willingly mimed zipping his lips shut. The two of them sank into silence. Before long, a group of men in black suits surrounded Lin Yuchu at the booth, escorting a sinister-looking big-headed man who appeared to be their leader. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Yuchu was startled, her drunkenness dissipating by 70%. The big-headed man, clearly the boss, said coldly, "Lin Yuchu, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family in Yanjing, right? The treasure left by old Master Lin in Tianhai City still hasn't been found, has it? Rough location and some specifics, tell me now." Lin Yuchu looked flustered. "What treasure? I don't know anything about it." "You don't know?" Big Head sneered. "Since Miss Lin refuses to talk, then I'll have to ask you to come with us. You'll have to endure some inconvenience until we find the treasure." Lin Yuchu, originally from Tianhai City, had a grandfather who was a notorious female thief during the chaotic years. She embezzled untold amounts of gold and silver, all of which had to be temporarily hidden due to the subsequent war. Later, while fleeing, the Lin family's patriarch was hit by shrapnel from an artillery shell. When the family helped clean his wounds and removed his clothes, they discovered his genitals had been completely blown off. He died on the spot, and the whereabouts of the treasure were lost from that moment on. But in outside circles, especially among the descendants of those involved back then who heard stories from their elders, the tale was quite different. It was said that the direct descendants of the Lin family all knew the location of that immense treasure, but due to its staggering value, they dared not touch it, leaving it buried undisturbed to this day. Big Head, also known as Zhang Hu, was a descendant of one of the Lin family's old master's attendants and naturally knew these rumors. Previously, the Lin family had resided in Yanjing. Even with 10 extra lives, he wouldn't have dared to cause trouble in such a place. But now, Lin Yuchu had come to Tianhai City, and as luck would have it, she had wandered out alone to drown her sorrows in drink. How could he possibly let such a golden opportunity slip away? Take them away! Zhang Hu gave the order with a wave of his hand, sending his gang of enforcers forward. Lin Yuchu was utterly terrified. She might act arrogantly behind closed doors, playing tough in front of Qin Lang, but facing these ruthless thugs shattered her bravado. With a pitiful expression, she turned to Qin Lang beside her and pleaded, "Save me, please save me. I really don't know anything about any treasure." She had indeed heard of the secret, but as for the treasure's whereabouts, not only did she not know, even her father, or her grandfather who had lived through those events, had merely been an infant in swaddling clothes at the time. Who could possibly know the secrets within? In the original work, this plot point was always a gaping hole. No one ever found out where the treasure was hidden. The damned author never even filled that plot hole. Even if Qin Lang knew Lin Yuchu was telling the truth, the big boss, Zhang Hu just wouldn't believe it. The enforcers were already laying hands on them, with a crowd forming a human barricade around them to prevent anyone from getting close or pulling out their phones to film. Clearly, these were seasoned gangsters, following a routine so familiar they had it down to an art. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Qin Lang, save me, please save me. I'm sorry. I'll apologize to you, okay?" Lin Yuchu pleaded with a pained expression, her heart overwhelmed with grievance. If only she hadn't gone out alone tonight without bringing any bodyguards. What was she, a delicate, or perhaps dim-witted, woman, supposed to do? Use some kind of macho excitement punch to defend herself? For the second time, Qin Lang made a zipping motion across his lips and remained silent. Lin Yuchu's composure shattered as she cursed herself loudly. "I'm such an idiot. Save me please. I beg you, say something to me." Qin Lang held a can of Wangzai milk, took a leisurely sip, then spoke unhurriedly, "Call me Daddy, and Daddy will save you." Chapter 76, The Perfect Gift for Father-in-Law. "Great-grandpa," Lin Yuchu answered irrelevantly with a yell. In her mind, since great-grandpa was already gone from this world, shouting that title was just her way of paying tribute. Father is still alive. We can't casually address him like that. Wouldn't that disgrace her mother? But this great-grandfather address made Qin Lang break out in goosebumps all over his body. He lowered his head to glance downward. "Fuck. Your great-grandfather's damn dick got blown off. Who the hell are you cursing at? You guys go ahead and enjoy your night. I'm heading out first." Qin Lang waved at Zhang Hu and his crew, standing up. He didn't even have the mood to finish his Wangzai milk, turning on his heel to leave. Seeing this, Lin Yuchu panicked. In the end, her inner resolve couldn't outweigh her fear of Zhang Hu and his gang. Her small mouth parted slightly, releasing a trembling plea that could make one's heart ache. "Daddy." Qin Lang turned a deaf ear and kept walking. Behind me, heart-rending screams erupted. "Daddy! Daddy! Daddy, hurry! Quick! Come save me quick!" Qin Lang turned around slowly and pointed at one of the thugs blocking the path, saying, "Do me a favor and let her go for now." "You damn!" The thug opened his mouth, about to curse, but was stopped by Zhang Hu raising his hand. He's no ordinary underling, but a seasoned gangster who's seen the world. In his early years in Tianhai City, he was a rival powerful enough to stand against Qiu Long. The only reason he left was due to defeat in an earlier conflict, forcing him to retreat and establish himself in the neighboring city. Now, his Tiger Gate is no less formidable than the Black Dragon Society. Moreover, all these years, Zhang Hu has never abandoned his covetous gaze on Tianhai City's territory. He could tell Qin Lang was no ordinary man and didn't underestimate him. Instead, he chuckled, "If you're asking me to give face, you'll at least need to show some sincerity, won't you?" Qin Lang hesitated for a moment before saying, "How about I make a bet with you? If you win, you can take the person and deal with them however you wish. I'll also throw in a secret about a treasure. If you lose, I take the person with me. Deal?" Zhang Hu was somewhat curious, just what kind of treasure-related secret did this guy have up his sleeve? Besides, as a tycoon who'd made his fortune through gambling, how could he possibly back down from a wager? Even if just for the thrill of it, playing a hand would be satisfying enough. "You guys go upstairs first and get a private room. I'll join you shortly." Zhang Hu had no doubts. Just by looking at Qin Lang's demeanor, he could tell this was no ordinary man. With a wave of his hand, he led his men as they crowded around Lin Yuchu and escorted her to the second floor. In the midst of the group, Lin Yuchu wore a mournful expression, crying pitifully, "I don't want to go upstairs with them." Qin Lang turned back, his gaze growing slightly graver. Lin Yuchu pouted her lips. Daddy. Qin Lang waved his hand. Be good, Daddy's busy now. I'll come save you later. With that, he walked back to the booth in front of everyone and said to the bartender, another bottle of want. Like cures, like he needed to replenish his energy. On the other side, in an elongated Lincoln limousine, all three members of the Chiu family were seated on the leather back seat. Chiu Long's face was grim, as if someone owed him a fortune. Such audacity. Does he really think that just because he's from the Qin family, he can lord it over me? Even if my Black Dragon Society can't compare to the Qin family, he'll still be my son-in-law in the future. Is this how he treats his father-in-law, making me go to him in person? When we meet later, I'll make sure to ask him properly just who taught him to behave like this. As he spoke, he glared at his daughter again. Is this the man you chose? If I'm not satisfied later, don't even think about stepping through the doors of the Chiu family. Even the two of you will have to break up. And you'd better obediently go back home for your arranged marriage. What kind of nonsense is this from the Qin family? In all my years as Chiu Long, I've never had to swallow such humiliation. Just wait and see how I teach the Qin Lang boy a lesson or two about propriety. Fang Chuanya rolled her eyes in annoyance. If our daughter likes him, then I approve. What do you know, you old fool? The Qin family is influential and well established. It's only natural they carry themselves with some pride. Just look at your daughter. Is she even worthy of them? What's wrong with my daughter? Chiu Long retorted angrily. Even if she's nothing special, shouldn't her father at least command some respect? Since the dawn of Chinese civilization 5,000 years ago, when has there ever been a case like this, making a father-in-law go visit his son-in-law first? The more you say that, the angrier I get. No way. I must teach that brat a proper lesson later. Xiao Jior sat across from her parents with arms crossed, pretending not to hear anything. She wasn't even sure whether Qin Lang had gone to the appointment yet. How could she guarantee anything? As for calling Qin Lang to her house, that was even more impossible. Based on Xiao Jior's experience of 12 deep encounters with Qin Lang, with that one-way glass on the third floor serving as their former battlefield of thrill, perhaps there's still some small chance elsewhere, though other places are beyond imagination. More than 10 minutes later, the extended Lincoln came to a stop in front of Queen's Bar. The Chiu family of three stepped out, each wearing a cold expression toward one another. At the entrance, 8 attendants bowed politely and greeted, "Good evening, Chairman." Only when the three entered the bar and spotted Qin Lang sitting in the booth, having already downed 2 cans of Wangzai milk, did their eyes meet. Qin Lang didn't rise, merely waving at them from his seat. "Over here." Swish! Chiu Long's face instantly turned from cold to pitch black, resembling the decades-old soot-blackened bottom of a countryside cooking pot. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. Is this any way for a future son-in-law to behave? When the father-in-law has come over personally, shouldn't the fiancé at least stand up instead of remaining seated without basic courtesy? Chiu Long's first impression of Qin Lang was extremely poor, truly living up to his reputation as a spoiled young master. The three stepped forward, but before they could speak, Junzi walked over, leaned close to Qin Lang's ear, whispered a few words, then obediently stood behind him without another sound. Fang Chuanya and Xiao Jior simultaneously turned their heads to look at Chiu Long. Earlier in the Lincoln, he had been talking big, boasting extravagantly. Now with Qin Lang standing right in front of them, mother and daughter both wanted to see how Chiu Long would explode. Chiu Long had just begun to speak but was interrupted before he could utter the second word. "Uncle Chiu, Auntie Fang, Jior, I'm truly sorry. Just before your arrival, I ran into a bit of trouble here that requires my immediate attention upstairs. Would you mind coming along? We can chat properly after I handle this matter." Without waiting for an answer from the trio, Qin Lang took Junzi and headed up to the second floor. Attitudes toward elders vary depending on the person. Take someone like Bai Xiaochun, that old sly fox. If you're polite to him, he'll just return the favor with phony courtesy. But dealing with someone like Chiu Long is a different story. That guy's the type to push his luck. If you act polite out of obligation, he'll mistake it for genuine deference. All Qin Lang needed to do was prepare a little, special welcome gift for Chiu Long. Chapter 77, Uncle Chiu, Stop Shaking. In the private box on the second floor, Chiu Long hesitated for a long time before finally following them up. He wanted to see what tricks this spoiled brat was up to. The moment he stepped inside, the first thing he saw was Zhang Hu. "Chiu Haiden, Big Head Zhang." The two shouted each other's nicknames simultaneously. To tell the truth, though Chiu Long looked fierce, the nickname Black Egg truly suited him. As for Zhang Hu, needless to say, from the moment Qin Lang first saw him, he noticed his head was visibly larger than an average person's. "Were you invited here?" Zhang Hu glared darkly at Chiu Long. Chiu Long was no fool. With a quick glance at Qin Lang, he silently stepped aside without a word. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhang Hu had it out for Qin Lang. He disliked both of them, especially Zhang Hu. Even though he was in a neighboring city, his influence had recently crept into Tianhai. Last time, if it hadn't been for his daughter's intervention, those traitors from the Black Dragon Society could have really stirred up some trouble. He happily watched Zhang Hu fighting with Qin Lang. If Zheng is suppressed, he will be the one benefiting from it. Qin Lang smiled, unfazed by Chou Long's reaction. The more rational the other side was, the better. He said carelessly, let's start the bet. They aren't my reinforcements or anything, just here to watch. Qin Lang, what do you mean? You're going to challenge him in a bet? He's one of the 36 gambling legends. Zhou Jior was shocked upon hearing this. Others might not know better, but shouldn't even Qin Lang, as an information broker, be aware of this? Zheng is indeed a notorious gambler. Across the entire globe, the gambling world is divided into 4 elite tiers, 1 god, 2 kings, 36 heroes, and 72,000. And Zheng Hu happens to be one of those 36 heroes. What does that imply? On the entire planet, this one man numbered 111 stands as the most formidable in the gambling world, and Zheng Hu ranks even in the upper middle tier. What an extraordinary presence. Back in the day, Zheng Hu single-handedly won $200 million in Hong Kong, yet later at the infamous feast, he brought back only 20 million. That incident alone explains why he turned to the underworld upon his return. He understood that to win even larger sums, he needed substantial power behind him. Had it not been for the prestige brought by the 36 heroes back then, forget about 20 million, whether he could have even returned alive would have been a serious question. I never expected that some of my old reputations would still be remembered. Zhou Haiden, seems like you really talked about me often in front of your daughter, eh? Zheng Hu laughed heartily. Xiu Long's face darkened, silent and speechless, feeling as though his dominance had been slightly undermined. But when it comes to gambling skills, 100 of him combined still wouldn't be Zheng Hu's match. I'm done for. Trapped in the corner, Lin Yuchu heard Zhou Jior's description, her eyes reddened, all hope completely gone. Although she didn't gamble herself, her cousin back home was a chronic gambler who used to brag to her about the 111 most legendary gamblers in the world, how even the 72,000 could serve as dealers in Macau's grand casinos, let alone the 36 knights. Nothing left. She's really gone, and I'm filled with regret. Still want to gamble? Zheng Hu asked with a light chuckle, gazing at Qin Lang. Qin Lang was completely baffled by the question. Of course I'll gamble, why wouldn't I? Just because you're skilled at gambling, doesn't mean I'd go back on my word, does it? Besides, even if I lose the bet, I only have to tell you a secret, it's not me who's going to be taken away. What a cunning old fox. Lin Yuchu felt like she was about to explode with frustration. So, in Qin Lang's eyes, she was utterly stress-free. Bold words from a bold man. Zheng Hu laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. Since you've put it that way, don't blame me for taking advantage. Whether it's mahjong, poker, dominoes, dice, roulette, or guessing the odds, pick whatever you know how to play, and I'll take you on. Bet any way you want. If it were the favored child of destiny here, they would have been thoroughly mocked, and then at the table, not only would they refuse Zheng Hu's straightforward offer, but they'd also show off by making Zheng Hu choose the betting rules, and ultimately, defeat him decisively in his own strongest area. But who is Qin Lang? He's the ultimate villain. The key to purchasing gambling techniques requires destined villain points, and they're anything but cheap. Why spend such an enormous amount just to deal with a Zheng Hu? If you can get it for free, why go through all the trouble? Qin Lang lightly clapped his hands and sighed with admiration. The boss is generous. Then I won't hold back. Today, let's try something a bit more novel. We'll gamble with lives. Take a guess, will you be dead or alive 1 minute from now? Whoosh! Zheng Hu's gaze instantly turned icy as he glared at Qin Lang with murderous intent. With teeth nearly grinding, he forced out a strained smile. I, Zheng Hu, have weathered storms and crossed seas in my decades of life. I've eaten more salt than you've had rice, nearly half a lifetime has passed. Could I really not survive this last minute? Of course I'm still alive. Qin Lang clicked his tongue and shook his head, reaching behind his back. A dark gun barrel pointed straight at Zheng Hu's head. With a bang, the bullet tore through his skull, sending it exploding like a smashed watermelon. Blowing on the smoking barrel, Qin Lang sighed. What a waste. One of the 36 heroes, yet bet on the wrong choice. Had you bet on your death, I really couldn't have stopped you from killing yourself. Zheng Hu's bodyguards were dumbfounded, pointing at Qin Lang and shouting, You killed the boss? Qin Lang raised his head, the gun muzzle aimed at the bodyguard who had spoken. Bang! Another shot to the head, one more dead. Qin Lang slowly shifted the gun barrel to the left, aiming at the thug who had been about to curse him downstairs earlier. Speak, who fired the shot? And who killed your boss? Yes. The enforcer's calves were trembling. Bang! At the third gunshot, the enforcer who had intended to curse also fell straight backward. The fourth gunshot. The fifth gunshot. Those who spoke slowly, answered incorrectly, or stammered were all shot. At this moment, Qin Lang no longer bore the slightest trace of his previous polite demeanor. He was clearly a murderous devil. After turning most of the way around, Qin Lang almost instinctively aimed the gun at the next person and demanded, Speak, who fired the shot? Yes, it's me. Xiu Long's voice trembled, his calves shaking uncontrollably. Even as a prominent leader of the Black Dragon Society, he was utterly terrified by the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Qin Lang. He knew Zhang Hu was no match for Qin Lang. After this incident, there would undoubtedly be severe retaliation, but he never imagined Qin Lang would actually open fire in such a setting, and almost methodically take down 5 men in rapid succession. Now, there's probably just one bullet left in the clip. Qiu Long is terrified, fearing he's about to take the final one himself. Qin Lang gradually calmed down from his bloodlust, handed the gun to Hu Zi to deal with, and approached politely, "Uncle Qiu, what on earth are you talking about? How could it possibly be you who fired the gun? Clearly, it was my bodyguard who did it. Stop shaking, it's alright, nothing's wrong. This has nothing to do with me anyway, I'm just an onlooker. Even if someone shows up later, nothing will happen. After all, an agent with special operations credentials gunning down a few rebellious milk powder sellers certainly isn't bad, it's good, great even. A heroic act of ridding society of pests." Chapter 78, Sworn Brotherhood with the Father-in-Law. Absolutely right, it is good. Qiu Long's eyelids trembled 3 times. My peripheral vision caught the corpses on the ground, and my heart nearly leaped out of my chest. Zhang Hu's status was no less than his own, yet he'd been sent straight to the underworld upon their first meeting. Qin Lang's methods were utterly ruthless. This was clearly no spoiled rich kid who only knew how to eat, drink, and play around as the rumors suggested. The thick metallic scent of blood hung heavy in the air, creating a suffocating atmosphere. After all, Zhou Zhou and Fang Chuanya had been around Qiu Long long enough and had witnessed bloody scenes before. They merely covered their noses and mouths while taking a few steps back, unwilling to look. As for Lin Yuchu, that usually fierce young miss, she was in a miserable state. Right now, she was sprawled on the ground, vomiting violently. Even the alcohol she'd consumed earlier at the booth came spewing out, more effective than any hangover cure. The floor was also littered with fragments of Zhang Hu's skull. That damn thing, when the bullet hit, Zhang Hu didn't even open his mouth. With the internal and external air pressure imbalanced, there was no way just a single hole would appear on his forehead. A headshot, like a watermelon exploding. Fragments everywhere, a mess of red and white, all broken and scattered. Never mind the girls, even the average grown man couldn't handle the sight of such a scene. Beep beep. Outside, the sound of police sirens could be heard. Junzi stepped forward and said, "Young master, you should leave this place first. Though it's not a big deal, someone still needs to handle it. Don't you have important matters to attend to tonight? Leave the rest to me." As he spoke, he pulled out a red booklet from his pocket and glared coldly at Zhang Hu's terrified underlings. "You should know what to say and what not to say later. Honestly confess your crimes, and you might only spend a few years locked up. But if you say anything you shouldn't even as a cooperating witness, you won't live past 3 days. Understood?" The thugs looked at each other wildly nodding their heads. Already terrified by Qin Lang's brutality, how could they even think of revenge at this point? Qin Lang, as if nothing had happened, smiled faintly at the Qiu family of 3. "Uncle Qiu, let's leave this place first. If the police arrive, we'll have to explain everything, and that would be quite troublesome. It might delay our discussion you and Auntie wanted to have with me." "Alright, we'll follow young Master Qin's arrangements." Qiu Long nodded in agreement. The family of 3 left Queen's Bar through the back door along with Qin Lang. I originally intended to take Lin Yuchu with me, but this woman was scared out of her wits. Her legs splayed out in a duck-sitting position, and she stubbornly remained slumped on the spot, refusing to budge no matter how much I called. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to deal with her either. At worst, he'd be taken to the police station to give a statement. He could just have Junzi keep an eye on her to make sure she didn't say anything reckless, and he'd be released soon enough. There was no need to rush right this minute. A few hours later, the father-in-law and son-in-law meeting concluded. The drunken Qiu Long and Fang Chuanya left a hotel owned by their family and got into an extended Lincoln. Fang Chuanya rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Weren't we supposed to teach Qin Lang a lesson? You barely exchanged 2 words with him before drinking, and drinking alone would have been fine, but by the end, you actually wanted to swear brotherhood with Qin Lang? To recognize him as a sworn brother? Are you out of your mind? That's your daughter's boyfriend. Have you no sense of dignity as an elder?" After ranting, Fang Chuanya's voice trailed off into mutters as she looked at Qiu Long slumped in his seat, squinting his eyes. Only after the car drove away did the bleary-eyed Qiu Long slowly open his eyes, his face flushed but his gaze strikingly clear. "Don't even mention it. Damn it, I almost died back there." Fang Chuanya furrowed her brows. "What nonsense are you talking? You're perfectly alive and well. Even your biggest threat, Zhang Hu, has been eliminated." Qiu Long was still trembling with fear until now. Qin Lang aimed his last shot straight at my head. "I suspect that damn kid really wanted to kill me. Can't you see even Qin Lang's subordinates are working for higher-ups? They've got the red passes, taking out 5 more people, plus me, won't make much difference. Damn it, that's terrifying. Who the hell said Qin Lang was some spoiled rich kid? If this is what a spoiled rich kid looks like, then what the hell counts as a crafty old fox in this world?" He had originally planned to teach Qin Lang a lesson. After all, he was the father-in-law. But just as they met, before he could even speak, Qin Lang had already stunned everyone with his overwhelming presence. He nearly scared the life out of him. If it had just been Qin Lang shooting and killing Zhang Hu, that would have been one thing. Zhou Long was no stranger to big scenes and wouldn't have been so terrified. But the crucial point was, this was clearly all part of Qin Lang's premeditated plan. Having eliminated Zhang Hu, not only did he leave not a single trace of fault behind, but given his status as an underling, he might even be credited with a major accomplishment for this very deed. A reckless and arrogant second-generation rich kid isn't frightening. What's truly terrifying is when this privileged heir not only has immense background power but also possesses brains. Playing games with someone like this made Zhou Long feel that even with 10 extra lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive. So what do we do now? Have we been targeted? What about Zhou? She's still at the hotel. She's your own daughter. Fang Chuanya began to panic along with him. Zhou Long sighed, if it weren't for Zhou, that last bullet from the gun today would probably have been reserved for me. Sigh, who knows how far Qin Lang and Zhou have progressed, whether it's a serious relationship or just momentary pleasure. Forget it. Children have their own blessings. Qin Lang was entirely Zhou's own doing anyway and has nothing to do with us. I just hope she can manage the relationship properly. Fang Chuanya erupted in fury. Zhou Long, have you lost your mind? You were someone who upheld righteousness in those days, and now you don't even dare to discipline your own daughter? Are you even a real man anymore? How pathetic can you be? If I'd known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have come back earlier. I should have stayed with Zhou no matter what. I'd never let her face the terrifying Qin Lang alone. Zhou Long held his forehead silently, his bitterness too deep for words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Lang supported Zhou as they entered the lavish standard room. Seeing Zhou's flushed face, Qin Lang wore a worried expression. Zhou, why is your face so red? Could you be running a fever? Lie still, let me take your temperature. Don't move around. Taking someone's temperature requires meticulous care. The slightest negligence can lead to inaccurate readings. Time flows like water, yet the past moves with unbearable slowness. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained plus 1000 destiny villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained plus 1000 *2 destiny villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining plus 1000 *3 destined villain points. Zhou's face was filled with grief and indignation. Qin Lang, you bastard, since when does bullying someone go this far? Chapter 79, Finding Scorpion, the Killer, Yifeng. The next morning, at dawn, Zhou wore an expression of smug confidence, casting a cold sneer at Qin Lang beside her. Still feeling impulsive? Qin Lang swallowed hard with difficulty and shook his head. No more impulse. Zhou glanced down with a questioning tone. Hand? Qin Lang, like an obedient child, withdrew his hand from under the blanket and chuckled foolishly. Zhou, stop fooling around. You're holding happiness in your palm right now. Don't mess this up. Is that so? Zhou clenched her fist slightly. Weren't you quite domineering last night? You even pointed a gun at my dad. What? Were you planning to take him out along with it? No matter how wrong he was, he's still an elder, isn't he? Qin Lang shifted slightly to the side, grimacing with a wry smile. Didn't I hear you complaining before? You said he keeps setting you up on blind dates every day, that's why I was annoyed. What do you mean? Zhou asked, incredulous. Are you jealous? Instead of admitting it outright, that would have sounded fake. Qin Lang merely turned his head away and snorted coldly. Don't be ridiculous. Me? Jealous? It's just that no one else gets to lay a finger on my woman. Zhou wore a suspicious expression, staring intently at Qin Lang's evasive gaze. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this fellow had actually fallen for her? Otherwise, why did he always act so impulsively every time they met? Maybe his usual busy schedule made him seize every opportunity to come pour his heart out to her. Her grip relaxed slightly as she teased. When I was little, my mom always told me grown girls shouldn't be mischievous troublemakers. Back then I didn't understand, but now I see how fun it can be. At the very least, that arrogant attitude of yours has toned down quite a bit around me. No matter what happens next time, you're not allowed to treat my dad like that again, understand? After all, he's the one who raised me, and he's old now. What if you scare him into having a heart attack? Qin Lang took a deep breath. Then what if he causes trouble for me? Wasn't his attitude obvious enough when we met last night? If we don't keep him in check, sooner or later he'll stir up trouble. Also, forget about Zhang Hu's territory. Switch to legitimate business as soon as possible. Otherwise, not even I can protect you forever, understand? Zhou snorted coldly in her heart. What a duplicitous man. Saying he wouldn't allow her to meddle in Zhang Hu's territory, wasn't that just a thinly veiled warning not to act recklessly, or trouble would follow? If you're worried, then say so. If you like me, then admit it. Why dance around the truth like this? You're not a kid anymore, too scared to even speak plainly. Still calling him young Master Qin? How utterly spineless. She rolled her eyes coquettishly. Got it, no need for your reminders. Don't worry about my dad. If he dares to bully you, I won't take it lying down either. Her voice softened considerably, and the pressure from her hands lessened noticeably. What's wrong with you again? Zhou sensed something off and immediately changed expression. Xin Lang awkwardly smiled. Jor, aren't you aware of your own charm at all? How about we do morning exercises together? No girl dislikes being complimented, and Xiao Jor was no exception. Still, facing such a situation, her heart skipped a beat. How long do you usually spend on your morning workouts? It's hard to say, depends on the situation. While explaining, Xin Lang had already started feeling around. Beep beep. At the bedside, the phone rang. Xiao Jor strained to reach for it and pressed it to her ear. Hello, make it quick. Miss, Bai Xiaochun has already tracked down Scorpion and captured him, but it seems Scorpion wasn't the one who killed Bai Shui. What? How is that possible? I've already provided the information. That bounty must be transferred to my bank account by Bai Xiaochun before tomorrow, or else he can just wait for the consequences. Tell him the bounty must be given to our Black Dragon Society, or else, we of the Black Dragon Society are not to be trifled with. On the other end, the deputy hallmaster of the Rose Hall was utterly confused, unable to comprehend what was happening on the young lady's side. He blurted out stupidly, Miss, are you injured? Your voice sounds strange. Do as I say. Click. The call was abruptly ended. Approximately 60 kilometers from the city center of Tianhai, the deputy leader of the Rose Hall frowned in puzzlement. She sensed that the young mistress might be injured, but surely she must have escaped danger? Otherwise, how could she possibly have made the call? The deputy hallmaster of the Rose Hall still didn't understand some things. After all, she had been secretly groomed by Qiu Long from childhood to become his confidant, knowing only combat and loyalty, while everything else remained a mystery to her. Following the mountain path, the deputy chief of the Rose Chapel approached Afu, the Bai family's steward, with an unfriendly expression and said, whether it was Scorpio who did the killing or not, that 1 billion bounty is something our Black Dragon Society has claimed as ours. We demand to see the money by tomorrow. Afu was annoyed as hell. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? But most of the people here belonged to the Black Dragon Society. If he didn't relay the message and this group withdrew, he might not be a match for that Scorpion anyway. Reluctantly, he walked over to Bai Xiaochun, who was standing in front of the thatched hut, and whispered a few words into his ear. Bai Xiaochun furrowed his brow, merely ordered the bank transfer arranged, then dismissed the matter from his mind. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Scorpion kneeling on the ground, his voice seemed to emerge from the depths of the underworld as he demanded, what did you say? If you didn't kill Shui, then who did? Scorpion knelt on the floor, kowtowing repeatedly like pounding garlic. Mr. Bai, I swear it wasn't us. We never knew Bai Shui was your son. Had we known, we wouldn't have dared touch him even with 10 extra lives. The real killer wasn't our crew, it was some guy who suddenly crashed in. That bastard was ridiculously strong. My 2 brothers weren't any match for him, they got hurt at first contact, then were brutally murdered afterward. Young Master Bai, that was his doing too. If I hadn't hidden in the bathroom, I definitely wouldn't have escaped that bastard's claws. I didn't know that guy either, but Bai Shui seemed to recognize him, said his name was Yi Feng. Chapter 80, Xiao Jor develops real feelings. Yi Feng? How could it possibly be him? Upon hearing Yi Feng's name, Bai Xiaochun felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe, dousing the flames of his fury. Only as a last resort would he ever consider opposing Yi Feng in any way. While others might not know, how could he not be aware? Yi Feng was abroad, leading a mercenary organization with astonishingly formidable personal strength. With just these minor underlings at his disposal, they were absolutely no match for Yi Feng alone. What exactly is going on? Bai Xiaochun asked sternly, his face cold as he surveyed Scorpion's utterly wretched appearance. It was especially unexpected that during their ascent up the mountain, they had been effortlessly captured under the coordinated efforts of several Black Dragon Society members. After all, the police investigation had shown that the other 2 kidnappers had been eliminated by an expert. One had his neck brutally snapped, while the other suffered internal organ rupture from a single devastating kick. The Scorpion's strength was far from sufficient to reach this level. The Scorpion looked dejected, feeling utterly aggrieved inside. He had gone into seclusion deep in the mountains, relying on begging and stealing from small villages for food and supplies, not even daring to go home to get some money, let alone withdraw from a bank. Simple or complex, he couldn't fathom how his traces had been exposed. Now that he'd been caught, what else could he dare to hide? Mr. Bai, I don't know much about your family's situation, but according to young Master Bai, it seems that Yi Feng has some connection with the 2 young ladies of the Bai family. Young Master Bai said that Yi Feng intends to have the 2 Bai sisters inherit the family fortune, and then take them both for himself. Bai Xiaochun stood frozen in place, silent for a long time, standing rigidly upright. After what seemed like an eternity, he slowly turned and began descending the mountain. Ah Fu cautiously inquired in a low voice beside him, Master, what about the Scorpion? Bury it. As soon as the words were spoken, the Scorpion kneeling on the ground was struck hard on the back of the head with a heavy object. He immediately lost consciousness and never had the chance to wake again. Bai Xiaochun walked slowly, tears streaming down his face. Shui, it's all Daddy's fault. Bringing a wolf into our home, this is all because Daddy brought a wolf into our home. He already believed about 80% of what Scorpion had said, whether it was Yi Feng's capabilities or the findings from the scene investigation. Everything matched up. Most importantly, Scorpion was an outsider. There was simply no way he could have known about Yi Feng's connection to the Bai family, unless those words came from his own son's mouth. No matter how Bai Xiaochun thought about it, he couldn't bring himself to suspect Yi Feng. But now that Scorpion had revealed this fact, everything suddenly made sense. Yi Feng was a mercenary leader who lived by the sword, dealing in the trade of bloodshed and plunder. For the sake of the Bai family's legacy, what wouldn't he be capable of doing? Die! I want you dead! Bai Xiaochun's eyes nearly burst from their sockets, his entire body trembling with rage. At this moment, the fear he once felt toward Yi Feng was completely shattered by the horrifying truth of his son's tragic death. With his son gone, what else did he have left to fear? He swore to avenge his son's death and settle this bloody score. He wanted Yi Feng to die, wanted Yi Feng to wish he were dead. Ah Fu! Bai Xiaochun's voice was desolate. Ah Fu bent over beside him. Master, what are your orders? There's a killer ranking list on the black market, right? Money is no issue, whoever is willing to come, no matter how high the price, I, Bai Xiaochun, can afford it. I want Yi Feng dead. If one assassin isn't enough, send 10. If 10 aren't enough, send 100, until he's killed, understood? Bai Xiaochun's voice was calm, but beneath that calmness lurked the furious roar of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Bodyguards from the Bai family, members of the Black Dragon Society, and assassins from the black market. All of these, Bai Xiaochun would enlist. He wanted to orchestrate a deadly trap for Yi Feng. On the other side, before Qiu Zhou and Qin Lang could part ways, they received news of the planned assassination operation against Yi Feng. What's wrong? Qin Lang asked curiously, noticing Qiu Zhou's troubled expression. Qiu Zhou bit her lip. Qin Lang, I need to ask you for a favor. Though they had engaged in over a dozen intimate encounters, she had never once mentioned needing help. Their relationship had always been purely transactional. But this time, she couldn't hold back anymore. Qin Lang smiled and pinched her cheek. Go on, what's the matter? Qiu Zhou sighed. Bai Xiaochun is planning to kill Yi Feng. He hired enforcers from our Black Dragon Society, but Yi Feng once caused trouble at Queen's Bar before. He single-handedly took down nearly 30 men. I'm certain that wasn't even his true strength. This time, I want you to oversee the operation personally. If necessary, be ready to eliminate him. Yi Feng's disturbance at Queen's Bar should have been an opportunity for Qiu Zhou to become acquainted with him, but because of Qin Lang's appearance, it turned into a grudge instead. Moreover, the Black Dragon Society had a deep grudge against Yi Feng, and Qiu Zhou also wished for Yi Feng's demise, planning to make her move this time. However, the only concern was that if Yi Feng survived, both her and her father's lives would likely be endangered. Everything had to be foolproof. Qin Lang frowned in worry. Was Bai Xiaochun already unable to restrain himself from taking action? There were still some things he hadn't had time to do, some destined villain points he hadn't yet managed to obtain. However, Yi Feng was ultimately the chosen one of destiny. Bai Xiaochun's rash action this time had startled the snake in the grass. Once Yi Feng escaped abroad, even if Qin Lang wanted to intervene, it would likely require tremendous effort. It's alright, this was just my own wishful thinking anyway. Yi Feng is incredibly powerful, not someone an ordinary person could deal with. Even you would be in danger. Seeing Qin Lang's hesitant expression, Qiu Zhou didn't feel upset. On the contrary, she found it completely understandable. After all, Qin Lang is the legitimate heir of the Qin family. How could he possibly be exposed to danger? She had taken it for granted. Don't say that. Qin Lang's expression abruptly darkened as he nervously stared at Qiu Zhou. Are you implying that this time, the Black Dragon Society will go all out at any cost to eliminate Yi Feng for good? Including you, will you be going too? Qiu Zhou responded with a soft hum. Indeed. Last time, Yi Feng caused chaos at the Queen's Bar, crippling many of our elite enforcers in the Black Dragon Society. Some of them may never walk again for the rest of their lives. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face for our Black Dragon Society. If we don't eliminate Yi Feng, we'll never be able to command respect. In the underworld, loyalty is everything. If our brothers are taken down and even the boss stays silent, who would be willing to risk their lives for us in the future? Whether it's Qiu Long or Qiu Zhou, neither intends to let go of such a golden opportunity. Qin Lang was no longer wearing his usual playful grin. Instead, he gently stroked Qiu Zhou's smooth cheek with deep affection. Zhou, I originally didn't want you involved in this matter, it's too dangerous. But seeing how determined you look, somehow I can't bring myself to stop you. Go ahead. If you want to do this, I'll support you with everything I've got, no matter when, no matter where you are, I'll always be right behind you. I'll muster every ounce of strength I have to back you up. Qiu Zhou's beautiful eyes rippled with turmoil as she gazed at Qin Lang's earnest face, feeling somewhat dazed but even more guilty. Her making such a willful request was already an abrupt challenge to Qin Lang's status, yet he not only didn't blame her but even stood firm in his support. Such fervor and tolerance, even someone like her was profoundly moved. Perhaps she had truly met the destined one for the rest of her life. Chapter 81, Encircling and Killing the Son of Destiny, Shoujour's Terror. One day later, in the evening, Mangdang Mountain. A moonless night with howling winds, tree shadows dancing eerily. The mountain air was thick with the heavy scent of damp earth, mingled with the faint, pungent aroma of crushed grass. Yi Feng looked somewhat puzzled as he glanced at Bai Xiaochun beside him. Mr. Bai, your young master is being held here? There shouldn't be anyone living nearby, right? Looking around, all they could see was a desolate mountainous wilderness with a few grave mounds visible. As for human habitation, not even a single thatched cottage could be spotted. Bai Xiaochun wore a troubled expression inside before speaking. Mr. Yi, I truly must trouble you with this matter. Although I've sent out our family bodyguards, their martial skills and perception frankly don't give me much confidence. According to reliable information, should indeed be hidden somewhere in this area by that group of kidnappers. As for the exact location, I'm afraid I don't know. I hope Mr. Yi can assist in finding him. Seeing Yi Feng's indifferent expression, Bai Xiaochun was boiling with rage. He knew exactly what Yi Feng was thinking. His son wouldn't possibly be hidden here, and while others might not know, Yi Feng, being the killer himself, was perfectly aware, which was why he appeared so impatient. Hatred had completely blinded his vision. The more indifferent Yi Feng acted, the more convinced Bai Xiaochun became that he was the murderer of his son. I'll go search the mountain. Yi Feng shook his head without another word and headed up the mountain, with the other bodyguards following closely behind. Recently, Yi Feng had been plagued by an unbroken streak of bad luck, so he'd already anticipated today's fruitless outcome. He sighed, recalling recent events that sent chills down his spine: violent diarrhea after bad food, getting tangled with promiscuous gold diggers, and even being framed by elderly pedestrians in staged accidents. When I saw the little sister being bullied and thought to be her knight in shining armor, she ended up slapping me hard across the face. Turns out, after all that fuss, the little sister didn't need a hero at all. Her hero was the very bastard who was bullying her. Though young, that little sister had mastered the art of playing hard to get with mesmerizing skill. Amidst these mixed emotions, our group ventured deeper into the heart of Mangdang Mountain. Suddenly, an eerie atmosphere descended upon us. Yi Feng sensed something amiss, as if every hair on his body stood on end. Danger! This was a familiar sense of peril. Perhaps not innate, but for a mercenary like Yi Feng who lived on the knife's edge, every stirring of this instinct meant imminent danger. And fueled by this remarkable sense of crisis, he narrowly escaped death time and again. Turning around with the intention of warning his accompanying bodyguard, he unexpectedly found a razor-sharp dagger swiftly slashing toward the major artery in his neck. A lethal move right from the start. Wealth stirs greed. Bai Xiaochun had offered 100 million bounty to these bodyguards, promising instant riches to whoever eliminated Yi Feng. That's 100 million. Even if you splurged every day in exclusive clubs, it'd still last you a lifetime. Who wouldn't be tempted? Seeking death. Yi Feng erupted in fury. Grabbing the bodyguard's arm with a twist and shake, he swiftly seized the dagger. With a reckless horizontal slash, he immediately opened a gash across the sneaky attacker's throat. Torrents of blood gushed forth as the guard collapsed dead on the spot. Clutching the bloody dagger, he glared ferociously. Who sent you to kill me? Bai Xiaochun? Or Qin Lang? Facing over 20 bodyguards before him, Yi Feng showed not the slightest fear. His fury only burned brighter. Attack! All together! Take this guy down! The bodyguards exchanged silent glances, then moved as one, launching a coordinated assault to surround and strike Yi Feng. Yi Feng snorted coldly, gripping his dagger in reverse, and charged forward. Like a god of slaughter, he moved eerily through the crowd of nearly 20 bodyguards, encountering no obstacles. With each step he took, cold corpses fell one after another. The number of dead bodyguards kept increasing, while those still standing dwindled. Who is Yi Feng? The leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, the true god of slaughter, the butcher of the battlefield. These bodyguards who had never seen blood and fire couldn't possibly be his match. Not to mention combat awareness, just in terms of physical prowess alone, these bodyguards didn't even possess 1/8 of his ability. Like cutting through melons and vegetables, he slaughtered every bodyguard that surrounded him. 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, all the Bai family bodyguards who followed Bai Xiaochun were dead. Bai Xiaochun, you've got some nerve. Yi Feng cracked his neck, producing a series of popping sounds, his gaze as sinister as a starving wolf lurking in the shadows. He had never suffered such humiliation before, coming here with careful planning to help, only to be ambushed by Bai Xiaochun's schemes? So what if you're a billionaire in Tianhai City? He dares to kill high-ranking officials abroad, let alone some measly billionaire? He strides forward, heading toward the foot of the mountain. He's genuinely curious, what other tricks does Bai Xiaochun have up his sleeve? Does he really think these lackeys can kill him? They're seriously underestimating Yi Feng's strength. He would dismantle Bai Xiaochun's trap step by step, then, under Bai Xiaochun's terrified gaze, cut him slowly, stroke by stroke with the blade, ensuring his death was steeped in terror and boundless regret. But he hadn't gone far when more and more people emerged from the bushes, Black Dragon Society members with black dragon tattoos on their bodies, and professional assassins dressed in black night attire darting through the darkness. Come on then. Today, Yifeng will show you what it truly means to slay 1,000 men. With the howling wind in his ears, Yifeng advanced instead of retreating, charging forward against the surging crowd. The smell of blood slowly permeated the air. Far from this location, atop a high peak, Qin Lang held a telescope in his hand and clicked his tongue in amazement. Yifeng is truly incredible. He's killed nearly 50 people and only sustained some minor injuries. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This truly was the child of destiny. Just hard to kill. If his subordinates had been the ones leading the ambush, even if they managed to kill Yifeng, the casualties would have been devastating. Since they're all someone else's main forces now, being cannon fodder is fine. Qin Lang is quite happy to just watch the show. Zhou, clad in a sleek black leather outfit, wore an expression of terror as she lowered her binoculars and murmured uneasily, Yifeng is too terrifying. Can we really kill such a monster tonight? She had dispatched elite enforcers from the Black Dragon Society, all equipped with formidable weapons. Yet, in Yifeng's hands, they were nothing more than helpless chicks, easily crushed. If Yifeng survived tonight, perhaps tomorrow it would be the 3 members of the Zhou family who met their end. Don't worry, everything will be fine. There are still others who haven't made their move. These people here are just cannon fodder. The real experts are waiting in the wings. Qin Lang wrapped his arms around Zhou's slender waist, whispering words of comfort. The backup plan he spoke of naturally didn't refer to himself, but rather to the several experts that Old Fox by Xiaochun had gone to great lengths, possibly at tremendous cost, to hire, who still hadn't made an appearance yet. If it weren't for the fact that his binoculars came with infrared thermal imaging, even he might have been fooled. Chapter 82, The Wow-Worthy Female Assassin. Amidst the barren mountains, the fallen corpses grew ever more numerous. If someone were to report this thing to the police, not a single station in all of Tianhai City would sleep a wink. Step by step through the bloody waters, Yifeng walked toward the base of the mountain, his body covered with countless wounds, all left by those assassins, still tainted with lingering venom. However, Yifeng was after all the child of fortune. Coupled with years of mercenary experience overseas, he had lost count of how many types of snake venom serums and other common antidotes he had been injected with. Under countless toxins, Yifeng only experienced a faint numbness, enough to dull the senses but barely hindering his movements. His eyes bulged with fury, pupils practically spitting flames as he reached the mountain's base and spotted by Xiaochun standing not far away. "Old dog, why did you kill me?" he roared, his entire body shaking with fury. Fury erupted from him, unleashing a monstrous killing aura that billowed like tidal waves. Even Bai Xiaochun, a billionaire tycoon, stumbled backward several steps in shock. Die! Yifeng lunged at Bai Xiaochun like a ferocious tiger, the dagger in his hand glinting with a faint, eerie glow under the moonlight. But just as the blade was about to slit Bai Xiaochun's throat, several eerie figures suddenly materialized in front of him. A man who looked as withered as old wood, his entire body resembling dry tree bark with no trace of flesh visible, gripped a cane in his hand. With a forceful strike, he smashed it onto Yifeng's wrist holding the dagger, sending the weapon clattering to the ground. Next came a dwarf, his face weathered with the lines of middle age yet his body resembling that of a child. The katana he wielded was half a length longer than his own stature. With a horizontal slash, the blade sliced off a piece of flesh from Yifeng's right leg. Finally, there was an assassin, a woman completely clad in black night attire. As for why she was distinctly a female assassin? Looking at this thing, if you still can't tell its gender from that iconic protruding one-eyed rabbit feature, you might as well go smash your head against a block of tofu. The bombshell female assassin had barely appeared when Yifeng staggered back in shock, his expression turning grave. Drywood revived, Shorty 7, and Crimson Datura. I never expected you 3 to show your faces. As the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, Yifeng was quite familiar with some notorious figures on the black market. These 3 before him were clearly among the top 10 on the assassin rankings. Crimson Datura, in particular, ranked in the top 3, and her strength was probably comparable to his own. What's more, Blood Mandala is a top-tier assassin accustomed to lurking in the shadows. Blood Mandala had already shown mercy moments ago. Otherwise, right now, he would at the very least be severely injured. Lord Blood Wolf, the Butcher, or perhaps I should address you as Mr. Yifeng? You're already at your wit's end. Why not just gift me your head? The old man, known as Deadwood Greet Spring, chuckled with an exceptionally lewd grin, his cane planted firmly on the ground. Mr. Yi, your head is worth over $100 million, utterly exquisite. If I could sever it, my ranking on the assassin leaderboard would surely leap at least 3 places. Shorty 7 wielded a samurai sword with apparent clumsiness, but anyone foolish enough to underestimate this 6th-ranked master assassin would find their heads separated from their shoulders in the next instant. Kill! The few remaining bodyguards by Xiaochun's side roared and charged forward as the vanguard. Like phantoms in the night, Withered Tree revived and Shorty 7 lurked behind these bodyguards, poised to deliver fatal strikes. Thud! Yifeng's punch caved in half of a bodyguard's skull, killing him instantly, while another chunk of flesh was sliced from his left shoulder by Shorty 7's blade. Boom! With a forceful kick, Yifeng collapsed a bodyguard's entire chest cavity, only to have his right scapula shattered by withered wood revive staff strike. This bordered on an inescapable death trap. At the peak of his strength, Yifeng would likely struggle to contend with these 3 seasoned killers from the rankings, how much more so when grievously wounded. Even if he's the child of fortune, you've got to give him room to grow. He had just returned home and within less than half a month, he encountered such a life and death crisis, or was there any time to catch his breath? Whoosh! Yifeng snatched a dagger from a bodyguard's hand and hurled it swiftly towards Bai Xiaochun's neck. Moving at blinding speed, the blade aimed directly between his eyebrows. If it struck true, Bai Xiaochun would undoubtedly perish. The blood mandrake, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, she deflected the dagger that had been hurled toward them. Yet, at the same moment, Bai Xiaochun let out a blood-curdling scream, "My!" Lowering her gaze, the blood mandrake saw that a hole had been torn through the middle of Bai Xiaochun's legs, blood gushing out like a fountain. Drenched in blood, Yifeng sneered viciously, "You old dog, consider this the first installment of the debt you owe. Wait till next time, I'll have an even warmer greeting for you." With that, he showed no further intent to engage in battle and swiftly fled toward the desolate mountain. After him, Kumu Fengchun and Aijiao Qi quickly gave chase. The bloody datura glanced at Bai Xiaochun. Seeing that bodyguards were approaching to investigate, she immediately dashed out in pursuit. She hadn't made a move, not because she knew Yifeng, nor because of any other emotions, but rather due to her status. She had no intention of joining forces to kill someone. But now, Yifeng had crippled Bai Xiaochun right in front of her eyes, a blatant insult to her profession. She had to make Yifeng pay for this. Only Yifeng's head can cleanse this shame. Immersive translate. On the distant mountain peak, Qin Lang watched as Yifeng fled. He had already deployed orders through communication channels, instructing his hidden subordinates at various positions to set up ambushes in advance. Watching the female assassin endlessly weaving her way through those desolate mountains, I couldn't help but click my tongue in amazement. Her waist was slender as a wasp's, her figure graceful, with a pair of stunningly long legs and strength that rivaled even the Son of Destiny himself. If such a top-tier female assassin wasn't some female lead character, he'd eat his hat. He was certain that if this jaw-dropping assassin intercepted the opportunity, she could boost his villain destiny points by at least 50,000. Without another thought, Qin Lang temporarily left Zhou Zhou behind and took a shortcut in the direction Yifeng was facing to intercept him first. The chosen one? Surviving calamity only to show off and slap faces? Heh, he wanted to see if Yifeng, trapped in his tight encirclement, still had that kind of fate-defying luck to reverse his destiny once more. At the same time, his heart swelled with anticipation. If capturing a chosen woman could yield so much villain points, then eliminating the protagonist, the chosen one, would surely bring an even more eye-popping haul? Chapter 83, Killing and Scattering Ashes in One Go. Yifeng, you've reached the end of the road. Ahead lies a cliff. If you persist in your stubborn ways, even your corpse will be shattered into bloody mist. Better surrender now, and at least keep a headless body intact. Ku Mujiren pressed coldly. Close behind were Shorty 7 and the blood-red mandala. The three of them subconsciously stood together, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent as they stared at Yifeng, who had been forced to the edge of the steep cliff. Ha ha ha, want to kill me? You three, just you wait. If I survive this, none of you will escape. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold. With a loud laugh, Yifeng took a step forward and leaped off the cliff. Kumu Fengchun rushed to the edge of the cliff, glaring furiously at the mist-covered abyss below. That lunatic, he'd rather be smashed into a bloody pulp than face us in battle? Let's go down and check. Even if he's turned into bloody scraps, as long as we can confirm his identity, the mission will still count as complete. Ai Jiaoqi took the narrow path, hurrying toward the cliff's base. Alive I must see the person, dead I must see the corpse. Meanwhile, in the midst of his rapid descent, even Yifeng himself believed this fall would surely be fatal. Yet just before hitting the cliff's base, trees suddenly sprang up horizontally. Crack, crack, one after another, dried branches struck Yifeng's back, each breaking upon impact, yet their resistance gradually slowed his downward momentum. After a few more seconds, his entire body crashed into a dense thicket of shrubs. Clink-clatter. Countless leaves rustled as, with a dull thud, Yifeng finally hit the ground. Gritting his teeth in pain, every bone in his body felt as if it had been shattered. Yet, surprisingly, Yifeng showed not a hint of regret. Instead, his gaze lifted toward the cliff above, his eyes brimming with amazement. He actually survived falling from such a high cliff. Fortune favors the survivors of great calamities. His legs could still barely move, and not far away, there was a river. As long as he could drag himself into the water and drift downstream, he still had a good chance of survival. Hiss. Suddenly, Yifeng gasped as he moved his body, trembling all over. Sensing the changes in his body, he was ecstatic with joy. Ha ha ha. Damn old dog, and those three assassins, this time you let me escape death, but next time will be your doom. Yifeng was ecstatic. Never did he imagine that after this life and death struggle, the cultivation technique within him would actually break through to the second layer, vastly enhancing his overall strength. Even his injuries showed signs of healing on their own. Given time, they would fully recover, setting him on the path to even greater power. The thirst for vengeance was like a seed planted deep in his heart, already taking root and sprouting. Rat-tat-tat. And at that very moment, a series of bullets fired, all precisely aimed at Yifeng's legs. What appeared was not just a row of holes. Both legs were clearly blown apart, blood mist spraying everywhere, with even the bones exposed. Immediately after, a row of heavily armed soldiers including Junzi emerged from the dense forest. Holy shit, the young master truly predicts things like a god. Such a big fish falling from such a high cliff and still not dead, this is fucking terrifying. Have to admit, the young master is practically Zhuge Liang reincarnated, this is fucking divine. Zhuge Liang my ass, you damn brown noser. The young master wasn't even here. Who the hell were you sucking up to? Every cave in Mangdang Mountain is rigged with explosives, even the damn lake is full of naval mines. Even if this bastard grew wings, he couldn't fly out of here. He just happened to stumble into our trap by sheer luck. Junzi didn't hold back when snapping at old Huang. Glancing at Yifeng, whose legs had been completely blown off, he grumbled, who told you to fire? Now his legs are gone, goddammit. The young master just wanted him restrained, what if he dies? Old Huang scratched the back of his head sheepishly, looking embarrassed. Got spooked, didn't I? That monster from Blood Wolf Mercenaries is terrifying, how many has he killed alone? Without proper AK-47s instead of these pisspot pea shooters, there's no way we could have taken him down. Including Junzi, there were only 10 men stationed here. The vast expanse of Mangdang Mountain offered too many hiding spots even with the young master trying to balance deployments. This cliff base only had this small team lying in wait. The firearm in hand was temporarily allocated by Junzi and must be returned after the job was done. After all, playing with this thing for a day or two is one thing, but doing it too often could easily invite trouble. Who did this? A cold snort echoed from the dense forest as Qin Lang emerged, his face dark as storm clouds. Glaring at Yifeng, who lay on the ground with his legs blown off and eyes blazing with agony, he seethed with fury. Old Huang trembled with fear. Young master, it was me. I know I was wrong. I was worried this monster might harm people, so I disabled his mobility. Qin Lang fixed his icy gaze on Yifeng, his face stern. Who told you to shoot? Did I order you to shoot? Don't you know who Yifeng is? He's the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group, a top-tier mercenary boss abroad. Acting like this only demeans his status. Old Huang bowed his head in shame. He truly felt remorseful, humiliated during his first character test and now messing up again when actually handling the situation. Is he going to get fired? Even if he doesn't get the year-end bonus or dividends as high as Junzi's, his monthly salary is still around 30,000. Most importantly, he's already found someone special at Lotus Delicate Hands. Qin Lang placed his hand on Lao Huang's shoulder and gave him a firm pat. Lao Huang, I'm not sure if I should say this, but let me sum it all up in one sentence, you did an awesome job. Put. Yifeng, sprawled on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, consumed by fury, nearly faint from sheer rage. Almost instinctively, he mustered every ounce of energy left in his body. With broken hands braced against the ground, enduring excruciating pain, he launched half his body toward Qin Lang. All illusions vanished as his legs were blown away. Even in death, he would drag Qin Lang down with him. Young master, look out! Junzi and the others stared with eyes wide in fury, utterly powerless to stop Yifeng's charging assault. Qin Lang turned back in slight astonishment, gazing at Yifeng whose eyes burned with feral rage like a starved wolf. With effortless grace, he raised a hand and pressed it firmly against Yifeng's skull before abruptly twisting with sudden force. Crack! The neck was twisted at a 90-degree angle. Yifeng's blood-red eyes gradually dimmed as his life force dissipated. Half of his body crashed to the ground, with blood still oozing from where his legs were severed. Get to work! Qin Lang urged impatiently, and one of the bodyguards who had momentarily frozen in shock after witnessing his move quickly snapped back to attention. Stepping forward with a flamethrower strapped to his back, he unleashed a roaring torrent of flames onto Yifeng's corpse. Under the intense heat, it didn't take long for Yifeng's body to be utterly incinerated, not even bone fragments remained, transformed completely into a pile of black ashes that scattered into the night wind. A one-stop service of killing and scattering ashes. And thus, Yifeng, the favored son of destiny, met his end. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating the Son of Fortune, Yifeng. The calculation of the Destiny villain value is in progress. Please wait. Chapter 84, Frenzy. Great Harvest. System Upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring Advanced Firearms Mastery. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring Primary Medical Skills. Critical hit on rewards. Congratulations, host, you've obtained Intermediate Medical Skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Basic Danger Perception. Critical reward hit. Congratulations, host, you've obtained Intermediate Danger Perception. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the first cycle of the Fates Chosen cultivation technique, True Dragon Scripture. Reward critical hit. Congratulations, host! You've obtained 9 revolutions Heavenly Dragon Art. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've gained plus 50 constitution points. Ding! At this moment, Qin Lang's mind was continuously ringing with system notifications as bountiful rewards poured in, each one clearly stripping away even the soul of the fated protagonist who had already been reduced to ashes. Nearly all these rewards were directly plundered from Yifeng's possession or evolved versions upgraded from what he originally owned. Especially the True Dragon technique, originally a rare and precious martial arts method, evolved into the even more terrifying 9 revolutions Heavenly Dragon technique, which increases explosively in successive layers like inch-force strikes. With just 9 steps, each step incorporates a multiplying effect, amplifying the power exponentially. Once cultivated to the first revolution, a full-force strike can unleash a 1.5-fold enhancement of one's physical constitution, and the second revolution maintains this terrifying rate of increase. Ding! System upgrade complete. Calculation of destiny antagonist points concluded. Host, please check the system panel for details. System panel. Character, Qin Lang. Age, 25. Physique, 250. Charm, 99. Destiny villain points, 1,216,700. Cultivation technique, 9 revolutions Heavenly Dragon Art. First revolution amplification 1.5x. Upgrading to second revolution requires 200,000 destiny villain points. Skills, Affinity LV8, Group Affinity plus 80, Advanced Piano Technique, Advanced Tea Ceremony, Advanced Aesthetics, Disguise Art, Advanced Firearms Proficiency, Intermediate Danger Perception, Intermediate Medical Skills. Mall opening in progress. Lottery Center, currently open, each lottery draw consumes 1,000 destiny villain points. System backpack, 1 photo album of Anti-Cho, 1 pack of Qingfoam tissues, 100 sheets used, 1 photo album of Ms. Bai, 1 electric massager, damaged. Hiss. Even Qin Lang couldn't help but gasp as he looked at the current system interface. Over 1.2 million points in the Fates villain value? Killing a single Yifeng, just how much destiny villain value did that reap? Over 1 million? Is this the system's power? Is this what it means to be a child of fortune? I thought Lu Bu was already invincible under heaven. But who knew the Son of Destiny could be terrifying to this extent? Who exactly is this Yifeng serving under? Ding! New plotline has been successfully integrated. Requires consumption of 200,000 destiny villain points. Host, would you like to preview it in advance? Yes. As the 200,000 destiny villain points were deducted, Qin Lang felt a pang of heartache. After all the hard work and immense effort he had expended, it was barely enough to preview just the next snippet of the plot. Fortunately, killing Yifeng made up for over 1 million, otherwise how much longer would he have had to work to earn that back? A lengthy stream of gentle thoughts flowed through his mind. This was a storyline about a divine doctor descending the mountain. The time until the plot trigger was shorter, and likely the current favored Son of Destiny was already in Tianhai City. Yet, the one thing worth praising was that this successor to Yifeng's Mantle of Destiny seemed to be in the early stages of growth, not particularly strong, probably not much more powerful than Yifeng himself. For Qin Lang at this moment, the threat wasn't significant, it was a perfect opportunity to take advantage of someone. Moreover, the stunning female assassin who had just appeared at Mangdang Mountain, Qin Lang had likely already guessed her identity. Blood Mandala? A top 3 ranked master on the assassin leaderboard, arrogant and proud, upholding the honor of being an elite killer. Sure enough, she was a heroine worthy of 50,000 destiny villain points. No, wait, the system had upgraded. Even the lottery draws now required 1,000 villain points, so logically, shouldn't she be worth more than just 50,000? Young master. Junzi, standing nearby, noticed his master frozen in place and hesitantly called out in a quiet, puzzled tone. His mind was buzzing with disbelief. How could Yifeng have actually ended up dead by his young master's hand? Even if a barrage of bullets had ripped his legs apart, his final desperate strike would have been impossible for even him to escape unharmed. At the very least, he would have suffered severe injuries. Yet, under the young master's command, Yifeng died in such an eerie manner. The mere thought of it feels unbelievable. Qin Lang turned his head and took the submachine gun from Junzi's hands. With his mastery of advanced firearms, especially those of the system's making, Qin Lang's skill in handling guns at this moment was no worse, if not far superior, to veterans like Junzi and Lao Huang. Under the perception of danger, he detected threats from 3 directions, with 2 of the danger sources clustered together. He aimed his submachine gun toward a dense thicket in the forest and unleashed a wild barrage of fire. Old Huang and the others also raised their submachine guns and joined in the sweeping gunfire. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. With 2 blood-curdling screams, Old Huang and his men dragged out 2 gunmen who had been riddled with bullets. They were none other than Kunyu Fengchen and Ig Aoki, the very pair who had just descended the cliff searching for Yifeng's corpse. Intermediate danger perception surpassed Yifeng's basic ability to merely sense threats. It could even roughly determine the origin of approaching danger. Given the wide firing arc of submachine guns, how could a few hidden assassins possibly evade such a barrage? His gaze turned toward the dense forest in another direction. With a cold snort, he said, Yifeng is already dead. Nobody, not even Bai Xiaochun, must hear any news about this place. If you want to live, get the hell out of here quietly. Otherwise, don't blame me for emptying this magazine into you. That sense of looming danger felt almost tangible, sending a chill down Qin Lang's spine, his hairs standing on end. Rat-tat-tat. Qin Lang gripped the submachine gun and fired a burst into the bushes near the dense woods, not to kill, but as a warning. Bloody datura? Arrogant and conceited? Then I shall trample your pride beneath my feet, and if grinding it isn't enough, I'll spit on it too. What if such an impressive female assassin slips away after realizing she's no match? A killer of this caliber, if they wanted to disappear, even Qin Lang wouldn't necessarily be able to track them down in a short time. Better to use provocation and mark the hatred first, then wait for the prey to come to you later. In no time at all, that eerie chill down his spine vanished. Qin Lang glanced around, knowing full well that Bloody Mandala had already left. After instructing Junzi and the others to clean up the scene, Qin Lang quickly headed off in another direction. He still had other matters to attend to, ones of great importance. His heart felt uneasy, even somewhat fearful. Chapter 85 Qin Lang's Fear, Zhou's Infatuation. Qin Lang was moving at tremendous speed, practically pushing his 250 physique points to the absolute limit. He even considered activating the first rotation of the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Dragon technique to hurry along his journey. The anxiety in his heart rolled over him like relentless ocean waves, one crushing surge after another. He frantically chased toward the mountain peak where Zhou was, and after about 10 minutes or so, finally reached the previous location. But there was no one in sight. Zhou wasn't here. Zhou, my Zhou, where are you? Qin Lang was filled with anxiety. He was not Lu Bu, and Zhou was certainly no Daochan. Daochan rested on Lu Bu's waist, but where was Zhou? Taking binoculars from his system backpack, Qin Lang scanned the entire Mangdang mountain area. Large stretches of land were littered with scattered corpses. After a long time, he finally spotted Zhou's trace at a location with heavy casualties. Immediately tossing the binoculars into his system backpack, he resumed his frenzied pursuit. After more than 10 minutes of exhaustive chasing, Qin Lang finally arrived at Zhou's location. At this moment, Zhou's face was as dark as storm clouds as she directed arriving Black Dragon Society members to clear the battlefield. The casualties here had far exceeded her expectations. Even the Black Dragon Society couldn't withstand such devastating losses. That guy Yifeng is absolutely insane. How could he have the heart to kill so many people? He's practically a demon. Transport all injured and deceased members of the Black Dragon Society immediately. For the wounded, our society will provide full financial support and the best medical care available. For those who have fallen, we guarantee compensation for every family member without exception. Zhou gave orderly commands at the scene while making solemn promises to reassure the crowd. She knew what lay ahead would require even greater efforts from her and come at a much heavier price. But to win over the members of the Black Dragon Society, she had no choice but to do this, even if it meant paying a hefty compensation fee. Zhou. Qin Lang's voice rang out from behind. Zhou turned back in surprise, only to see Qin Lang with slightly reddened eyes. Curious, she asked, why are you here? What about Yifeng and those assassins? Qin Lang stepped forward with icy composure. What are you doing here? I told you to stay put. Zhou simmered with resentment. With my Black Dragon Society suffering such heavy casualties, how could I just stand by and do nothing? Do you think your presence makes any difference? Do you have any idea how terrifying that Yifeng is? He kills without blinking, a complete demon. Are you even a match for him? Qin Lang exploded with anger. You idiot! What if that monster doubles back and kills you? What would I do then? Have you ever stopped to consider how I'd feel? You only care about your Black Dragon Society, don't you ever think about yourself? Aren't I worth considering either? Zhou wanted to argue back, but seeing Qin Lang's unusually excited expression, she inexplicably felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart, and her gaze soften entirely. Over-concern breeds chaos. She had never seen Qin Lang in such a disheveled state before, yet now this appearance emerged solely out of fear that she might get hurt? Could it be that in Qin Lang's heart, her position was perhaps even more important than she herself had imagined? I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Just wait a moment, Zhou whispered quietly before turning to the arriving Black Dragon Society members with a stern command. Do as I say, take all the injured to the private hospital and clean up the scene thoroughly. Make sure not to leave even the slightest trace behind. When the Black Dragon Society was first established, violent clashes were frequent, and injuries among members were a daily occurrence. Seeking treatment at public hospitals often led to complications, so Qiu Long had invested in building a private hospital over a decade ago. Now, it had grown into one of Tianhai City's most renowned private hospitals. After giving her instructions, Xiaojouer could no longer justify staying there. Taking Qin Lang's hand, she led him deeper into the Mangdang Mountains. She didn't stop until she spotted a hidden cave, then spoke with mock reproach. So many people were watching just now. After all, I'm the young mistress of the Black Dragon Society. In their eyes, I command great prestige. It's not appropriate for you to treat me like some little girl. Next time in public, don't act this way. You know what I'm worried about, so why won't you listen to me? This place is dangerous, what if something happens to you? Qin Lang kept a stern face, not joking around this time, nor did he point out the flaws in Zhouer's words. You shouldn't act like this in public, but it's fine in private? There seemed to be some misunderstanding here, but Qin Lang wasn't going to explain. He pretended ignorance despite knowing the truth. Zhouer gently pulled Qin Lang's hand and said softly, I know what I'm doing. I only came down to handle things after I saw Yifeng disappear beyond the edge of Mangdang Mountain. Did you encounter any danger? Are you hurt anywhere? Qin Lang asked sternly, stepping forward to check anxiously. Zhouer hesitated a little, but she couldn't refuse Qin Lang's concern either. Suddenly, Qin Lang exclaimed in shock, Zhouer, you're hurt. Zhouer leaned against the rock, hugging her chest tightly, and snapped indignantly, I'm not hurt. She had to admit Qin Lang truly was insatiable. One moment, he was genuinely concerned for her safety, and the next, as soon as he confirmed everything was fine, he was back to his mischief again. Acting recklessly. 1 minute later, Xiaojouer gritted her teeth and shoved Qin Lang, scolding him with playful annoyance. 3 minutes later, Xiaojouer resisted half-heartedly, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and heartache. Qin Lang showed such concern that even if Xiaojouer was unwilling to reveal her affection outwardly, her heart was overwhelmingly moved. She was too overjoyed to genuinely refuse him. 2 hours later, ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 1000 Destiny Villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining plus 1000 *2 Destiny Villain points. The fear in Qin Lang's heart finally disappeared. He had been terrified, thinking that if the Son of Destiny died, the entire storyline would vanish, and the Destiny Villain points wouldn't be calculated anymore. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. The Son of Destiny was the Son of Destiny, and the Daughter of Destiny was the Daughter of Destiny. Each had their own destiny, with little connection to the other. In this way, the things he hadn't yet had time to do couldn't really be considered missed opportunities. As long as he completed them later, that would be enough. Moreover, for the sake of accumulating Destiny Villain points, he would continue his efforts. After all, good habits should still be cultivated. It's absolutely not about seeking any pleasure or comfort. What matters is that it's a quick way to earn villain points. Chapter 86, Splurging 500,000 Villain Points for Advanced Medical Skills. Huff. Sitting on the rock, Qin Lang, his waist aching, let out a smoke ring with considerable contentment. As the saying goes, a cigarette after the deed makes you feel like a god in paradise. What's more, experiments have shown that the luck of the Daughter of Fortune does not disappear with the death of the Son of Fortune. Could there be anything more delightful than this? Where did you dig out that cigarette and lighter? Xiaojouer felt drained but still stretched out her delicate hand, plucking the cigarette from Qin Lang's mouth and tossing it to the ground. She huffed in annoyance, why smoke so much? The smell is awful. If I catch you puffing in front of me again, don't even think about laying a finger on me. She covered her nose and mouth with her hand, visibly disgusted. But who is Qin Lang? What a master of tea artistry. The best to brew is green tea. Could he possibly fail to discern what's genuine from what's fake? Clearly, Xiaojouer was just worried about his health and didn't want him to smoke. When had she ever truly disliked the smell of cigarettes? As the leader of the Rose Hall and the Black Dragon Society, while she didn't smoke herself, wasn't every meeting in the society shrouded in clouds of smoke? If Xiaojouer really cared about this, why hadn't she mentioned it before? Rather than call her out, Qin Lang reached into his clothes, actually his system inventory, pulled out another cigarette, lit it, and before Xiaojouer could speak, preemptively asked, "Can you cook?" Xiaojouer rolled her eyes. Who do you think I am? A kitchen maid? Or some ordinary little girl? We, the members of Rose Hall, only know how to wield daggers. Pots and pans are completely beyond us. Qin Lang sighed. Ah, what a pity. I'd thought, Zhouer, since you're so feminine, you'd be good at homemaking. Turns out it was just my misunderstanding. With exasperation, Xiaojouer retorted, dream on. Why would I need to know homemaking? Just managing my Rose Hall is enough for me. With that, she couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on Qin Lang. Turning around, she pulled on her black leather jacket as if sulking. As for Qin Lang, he silently opened the system interface. First, he spent 200,000 points of Destiny Villain value to upgrade the 9 Revolutions True Dragon Art from the first revolution to the second revolution, increasing the multiplier from 1.5 times to 2.25 times. In other words, with his 250-point constitution, activating the second revolution of the 9 Revolutions True Dragon Art would allow him to unleash explosive power equivalent to 562.5 points of constitution. What does this mean? Against an evenly matched opponent, Xin Lang could simply catch them off guard with his 9 revolutions true dragon art and knock them out cold with a single punch. The most lethal strikes are those that come unexpected. Draw the lottery. With a silent thought in his mind, a pale golden wheel appeared before Xin Lang, beginning to rotate. He had some urgent matters to verify earlier, and now that he'd achieved the desired outcome, his first thought was naturally to see the effects of the system's upgrade. Especially this lottery draw, it's gone from consuming 100 points to 1000 points per draw, a tenfold increase. Presumably, the reward should have been enhanced tenfold as well, right? Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained 3 heart-to-heart wet wipes. Ding! Congratulations, host, Sister Hui has gained another substitute doll. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a marrow cleansing pill +1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained +10 human cub burp bags. Ding! Wet wipes? A substitute doll? When Xin Lang saw these 2 items he had drawn, his face darkened. Damn it! This lottery is such a scam. Can't he buy this stuff himself? And if he's buying, he should get the large portion. The system only gives out these few things, and they're all related to that kind of stuff. What? Too embarrassed to say thank you for your patronage, so they give him some treats to satisfy his curiosity? If there hadn't been a follow-up bone marrow cleansing pill that could enhance the user's physical condition, he would have seriously considered shutting this thing down. What a scam! It's all fucking lies. Just like football, it's all goddamn fake. Who plays football at night with the sun blazing overhead? It was all pre-recorded. Continue. Gritting his teeth, Xin Lang glanced at the system shop where the muscle cleansing pill had yet to appear. He had no choice but to steel himself and gamble on his luck. The fewer the draws, the more the rewards seemed like rip-offs, but when the volume increased, sometimes there were unexpectedly pleasant surprises. If he could just land 1 or 2 high-level skills, whatever they might be, he'd easily break even. If he ended up suffering massive losses, well, then he'd just have to endure the pitiful sight of Chiojor and Bairuyu, those unfortunate sisters with no blood relation, or teach Su Xiaoxiao to shout left, right, left. At least some capital can be recouped. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a marrow cleansing pill +1. Ding! Congratulations, host, your physique has increased by +1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained advanced medical skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a brand new electric medical device +1. After spending 500,000 points of destiny villain value in one go, Xin Lang glanced at the system panel and reluctantly closed the lottery interface for the time being, feeling a pang of distress. Fortunately, an advanced medical technique emerged, otherwise, even with the bone cleansing pill, spending those 500,000 points of destiny villain value would still feel like a pinch. System panel. Character Xin Lang. Age, 25. Constitution, 320. Charm, 99. Fade's antagonism value, 316700. Cultivation technique, 9 revolutions heavenly dragon art, 2nd revolution amplification, 2.25, advancing to 3rd revolution requires consuming 500,000 destiny villain points. Skills, affinity LV8, group affinity +80, advanced piano technique, advanced T-art, advanced calligraphy, disguise, advanced firearms proficiency, intermediate danger perception, advanced medical skills. Mall opening in progress. Lottery center, currently open, 1000 destiny villain points consumed per draw. System backpack, bone cleansing pill +18, 1 photo album of Antio, Jingfeng tissues +1, 120 draws used, 1 photo album of Mizbai, Sister Huey's substitute doll +1, hearts and love wet wipes +3, human toddler expiration bags +10, brand new electric medical device +1. Xin Lang glanced over, spent 200,000 to preview the next plotline of the Child of Destiny, used another 200,000 to advance the 9 revolutions true dragon technique to the 2nd revolution, then spent 500,000 destiny villain points on lottery draws, obtaining advanced medical skills and other rewards. Still left with over 310,000 destiny villain points, no losses here, this round was a guaranteed profit. But without sufficient destiny villain points, recklessly drawing prizes would likely result in significant losses. The more advanced rewards from this damn system become increasingly harder to obtain. Assessing my 320 physique, even if the breakthrough enhanced Yifeng hadn't died, going all out against him would give me less than a 0.02 winning chance. If I were to activate the 9 revolutions true dragon art, my odds would probably drop to around 0.0001. I'm heading back first. Xiao Zhou mumbled under her breath. Spotting the deputy hall master of the Rose Hall searching nearby, she stumbled momentarily but stubbornly pulled herself up step by step, heading deeper into the dense forest. Let me support you. Xin Lang stood up wanting to assist, but Xiao Zhou refused, seemingly sulking in resentment. Only after meeting with the deputy hall master and putting some distance between them and the cave did Xiao Zhou finally speak up. those kitchen maids from the Rose Hall haven't been performing well lately. Summon them to my quarters tonight, I want to personally evaluate their cooking skills. If they don't meet standards, they'll be dismissed. Chapter 87 The Truth Serum Pill. After Qin Lang could no longer see Cho Joer's figure, he also returned to the villa. The aftermath of the Mangdang Mountain incident was left to Junzi to handle. Not only would it not bring any trouble, but it would also earn him rewards and a promotion. This matter involved uncovering an undocumented clash between unregistered assassins on the killer rankings and eliminating all these dangerous individuals. This was absolutely a major achievement for Junzi, who held an official position. After returning to the villa, Qin Lang leaned back on the living room sofa. Seeing the lights on in the dining area, he called out, "Xiao Xiao." Su Xiaoxiao hurried out from the kitchen in small jogging steps. When she saw the young master returning so late, her face lit up with pleasant surprise. Sniffing the fragrance wafting from the kitchen, Qin Lang teased meaningfully, "What's this? Drinking pork rib and papaya soup by yourself when I'm not home?" Su Xiaoxiao's delicate face flushed crimson. Having been caught at her little scheme, she embarrassingly hung her small head low, frozen in place without uttering a word, stuck between staying and leaving. "Come here, let me help you." Qin Lang beckoned her closer and pulled the timid, rabbit-like Su Xiaoxiao into his arms. With a teasing tone, he murmured, "This stuff here, do you feel a warmth in your chest every time you drink it?" Face still red, Su Xiaoxiao tucked her chin in and trembled slightly all over before letting out a faint, bashful aham. "So you see, someone needs to help you disperse that burning sensation inside you. Only then can you grow fully and completely." Qin Lang spoke with gentle persuasion, like a big bad wolf coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. "Next time this happens, come find me. Though I'm usually quite busy, when it comes to matters like this, I'll spare no effort. Understood?" Su Xiaoxiao was utterly panic-stricken, her little head buzzing and completely blank. She felt as though she were being scorched by fire, her entire body felt as if it were about to boil over, her delicate face flushed crimson. Yet nestled in the young master's embrace, she couldn't bear to pull away. Hiss! Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows, drew in a sharp breath, and nestled her small head against Qin Lang's chest, her face contorted in pain. "Does it hurt?" Qin Lang stopped his movements. Su Xiaoxiao rested her head against Qin Lang's chest, stammering, It doesn't hurt, young master." How to put it? Su Xiaoxiao was just this kind of simple yet conflicted girl. Sometimes, before being won over, she wanted to hold out a little longer even though she knew full well that once a girl is easily obtained, the likelihood of not being treasured increases. Yet, when things truly progressed to that level, Su Xiaoxiao became frightened again, nearly forgetting what refusal even meant. Ultimately, it all came down to fear that her rejection might evoke Qin Lang's displeasure, leading to cracks in their relationship and eventual separation. Su Xiaoxiao was an extremely traditional and innocent girl. In her heart, having given herself away meant she now belonged to the young master for life. Having endured all manner of hardships since childhood, now grown up, what other sufferings could she genuinely fear? What's more, even if Su Xiaoxiao didn't want to admit it, every time the young master acted like that, she could still feel intense happiness welling up in her heart. "Silly girl, if you're uncomfortable, just say so. Why hide it from me?" Qin Lang gently rubbed Su Xiaoxiao's head, then took out a body refinement pill from his robe and placed it in her mouth. "Eat this." Gulp. Su Xiaoxiao swallowed the pill in one go before asking curiously, "Young master, what did you feed me?" It tasted sweet and was actually quite delicious. Qin Lang chuckled with mischievous amusement and said, "It's a little pill that can make you reveal your true intentions." Truth serum pill? This name instantly popped into Su Xiaoxiao's mind, only for her to snap back to reality moments later, flushing with embarrassment at her own thought. How could there possibly be such a thing as a truth serum pill? The young master had clearly given her that kind of medicine, the type that would make a girl lose all sense of shame. Ugh! Qin Lang didn't get a chance to speak again before his mouth was sealed. Su Xiaoxiao was the one who kissed him first. Qin Lang's eyes widened in shock. "Xiaoxiao, since when did you become so bold? Just one kiss, and now you won't let go?" Su Xiaoxiao's crimson cheeks looked as if she were drunk, her words stumbling, "Young master, I think the medicine is starting to take effect." She felt her whole body growing warm. Wasn't that exactly the sign of the medicine working its magic? What point was there in hiding it now? After all, she'd been fed medicine by the young master anyway, might as well seize this chance to pour out all the love brimming in her heart. Before, she'd always been passive. This time, she wanted to properly savor the taste of the young master's lips too. "Xiaoxiao, you've misunderstood, this isn't what you think. These pills are meant to improve your physique by cleansing impurities from your body and enhancing your constitution." Seeing things were getting out of hand, Qin Lang quickly spoke up to clarify. "There's no way around it. According to its description, this marrow-cleansing pill would expel impurities upon ingestion. If things really escalate to the point where Su Xiaoxiao starts oozing black sweat, what should I do then?" Given Su Xiaoxiao's innocent nature, if she were to embarrass herself in front of him, she'd probably avoid seeing him for a long time afterward, let alone being together. Between instant gratification and lasting happiness, Qin Lang knew exactly how to strike the balance. Ah, how could this happen? Su Xiaoxiao bowed her head to examine the unusually damp sweat stains on her arms, both shy and frightened, as she pitifully gazed at Qin Lang while pouting in feigned annoyance. Young master, you're so mean. Go take a shower in the bathroom. Let's call a truce for tonight. These pills might enhance your physical condition for quite some time. Qin Lang pinched Su Xiaoxiao's cheek and urged her along. What must come will come. From the moment that sense of crisis emerged, Qin Lang had already devised a way to send Su Xiaoxiao away. Coincidentally, the marrow cleansing pill not only enhanced Su Xiaoxiao's physique but also kept her delightfully occupied in the bathroom for an extended period, conveniently facilitating his next move. The Crimson Datura? The haughty female assassin? A top 3 expert on the assassin rankings? A woman whose destiny rivals that of the Child of Fortune? Come at me if you dare. Let's see whether your reputation as one of the top 3 assassins holds up, or if my villainous methods prove superior. Chapter 88, The Blood Mandala Assassination. Late into the night, a nimble figure darted incessantly through the dark corners of the villa. In the past, bodyguards would stake out near the villa, but tonight, Qin Lang had specifically ordered everyone to spend time indulging at Kyanzilian. Blood-red Datura's figure moved with agile grace as she effortlessly infiltrated the depths of the villa. Drawing from her assassin's instincts, she quickly identified Qin Lang's bedroom within moments and silently slipped inside. Spotting the figure beneath the quilted bedding, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. Without hesitation, she raised her dagger and plunged it downward toward the shrouded form. Squelch! 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. No blood? What's going on? The Crimson Datura's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion as she threw back the covers. What lay there was certainly not Qin Lang. It was clearly a silicone adult doll shaped like a human. Bang! The door clicked shut. Qin Lang stood behind it, smiling coldly as he gazed at the Crimson Datura who had stabbed Huijie 3 times. What ruthless methods, he sneered. Just because I took one of your targets, you go so far as to try and kill me? Anyone who steals my prey deserves death. The Crimson Datura's pupils contracted sharply as she reacted instantly, raising her dagger and lunging straight at Qin Lang. Her strength was formidable, not in the least inferior to Yifeng, whom she had previously confronted on Mangdang Mountain. Not to mention some pampered young master? In the eyes of Blood Mandala, Qin Lang was nothing but an arrogant fool, daring to meet her alone utterly reckless. If assassination failed, she would simply crush him with absolute power. The dagger gleaming with black light, coated in poison, swept toward Qin Lang's neck. What should have been an effortless taking of a life was dodged by Qin Lang's slight evasion, completely avoided. And while still turning sideways, Qin Lang delivered an upward kick, landing squarely on the crotch. Even though Crimson Datura was a woman, she still doubled over in pain, gnashing her teeth as she growled with vicious fury. You deserve to die. She ranked among the top 3 on the assassin leaderboard, possessing the absolute pride befitting her lethal stature. Qin Lang not only stole her target but also threatened to drive her away as if she were livestock. This had gravely violated her bottom line. Now, humiliated directly by Qin Lang to her face, not an ounce of tolerance remained. A second poison-dipped dagger appeared in her grip as she lunged at him with both blades, striking with the fury of a storm scattering pear blossoms. Two-sword style? That's quite interesting. Qin Lang smiled faintly, gazing at the lethally imposing Blood Mandala. He moved as if strolling in a leisurely garden, gliding along the edge, dancing on the blade's edge. No matter how frenzied the bloody Datura became, she couldn't harm a single hair on his head. According to the calculations, the constitution of this bloody Datura was probably still under 100 years, at most. It would be on par with Yifeng before his breakthrough. It's important to note that Qin Lang's current constitution had reached 320 points. Whether it was his dynamic vision or his body's reaction speed, they were far beyond what Scarlet Datura could compete with. Having played around until somewhat tired, Qin Lang yawned, casually swatted away Scarlet Datura's 2 daggers, seized her fair wrists, twisted them behind her back in a reverse hold, and pinned her against the wall. Don't move. You, how can you be this strong? Scarlet Datura's voice was filled with disbelief. She had arrived at the base of the cliff right after Qin Lang killed Yifeng. Initially, she thought Qin Lang had relied on his bodyguard's firepower to suppress and kill Yifeng. Who knew this guy would possess such formidable strength? Completely unexpected. Is this what you call power? I've got something even stronger coming up. With a cold snort, Qin Lang took out a red cord from his system backpack and tied bloody Datura's wrists together, then coiled it around her body. In no time at all, curvaceous bloody Datura was bound into an eerie, intricate knot by the red cord. She couldn't move an inch, forced to lie prone on the ground with muffled whimpers escaping her lips while her beautiful eyes erupted with both murderous intent and humiliated fury. She had never suffered such humiliation before. It was utterly disgraceful. She wished she could tear Qin Lang limb from limb to cleanse the shame burning in her heart. Qin Lang crouched before her and removed the black mask, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face to the open air. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating, entwined with a chilling murderous intent and seething resentment, all the more pitiable yet alluring. Kill me. The bloody datura clenched her teeth, her commanding voice icy, but the restraints disrupted her breathing, making her frigid tone tremble with unease. Qin Lang gently caressed the crimson datura's cheek, clicking his tongue in admiration. With such a pretty face, you could easily make a living by your looks alone. Why insist on engaging in these bloody, life-on-the-line dealings? Enough talk, either kill me or let me go. Just give me a chance, and I swear I'll kill you. The crimson datura was so agitated that her entire body leaned forward, her beautiful face pressing against the cold ground, while her coiled legs behind her lifted upward. Qin Lang kindly pressed a hand against her lovely back and said in exasperation, "Don't get so excited, what if you ruin your pretty face? Don't touch me!" Crimson datura exclaimed. She hated nothing more than others touching her body, especially men. Seeing the blood-colored datura seething with murderous intent, Qin Lang sighed inwardly. Is this what they call misandry? Has it already taken root so deeply in her bones that she would kill someone just for stealing her prey? And simply because of a single touch, she's boiling over with killing intent? After all, he's now a divine physician with advanced medical skills, upholding the noble principle of healing the sick and saving lives. How could he stand idly by when faced with a patient whose internal organs had been ravaged by the virus? With great ability comes great responsibility. Since Bloody Mandala harbors such fears about this matter, it's necessary to help her overcome this psychological shadow. 1 minute later, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the bedroom. "Qin Lang, I'll kill you.